of a product has to be more intelligent than the product. I agree with that. Let us return to the bolt and nut, for example, of what we shall call our second law of products. Neither the bolt nor the nut made themselves, but more, the person who made this bolt and nut had to be far more intelligent than the nut and the bolt, and far more intelligent than the production methods used to make it. I can agree with that. Many laws. There are many, many laws operating in the natural world. It is intriguing that there are also moral laws operating among human beings. Laws of honesty, purity, etc. We get into trouble when we violate moral law, the Ten Commandments, just as when we violate natural laws, such as the law of gravity. Facts are the air of science. Facts are the air of science. Without them, a man of science can never rise. Without them, your theories are vain surmises. Wow, that was a good word. While you are studying, observing, and experimenting, do not remain content with the surface of things. Do not become a mere recorder of facts, but try to penetrate the mystery of their origin. Seek obstinately for the laws that govern them. Ian Pollard quoted in Asimov's Book of Science and Nature. Let us now consider the two special laws that we mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, the two laws of thermodynamics. As with the other laws, these two laws operate throughout the universe. The first law is of conservation that works to preserve the basic categories of nature, matter, energy, etc. The second is a law of decay that works to reduce the useful amount of matter, energy, etc., as the original organization of the cosmos tends to run down. In other words, it's entropy. Let us now closely examine each of these laws. The two laws of thermodynamics. The first law of thermodynamics, simply stated, the first law of thermodynamics, hereinafter called the first law, is also called the law of conservation, or mass and energy. It says that energy cannot by itself be created nor destroyed. Energy may be changed from one form into another, but the total amount remains unchanged. I think that there's a problem there. I'm going to stop for a second, because there is a problem with that, because sunlight does break that entropy. It does break that law, because we don't know where the energy from the sun comes from, and it's constantly coming in, and for all we know, it doesn't ever leave. But then again, that's just my opinion. Anyway, I'm going to go back. So it says, Einstein showed that matter is but another form of energy, and expressed in the equation E equals mc squared, E equals energy, m equals mass, and c is the velocity of light squared, which is ridiculous because nobody had measured light. A nuclear explosion, such as we find in the atomic bomb, which may or may not be true, suddenly changes a small amount of matter into energy. But according to the first law, the sum total of energy, or its sister matter, will always remain the same. In other words, there's an explosion, nothing's added to the earth, it's stuff in the earth already, and it remains the same. It might explode or blow or do whatever, but the amount of matter that's in the earth or in the place where we live is still, it never changes. Let's see. None of it will disappear by itself. The corollary, I get it, is that no new matter or energy will make itself. In other words, it doesn't just come from nowhere. The law of energy conservation. Energy can be converted from one form into another, but can neither be created nor destroyed. In other words, we can't create energy from nothingness. It has to come from something we previously got, like Lego. It's like, just think of the world like Legos. Okay, so let's say you could only build a house, so you had to have certain kind of Legos, right? So you just consider them the wood, right? And the ground had to be a big flat pad, right? So if you think about it that way, then you can only use the Legos that you have, right? So you can't build something out of Legos that the Legos don't have a shape for, right? I think that's what it's trying to explain to me. It says, is the most important and best proved law in science. This law is considered the most powerful and the most fundamental generalization about the universe that scientists have ever been able to make. And Isaac Asimov said that. I thought he was just a fictional writer, but I guess he was a scientist too. Since matter and energy cannot make itself or eliminate itself, only an outside agency or power can make or destroy it. The first law of thermodynamics states that the total amount of energy in the universe or in any isolated part of it remains constant. It further states that although energy or its mass equivalent can change form, it is now being created. It is not now being created or destroyed. Countless experiments have verified this. A corollary, anyway, whatever the fuck that word is. Corollary, that's what it is. Corollary. A corollary of the first law is that natural processes cannot make energy. Consequently, energy must have been created in the past by some agency or power outside of and independent of the natural universe. Furthermore, if natural processes cannot produce the relatively simple inorganic portion of the universe, then it is less likely that the natural process can explain the much more complex organic or living portion of the universe. Walter T. Brown. Only a power outside of all of energy and matter could overrule the second law. Bloom of Princeton University has written, the second law of thermodynamics predicts that a system left to itself will, in the course of time, go toward greater disorder. Harold Bloom. And now we've come to the second law of thermodynamics. And here we find an astounding proof that the entire evolutionary theory is totally incorrect, which we already knew, but let's go on. The second law of thermodynamics, 1 out of 16. Universality of the second law. The second law of thermodynamics is also called the law of increasing entropy or disorder. The first law of thermodynamics speaks of the quantitative conservation of energy. The second law of thermodynamics herein, called the second law, refers to the qualitative degeneration of energy. That energy decay is also called entropy. Oh, that energy decay is all, in other words, when you light a match and then it burns for a little while and then it runs out of things to burn and then it burns out. It's entropy. Entropy increases as matter or energy becomes less usable. The second law may be expressed in several ways. It is a very broad and very general law, and because its applications are so varied, it may be stated in a great variety of ways. E.S. Green, Principles of Physics, 1962. Here are the three most important applications of this law. 1. Classical thermodynamics. The energy available for useful work in a functioning system tends to decrease even though the total energy remains constant. 2. Statistical thermodynamics. The organized complexity order of a structured system tends to become disorganized or random. In other words, if you put a pile of styrofoam balls in the middle of a room, eventually they'll spread out, right? Number 3, informative thermodynamics. The informative conveyed by a communicating system tends to become distorted and incomplete. In other words, if you're not feeding into the system, then it's not going to continue. It's going to break down. Or like your car, eventually it's going to break, right? Basically, the second law states that all systems will tend toward the most mathematically probable state and eventually become totally random and disorganized. To put it in the vernacular, apart from a higher power, everything left to itself will ultimately go to pieces. Very good one. All science bows low before the second law. Genuine scientists do also. The exception would be 1, the evolutionists who, with no hesitation, ignore not only the first law and second law, but also other principles and laws such as those which govern matter, life and the DNA, species wall, mutations, etc. And 2, a number of scientists who did not receive an adequate education in basic laws in their university training and therefore are favorable to deception by Darwinian errors. Wow. Such men have no clear conception of the fundamental laws governing nature. Evolution is an outlaw theory, and those who bow to it refuse to acknowledge the proper authority of law. To their credit, there are few evolutionists, though apparently a few, who recognize the critical nature of this problem of the second law and who are trying to solve it. Regardless of the excuses that evolutionists may offer, the second law rises above the foibles and errors of mankind and will not be overthrown. The entropy principle will preside as a ruling paradigm over the next period of history. Albert Einstein said that it is a premier law of all science. Sir Arthur Eddington referred to it as the supreme metaphysical law of the entire universe. Jeremy Rifkin, Entropy, a New World, basically. Let's see, what else is there? You might want to ask any questions or talk about that so far. Hard cheese. Nobody? All right, I'm gonna start picking up people. That's it. I'm gonna start picking up people. Oh my goodness.
Rookie, I admire your dedication
What do you mean?
to reading
Give me
that
an invitation.
into subject.
It's difficult to read that book because it's like just a bunch of articles that are written by other scientists. Like it's references. It's not actually just commentary. It's
But a
actually,
good,
it's actually somebody read all these books about it, all this stuff, and they got all these quotes from the scientists themselves. It's interesting.
nice. And the best part about
Right,
you reading it is it's not you yelling at us, if you know what I mean.
yeah, you guys. Yeah.
I'd rather hear someone talk to me about evolution than scream like a toddler at me, but that's just me.
Damn it! How dare you!
Yeah, call me a numpty.
How do you scream like a toddler?
He's
Like,
talking
can you
about you.
demonstrate for me?
I can neither
I know he
confirm
is.
nor deny.
Okay. You say demonstration is usually necessary. If I'm to avoid it fully.
It's an interesting
No, no, no.
subject, why people believe in evolution. I don't even think I did as a kid, right? I was just like, fuck all that. I'm not even going to think about it. That sounds so weird.
I never really thought about it.
Yeah, I didn't even, as a kid, I was like, I didn't care. I was like, stop it. Why are we talking about
Yeah, I
evolution?
was
We didn't prove anything. Let's go play
chasing
video
girls.
game.
Yeah, that picture of like the monkey turning into the caveman, turning Neanderthal, turning into man was ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's funny though.
I got a good picture here. Hang on.
Uh, is everybody stocking up on food? I'm just curious. 'Cause I'm doing it. I know it sounds paranoid, but I always do it. I've
All
got a
right.
couple. Okay.
Sorry. No, I haven't been doing the food thing. I probably should. I posted a picture of what people believe about evolution in the voice text. Go ahead and see that. And for those who can't see it, the top of the picture is an alligator plus an ostrich, right? Like an alligator fucks an ostrich, and then the equal sign below is a T-Rex. So an alligator
Yeah.
fucking an ostrich made a T-Rex, and that's what people believe.
A two-legged dinosaur.
It's
Yeah.
great.
That's basically what it does. That's basically what it looks like. You're right.
Right.
I never thought about it. Yeah, I thought they were real too, but I realized pretty quickly when I started researching that turns out that supposedly they only have a few bones from most of these dinosaurs. They're guessing on what they look like.
But they could just build the whole
And
thing off the one bone. Yeah, sure.
yeah, you could take the hip bone of a cow and you could carve it out and you could make it shaped differently and you could fool people. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I like that one. That's hilarious. I'm not sure what that dark colored Barney was all about, but I'm sure it's some horrible thing on the internet.
So Barney's a purple gay dinosaur, huh?
Oh, well, I heard the guy who played him was gay, but I don't know if Barney himself is gay. I mean,
Well, he's
a
purple.
cartoon character be gay. So I've been purple before.
Uh, you're like, I hold my breath until I turn purple. Yay!
Yep, that's right. I told my mom, I'm not going to eat. I'm not doing nothing. I'm going to hold my breath till I die. And she'd be like, go ahead, stupid.
I'm gonna play Mario until I'm dead. I don't want any dinner.
Yep. No, luckily, when I was that little, I didn't have Mario yet. It wasn't until like, 9, 10, 11 that Mario came. By then, I was
Yeah,
big enough to buy my own stuff.
I was 4 or 5. I think I was 4, and my stepdad. Well, he wasn't my stepdad at the time. He was courting my mother. So to help out with that and try to impress, he bought me a Nintendo and he bought me Mario with Duck Hunt and the gun. So I was like, Mom,
That's
marry
awesome.
him.
Were you any good at Duck Hunt?
No, not at all.
I figured out how to play it. I
You just
figured
stick
out
the
how you
gun
could
next to the
cheat.
screen, right at the screen, and then you just follow the birds. That's what I did.
Yeah, well, you can do that, but there's also another way to do it. If you shoot the gun from a distance, the farther distance you are away from the TV, the more accurate it is.
Oh, right, yeah,
Until
because it
until
can't
it stops
tell.
working. Yeah, so you'll get more hits more often, and the bigger the TV, the better too. Like you get a really really
Right.
big, like huge big widescreen TV. But yeah,
Yeah, man, that was
there
fun.
was a lot
We
of
had
good
we
games.
had a
Like
big
House
TV
of the
in
Dead
the.
was really fun too.
Oh yeah, totally, totally. And Area 51.
Yeah, that was another
Yep.
one. That was mostly
Um,
arcade though,
yeah.
for sure.
Also,
Yeah, I always played that one whenever it was there.
we had a big screen TV downstairs that was too big for 8-bit Nintendo. We could barely see what was going on.
That's funny.
And then my stepbrother threw a big remote controller through it, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, it's funny they didn't think to put straps on them back then. The
Well,
cord didn't stop it from going through the TV.
it was a big remote too. Like it looked like it could control everything in the house, but we only used it for just the TV.
Are you talking about the
Like,
Nest Advantage?
no, I'm talking about like the remote controller for for like the TV and the VCR and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember those. Yeah, they were like it was like a piece of furniture.
Yeah, it was. Like you couldn't lose it.
It was made out of hardwood and shit. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's just gargantuan and like 90% of the buttons you're never going to use or care about.
Yeah, basically up and down in volume is probably and power is the only one to use. Yeah,
Yep.
all the numbers and
Yep.
all that was like, just keep pushing up and down until I get to the one I want. I remember programming VCRs for people. I don't know how many times that I programmed a VCR for somebody. And now they made them so easy. All you got to do is type in the date and the time. I was like, man, why didn't they think of that 20, 50 years ago? What the hell? Like sometimes the speed at which they release technology is really, really slow. Like it's bad. Hmm. Introduction to psychology. It sure is a big book for not having much in there, you know? This is like literally the bare basics. It's like just scratching the surface kind of stuff. Psychology. You could probably read 50 books this size, and it wouldn't even like compare what there's supposedly about the Ray and Mall. Interest. Sensation versus perception.
I took quite a few psychology classes in college, and
Yeah.
I finally realized that it was all guesswork. They don't know a damn thing about what the brain does or thinks or how it works or whatever, and all the experimental drugs and this and that, and it was just a train wreck. So I just quit taking them. I decided, no way. I'm not going to be the guy that guesses what you need or what you think, or because there's just no way to know. It's the least known about medical subject there is psychology. They know the least amount about what really goes on, and so I just thought it was a total waste of time. That's just my opinion, anyway. But yeah, took several classes in college, and I finally realized, nah, man, this is all bullshit. They're just guessing. They're just prescribing drugs they don't know, experimental drugs that generally don't work at all, are damaging, all kinds of shit. Psychology is a train wreck, I think.
I would tend to agree with you on a lot of that, but there is a lot of it that I think is valid. You know what I mean? Like helps you understand people because the standard, the standard mind, I think, is probably what we're thinking about. But psychology supposedly goes further and tries to explain, mental illness and all that. It kind of psychology kind of reaches into everything. It really does. But I do agree with you on part of that. Like the fact that they really don't know and it's all mostly guesswork. I agree with you. But it's just like with electricity, it's still guesswork too, but we still use it and it's still functional. So I think that eventually we probably find out the answers to all the questions we have about our minds and about the physical body, although it may not be worthy of learning about, in the big picture. But I always find it fascinating to listen to how they come up with these ideas and why they claim that they think this is true and that. That's the part that I get the functionality out of. Because then I think, wow, like some of the torture tests they did on the animals, it's horrible. Like, but when you think about it, it's like it's fascinating how wicked and creepy finding the truth is, and how you can go down these really strange roads of doing horrible things in the name of science. You know what I mean? It's terrifying. I think probably what we should be researching more is how digital televisions work and why there's all that digital circuitry inside of a TV that literally just passes ones and zeros back and forth from station. You know what I mean? You wouldn't think that it'd be so complicated. But that's just my opinion. I think there's something to it. I'm gonna blow a hole in it as soon as I can get my hands on some information. Oh, wow, I just found something fun. Okay, so I just looked up this thing, 50 questions that make you think deeply. I don't know. Some of these are good, some of them are dumb. Here's the first one. If today was your last day on Earth, how would you spend it? What would you do with the time? It's a good question. What does complete happiness mean to you? Hmm. Is it better to be a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond? How much influence does a person's name have on their life? Probably not a whole lot. But I don't know. What are our dreams? That's a good question. Why do we like what we like and dislike what we dislike? That's one of those kid questions, right? Like one of those, don't answer that question. Why do people have to die? That's a good question. Name 3 ways you spend your time that are actually useful. That's a hard one. Is it possible to experience anything objectively? Ooh, wow. If nobody remembered you after you died, would it matter? That's a weird one. What is your most common recurring dream? What would your life be like if you completely removed technology? Hmm. What shape is the sky? That's a good one. Why do we stay part? Why do we stay partly cloudy instead of partly sunny? That's a good question too. Why do we park in the driveway and drive on a parkway? That's a really good one. Imagine yourself as a fictional character. What do you like about him or her? What do you dislike? Those are one of those deep ones. What is your biggest regret? And why don't you think you regret it? Why do you think you regret it so much? Yeah, it does. It does sound like George Carlin. Let's see. What does love mean to you? Okay, that's a good one. What is the color? What is the color of a mirror? Oh man, that one will make you think, won't it? What color is a mirror? Well, it reflects everything, so it's whatever color you happen to be standing in front of it. What's your happiest memory? I don't know. That's a good. I don't know. You think that's not a very good question, but it really is. Like when you start to think about if you had to pick one memory in your life that was good, what would you pick? Like it is a thinker. It does make you think. Where's your favorite place in the world? Do you believe in love at first sight? If you took money out of the equation, what job or career path would you pursue? Hmm, probably the same one I'm in. What does it mean if aliens are real? I don't know. I think it would mean that we're all dead. Where do thoughts come from? I think they come from God. What do you guys think? But I could be wrong. What are 2 things you need to let go of? Oh man, regret? Probably fear and regret. If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? No, it absolutely does not make a sound. You know why? Because why would you want to waste the energy? I'm kidding. I have no idea. When did time begin? It began when light began. When whoever made light. That's when time began.
No, no, no,
Without light,
no,
you
no.
can't see it.
Time is a construct. It's our opinion of stuff. Listen, time doesn't exist, but clocks do, and man-made clocks.
So there's now, and that's it.
Exactly. It's always now.
Well, yeah, it is always now. It's never tomorrow until tomorrow.
Right.
But
But the way we're put
that's
together, the way we're put together,
always.
we have a start to finish to our lives, and so
Mhm.
we see that everything is a beginning and an end, right? We're like, well, we have to know when it started and we have to know when it ended, right? No, you
Maybe
don't,
it
and that
maybe it
means you
never
don't know
ends.
about time or not.
Maybe life never ends. Maybe it just continues. No, I'm serious. Like maybe
Yeah,
when you die, you wake up and you're still alive. You ever think about that? Like
I
I've
don't know.
thought about that a lot. Like what if you die? What if you literally get hit by a car? You see a truck coming in your face, and all of a sudden you black out and you wake up and you're still alive. But you're
Where,
in
like,
another
how are we
world
still alive?
where
All
where you
fucked
didn't
up
get
and
hit by the car. You know what I'm saying?
oh,
Like wouldn't that you know what I'm saying? Like wouldn't that just like mess your head up? It's like you thought, like, oh, I'm just gonna get out of this. I'm just gonna do this or that. Or and you get hit by a truck and then you wake up and you're still alive, but you're in another world where you didn't die. I've always wondered that. And the reason why I've wondered that is because someone told me that time was cyclical, like that it's not going in a straight line, it's going in a circle. And that made sense to me for some reason. I don't know why, but for some reason, the way they explained it, it made sense. And now I'm like, it's dumbfounding me. Like, I'm literally like going, huh? Like, there's got to be some meaning to that, but I can't figure out what it is. It's like having a dream and not understanding what the dream was about, or not remembering all of it. I hate when that.
I did that last night, yeah. And I was talking in my sleep.
Oh, really? Yeah, I do that too. I think everybody. I used to sleep so soundly that literally you could set off fireworks in the house and I wouldn't wake up. But now, I mean, something moves in the room and I wake up. It's weird.
I got a friend who's like that too. He can. So we were playing a rock show in the basement of this apartment once, or sorry, party. It was a house party, and he was drunk, shit-faced drunk. He wasn't ready to play, but we were like, let's just play some songs anyway. So we started to play songs. He was in front of my kick drum. He was playing along with the songs, and then he sat down on my kick drum because he was, drunk. And then he sat down on the ground in front of my kick drum, put his back against the kick drum, and fell asleep while playing a rock show, super loud. It was fucking hilarious.
That is funny.
And that bass drum banging. in
Yeah,
his
yeah.
back.
So I was
Did he
kicking
keep on
into
playing
his
with the beat?
back, and he still fell asleep.
But did he keep on playing in his sleep? That'd be funny.
No, he dropped his guitar.
Oh, man. I bet everybody went, oh.
Nobody noticed, man. It was punk rock. It was like, if you lose the rhythm guitarist, it's not that bad. The lead
Yeah,
guitarist can play
okay, I
both
got
parts.
you. Yeah, he's just going ding, 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 ding the whole time. Yeah.
Right.
I got you. You want me to keep reading these questions? Or people?
Yeah, totally. Read them.
Okay. So where was I? Let's see here. When did time begin? Right, that's where I was. Okay. Do we dream in pictures or words? Wow. I don't know. I think I dream in pictures because I don't remember people's names. Usually when I wake up from a dream, I don't remember the name, even though I know who they were. Like I'll say, it was you. Like I'll tell my mom, I dreamed about you last night. She'll be like, what do you mean? I'll be like, well, I dreamed. I know it was you. I said, it must have been you because but I don't remember ever actually seeing anyone's face in the dream. So it's kind of weird that, I don't know. It makes me wonder. I know I don't think in words, even though I can visualize words in my mind. It's still more like pictures in my mind. It's like, no, it's not even pictures. It's more like memories, more like just flashes. It's not
like
really even pictures.
when I wake up
But
from a dream.
I can imagine it that way, though, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So like when I wake up from a dream, I know that I saw pictures while I was dreaming, but it's the feeling that lasts. It's the feeling that the people and the things in the dream gave me while I was sleeping. It turns into like a day-long emotion that, that reminds me of the dream.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes it's like that for me too, but it's rare. It's less often nowadays in my older age because I don't think I sleep deep enough to like long enough in REM sleep too. And when I do, I usually forget right when I wake up.
Yeah.
But it's there's all kinds of factors.
I'm gonna start trying to lucid dream.
Yeah. Can you train yourself to do that?
There's one way I heard about. It's just as you're falling asleep, just say I'm awake, I'm awake, I'm awake, just over and over and over as you are falling asleep, and then like you're going into
I would
dreamland
think that
saying
I'm awake would start to sound very foreign after saying that.
I don't know. That's what I heard.
Have you ever done that before? That's another experiment I say people should do. Just just pick a word that you like and just say that word over and over and over again until it starts to sound stupid. Because it does. After a while, it starts to sound ridiculous. You're like, wait a minute, why does that word sound so dumb now? It's so strange, bro. But you know what? I think that's how brainwashing works. Is they've figured out what the threshold in your mind is, what the typical threshold is. And so they know exactly how many times to like berate you with the same words and the same sayings before your mind it'll just remember it, right? And that's really all it is. It's planting information in your mind so that when you first think about something, that pops into your head first, right? It becomes subconscious.
Right. Because it's just repetition. It's the same thing as like muscle memory. You do things over and over, your body gets used to it and expects that.
Yeah, and the muscles tear and they heal in places so that you can do it better every time. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense.
There's so many words like that though that just become nonsensical almost right away, like the word build.
Or
Build.
if
What is that
build,
word? Build.
build. Oh, you remember when I was talking the other day? I don't know if you were in here, but I was talking about. Oh shit! I forgot what it was. Damn it! Oh, it was in my head too. Oh, I hate when that happens.
You'll think
I
of
say
it.
too many words and then the mind goes anyway. I'll think of it. Now I lost my track of what I was saying. Okay, well, go on with what you're saying.
It's good, man. Just keep reading those questions.
All right, so let's see. With that one down. What in your life do you consider to be the biggest waste of time? What in your
I
life do you
actually,
consider to be the
I don't have any
biggest
of
waste
those
of
because I'm really happy right now where everything worked out. So luckily,
time?
right now, I don't have any of those.
No, I think it's
I
probably
mean,
playing video
okay,
games,
here, I'll give you
sitting in
one.
front of the TV set. Yeah, masturbating. There's all kinds of
Okay,
things I can think of where I was
masturbation.
wasting time.
Yep, masturbation is the only thing I've ever wasted my time on. Years ago, I stopped, but yeah, that was
Oh
a
yeah, we've
complete.
all got some. I mean, you got to go back in history. I always think back to when I'm a kid. Usually, when somebody asks me a question like that, don't you? It's like because as an adult, I've kind of like refined my morality a little bit, so I feel like I feel kind of safe that I'm doing good things, right? That I'm not a bad person, and I think everybody probably thinks that way, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Imagine your life 10 years from now. What do you see? It's a good question.
I see my kids running around in a field, and
I see my
my
daughter
wife and I
phone
watching them.
and being a woman.
Yep.
Is that good? All right. Next one is think of a loved one you've lost. If you could ask them one question, what would it be? Wow. I don't know if I could narrow it down to one question.
It'd be Nan. Did they teach you flat Earth in school?
That's a good one. If you could live absolutely. Okay, go ahead.
I would ask my dad if he knew how much I loved him, even though I didn't show it a lot.
Yeah. I knew that one was going to bring up some feelings because it brings up
Yep.
feelings for me. I lost my grandma when I was 8, 9 years old. So
Yeah.
if you could live absolutely anywhere, where would you live? Anywhere. Oh, I'd live in the pyramids. I'd go live in Giza somewhere. Some crazy place like that. But definitely a place with air conditioning.
Did
No
you say
matter where.
Giza?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'd build a hotel on top of the pyramid.
There you go.
If I could
That's
build
cool.
if I could live anywhere, yeah. Wouldn't you?
I don't know where I'd live, to be honest. Maybe Iceland? I don't know. Alaska?
How about Antarctica?
Well, it's too cold there. I want to go to like a
Yeah,
cool,
it definitely
beautiful
has
place.
free AC, that's for sure.
Right, you'll never get hot, ever.
Yeah, you don't have to worry. As long as you got enough clothing to put on, you're all good, man. Even if
Right.
your face freezes.
No, my grandma went
Sorry.
to Ireland once. It's very beautiful there.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
So there's just a
Beautiful.
lot of places.
People are nice there too. Believe it or not, people are different there.
Yeah,
It's like
they're
when
great.
you walk up to somebody in a store or something, and you talk to them, they actually talk back to you. They're not rude, and they don't just walk away. Like it's really interesting.
Yeah,
And they love American accents. They make fun mostly, but it's fun because they want to talk to you, and it's really 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 interesting being the one with the accent. You know what I mean?
right.
That was interesting for me. I thought that was quite. I enjoyed it actually. I got lots of attention, and I like it.
Yeah, man.
Okay, is it easier to hate or love? I think it's easier to love, but you know what? Even though hate seems to come quickly and all that, and it seems to burn, in our hearts, I still say that I still don't dwell on the negative. I'll still normally just sit and dwell on the positive. I think about like when I'm
I
down, I'll
totally
usually
agree.
sit and try to think about things that happened to me that were good,
Yeah, I
even
totally
though it
agree.
might bring back bad memories.
I think hate comes easier at first, but see, with hate you have to keep hating. You have to choose every day, every minute to hate something or someone. Whereas love, you don't have to
That's
choose
why I
that. Once
say
it
it's
happens,
easier to
it
love. Yeah.
happens.
simply because of that. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Yeah. What is infinity? That's a really interesting question.
It's nothing because listen,
Well,
if you were
it
to
doesn't
say
exist.
if you were to say something is infinite and doesn't have an end, that's still a measurement that you need to get.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You still have to get there and eventually and be able to measure it. Right. But infinite. Well, in that case, then you'd never reach it. Right. If it was infinite, then you'd never reach the end of it. So you would. How would you even know what infinite was? Right. Like that's the part that confuses me about it. But no. But time is a construct of your mind. It's not because it's always right now. Think about it that way.
Yep.
I'm talking about Betty that way. Yeah, but why? Right now is the only thing important, though. Honestly, if you think about it, you know what I mean. Like right now is tomorrow. You can't fix tomorrow. I mean, you can plan for it. Yeah, I mean, if you got some big thing going on, but
But you
honestly,
gotta wait till you get there. You gotta wait till that is
yeah, you
now.
still got to wait till you get there before you can pull it off. Yeah, exactly. So I guess I guess you're right. In a way, I can understand why you say that it's a construct of your mind, time that doesn't exist. It's
I'll
just,
put it to you this way.
yeah,
Do
right
you
now
think
exists. You're right. That's the only thing that does exist now. I mean, the past is past, it's gone, and the future hasn't happened yet. So yeah, technically you're right.
do you
I
think
can
a
agree.
bear or a fish know what an hour is?
No, absolutely not.
So there you
They'd be
go.
like, "What do you mean an hour?" And they'd probably be like, "Why do you keep calling it that?" it
Are you
it
trying to
was just
limit my life?
earlier.
I was
It
having a
was
lot of fun
earlier,
until you said that I'm in hours
not
and
an hour
days.
ago. It was just earlier. We just did it earlier.
See, here's the thing. Because we have finite existence as beings and we notice the stars and stuff rotating above us, we take from a certain period between our life and our death how many patterns repeats itself in the sky, and we call that time. But if it's always going, there's no such thing as time.
Oh, I love the next couple questions. Oh, these are good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, this is going to be a good one. What is your personal mission statement? Mission statement.
Oh,
Wow.
mine is levity in the face of tragedy.
Okay, it's good. I don't know. I thought about this so long that I don't know what to say right now because I've thought about so many different ones. If I was ever asked this question, this is one of those that I dwelled on for some reason.
Just pick one.
I think my personal mission statement more likely is to live and let live and learn as much as I can and get to the end and have some pride left. You know, like that's kind of like my mission statement is to help people and learn and try to, and hopefully when I get to the end of my life, I won't regret it. You know what I mean? I'll have positive things to carry me on into whatever happens after.
Yeah, man. Well, then you have to develop some more self-esteem because everyone else sees that you're amazing. So now you got to accept it.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably the most difficult thing to do. But then if I did that, that could change me. That could make my ego, and I try to stay away from that. So I know I sound silly sometimes when I talk like I do. It's because I'm trying to avoid that because I know how easily you could be deceived by it. So it's like something I fear. Like doing the best at something. That doesn't need to be so, right? Like I might say, "Oh, I'm better than you," but only because right now at this moment I actually better at it. I've got the muscle memory or whatever. But that doesn't mean you couldn't just go and do it tomorrow, come back and do it just as good as I do. You know what I'm saying? So like on
Yeah.
that sense, I don't feel guilty about boasting about things that are physical when I know other people can do it. But if it's something that no one else can do, then yeah, on the other hand, I can see where that would be. But I don't know.
Totally,
I
man.
feel
Totally.
that's something I fear the most. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
some gravy on that question.
Right? Yeah, that one makes you think a lot. It also does if you answer it honestly, it does say a lot about you, right? Like you can tell
Yeah.
a lot about a person by the way they answer a question like that. Because some people will go at it in different ways, right? There's the way where you just honest and you just say, yeah, whatever's on your mind. And then there's the reserved version where you're like, oh well, I'm on live and I don't want people that don't know me to think this about me or that. I try not to dwell on that kind of stuff because when I do, then it makes me act silly, right? When you're
Yep.
trying to avoid being a certain way, usually when you stumble and you do it, right? Screw it up.
Exactly. The
So
the
you just
instant
wait.
The instant you start trying to not be a certain way is the instant you start being that way until you naturally stop being that way. You can't force it.
Right. Yeah. It's like the opposite at first. And it's like that way on purpose. It's like to make you think and make you learn. It's like a struggle. I think that was part of what God cursed us. It was like, this is going to happen to you all the time now. You're going to have to learn lessons and you're going to have to endure because now you have good and evil. You know what I mean? Like, that makes so much sense to me. But anyway, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into that part of it. Okay, now here comes another good one. Would you live through a year of extreme hardship if it meant a lifetime of happiness? Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Just
I've
a
done it.
year?
So
Holy
yeah,
shit. Yeah, just give me that
oh
1
yeah,
year.
you bet your ass. I'd probably take quite a bit of torture and
I'd do
horrible
5, 10
misery. Yeah.
years. You know what I mean? And I have.
No, don't make it icky, bro. It's just a
All
year.
right.
Let's not screw it up.
Okay, yeah,
Don't start saying
we'll
that,
stick with
man.
the
You'll
year. We
screw
got lucky.
it.
We got lucky
You'll
with just the
jinx
year.
us, bro. That's like, how much you want for that? $100? You know what I mean? And then the guy goes, "Oh, you only want $100?" It's like, "Oh, wait a minute, 1,000?" You're like, "Wait a minute, don't do that to me, man." It's funny. Wow. Yeah, I would definitely for a year. Yeah, for sure. Describe. Yeah, but that makes you ask the question. Now, see, this is what it leads to, though. Is it makes you think, okay, well, if you do it for a year, then why don't you just do it for the next year, just to see how much change it makes and how much better your life is, right? If you really believe in goodness and mercy and all this stuff, right? Like, why can't you do that? Well, that's the human condition, right? You're going to fail at that at some point or another, or some way or another. You're going to fail, or you're going to feel like you anyway. You maybe in the world might think you did it all perfectly because in their mind you thought of it right. I'll be there in a second. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, you got to fail properly, right?
Well, yeah, you have to screw it up. It has to cause you misery or pain, or at least irritation, or just what I mean, slow you down or whatever and irritate you. Because if something doesn't irritate you, then you don't really sit and think about it and all the ways that it's that way and why it's that way and who's doing it and who's responsible. All those things. And sometimes your brain needs to know those things. At least mine does. Maybe that makes me crazy. Maybe it just makes me normal. I don't know. You know what I mean? But honestly, I think it's the most interesting part about being part of this, whatever this is, right? Is that you really aren't going to know until it actually ends, right? But
Yep.
with that in mind, what are you going to do about it, right? Like that to me, that's an opportunity. It's a test. It's a challenge. Well, what can you do? It's like basically, how do I know I didn't come here with this attitude of, oh, I can do this, God, send me down there and let me experience what Earth's like, so that way I can, because I think I'll do a good job of it, right? Like that's what I always try to imagine in my mind that I may have said, because that might end up turning out to be the way it is. You know what I'm saying? So I always try to think about like how can I change things now to where when I get to that particular thing, if that's the way it ends, then I want to be ready for that. I want to have an answer for that question. I want to be able to say this is what I did and this is why I did it and why I feel like I deserve salvation or whatever, right? Even though I
Yep.
know I already have it based on whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I find it fascinating how all that fits together and how it seems to fit right into it. Like it fits in with all those times in my life where I learned lessons and things. Like where my mom or somebody told me, "Don't do that; it'll hurt you," or "Don't mess with that person because they're bad," or whatever, because they had a feeling. And even though they may or may not have been wrong, there's a lot of times where they were right. And if I would have listened, I would have learned. And so it took a lot of those before I started to actually start to pay attention to what people told me and the advice they gave me. Right. And then I
Yeah.
finally realized that, you can tell by the way people will give you the advice whether or not it's genuine. And so that's what I spent more time on, is learning how to tell when people are genuine, because there's a lot of liars out there. But once you find genuine people, then you're in good company, and that's the people you make friends with. You know what I'm saying?
Totally, man. That was good. Yeah.
All right. I don't know why I even rolled that out, but who's in the brain? Describe yourself in one sentence. Nope, can't do that.
God forbid, right?
Yeah, really. I mean, no, that's like describing a portrait, in one sentence. You could write you could write thousands of words, right? I gotta move to a different room so I can mute for a second. I'll read the next question. You'll follow. Okay. When do you feel the most at peace? And if you could change just one thing about your life, what would you change? That's a good one. I like that.
I would change my. Oh no, I don't know yet. What do you think? Patience. I need to have more patience with people.
It's a really good one. I think that's probably what I would have picked too. I would have said, like not jumping to haste, not being hasty.
Yeah,
The haste,
totally,
yeah,
totally.
and the rebellious attitude. That would probably save my life. I probably learned a lot more as a child, and actually really good lessons. If I would have paid more attention and knew that it was actually, that's what I was here for. Like when I was a kid, I just thought I was here, thought the hormones were taking over. I just thought I was here to get laid and have fun. Isn't that what he thought? You just run and play, right? And when you get older and your hormones change, then that's what you want to do. You want to go out and make a family or whatever, or at least go chase women and have fun, play, and get experiences, go out and do things, ride motorcycles, go hiking, and whatever, swimming, boating, experience the things in the world that are fun.
More outgoing, right? Rookie, I love you, buddy, but I got to go do some things. Good talking to you. Good question.
All right. Anybody else is out there? What are the top 3 items on your bucket list? Anybody can answer if I want to. Or you can just be bumps on a log and you get to sit on your pants or sit at work and be bored and just listen. You could do that, I guess. But, describe your perfect vacation. Ooh. Imagine your future self. What do you see? Well, that's a good one, too. I don't like it, but I don't know. I think I probably won't be much different. Maybe older, more gray hair. I don't really see much changing except maybe just getting wiser and learning more about the world and things. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll be able to go and do some fun, cool things. Like I'll actually get off my butt here and go to San Francisco and do some level testing with ships and things like that. Because I really kind of want to iron that out in my mind. I want to be able to say completely and totally that, I've exhausted all that stuff, Like, I've actually experienced what I'm claiming because I've been down there and looked at the horizon and all that. I've measured it, you know what I'm saying? That I've done. But I haven't actually gotten 2 camera angles at the same time and watched a ship disappear when it's leaving, going away from me, and then get another angle where I can see it going from left to right and see that it's not curving. Hello? You know what I mean? What's the most important lesson you've ever learned? Ooh, that's a good one. What's the most important lesson you ever learned?
Most important I ever learned?
The most important lesson, whether it be learning to add and subtract or whatever, any lesson.
I don't know.
I'm going to answer this and then I got to go. Humility is mine.
Humility. That's a good one.
Love hurts. There you go.
Love hurts. That's funny. In your opinion, what makes life worth living? Wow. Family, I guess. Friends and family is really, honestly, I have lots of toys and all kinds of things to play with, but I spend more of my time just talking to people and interacting with people, whether it be online or, you know, people that I know or friends or whatever. That's a good question, though. What makes life worth living? Yeah, it would. I guess it's because I know I'm supposed to. I guess in a way, I feel duty. There's some sense of duty to it in my mind. Like, just honestly, I feel like I have a duty to survive and endure whatever it is that I have to deal with here, because maybe that's what life's all really about. Maybe if you endure all the shit here and you learn these lessons, and when you get to the end, you get some kind of reward, or maybe everybody gets a reward. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, I I don't know. It just makes more sense to me, like that. If this is some kind of a simulation or whatever this place is, wherever we really are, I just feel like there's a way to get out and like to advance above and beyond it without
Do you think
trying to change myself into a man or a woman
do
or
you think
whatever
your
the hell.
consciousness that carries on when you pass?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I
Where's
just
it
don't.
go?
I just don't. I don't know.
Huh.
I don't know where it goes, but who knows? But I mean, there's so many things that I know are true that are magical like that, like electricity. There's all kinds of things about the world that are magical. So why wouldn't the intelligence in your mind, your consciousness, why wouldn't it survive? It doesn't make sense not to. Like it's the only way that we would evolve and get smarter in the first place, wouldn't it? Because if you look at thermodynamics, it says that things break down. They go from order to disorder. They don't stay. So that means we have to constantly manifest our will in order to keep everything going, right? The moment that we all just give up on it is the moment the whole world just goes to shit, right? Okay.
No food,
I know I'm just rambling on, sorry guys.
cannibals, shit.
No, might be relevant, might not be. Right?
If there was
Regardless
no
of where we're at.
producing of food, dude, this place would be horrible.
So what now?
It'd be fun.
If we weren't producing food?
Nobody was producing food anymore. Like no more stores and shit like
Well,
that.
I got vegetables in my garden. And I got seeds all stored up too in case something happens. But, and I got all
Yeah,
kinds
then
of
you have
food. This cooler right here is
trying to
full of
take
beans
your
and rice.
Right.
The stuff that doesn't go bad.
Get your shit because they ain't got
Yeah, well, maybe, but well, I mean, if somebody came to my door and asked me for some food and I had some, I'd probably share it with them. I'd invite them in. Well, no, but maybe it might work, it might not. But if that doesn't work, then I guess the barrel of a gun would change their minds. I don't know. I mean,
I'm just saying in that scenario, you know, shit gets crazy.
yeah, but I'm just putting it to the side so that I know that I've got something to fill my belly while I'm out searching for more. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be starving hungry doing that, because then you get crazy and act stupid, right? You know what I mean? You start getting desperate. You start doing stupid things. If you got a full belly when you go out looking for food, then you don't. Maybe, I don't know. I can't imagine the world getting to that point, but it could. It's possible. I just can't imagine it.
I can imagine it, but I hope it never goes. It's not
Yeah, I don't want to imagine it because it might actually make it. Well, I don't know. I think what's happening right now, honestly, I think that we're doing it to ourselves. I think so many of us are falling for this disingenuous storyline, whatever you want to call it, media crap, that it's literally making us so dumb that we're literally causing the world to change into some negative thing that it isn't. But because our will is strong.
Made dumb. We got made lazy. All this computer bullshit.
No, smart people that were hardworking made us lazy.
Right.
But why?
I'm saying though, this shit made us lazy.
Not necessarily.
The shit does shit for you. Keeps your attention instead of you being out.
Well, yeah, to an extent, but if you use it only in order to get information, in order to do things in the world, then it's not as harmful.
That's different. But
Right.
That's not how it's used. And you know it.
Well, no, but that's how they sell it to you, though.
Right.
Right.
That's why they sell it.
That's how they sell it. They sell it to you as, oh, this is going to make you smarter and faster and better, and you're going to be better than everyone else in your neighborhood because you have a computer now and you can figure out, you know, all these advanced calculations and make all these pictures pop up on your screen and everything, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm monologuing now. I hope somebody's listening. And I'm not even looking.
The only drawback is you don't know who actually is watching the video.
What?
Drawback is you don't know who's watching with you.
Well, anyway, we're almost to 50, so I'm going to try to get to the end of this here. Okay, I said they read that one. Let's see. What? Actually, I already did that one. Why do we spend our spare time doing things we don't actually enjoy?
A necessity.
No, that's a good question. Is that why you do it? You feel a necessity? That's a good question, though.
Keep you sane, occupied.
That is kind of stupid, though, because I actually can think of lots of times where I do things that I don't enjoy doing, but yet I sit around and grovel about how I'm bored. It's like, well, do something different, dummy. Well, I don't want to. I'm too lazy. That's funny. That's it. Well, it's so easy to be lazy when things are seemingly like, I've got this house I can always run into if it gets dark outside or if it gets scary or if some animal comes to get me. So I guess in a sense, I'm not worried about, watching around me like I would if I was out in the open. But I mean, that's weird that when you start to look at things in that context, at how it kind of changes your whole attitude about what you're really doing in the world and how it kind of is bad, and you see how it's bad and it's being advertised as bad, but you're accepting it like it's good. No, it's not. Don't ever let that fool you. The stuff they sell you on TV is bad for you. I don't care what it is. The people that make that stuff probably originally make the whole idea of it was positive, but once you turn it into a business in order to make money and pay people and stockholders and all that, then it becomes a business, and then it changes. It becomes a monster that just feeds on itself and everything else around it. It doesn't care. It wants to impress its stockholders, and that's all that matters. That's why I don't like that part of the business. But I know business is necessary for us all to survive if we want to live in cities, I guess. But if we just divvied up the land, we'd all have many, many acres of land, and we could grow all our own food. But I guess most people would rather sit in an office all day and type on a computer and deal with ignorant people and complaining about ignorant things that don't matter, or whatever kind of job. Nobody gets upset when they don't want to go to work.
That's what she said.
She's upset.
Asked her how she's doing today. If I'm upset that I'm not at work.
Really?
Well, why ain't you at work? She said, I took the day off. I said, well, you did it to yourself.
Okay. What keeps you up in the middle of the night? Worry. Worry and regret keeps me up at night. That's the two main things that do. And I don't know why it does that.
Oh my God. Did you see the news this
You
morning?
how dare you call his
Did you see
name?
any news at all today?
No, I don't
You
watch
see
the
what
news.
They're doing?
They're not doing
Trying
anything.
to legalize drugs like cocaine and heroin and shit like that. They're trying.
I told you that was
They're
coming. I've
trying
been
to
telling you
make
that
it
for
to
years.
where they're saying do it with a group. Don't do drugs alone.
Yeah, don't do them
And
alone.
they're doing
You didn't
they're
get
saying
crack
do it
pipe?
safely. So they're like providing
insane.
places for people to do their dope and shit. I mean,
You didn't,
because of fentanyl.
you didn't get your crack pipe?
What the heck?
Because of all the overdoses. And I'm thinking, well, dude, what, the 60s, 70s? I mean, motherfuckers overdosed every goddamn day, didn't they?
Wow.
What's the difference now, right?
I don't know.
Fucking retarded.
I've always said
But
that.
they are basically legalizing.
Well, I've always said
Cocaine
that the
and
best way to deal with it would be to make it legal, but make it so that it has to be regulated to an extent to where it's
Yeah,
pure and
that's
it's
what
not
they're doing.
dangerous or whatever.
That's exactly what they're doing. It's unreal.
Well, that's what they should have done years ago. I don't see why they should. I mean, I think you ought to. I mean, if a woman has a right to do what she wants with her body, why the hell can't we do what we want with our bodies? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that. That don't make sense to me. But
Unbelievable.
I do agree that children, especially when they're growing and when they're learning, I don't think that's a good thing for children. So I think kids should stay away from that stuff. But once you're grown up and you're already an adult and you've already made a career and you've
No,
made a
know
life
what
for
I think they're
yourself,
doing
then
it?
yeah, you want to do stuff like that, do it.
I think they're doing it because there's money involved. Or the cartels have gotten to them or something.
No, it's because the people in the world have realized that that's exactly what they did. They deliberately did it to create the cartel so they could make money, because they could take money from the cartels anytime they want,
Wake up. We need to make
because they can just threaten and say, no, we're not going to let you bring those drugs over here into our country no more. Why do you think they made the war on drugs? It was deliberately so they could meter it, so they could charge them, so they could steal the drugs from them half the time and then sell it back to them. They're not stupid.
Make businesses leaking tax.
I'm just saying that's just my opinion, of course.
It's fucking crazy.
Has anybody got an argument against it? I mean, it seems to be that way.
I swear to God, I'll pass out first.
It's almost like as if some guy in a room somewhere that you never see is making the decisions. Some butthead like gets all mad because he watched TV and go, "Oh damn it, those sons of bitches," and then starts telling him to do stuff.
Well, what about all the
And like
people,
wag the dog.
what about all the people that are in prison for fucking drugs and shit? I mean, that's just fucked up, bro.
What, they're gonna have to stay in there because they committed the crime while it was still illegal, right?
Yeah,
That's bullshit too. Maybe they should just empty all the prisons of anything that wasn't like violent or physical, like, that kind of thing. If it was all drug related or if it was selling things or not paying your taxes. I don't know of anybody that's been to prison for that, but who? I ain't never known anybody. All you have to do is send them like $15 a month and they can't, that's nothing, there's nothing they can do about it. Or maybe that law is different in every country. I don't know. As long as you're trying to pay them back, they can't throw you in jail. Like, why would they? They want to collect the money from you. If you're in jail, you can't make any money unless they're making so much off you while you're in jail that it's worth it to them. But I can't see that unless you're like a skilled tradesman. If all you can do is clean toilets and make hamburgers, then, they need people to serve food in the prison, but gee whiz, I mean, how many guys do they need, right? But no, that's asking the question. Is there a such thing as a private prison? And
Sure.
if there is, why would that ever be allowed?
Anything you can think of, I'm sure it's up.
But why would that ever be allowed? Who could name one person that can justify that to me? A private prison. Like, a prison is to reform people that are criminals. It's not to make money. So why in the hell would they make it a business? That doesn't make any logical sense. Unless it's just to destroy the minds and the character of human beings. In my personal opinion. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this stuff.
That's what a prison is. It does.
But I don't know.
Solitary confinement is the worst thing.
All right, let me just read the last few questions here. Is there a such thing as an ordinary life? If so, what does that look like? Wow, that's a good one. Would you really want to live a life that's free of challenges or obstacles? No, I would not want to live. It's boring already, but yeah. That's a really, really good question. Would you really want to live a life that's free? No, I wouldn't. There has to be some kind of, I mean, think about it. If there wasn't like a hill you haven't climbed over, or a bicycle you haven't ridden, or a motor, or whatever the hell it is, a roller coaster you haven't ridden, whatever it is. There's things in life that we all have, like a bucket list, right? So it makes sense to me that, yeah, without that, there'd be no hope. Because if you didn't fail, you would never see when you're doing something right. And it's great to win, but if you didn't lose a few times, it wouldn't be great to win, would it? Because, I know people all the time that are just naturally good at things. And when they play those things, they're bored of it. They don't really care about it. They're like, okay, I'll play with you. And you're like, no, I got to play you so I can beat you. And they're like, okay. And they'll play, but they're like, they don't really care to play the game because they know they're going to win. They know that you haven't figured out, the trick to it. And so it makes them bored of it. So they don't really want to play unless you push them. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, if you meet a boxer and you go, come on, let's box. He's like, nah, man, it's cool. That's my, I don't want to do that when I'm at home. So that makes things funny. You have to have obstacles and challenges, man. If there wasn't some guy trying to take that girl you're after or whatever, like, it wouldn't make it. I mean, just think about how boring life would be as if you got what you wanted every single time you asked for it. It would be literally boring, bro. I know it sounds like fun, but I really honestly think that would be a curse. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though obstacles and pain and suffering sucks, I still realize the necessity of it. So I don't think I'd ever get rid of it. No. How often do the things you worry about actually happen? Actually, don't ask that question because I am always right. I'm kidding. Not always. Quite often, the things I worry about happen. Quite often. That's the reason why I worry, is because I know I have a valid reason. is I understand things in a different way. I think out things, and I ask questions to people of similar situations. So I find out what's going on in people's minds. Because like when something happens to you, like a car accident happens in front of you, you can only tell it from your perspective, but your perspective is so important, like in that situation, right? So it's like the fact that you being factual and being meticulous about being right and about saying the right words and being correct and correctness, right? I think that's an important part of integration into your life. But I don't think you should push it to a point where it makes other people uncomfortable. Because people that can't think as quickly or can't understand or comprehend what you're talking about, it makes them feel like they're invalids, or it makes them feel less than, or that you're talking over them, or that even though you're not saying that you feel superior, they feel like as if you're putting off that vibe, because it's an automatic stimulation in their mind when they do that, and they know they can't do that, and it makes them jealous in some sense. So it's jealousy in them, but it's selfishness, really, is what it is. And on the base, it's selfishness. So I think selfishness is the worst thing in the world. It's not money, it's not greed, it's selfishness. Because when you're selfish and you want things and you don't care about the consequences to other people around you, or even yourself sometimes, that's the most ignorant you can ever be. And love of money is that exactly. It's the love of self. It's the love of yourself, which is selfishness. It's because you want you to be first. You want what you want first, and then everybody else can have some, but you want yours first. And that's not right. It's not really right to be that way. You should be able to let go of things and share things and not regret it. Like, why would you regret giving away something unless you didn't get to play with it yet? I mean, I even give stuff away I don't get to play with. I have things in my garage, thousands of things in my garage. And people will come over and go, "Wow, man, you're a pack rat." And I'm like, "Not really." I said, "I just don't throw away important things, and they get thrown everywhere because I'm very bad at organizing things. I'm better at disorganizing things. But I do fix things, but I usually make a big mess doing it. So it's like a process of, But anyway, if you don't keep up with the cleanup, then yeah, you end up with a garage like mine, where it's not really dirty and messy. It's just like everything's piled here and there and here and there where I did a project. And there's projects everywhere, so. But anyway. But yeah. How often do the things I worry about actually happen? Yeah, it's quite often, actually. That's what I was going to get to. And I give people advice all the time, and almost every time I give someone advice, it turns out to be true when they don't listen. So, I mean, I always warn people, like, hey, like, I'm good at judging. And they always, he did the same thing for the last, how many years? How many years have you known me? Long time. Since we were like 20? Shit. Anyway, 20-something years, 28, 29 years? That's a long time. But you get to know somebody, right? And you get to know their mannerisms and the way they react to a situation. Like, if some guy crashes into your car and then drives away, how is your next door neighbor going to react, or how is your best friend going to react? You can kind of judge that, right? Like, everybody can think of a time where if you would ask that question, you'd have had an answer for it, right? But then there's some people that don't ever think about anything like that, and it makes me wonder, how could you not think about those? How can you keep your mind from thinking or wondering about that stuff? I don't know. Maybe I do have a crazy mind or something. But I always wonder, like, why things are the way they are. How did they get that way? How did, you just look at anything in the room in front of you. Just look at any one item in the room and think about how that item got made and how many people had to touch it and do things to whatever they manipulated into making the item. If it's just a little stick to pick your teeth with, that's not a big deal. But, if it's a plastic form box, you realize somebody had to create the machine to make the box, right? Like we were talking about this earlier when I was reading that evolution thing. It's like things don't go into order, they go into disorder. So it takes intelligence, it takes comprehension and understanding and logic and all those things. It takes consciousness in order to manipulate the world into fascinating things. God gave us the ability, or whoever created this place and us gave us that ability, but he created the blocks, but we can only use those building blocks. We can't just use the things he used to build us, right? So we're limited. So it's hard for us to understand, a creator in that sense. But, it doesn't matter how you how you look at it. Like it doesn't have to be some guy on a pedestal or some old man in a robe. You know, God is just basically the put you here. Like however we got here. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's lots of places like this. Maybe that's why we have extraterrestrials. Maybe there's other places just like this place where we live. Maybe there's thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them. Maybe, you know, who knows? We don't know. Nobody really knows until we either get up there, get through the barrier, or whatever is up there. Until we actually do that, we won't know. But it seems to me like I feel like, why ain't I doing something about it, right? I keep thinking to myself, that's what probably keeps me up at night, is why ain't I doing more to find the truth about the things? Like there's got to be a way I can get around not being able to go to the places and still see them somehow, right? Get up high enough to see things and understand why it looks the way it looks and what it really looks like with your eyes. And at the same time, be able to understand the logic of, like, you know, if you saw it with your own eyes, the pressure that would be up there or the lack of pressure, would it affect your eyes so that your eyes changed shape or something and made you see things curve? Who knows? I mean, there's all kinds of fascinating, interesting things it could be, like that we don't understand, right? But it's a scary thought, but I still think that's the most fascinating thing in the world to do, or what would be the most fun to try now. Even though I'm kind of an older guy, I would love to be involved in exploring the rest of the world, or the places that we think aren't there, and make sure that they're there or they aren't there, right? Like that would be a very interesting thing to do. All right, I'm going to shut up now. Somebody else needs to talk.
My son calls me about an hour ago, tells me he's coming by to get his food card. He left it in his pants, which is fine. So yeah, fine. So he's coming, and he's bringing my mom. They're going for a ride, and my house is like not filthy, but it's kind of cluttered up. And my mom is a clean freak, and it's like there's no way I can have my house cluttered up a little bit with my mom maybe coming in the house. So I've been busting my ass for like the last hour and a half, getting my house spick and span and organized and looking like a real human being lives here.
They call and say they're not coming.
And she says she's too tired to come in the house. So anyway.
That's Murphy's Law, bro.
Yeah,
that's Murphy's Law right there.
But anyway, my house looks nice. Anyway, so that was one good thing out of it. Because I do get
complaints. Good things come from misery and stuff.
It wasn't miserable. It was just kind of like, oh, geez, I better take care of this. Pick this stuff up, make it look like a human being lives here.
Now, if you could only learn to flip that switch on every time you needed to get things done, you'd have to figure it out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, this is true. But the switch is kind of worn out. It's 66 years old. And sometimes when you flip it, it doesn't do anything.
I can relate to that, bro. Sometimes you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Move, leg. Move, arm.
Yep.
Why did I drop that glass of milk on the counter? I don't know. I just let go of it. I don't know why.
No, I don't know why I told you guys that. I just figured I'd fucking tell you a little bit about my morning activity and my good times, bad times, misery.
Drivel that Rookie's been doing all morning.
You said it was 66 years old. You sure it wasn't 66.6 years old?
Well, my birthday was just a few days ago, so yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's not like our fake planet measurements, 66.6.
Yeah. Well, if and when that day comes along, I'm going to make sure that I'm surrounded by good things, nice people, maybe some scripture, maybe, you know, and I'm not superstitious, but yeah, because that's not me. I'm not 666 in any way. So
Well, I was just funning with you.
I know you was. I'm just saying. I thought about that though. I did actually think about that scenario. My birthday, I'm 66. That in itself is 2/3 of the way there to this horrible number, and I've got to live with it.
Makes you glad you weren't worried about that when you turned 33, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm like, thank God no one told me about that when I was 33. I would have been paranoid. I would have been tripping like, oh no, this is because of 33. It's X. Okay.
If everybody told me about it when I was 33, fuck, I might have went straight to the Mason Lodge and says, "Hey, sign me up." Fuck, I don't know.
And you'd still be going down there every time they have a thing, and you'd be doing work for free. That's what they usually do to you. I know a guy who's involved in it, and every time we go to like an event or something, you know, they have a crab feed or whatever. There'll be something going on. They raise money and shit like that. So me and my wife will show up, and it's funny because he's always like working there. He's never like sitting at the table with us eating. He's always like working, like serving the food and stuff like that. I always thought it was interesting. So it's basically like servitude. So just remember that if you go join that club, that's probably where you're going to end up. You're going to end up sitting down there every weekend.
Well, I'm going to end up
serving somebody. So
I'm going to end up having to analyze you as an individual now, knowing what you just told me, involving yourself with the Masons.
How are you ever going to learn?
You're in question now, brother. You're in severe question.
How are you ever going to learn who people are unless you get close to them, bro?
I'm not going with that scenario. Sorry. You can learn from afar.
Well, because you do realize that.
No.
People that are in the Masons don't realize that. Don't realize it, right?
No. You're guilty.
No. I'm guilty. But the fuck, man. Like I can only tell you my experience, bro. I can't tell you nothing I didn't have or I didn't do or I didn't say, right?
Well, like I said,
you can hate me for my experience, but you can't. But try not to hate me personally, you know.
I didn't say I hated you. I just said you were guilty. That's all.
Yeah, we're all guilty. I'm guilty.
That's right.
I'll admit it. Yep, I've done all kinds of stupid shit, and it was all for selfish, stupid reasons, and it was like ignorant shit, and I feel guilty about all of it. I let it bother me, so you don't have to.
I've done way a lot of shit that's probably not good. If you trust me, like
I know we all have
selling drugs and shit. I mean, I wasn't selling balls and grams and shit. It was like kilos and hundreds of pounds, and it was like for like 15, 20 years. It was a long run, and so and I don't feel all that.
I think I would probably be on my conscience all the time. Yeah. Even though, I know that people that want, like the way I look at, I don't know, drugs to me is more like a supply and demand type of argument. Because if you're an adult and you understand that drugs are deadly and they can hurt you and you can get the wrong and you can overdose, if you understand all that and you want to buy something like that, I don't understand what the big deal is. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would be safer if it was legal, but you had to like take a class to, you had to understand what you were taking. You know what I mean? Like,
Big Brother's not getting his cut. That's the deal.
Yeah, I know. That's the only reason why they're making it legal, of course.
That's right.
And that way they can add additives to it, so that way the drug doesn't counter anything they've already got going on, in case they do. Not to say they do, but in case. So, anyways,
to say at the very least, I'm not very proud about my past at all. In fact, I'm quite disgruntled.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, I feel the same way about mine. There's a lot of things I
wish there was something I could do to change it, but I can't change
the past. There is, actually.
I can certainly change the future.
No, you can't change the past. Yeah,
that's what I've tried to do, is change the future. So,
yeah, you're right.
I don't do that anymore. Right. So, and that's, I guess, I don't know what more I can do. I guess
that's all you can do, is just not repeat it. That's what learning is about, right? and it's what wisdom is about.
I
It's
suppose.
about understanding that sometimes you have to say no to things that you really want to do,
How do you get a
simply
squirrel on the
because
tree?
you know it's harmful, or it's gonna cause, it's gonna be more harmful to someone else or some situation ahead of time or later. Whatever.
How do you get a squirrel out of the tree?
Shoot it.
Pull down the pants, showing nuts.
That's
I made 120 grand once, my profit. And that was my best month.
Wow.
It's pretty
That's
hard
nice.
to say no to that kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say that would be. I would have a hard time saying no to that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
So
Especially if it was real quick and easy, and I didn't have to do a lot of work. All I had to do was show up and then just drop off. Yeah,
that's what it was, basically. Yep.
yeah. And that's the reason why they make it like that. So is this so you'll of course. There's a lot of Peter paying Mary to pay Paul and all that kind of thing. As long as you, I don't know. I don't think I'd be a good drug dealer because I'm too much of a people person, and I'd probably get in trouble because I'd be goofing around, horsing around, somebody get offended and shoot me or something. But
I was a hard ass. I was like a stickler. I mean, it's like you say one wrong word.
well, you
you're
have to
fired.
be. You
call me on the
yeah.
phone, you're fired. You show up at my doorstep, you're fired. It doesn't work.
Oh yeah, if you show up at the homestead, yeah, that causes trouble.
Yeah, you're fired instantly. You'll never.
Well, yeah, I would assume
never
that
work for me.
you were separating your one lifestyle from the other, right?
Yep.
You were doing everything outside of the house, so that way, yeah, I got you. That's the only logical way to do it. So yeah, I mean, I thought about it. I think I sold drugs a couple times when I was in my 20s or right before I turned 20s because I was desperate and I thought it was going to be an easy way to get free drugs. So it's just how it was. It didn't last very long. I was so paranoid. It was pretty funny. I always spent all my time sitting in the window thinking somebody was coming. You know what I mean? It was pretty funny. But I wasn't very good at it. It was like I couldn't be mean and hard ass like that. I was still in a mode where, I came out of an experience where I was abused and, I was already being violently hit on. It's different when you grow up in a decent environment and then later on you get punched out a couple times. It's not so bad, but when you've lived it your whole life, it's a little bit different. Like it affects you differently. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. That's the way it feels to me anyway. Well,
But I did do 3 years in prison because of it. So there you go.
Wow. What did you learn about prison? I bet that was horrible. I
Well,
can only imagine.
I
I don't even want to hear about it. I'm just saying.
I didn't
Well,
learn
whatever you're in.
like what you might think, because prison was it was like summer camp, because
Really?
I went to college the whole time I was there. Every night
Mhm.
I worked out twice a day on the weights. I played
You just
volleyball
stay busy. Yeah.
in the yard. I played horseshoes. I played softball. And then
Shut your
after
mouth to
18 months
yourself.
of that,
Right.
months of that, I went to the work camp and became a firefighter and spent my time in the mountains in a tent fighting wildland fires and fishing and cutting trails and
Bittersweet, huh?
yeah. So
Fucking
it
bittersweet.
wasn't like being in prison at all. In fact, some of the funnest times in my life were actually those times while I was in prison, because I was out in the wilderness with friends that I just made, fishing, after
And you
work.
had to depend, and
It
you
was
had to
having a
depend on
great
those
time.
people, especially if you're a firefighter. Yeah.
Yeah, just
You had to
having
learn teamwork and all that shit that you probably hadn't learned yet, huh? Or I don't know. I'm just assuming.
But yeah, it wasn't like what I think what most people's experience in prison is. Mine wasn't like that at all. I took advantage
Well, I mean,
of
I'm not saying that anybody's
everything
is. I mean,
I
I've
could,
heard stories. The stories aren't like the movies, of course, but I know that there's also a lot of shit people don't want to talk about. So I just usually just assume that it's probably more like the movies or closer to the movies, but people don't just want to talk about it. So they just don't, like they don't want you to know that or don't want to share it. I don't blame them. There's some weird people in there.
Well, like I
I
spent
wouldn't want to go to jail. I wouldn't
my
survive.
time working out, going to college, and all that.
Yeah, I would find something to do, but I mean, I don't. If people were violent with me, I'd go crazy. I'd lose it. I'd snap and kill somebody, and then I'd end up in there forever. So that's what the only thing I'd be fear about going to jail. Because I don't take well to people pushing me around and beating shit out of me. I just don't take well to it anymore. When I was a kid, I endured it. But
that does happen when you get there, and there's only one way to handle it. And if you think someone's going to hit you, you don't hesitate. You hit him first.
You better get that out of the oven.
Shit, my fire alarm's going off.
Yeah, you might want to take that. You okay? What'd you do? You cooking something, or is it just going off because whatever, incense or something? That's weird. You know what I really want to know? I want to understand. I want to be able to see it from up there. I want to touch the dome if there is one. I want to be that guy. That'd be fun. That'd be worth going. At the end, I could say I did that. I flew up there. I overcame, and I touched the damn thing, or I found out what it was and proved it to myself. And I don't understand why that's so weird and odd to everybody. It's like, wow.
It seems as though I'm getting better at hot micing. Hell, I even let you guys hear my fire alarm. Fuck. What a fucking idiot.
How dare you? Well, I've been letting you hear my conversation with my buddy, so he's always yapping in the background. Every time I turn the mic on, he starts talking, I swear. I'll be like, all right, shh, I'm on my mic. And he's like, okay. And then as soon as I turn the mic on, he starts asking me questions. I think he does it on purpose. Fucker.
No, it was just the stove burner was red hot. That's what set it off. There was nothing on the stove. I just got done cleaning my stove off because, like I said, my mom was coming. I thought.
That's right.
Stove all wiped off, and I must have hit the button and turned it on.
Oh, I see. And it got hot. Okay. I see.
It was red fucking hot when I went in there just now. So.
Well, I'm glad you didn't leave anything on it then.
Right. Well, I'm only 20 feet from.
Yeah,
it,
so. you can add that to the list of times where you almost killed yourself, right?
No, it wasn't anything like that at all.
Kidding. I know. Well, I know, but if you would have left something on the stove that was plastic or something, yeah, you'd have had they would have been more than just a smoke alarm. Right?
Yeah, I guess, but I generally don't leave plastic on the stove.
Neither do we. Unless it's right when I bring the groceries in. That's the only time they sit on the stove.
Yeah, I don't.
Because I have one of those glass top ones.
I don't leave anything on the stove, generally. Maybe a pan.
Yeah,
like a
pots and pans is the only thing that gets left there.
I cook in cast iron only.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my wife, we use cast iron, but only for certain things.
But they don't fit in my cupboard all that well, so I just leave a couple of pans
when we go camping, it's all cast iron.
But they're clean. Oh, yeah, cast iron is the only way to go, I think, no matter where you're at.
Fried eggs are so much better in cast iron. I don't know why.
Especially when the pan's, cured.
Because they float and they bubble up. It makes bubbles inside the egg. It's awesome.
When it's cured properly and it's like no stick, like no other. It works so good.
Food just floats on it, yeah. It's interesting, yeah, you're right. And then, what's interesting is that it's very rare that you see that in people's kitchens anymore. Usually it's like a decoration in the background. It's hanging on the wall somewhere. They never use them. But.
Yeah, that's all I fry in is I have two really nice cast iron pans, a great big one.
Fried chicken cooks better on cast iron.
We're not neighbors. Who put that down?
Neighbors.
You and God Rockin' are neighbors. Who's me and who?
What's that mean? Neighbors.
Who?
Somebody figured out where you live?
Well, most people know I live in Utah.
I know.
Jan, somebody.
Oh, I don't know. I get those all the time where like some people will just send me a message and it'll be like, are you a flat earther or are you a Christian or it'll be just one liner. Are you a this or that? And then that's it. And I'll be like, do I know you? Because I don't remember talking to him. And then I'm like, well, I'll answer you. But I just was curious, like why you want to know, And so, and then I was waiting and sometimes they don't ever answer us. I think they just I don't know why people do that. Like, why would you send me a message and then not answer? Why don't I give you an answer back? But at least say, oh, thank you, thanks for the info or whatever. Just so that way it can appease my mind at why the hell you wasted your time to call or text me and ask me a question. It's like, why would you ask me that? Like, I think it's pretty clear. Like, everybody who talks to me, I make it pretty clear what I am and who I am. I thought I did anyway. Maybe I'm not. What do you think?
Yeah, that's just like my cast iron pan right there. One of them. Exactly.
You ever been hit with a cast iron pan?
No.
It hurt.
It would
I got
hurt.
hit with one. It fell off a cabinet and landed on me, and it hurt. It wasn't being swung at me, but it still fell, and it hurt. It hurts very badly. It's very heavy, and it's very sharp and hard. And it hit me like on the side of my head, and it almost knocked me out, and it hit me on the shoulder, and I had big old bruises, and like swollen. It was horrible. And it only just fell off the counter. I was like, damn, I can only imagine if somebody smacked me with one of these things. It's smart for real. Oh, I have a silly question. If you could go back and re-experience any moment in time, what would it be? I can think of a lot of things I'd like to re-experience again. Like seeing my grandma.
Does Jan
with my grandma playing cards and stuff.
or what? Is that what you guys are getting at with these texts, Jan?
Oh, I'm missing. Oh, are they DMing you, or are they just
No,
talking
it's
to
in
you?
live stream. Flatty put it there.
Oh,
I'm just
I'm not
wondering.
looking at that. Sorry about that. He said you're awesome. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm just wondering who Jan is.
Oh. I don't know.
I don't either.
Oh, it must have been some conversation thing from earlier or something. I don't know.
She's new.
I know, but I'm saying maybe they were chatting earlier or something about you. I don't know why they would. But I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about that too. I'll be reading the chat later, like after like I'll go on and I'll do like a monologue and then I'll read the voice chat afterwards to see like what people's reactions are.
You'll do a
It's better than
monologue
listening to yourself.
like the one you've been doing for the last hour and 15 minutes?
More like 3 hours. Smart ass. You've been helping though. Thank you. I appreciate that. Something to do, right? I'm just sitting in here doing nothing.
I don't hear anybody complain. I don't hear anybody complaining, Ricky. I wouldn't worry about it.
Nobody's complaining. That's true. I'm not worried. I like being in here. I like talking, but I just wish sometimes people would talk back. That's all. Sometimes after I go on for 20 minutes, it's like I'm looking at the clock on my laptop in front of me, going, "Wow, it's been 30 minutes and no one said anything." It's like, well, maybe I should stop and just see if anybody else has anything to say.
Well, it's hard to get a word in edgewise when you won't shut up. Fuck.
I know, right? You just gotta maybe we should have a button for like muting Rookie because he keeps jumping in all the time.
Like that one? I was Ricky, but I was just messing with you, bro.
I know. Don't worry about it.
There's a lot of people that have the mute button for Rookie on this server. There's quite a few golds and quite a few moderators, so I wouldn't worry about that. If you get out of line, I'm sure someone's going to step up.
My buddy has a way of fucking my head up. Like I'm sitting here trying to concentrate on what you're saying, and he's in the background telling me a story. What did you say? This guy, he cut his taint shaving, and so he told his boss, he lied to his boss and told him a lie, and the boss, what? Anyway, it's insane.
called me out on my shit.
Oh,
I'm terrible.
he told his boss
So he told
that
me
his
the
dog
truth.
was
He said,
sick.
hope your dog feels better soon.
Okay. I'll tell you what, one of my favorite jokes is
Shit, teared me up.
yeah, I guess it did, didn't it? Sorry. Oh, come on, you guys. Somebody in here can talk besides me. Come on. Somebody has something to say about flat Earth. If not, I'll get out another book. I'm gonna get out some stupid book, like something really cheesy. What do I got up here? Medical journals. I got all kinds of dumb stuff up here. Let's see. I got a
Justin, play
medical
some elevator music.
dictionary. Huh? Oh, you want
Do
me
you
to
have any
sing?
fun?
Okay.
The Mason encyclopedias we can read from.
I don't have any of those. Sorry.
Justin can
Grab an
play some background
I
mood,
got like
mood
12
music.
different
Sorry,
versions of the Bible,
thank you,
though.
Jay.
I could read some of that. I got a manual on Ford F-150.
No.
Ooh, how about
Teacher.
nursery rhymes? Old nursery rhymes. They're creepy.
Yay!
Oh, dude, I'll
Yay!
definitely do that. I'll definitely do that. I bought this book a while back. It's
How
one that
about your heliocentric model book?
You're looking for them.
What one? I don't have any books like that. I don't think.
Yeah, you do.
I do.
Yeah.
You mean the Bible?
Hey, rookie.
The one with all the globe things in it.
Are you gonna yell at me?
No.
Rookie.
What's up? Yeah.
Have you talked to Jen? Hello?
No, we didn't.
Have you talked? Can I say what I was going to say?
Okay. Is she?
Have you talked to
Is she or
Jen?
he in you? Where is he at? Or she?
Never mind.
Oh, you mean you said the name and then they ran away? Oh, darn it.
No, yeah, I know Jan's in the text chat.
What are you talking? Oh, still there? I know what we should do. We should play a game. Okay, this is the game. I'm gonna read nursery rhymes and we're all gonna be quiet. Nobody's gonna say anything until somebody comes in and gets nuts and starts bitching, right? And then we all just start laughing and we mute them. And then we just keep doing that until we piss off everybody. How about that? Sounds like fun, right? It actually might be fun. Here, give me an extra room. Let's go in another room. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah.
It would be fun though.
Yeah?
It would
Oh,
actually be
yeah.
fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the way, Justin.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep. But I noticed that I didn't know this, but when I was a kid, I thought nursery rhymes were for kids. But I found out that that's not true. And I'm going to give you
Wait a
an
second.
example of that.
We've
Huh?
got I am Yo in you, who's a globe skeptic.
Oh boy. Okay.
You want to talk about it? I am yo.
I am yo. What's up, dude? I'm yo. It's you, dude. Speak. You're unmuted.
A lot of
Just say
roles.
hello.
Been here a while.
Say hi. Hi. I know he has, but I don't think anybody ever talked to him. Ooh, Peter Piper was a bad boy. Peter Pumpkin Eater was a bad boy. Wow, I didn't know there was that much to it. That one's creepy. Nobody?
You got the Andrew
Read us
Dice
a
Clay.
story.
Does anybody know all of Peter Pumpkin Eater?
No.
Had a
Peter
wife
Peter
and couldn't
Pumpkin
keep
Eater
her.
had a wife, loved to beat her, smacked his wife across the head.
No, that's the one that you made up when you were in grade school. Peter
Andrew Dice
Pumpkin
Clay.
Eater had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put a pumpkin shell in there. He kept her very well. And line 2, Peter Pumpkin Eater had another and didn't love her. Peter learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. That's creepy, isn't it? That's
No.
just creepy. That's creepy, bro. He had
That's not
another.
creepy.
He had another wife, and he didn't love her, so he learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. That's creepy, bro.
I don't get it.
I know you don't get it. That's the problem. But spell. He learned to read and spell. Forget it. Handy Spandy Jack-a-dandy. Loves plum cake and sugar candy. He bought some at a grocer's shop, and out he came, hop, hop, hop. Needles and pins, needles and pins. When a man marries, his trouble begins. These are nursery rhymes, really? 1 I love, 2 I love, 3 I love, I say. 4 I love with all my heart, 5 I cast away. 6 he loves, 7 she loves. 8 they both love. 9 he comes. 10 he tarries. 11 he courts. 12 he marries. Wow, that's somehow I feel like I was just raped. It's like, what do these mean? I had a little hobby horse, and it was dapple gray. Its head was made of pea straw. Its tail was made of hay. I sold him to an old woman for a copper groat, and I'll not sign my song again. I'll not sing my song again without a new coat. Huh? What the fuck does that mean? I'm confused. I had a little hobby horse, and it was dapple gray. Its head was made of pea straw, and its tail was made of hay. I sold him to an old woman for a copper groat. What's a copper groat? Like a belt? And I'll not sing my song again without a new coat. I'm confused.
Fuck a
All right,
word
anyway.
salad, that is.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Pussycat Mole jumped over a coal, and in her best petticoat burnt a great hole. Poor Pussy's weeping. She'll have no more milk until her best petticoat's mended with silk. Okay. Long legs, crooked thighs, little head with no eyes. Black we are,
White
but much
wife working
admired.
now? No.
Oh, it's coal. Oh, I get it.
Night chick.
Who's here? You're here. Check.
You're good, Dave.
Jan Nedbernick. Have you talked to him?
Oh, that's
Not
what
in
that's how you
voice.
say it.
He's
Jan
popping off in
or
the
Yan?
text at the moment.
I know he is. I'm not
Hello,
reading the text.
Jan.
I'm reading nursery rhymes.
Non-Bedford. Back to senseless nursery rhymes with Rookie. I'll shut up.
These are creepy, bro. Wait till we get to my favorite one. Taffy. Taffy's my favorite. Where's Taffy at? Where is that? Where is it? Let me go back to the beginning. It tells you what the hell. Where is it? Oh, that's forward. Okay, here it is. Taffy. Where is he at? Taffy. Taffy was Welshman, 125. This is my favorite for sure. It's the most creepy one that I've seen in here. Well, maybe not creepiest.
Was it Taffy the Welshman?
Yeah. Hey, wait, I'll read it to you. Hold on. Okay, here it is. This is my favorite. This is my favorite nursery rhyme. I don't know why it's my favorite because it's creepy. That's why. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief. Taffy came to my house and stole a piece of beef. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy wasn't home. Taffy came to my house and stole a mutton bone. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was not in. Taffy came to my house and stole a silver pin. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was in bed. I took up a poker and flung it at his head. That's my favorite, dude. I love it. It's the most real, like, it's exactly what you do, right? Like, after the third time, it's like, that's it, bro. 3 strikes, you're out. I don't know. When I read that, I was like, I don't believe this. This is disgusting. Like, these aren't nursery rhymes. These are like wives' tales and creepy crap that would mess with kids' heads. Like, and then I realized something. I was like, no wonder I'm so screwed up in the head. This is the stuff that I grew up on, and like, wow, it's just like it's terrifying. It's no wonder I have such a weird, like we like to watch weird shows and just creepy crap. Like everybody has that weird creepy thing that they can't help watching when they see it. You know what I mean? But there's some creepy ass nursery rhymes in here, bro. Like some of them are racist, some of them are just downright just naughty, right? Not in a gross, disgusting way, but like in a figurative way. You know what I mean? Oh, here's Peter Piper. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper. A peck of pickled pepper. Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper, where's the peck of pickled pepper?
You've been talking
What do
for
you
like
mean how?
three
I
fucking
know.
hours.
Well,
Bro.
get your ass in here and talk about something, then. Damn it.
No, bro.
No,
It's like,
Why you bully him, man?
Yeah, why you giving me a hard time, man? I don't want to be like that, man.
darling, how are you?
You don't like nursery rhymes, man? Come on. What's the matter with you, man?
It's like, bro, I
See what I mean?
you like.
If I was
you
reading a
haven't even
pornographic book, you would still complain, right?
Bollocks.
If it was a dirty book.
You need to join a swim team. You could talk real talk. Fucking some shit. Hold your breath or some shit.
I had
No,
a female
can't do it,
doctor
sorry.
touch my balls once.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
Cool.
that was cool.
Nice.
Bollocks.
I married one.
No, that's bollocks.
Yeah.
Well, if you're better at this thing, come on in here and take over. Where's that?
Oh, dude, it's like you're so long-winded, man.
Who let Faxman in here again? Okay, I'll just shut up and then it'll just be silent if you want.
I'm just saying,
That's
dude.
nice.
I'm like, bro, this is crazy.
Crazy. I can do that. I can do this for 48 hours, bro. It's just
Holy
natural.
shit.
Hello there, mate.
Yeah, holy shit is right. What? You crazy, man?
You're amazing, mate.
Seriously, man?
Really? There's nothing gay about hugging, mate.
What is that voice motto?
Short top and sides. Short top and sides. Hello there, mate. Do you cut hair, like?
Soundboard?
Yeah. Face jacket.
Silence.
Now that's bollocks.
Why haven't you stepped in and done your job, Glatflow?
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you, man?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Your job.
What's my job?
It's all your
Where's
fault, dude.
curvature?
Oh, hey, where the fuck's the curvature, guys? Where's the Earth curvature? We've been looking.
It's right there. Didn't you see it?
There's that better.
Well, it's more like normal.
Okay, cool. No, but seriously, folks, it's called drop over distance. You could call it an arc segment. You want to measure a segment of the Earth dropping, right? Creating an arc. And we call that measuring for Earth curvature. Now, you can do this over a lake. You don't have to even get a laser or anything. What you can do is you get two people, one at each shore, and you're across from each other, and one person has a mirror, and the other person's on the other side of the lake, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 miles, however many you got. And if you can see that mirror from where you are, that area at the very least debunks the
Means
globe myth.
refraction. It means refraction.
No, refraction doesn't do that perfectly
Yes, it
uniform
does.
every time.
Yes,
And if it does do it uniform every time to make everything look flat, you need to go demonstrate that. Go test the air at the horizon. Oh, wait, the horizon isn't geometric. Sorry.
You know it's
triggered?
you know it's refraction, bro. There is no other cause. It's refraction, dude.
Yeah, why did I lose my
right.
job? For refraction.
It's the excuse for everything about the globe. Refraction, bro.
Yeah, and refraction is not even a thing.
Gravity.
It's a fucking lie. It doesn't do that.
And that's scary. That's the scariest part. They use this and they don't even know what it means. You know, that's the scariest part. This is how this kind of people we're dealing with.
Yeah, they actually think that refraction is a real thing and it does do what they say it's doing. Just because they've heard so many people say it, it's like, oh, it must be right. You know, you say it enough times, it becomes true.
It's just an automatic response, refraction, and they don't understand what it's about.
And there's it doesn't happen. It's not even a thing, really. I mean, it might be a real slight thing under real extreme conditions, like when there's fog over the water, then you might have some refraction. But when it's clear, it's not windy, and it's fucking a calm day, and the sun's out, the water's flat and calm, there ain't no refraction going on. They're out of their freaking minds.
I heard someone say refraction with bending light upwards.
It bends in all directions is what happens.
Yeah,
light,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for them.
It diffuses the light and sends it in another straight line. It doesn't bend it. The light only travels in straight lines. It does not doesn't curve unless the environment is set up perfectly for it to happen. I mean, when they use that piece of plastic and shine that laser beam through it, that's because that plastic, if you look at the end of it, right where that laser beam touches it at the top, it's got a little bit of an angle to it. Right at the top, it's been carved in a little bit. And so it automatically sends it on a direction. I mean, it's a trick. That meme that they show is nothing more than a parlor trick. And it just disgusts me that they would even bring that up to say that it's analogous with the atmosphere. It's a solid piece of plastic and it's a laser light. How is that anything like the atmosphere and sunlight? Give me one piece of it that is similar to nature. It's a man-made light. It's a man-made object, piece of plastic. It's nothing to do with nature. It's as far from nature as you can get. And they're saying that's an example of refraction, that's what the light's doing over water when they're using completely synthetic material, synthetic light, and it's not even, there's no similarity to nature whatsoever. I can't find one single thing about that is similar to in nature. It's just not. And they want to give that as an example. That's ridiculous. They should be cracked across the head with a baseball bat for thinking that that's similar to light in nature going over water. It's not even, it's nowhere, it's so as far from nature as you can get. It's a synthetic light, synthetic material. Nothing about it's like nature. Nothing. And they want to say that that's what light's doing in nature. It's ridiculous. I mean, doesn't analogous mean similar to, or, something like that? Doesn't it mean you can use it as an example to what happens, here in this situation, and the analogous to that would be this, which means it's very similar. Well, that meme is the farthest thing from similar as you can get. A synthetic man-made light and a synthetic man-made solid piece of material. Yeah, that's nature, sure. Fucking idiots, man. And we're just as big idiots for letting them get away with it, or even letting them suggest it. As soon as they bring up that meme, they should be muted, sent to Cogdist. We're being so stupid.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know in this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by hate. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Don't tell me what to believe.
Quality track. He says, don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me?
What you're seeing here is a garage.
That's being refracted up from the other side of the globe.
Yep. Uniform perfectly in every direction to make it appear flat.
Let's not take the easy way out of this whole conversation and say that it probably just is flat. Let's make up as many excuses as we can to try and convince yourself that it's a globe, that there's all these magical things happening, and it's just not what it is. I mean, don't trust your eyes. Don't trust reality. Don't trust, your eyes like you've been trusting your whole life. When you see a car coming down the road, you trust your eyes. You don't walk out in front of it because you see it. It's coming. So throw all that away and just believe that what you're seeing is not really there. You're just seeing it. So you can jump out of the way of cars that aren't even there all day long and look like a freaking moron. That's essentially what they're doing. Jumping out of the way of cars that are over the hump, that aren't really there, that they're seeing them. And so, we better get out of the way. We're going to get hit. Oh, that makes a lot of sense on the globe, doesn't it? Let's just get out of the way of this scenario and not believe that we might just be seeing it the way it is, even though our eyes have never lied to us in our entire lifetimes. Mine never have. I mean, I've never seen things that weren't there. Well, maybe when I was on some LSD once, maybe, but other than that, no. Maybe that's what the problem is. Maybe all them fuckers are on acid. Fuck, I never thought of that.
Isn't the Pope supposed to believe that the Earth is flat?
The Pope can go fuck himself.
Yeah, he can. And I'm sure he knows the earth is flat. And who gives a shit about what the Pope thinks? You're right. He's not a complete fucking evil fucking...
He's a lizard person.
He's a devil-worshipping, evil, baby-killing monster. Amongst many other things.
But isn't it contradictory? Isn't it going against the Bible? I mean, I don't want to get into religion, but isn't it kind of isn't it contradictory? Like, isn't he supposed to believe that the Earth is flat, or does Genesis doesn't specify that it's flat? I know very little about this. So, any thoughts about that?
I'm not sure. I don't really want to comment on it, but yeah, it is contradictory. You're right. And he is a liar. And let's see what else. And a piece of shit. And I mean, I could go on for days and pick the most nasty words I could think of, and it would apply to him, I'm sure.
Well, we could say this about the Vatican. There's so much gold in the Vatican, everybody could have a bunch of dollars. They could feed so many starving people and fix so many fucked up countries. But you know what? Let's just have buildings made of gold.
Yeah, and at the same time, call yourself a man of God, a charitable man of God. Yeah, do that. Those two things simultaneously. That's not a contradiction, now is it?
Crawling in here. Hello.
Who's looking at the live stream on YouTube? How many people are watching? Is there enough people watching that we could like maybe start some kind of a conversation about one of our proofs and lay out some evidence and just for the people on YouTube to watch and listen to? Because there's nobody here that's participating, nobody here that's listening or willing to listen or have a discussion about it. And we're going to reach anyone. Apparently, that's going to be the only people available to us at this point in time. And then you're going to, someone's going to come back and say, "Oh, there's 3."
There's 3. If there was only 1, would you save it? Bartering. Yeah, I say you can play a tape or something.
Hey, Rookie, that was you that said what you're seeing here is a garage?
Huh?
Was that you that said that?
When?
No, I don't think. I don't think.
Somebody had said what you're seeing here is a garage. It reminded me of a picture. Let me see. I'm gonna post it here in a second.
I said it. I'll take the credit.
You take the credit for it?
Yeah, he can have it.
Yeah, I did.
All right, hold on. I'm posting a picture. I was laying in bed one day, and I seen something on the wall. Like it was an image on the wall. I'm like, what the heck?
Oh, really?
I couldn't make it out, but it was inverted. But it was in color. It wasn't a shadow. I guess the way the light was coming through at such an angle. Man, it was like I was watching a movie on the wall, man. It was all in color. I got a picture, I'm sure. Send it. But it's a picture of a garage, and it's light being refracted on the wall. And I thought it was kind of funny.
You know those EMF meters that you can buy? You know these things that K2 meter? So I got one of these and I decided to hold it up to my phone.
So hook it up what?
Hold it up to my phone.
Picks up electrostatic,
Oops. Picks up electromagnetic fields, and there's a lot of them on the backside of that phone. Thank God I don't put that side to my face. It's going blip, 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 blip. Ooh, even the front's doing it now. She whiz. Damn, bro. I better put this thing down. Going off. I'm definitely never holding this thing to my face ever again. That's for sure. Yep. I'm convinced. Completely and totally convinced. I shall never hold a phone to my head again, ever. Ah, jeez.
There you go. Check out that picture I just posted.
Was that a reflection from across the street or something?
That actually wasn't across the street. That was down the street a ways. It's just the way it was coming in through the window. Now, I flipped the image upside down because it was showing on the wall upside down. It took me a minute to figure out what it was.
Wow.
You know what that's called, right? I forgot now. What's it called? Lensing.
What you're seeing there is a garage.
No, actually, it's just the same thing that a camera. It's the same way you use a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It's going, there's a lens somewhere, whether it be in the air or whatever, but it's causing it to do that. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
Well, I mean, I was watching people walk down the street, cars passing.
Oh yeah, but it's all, you
trippy.
notice how it's blurry. It looks pretty neat, but it's still blurry, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. If you were to put a better lens in between it and figure out where it's actually coming from, you could actually focus it and make it sharper. That's what a camera does. Only a camera broadcasts that onto a screen, so it can be read digitally. Same thing. Al Biruni, I believe, is the one that discovered that and invented the photograph.
Well, I think he knows where it is. He said it's down the street. It's obviously a garage down the street, right? It's actually there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. What did you think I was trying to say?
Is it a straight line from the window where it comes through to the garage?
No, it was coming in at an angle. Just laughed whenever somebody said just a minute ago, what you're seeing here is a garage. And maybe think of this picture.
That's super interesting to try and figure out how that
it's like hot outside.
What was lensing that to do that? The atmosphere and the window combined, or what? You know?
I think it was kind of the way the window was shaped. It was rounded at the top. Yeah, it was just a strange.
How long have you been living in this house? Have you ever seen it before happen?
Oh, it wasn't my house.
I don't know.
I mean, that's really strange. I mean, that's really quite something to think that garage is down the road, and somehow the light coming through the window was actually a projection of that image there. That garage was projected onto the wall. Is
that a car parked in the driveway, or is that a car that's driving on the street?
I think that's
Dude, that's a fucking car, dude. Yeah. Is that a car?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a car. It looks like it's driving into the house though. What's the license plate number, man?
Yeah.
Trying to look it up.
Can you see it?
Hey, man, Dave not here, man.
Looks like a truck.
Nah.
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 Look at the right side of it. It's flat.
The
The red color's flat, and then you can see bushes on the other side by the garage or something. And then you can see the cab. Yeah, to me it looks like a truck.
It could be a truck. I don't know. I was thinking it looked kind of like a Cadillac.
We
But I
get
don't know. You
trucks.
might be right. It might be a truck.
We get trucks
Could be
in
like
all
a
the
pickup.
time. We get trucks
You
in
only
here.
took a picture. You only have one picture. You should
Now
have
take a
taken
picture.
like
Now take a picture of the house that we're actually seeing, so we can see what the house looks like. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Just think of all the trucks we get in here every day. The Globers. They're just straight trucks. Just, oh my God.
This was right outside
Curb trucks.
the window because that was my Jeep right there. It's hard to make
What?
out, but yeah.
It's a Jeep. Wow.
That's in color.
Yeah, that was what's trippy about it. Everything was in color. It wasn't like great color, but you could make out with.
It's a red Jeep. Or what? Is it red?
Yellow.
Yellow.
I want to see a picture.
Well, obviously he's not going to be able to produce that right now, rookie. He's going to have to drive.
Damn it! What the hell? What's the matter with him?
What you mean?
Open the door and take a picture of the damn house. No, I think I get me your home.
No, I'm not there anymore.
Damn it! How dare you tease us like that?
It's in another city.
Oh, damn it!
A magical city.
Now I'm disappointed.
That happened like 2 years ago.
Maybe the
2
house is
years. I like hunting houses. It's fun.
Yeah, I was like looking at that the other day. I was like, what the hell? Dude, I was looking at the same thing and I could see the different colors of the rainbow actually around the sun. I could count the colors, like you can.
Did you take that picture, Globeth, Flatter, whatever your name is?
Her name's KJ.
Sorry, what was that?
Did you take that photo underneath that palm tree?
No.
No, neither of us did. I just found it in the memes section of the server. There's a lot of cool shit in there.
You're muted.
Oh,
I found it in the memes section. The memes competition channel. It's a bunch of cool shit in there.
Oh, and I'm unmuted. Whoops.
Oh, whoever took it, that was that was creative thinking to
Yeah,
get underneath
that's
the
a
tree.
rare shot.
And take that picture. That was creative for sure.
My guess is it's California or Hawaii or something.
It's of my opinion that all photos like this are proof of the flat plane, because I don't think shit like this happens on a globe. Matter of fact, I don't think anything happens on a globe, because I don't think they're real. I don't think there's a single ball in the cosmos or a single ball in anywhere. I think they are extinct.
Dude, you know what? Let me just share something. Like there are days that I feel really good knowing that the Earth is flat. Like it just feels like somehow it just makes me feel like more spiritually connected somehow. And at other times I feel like kind of like I feel really bad, like being in a I feel like I'm in a prison, So it's like sometimes it feels really dark. Sometimes it feels liberating. Sometimes it feels like just like dark,
Oh, I get it. I understand what you're saying, because if we do live in an enclosed, well, we do live in an enclosed system, and so yeah, there's nobody's getting out, nobody's getting in. In essence, it is a prison plane. Nobody's getting in, nobody's getting out. It's like, yeah. So I could see where you would have that feeling, knowing that where you live is enclosed and you can't leave. No one can.
And there's a show out there, and I start thinking like, wow, this show, that it's being 24 hours being played, everywhere, and it's like, damn. But then some other times I'm like, wow, what an amazing reality, I love, I kind of like, I feel amazing sometimes. I really love thinking like how we are on the same plane. I don't know, for some reason it might sound stupid, but just the fact that, for example, if you're in America and I am here in Europe, and we are like, I feel more connected with you, like we're on the same plane, It's
I get what
somehow
you're
it's
saying.
amazing.
I get what you're saying, Glock. But after saying, why would create a big prison and thanks for the playground, but we can't leave? Do you think we can leave? Is that what you think? You think that we can leave?
So far, I think we cannot leave. No, and I from what I've heard about whatever barrier between us and whatever's maybe or maybe not out there, I mean, you need a container for gas pressure. So if there's a door to get out of Earth, sure, I'd love to see that. But as it stands, we're locked in, man, and I just want to know why.
I think it's a matter of my personal opinion would be a matter of necessity to contain the atmosphere and to maintain it so that it's copacetic for mankind to live. I think it's responsible for creating the dews and the clouds and stuff closed much like a terrarium, so to speak. It would also contain the oxygen that's being created by the plants, which allows us to breathe and live. So I think it's out of necessity, more so than maybe like a prison or what. I guess you could still think of it as that because that's what it is in essence. But I think it's out of necessity. It would be my opinion to maintain.
Well, I agree. It does need to happen for this system to function as it does.
Right.
I'm just saying, I'll pose it as a question. Do you think we can leave Earth?
No, absolutely
exactly.
not.
Earth. You mean Earth? Like
I think.
Yeah, and when I say like a prison, I meant like artificially, like a prison. You know, like a prison is an artificial. I mean, I don't mean like. I mean, from my ignorance, I'm just speaking. You know, I imagine that you can go on like you can pass by. You know, like you can keep going. I don't really understand like why do we have to assume that there's like that the dome comes down to the surface of the ground and you can't like pass through. Like how do we get that conclusion?
Because the atmosphere is maintained and the oxygen and all the gases it's like a dynamic system. They're produced at ground level. They go up, they circulate, they get used by plants and humans. Plants use carbon dioxide, humans use oxygen, other things that go on here which we don't understand, need this dynamic system. They need this environment to be functioning the way it does just to be able to live here. Everything that lives here is contingent upon that system being the way it is. If you were to change it, open up the door or make it so that it wasn't sealed, I think that the atmosphere would leave or something would come in that would not be copacetic for us to live. I think it's out of necessity that it's the way it is. That's just my opinion.
Okay, but how far? How far is it?
Well, it doesn't matter how far.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, it's enclosed, and so it's however far it is designed so that it works in conjunction with all the plants and animals and life that live on here. Whoever created this place knew exactly how big to make it, knew exactly how to create the plants and animals and whatever else to live here so that they could produce the right gases. The earth could produce the right gases so that everything lives and this functions as a dynamic system. I think whoever created this place obviously knew all of those parameters that were necessary for life to exist here the way it does. So the size is whatever it had to be. And I don't know what that is, but I do think it's important. I do think that it plays a part. Because obviously, if it was way 10 times bigger than it is, I think there would be way less oxygen and we may not be able to function and live here. I think it's designed perfectly so that the plants and animals and the gas cycles that produce the gases that we breathe and live in and around, the nitrogen, the inert gas that also plays a role. At certain percentages of all of these in the atmosphere is what makes it possible for us to live.
Dude,
I agree.
the Earth is.
Hold on a sec. I agree
can-
with all of that. The system works the way it does because it is set up the way it is.
Yeah.
It seems to flow the way it should, otherwise it would fail. So it's doing its thing. But I'm saying, just in case I get bored of Earth, you know what I'm saying? How can I leave? How can I take off and do something else? Like, why not?
You will soon, trust me. It'll just be
I'm not talking about dying. I'm talking about if I want to leave and not die and go somewhere else, why can't I?
Well, I'm sure there's a reason. I can't tell you.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's no reason to imprison anybody.
Well, I think you're looking at it. Well, I look at it like this. I don't feel imprisoned. I feel blessed to have had this place built for me to live in. And I don't care.
For real, where else would you want to go?
Yeah.
Like,
you're limited
if you were
here.
to
You're
go to,
completely
like,
limited on Earth.
Limited.
Where are you
How?
going to? Okay, let's say you go there and get, and you're going to go. How are you going to afford to do that? What vehicle are you going to take? And once you get there, where are you going to go? What are you going to eat? What are you going to do?
I don't know, man.
All that
I
shit
don't know. I'm just not cool with being in a place I can't leave, man.
Yeah, I get you.
I feel blessed to be here. Because I know that I'm not capable of leaving. I don't have the resources.
How do you feel with the political conditions that nobody's allowed to go through Antarctica?
Well, of course, I don't agree with that, but who knows? That might be part of the Creator's plan as well. Keeping people away from the edge. Only certain people that are in control. A very few limited group that are they're probably trying to get out. I would imagine if they've discovered the dome, the edge, where it meets the ground or whatever, if that's what it is. I'm just obviously making some very big assumptions here. But if the dome curves down and meets the ground and seals off to maintain this atmosphere, if they have discovered that point where the dome does meet the ground, if mankind has actually gotten there, I do think they probably are trying to get out. But I also think that knowing what I know, the little bit I know about Antarctica, I would assume that the environment is so hostile at that point. If you reach that area of this container, that environment is probably so hostile that we don't have, even all the money in the world could not afford to have the resources or the mechanical know-how to cut through the barrier and make it out onto the other side, whatever it is. I just don't think anybody here has that capability. I don't care how much money or how much resources you have. I think the Creator has made that an impossible task, because I think the environment is so hostile when you get there that you got to have everything you can do just to stay alive, let alone try and bust your way out. You're going to be there for a short period of time, and then you're going to hightail it back where it's warm.
What if?
Because I think
Sorry for interrupting.
Huh?
So hold on, I just want to interrupt just for a second. The guy who said that he feels like he's in prison. So, I don't know if you've ever tasted the fruit, but it would be worth life year's journey just to come here and try the fruit of this planet, right? But if you look at mainstream television, right, and I'm trying to, go with that worldview. Like, if you lived on Mars, what do you get? Like rusty potatoes? Like, I would pay you like $100 to let me fill your bedroom with rust, like on the bed, everywhere, like, because like dirt gets everywhere, right? Like, I would pay you $1 million, to live the rest of your life in a cell full of rust. Because that's what Mars would be like, right? The red planet. It's red because it's rusty. Am I right?
Well, that's a mighty big assumption.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to step into his worldview and understand why he would say that he's in prison here, because we got females, we got watermelon, we got chicken, like, how is this prison?
It's not his
Lily's
paradise.
It doesn't matter how good you think life is here. If you can't leave, that's fucked up.
It's a scary thought. Sometimes I get a good feeling, sometimes I get a scary thought. But in regards with like the conditions of Antarctica, I've lived in Ushuaia. I lived in the southernmost city in the world for 5 years. Okay, and like I don't understand like how in summer I almost have no nighttime. Like how do you explain that? Like how you would think that in the southernmost city in the world, like the sun doesn't. How do you get like, for example, so much sunlight? Like there were days in summer that we didn't have night. How does the sun gets like?
Was
what's
the
up with
sun in
that?
the sky the whole time?
Dude, like I would come up from work like late, so the sun comes down barely, and it comes up again, but it hides just for a time. It doesn't get completely dark. The sky doesn't get dark, pitch dark. It just comes down and it rises up again.
I think I might have a gift that can explain this, but I'm driving right now. But
And I'm in the southernmost city. I mean, down like near the Antarctica. I mean, if I take a cruise to Antarctica, it takes 2 days. I've never
so
been to
how is it all
Antarctica.
ice then? If you got sunlight for 24 hours, how do you have a continent full of ice?
I don't know.
Because in Texas, if it snows, right, that's perfectly fine if it's cloudy. But when the sun comes out, the snow goes away.
So in
So if
winter,
you got 24 hours worth of sunlight and you're like close to Antarctica, that doesn't make any sense to me. Is Antarctica got green, lush areas?
Because the sun is never overhead. It's over there somewhere. It's never overhead where it can heat up the area. And it's light because in the distance, it might be reflecting off the dome. I don't know. The light, there's no way I can explain it, but I can understand a possibility for what you're saying happens, but I'll bet the sun is never overhead, right over top of you during that time. Or is it?
No, I mean, like, what do you mean on top?
Does the
Like-
sun come right up over, right over the top of you, straight up in the sky, or is it off to the side?
I don't remember, like I can't, I'm not 100% sure. What I do remember, and back then, I wasn't conscious of these topics, otherwise like I would be sure, I would like tell you like, but I remember like, well, obviously like, for example, you can look at it on the internet online, like in winter, you only have like a few hours of daytime. I'm talking about near Antarctica, like, so in winter, you only have a few hours of daylight. And in summer, you only have a few hours of night, and it's not even like a complete night. The sun, it's like kind of like what is it called? Like a sunrise effect, like in the sun before the sunrise.
So it's not overhead then.
Overhead.
The
You mean in the daytime?
Yeah.
In the day. I don't know, in the daytime. Like at noon, for example, like right straight up, like a 90-degree angle.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I would say so, but I'm not sure. I don't understand like how the sun like goes around the earth and stays for that long in summer, like, but I just I don't know.
Well, it's on some sort of a circuit that it travels on. It goes around the top of the plane, and obviously it stays within close enough proximity that the what's it called, the dawn or the twilight, seems to light up the area for a long period of time. It's not like right overhead, but it's like the twilight, like sunrise or sunset, that type of daylight.
It gets hot. I mean, it gets in summer. It gets pretty hot.
Well, then it's probably overhead then.
Yeah.
But when it goes away, it probably doesn't go that far away. Still stays close enough that you get the twilight and the dawn.
No. It doesn't stay in the horizon. The sun doesn't stay in just no. It stays like full day. I mean, you have days in summer. You have to take. I remember taking my shirt off. I'm not exaggerating. Like it gets hot.
Okay, I know, but when you say that it's not quite nighttime, do you see the sun?
No, it hides.
That's what I'm saying. That's twilight. That's called twilight or dawn.
Yeah. So it stays like that for 2 hours, 3 hours, and it comes up again, and you get a full. And then during the day it's hot, bright, and it's in the south. It's south. Like it's I don't know exactly what is the latitude.
Where was it you were living? Australia?
No, Ushuaia, like South America, like all the way down,
Down by
Patagonia.
Down by Patagonia?
Yeah, like you have Patagonia, then below Patagonia, you have Tierra del Fuego.
And that's where you live?
Yes. And that's in, so Ushuaia is the port where the cruises to Antarctica leave from. So I don't know. There's so many things I don't understand.
Yeah, you're not alone.
You know what but my point is when people say, so when I hear, for example, say the conditions of Antarctica are so extreme, it's dark, you don't have any daylight.
What is other ports where ships are going to Antarctica?
What was that?
What is other ports like that? It's example for Argentina. What is the other ports in the world where ships starting point is to go to Antarctica?
None. I think cruises only can leave from, as far as I know, from Argentina, from Ushuaia. As far as I know.
Why are they not going from Australia and South Africa also?
That's, as far as I know. I don't know. As far as I know, they only leave from Ushuaia, from Argentina.
Because it's a lot closer, for one thing. It's only like 12,
like
800 miles or something.
I'm only asking. I'm not asking about. It's close. It's close, but it's also it's closer to South Africa to go Antarctica than me from UK to go to Antarctica.
It's weird.
Nobody tried. Yeah, from there. That's
you could easily, I suppose. I don't know why.
There's no road.
Not road.
Yeah. The only way you can go is by boat, right?
Yeah. And you have the Drake. What is it called? you have very difficult weather conditions, unexpected. You know? So it can get really rough, either when you go or when you come back, or you never know. You know, you get big waves.
Well, that's what I mean by hostile environment. It's
yes, you get that.
There'd be certain times of the year that it wouldn't be very practical because, well, like you said, you know, you'd have to do it in the summer when there's less ice sheet to barge through.
Well, basically, I think it's because it meets. You have both oceans meeting. Like you have the. I think you have the Atlantic with the Pacific meeting.
Isn't there a really strong current as it goes around the tip of South America right there? Like the water flows like really fast around that tip. Is that Cape Horn or what's that called down there?
Yeah, that's like an area near Cape. I don't know what Cape Horn. Is that an island?
It might be.
It's
but I think it's right where the water, like when the two oceans meet, there's a current that goes around the tip of South America there. And it's like, goes really fast. It's like a fast current in the ocean there as it goes where the two oceans meet. It's like, it's just really, it's really rough and really a lot of water. The water moved really quickly across that area because it's a real narrow spot between that and Antarctica and all the other places on the flat plain. There's a lot bigger distance between the landmass and Antarctica. When you get that narrow point, it's like a funnel. It's like a narrow channel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the water travels when it goes from one ocean to the next. It flows really fast through there because it's narrowed down to like a real narrow channel of water. By comparison to the rest of the areas that are closer to Antarctica, it's closer there, so it's a narrower amount of water in it, and the current just flows really fast. At least that's what I've been told. It's a dangerous area to sail in and whatnot. You have to be quite skilled sailor to sail around Cape Horn. Dangerous.
Cape Horn is actually the southernmost point in the southern latitudes where people actually live. And nobody lives permanently further south than Cape Horn, and Cape Horn's at 56 degrees south latitude. And then, of course, the Treaty of Antarctica starts at 60 degrees south latitude.
All right, can I get the guy who lived in South America to look at the gift that I just posted in the live stream voice text, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right, so if you'll ignore Mario, obviously that's not real.
It's difficult.
And yeah, just put your thumb there if you can. Right, and you look at the sun. What's happening is this is a 24-hour time lapse, or it's a 72-hour time lapse. I don't know which one. But the gift is obviously showing how the sun goes down in the northern parts of Alaska, and the sun never actually sets. So this, every time it goes down to that mountain and it comes back up and it goes back down, that's a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
So this is what's going on in the northern parts of the world, and you're saying in the southern parts of the world this happens too?
Yes. Yeah. For like where I lived, so the sun does come down a little bit more, and it stays like under the horizon for about 2-3 hours, and the dark doesn't. You see how in the sky doesn't get completely dark, and then it comes up again. So it's basically the same thing, just that in Ushuaia where I live, the sun does come down the horizon.
Does it sit behind the mountain or behind the ocean?
The sun?
Yeah, does it sit behind a mountain or behind the ocean?
I don't. Yum, 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 yum.
When the sun goes down, does it go down behind the mountain?
I have to think. I think in the mount in the. I don't remember if it goes down the.
Well, did you live next to a mountain where the sun sets, or did you live next to the ocean where the sun sets?
Next to the ocean.
Okay, so
But
it sets
I used to
behind
not.
the ocean, the horizon, the real horizon, where the ocean is. Not an artificial one made by a mountain, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would have to look at
So,
it.
and then does it rise in the same place, or is it 2 or 3? Sorry, is it 5, 10, 20 degrees to the right when it rises again?
Mm,
It sets behind the horizon, right?
like the first, like the best thing I can do is look at pictures because this was like 10 years ago, like, but
Yeah, I feel you, but I'm just trying to figure out,
yeah, I would
what
have
you
to.
saw.
Google
Yeah.
Patagonia. Google Patagonia
The
or
effect.
Cape Horn sunset and see what it looks
What
like.
happens? The Mario gift that you sent, like
Yeah.
it's that's the same thing happens there.
So the same thing happens in South America.
Yeah.
I guess I would have to see it to believe it.
And in winter you have it's the opposite. In winter you have like I said, like okay, the sun comes out for a few hours.
Right. So if the Earth is symmetrical and the equator, where Ecuador is the center, then it would make sense that it would be symmetrical on both sides. So I have a GIF. I'm trying to find it, but my GIFs are all out of order. So, does anybody have the bowl with a flashlight over it?
Nextel. Poco F3.
I don't want to get like too like
Electric
but
scooter.
the sun is like the sun is
/USB.
yeah, I don't know.
All right, y'all take over. My apologies.
Yeah, I don't know anything, dude. Like every time, bro, like the more I look into this thing, the less I know. Today I was watching a video, one of the latest videos they've done about the moon. Now it seems like that the moon is like a hologram. Like and it's like the sun really, like the sun is like who sent that? Jim 777. Ah.
I think anybody who says they know what the sun does in Antarctica, when the Treaty of Antarctica basically says that the only people that can actually go there and live for a few months are people who signed on to the treaty, which is 54 United Nations countries, 54 UN countries, and to go by what they think when their webcams down there that they show, the countries show, if you look at them, they obviously have some gaps in the webcam, so you can tell because if you look at the shadows from the flags, you can tell there's a skip in them. So somebody's trying to hide something down there. So I think it's very difficult to say what the sun actually does in Antarctica when the only people that can go there are United Nations people, and we know United Nations people want to protect their globe at all costs.
the sun looks so small, right? Like it's, dude, like the Earth is like, it feels like the Earth is like so small. The territory where we live, man. I've traveled. I traveled by plane from Spain to New Zealand. Right back then, when I traveled from Spain to New Zealand, I thought I was literally like, I thought I was like going to the other side of the globe, to right to the opposite. It took me, it was like a 20 something hour flight. Obviously, we did stops, but I wonder, like, we have the technology to like fly in 22 hours. I mean, we can travel to the other side. It's like it feels small, like the Earth, this territory that we're in, like it feels small, like to me, like how us humans we can just go from such a long distance in 22 hours,
You know, the basic understanding of flight paths and flight plans is land location to land location in a straight line. And that's why you can circumnavigate on a flat plane, on a flat stationary plane, because you fly land location to land location in a straight line. And we can do that all day long. We just have never gone north-south. We go east-west all the time, around, around, and around, but we never go north-south over the supposed South Pole. We just don't.
There are flights that would be convenient to travel over the Antarctica, right? That would make it a lot easier, no? Or no? But obviously no.
Except there's no Antarctica, so they don't have any flight paths over the Antarctica, South Pole, because there is none.
It's like, damn.
It's the same thing with Newton's third law of motion tells us that outer space travel is impossible. But we go ahead and believe it anyway because our TV tells us it's possible and Hollywood tells us it's possible. But Newton's third law of motion, which works everywhere down here on this good Earth, we think it works in the vacuum of space, and it cannot work in the vacuum of space. But we believe it because we've been told it. We put no thought process in the fact that there's no opposing medium, no opposing force opposing the rocket going in one direction in outer space. There's no medium pushing against it. And you can even make a really great argument because they're in a vacuum and there's no oxygen, no rocket can fire in outer space as well. So you have two things going against outer space travel. But again, we believe NASA and we believe our education and we believe our entertainment. Outer space travel is impossible according to Newton's third law of motion, which works perfectly down here on our good Earth and works everywhere.
Well, if you look at that gift that Larry posted, and you think about it really hard, the thing is showing you that the sun is in fact moving and not the Earth. Because the camera is physically turning in a 360 degrees to follow the sun. Now, if it was the Earth that was spinning, the sun in that gift would look like it was going from left to right. You wouldn't see it in that 360 degree motion. You follow what I'm saying?
Like,
So imagine, you know what a merry-go-round is, or a roundabout. Some countries call it a roundabout. It's a merry-go-round. A little children's park thing where they get on it, spin around in a circle. You know what that is?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Not.
do you mean like a carousel? No.
It's a horizontal wheel that you get on and you spin it.
Yeah, like a carousel, no?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like a carousel. Now imagine you're standing on the outside edge of that carousel, and it's spinning, and you have a light that's out in the distance, and you're trying to film this light as the carousel is spinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to physically be turning to stay focused on that light, but that light, per your perspective, it's just going to be going from left to right, as you turn, right? But if you notice in that GIF, the camera is doing a full 360 degrees. In other words, that camera's following the sun. As the sun is going around, you have to actually turn and follow it 360 degrees.
I find it difficult to follow it. Even though it seems simple, like a simple example, I find it difficult to understand it, to grasp it.
Next time I find a piece of paper and I'll draw a diagram.
Okay.
Just imagine if you were 5 or 6 years old and you went into a classroom for the very first time, whether kindergarten or first grade. And just imagine, like John Lennon's song, just imagine if you went into a kindergarten, 5, 6 years old, and you were taught that the earth is flat, stationary, and contained, and you weren't taught a fairy tale of the globe, and generations have been taught that for the last 100 years. Just imagine how this world would be different. And just imagine, again, we don't know, we have to use imagination. But if Rockefeller hadn't taken over education in 1920 and started putting a globe in every single classroom, how would this world be different? And we can only imagine. I think it'd be a lot nicer, a lot less death, a lot more life, a lot happier. We wouldn't worry about asteroids hitting us. We wouldn't worry about man-made global warming, which is a total psyop. We wouldn't worry about a lot of things, and perhaps we would be killing each other in the streets. And so, but we don't know because we weren't allowed to know.
Well, if you take history for granted, there were many flat Earth cultures that exercised barbarianism, and like child sacrifice, and there's all sorts of debauchery. That's if you can believe written history. So that they were flat Earth cultures, you know. I don't know that realizing that we live on a motionless plane necessarily just by default makes everybody a peaceful people.
If you believe what the history books of 3, 4, 5, the history books written about what happened 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 years ago, when our history books can't get 9/11 right and can't get JFK right. So if you want to go back and say this is how it was 3, 4, 5, 600 years ago, anybody with 10 functioning brain cells know that JFK is not what the Warren report said, and 9/11 is not what the commission said about 9/11. So we can go back and speculate about how people who believe in flat Earth behaved. But you basically have John D. Rockefeller and Carnegie taking over medicine in 1902, John D. Rockefeller taking over education boards in 1920, and the rest is history. I saw this interesting thing on, just a side note, and forgive me, I just saw it yesterday, the day before. I was watching Vietnam in high definition. It's called, Vietnam in HD. And on August 2nd, 1964, it was reported that an American ship was fired upon by North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. And no video was taken of it. Nothing. And then on August 4th, 2 days later, and this is exactly what the Vietnam in HD said, it was reported that a second ship was fired upon. No video, no nothing. August 2nd, August 4th, 2 ships fired upon by North Vietnam against American ships. No video, no nothing, just reports. August 7th, 3 days later after August 4th, Congress votes to give LBJ the power to go into Vietnam. No video, no nothing, just reports. August 2nd, August 4th, 1964, nothing. There's no evidence that 2 ships were fired upon. No video evidence, no audio evidence, no photos, no nothing that American ships were fired upon by North Vietnam. And 3 days after that, reports, we give LBJ the power to go into Vietnam.
Yeah, it was all based on a lie.
It all based on a lie. And I watched that. Obviously, I watch things differently now than I did 3 years ago. But everything that we've been taught about war, and the reason we went to wars, is a lie. Everything.
If you guys were to want to learn more about what this guy's talking about, Noam Chomsky wrote a book, Manufacturing Consent. And in the book, it pretty much outlines every time we go to war, they have like this catalyst, like this 9/11 Pearl Harbor type event, right, that gets us to give our consent to go to war, because without consent, we can't go to war. It literally is, we're served that which we deserve. It's literally obeying natural law. So if something bad is happening with your country, it's because of something that we're doing.
I remember February, March of 2003, and if you came out against going into against Saddam Hussein, if you just said, I don't want to go, we shouldn't go, you never heard that on TV, and if you mention it to friends or whatever, you were like, I guess you don't love America. And we went in there because we were pressured to go in there by our TV. That's it. There was no reason to go into Iraq, Iran. You could make the argument. Obviously, 9/11 was an inside job. There was no reason to go into Afghanistan. We got 4 things that came out of 9/11. We got the Patriot Act and Homeland Security, which opened up spying on American people. And we got the failed war in Iraq and the failed war in Afghanistan. So all I can say is, if you believe anything on your TV, anything, then I can't help you. If you believe anything on mainstream online media, if you believe anything in Drudge Report, Yahoo, Newsweek, Time, any of that stuff, if you believe any of that, if you believe Twitter headlines, if you believe any of that stuff, you're part of the problem. Now, you just got to say you've been lied to about everything, and you're not gonna believe the lies anymore. It's just to me, I fell on that trap for the vast majority of my life. I'm not going to do it again.
So it's a genetic fallacy to say that just because it comes from CNN that it's a lie, right? But you can guarantee that they have a narrative, right? So what they do is they use a hypnosis technique. And, every news station, like when they're, booting up, they're showing the intro, they always show like circles spinning within circles or globes spinning, and that's like the penguins, from Batman. It's like his umbrella, right? They might as well be swinging a pendulum in front of your face. And they know that the TV puts you in an alpha state. So what they do is they tell you like 9 truths and then 1 lie, and then 8 and then 1. and then 7 and 1. And when they get to 5 and 1, then they can just start lying and spitting their narrative all the time because you're already hypnotized. So you notice how like some people are just walking around in a state of mild hypnosis, right? It's like you talk to them and they don't respond. Maybe they're looking at their phone. Maybe they're gazing out into the like past you, not looking at you, looking through you. Like that's what you're doing when you're watching TV. You're like looking through reality, and it's like story time, like watching like WrestleMania or something. You have to like watch it until you've lost like all critical thought. You postpone like all critical thought, and you're just like enjoying the show. So yeah, not everything they say is a lie, but there's narrative all over it, and that's all it is they're controlling the narrative for the mainstream media. And if you're completely unaware of this, Operation Mockingbird was something that was declassified, for a long time ago, and it says that the CIA has assets all through the mainstream media, and these assets are, repeating the script that were given by the CIA. And there's lots of funny videos on YouTube where it'll show like 20 different news agencies, like all over the country, and they're like saying the same thing over and over again, like fake news is a problem for our democracy. And it's like 20 different people saying the same thing from like 20 different cities, and it's like it's the exact same speech, word for word.
Yeah, I'll amend what I said. What you see on TV is either lies and or deceptions. So I'll amend what I said about everything being lies. They're lies and or deceptions. It's interesting. I used to really like the Chicago shows that are on Wednesday Night Med, Chicago Med, Fire, and Police and PD. And then I started watching reruns of Chicago Fire. And these Chicago shows are, Universal Studios. The Earth and spinning, and the Universal coming across the front of it, which I think we've all seen. I was watching a rerun one time. We have a 55-inch TV in the house here, and the end of it of a Chicago fire show, they flashed. It probably was 5 inches of the TV screen. They flashed the Universal globe spinning, with Universal coming across it. Probably wasn't longer than 3 or 4 seconds, but they didn't have to put that up there. I mean, I just looked at it and it's like, wow, they're reminding us that we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball at about every opportunity they possibly can. I just like it's. I mean, the messaging is just 24/7, and it never stops.
You see that little picture I drew and posted?
I'll take a look.
I said 10 minutes after. Larry.
Oh, BG? Yeah.
Yeah. So you see the small circle, imagine that's the light, and it's stationary. And that bigger circle would be there, and those little bitty circles right there, that's you. So if the Earth were spinning, when you're on the left side, you can see the sun, the light source, kind of to your right. When you're on the right side, you can see it to your left. But if it was the Earth that was spinning, the sun, per your point of view, would just be going left to right. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't get it. The way I understood it is the Earth, if it were spinning, it would look exactly like the sun going, stationary position, as opposed to the sun moving.
I'm saying
No, I understand.
in that
Go
gift
ahead.
that you posted, that guy was in a specific location to be able to view the sun doing what it's doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? That camera is physically following the sun in a 360 degree. Okay, he's not perfectly center on the earth like to where that sun's at, because the sun is dipping up and down, right? He's not perfectly center on land. That's why you get that little effect where it appears like the sun's going up and down, up and down. Now, that's why I drew the little bitty circles off to the sides, because he's not directly in the center. But if it were the Earth that were spinning, see, the sun's supposed to be stationary as we spin, basically. Okay. So if you can imagine that big circle right there being a merry-go-round, and you're standing on a rectangle, and there's a street light out in the distance somewhere. And as you spin, it doesn't have to be fast, just as you spin on that merry-go-round and you keep the camera focused on that light, it will never appear to make a 360-degree circle from your perspective. It would just go from the left to the right, to the left, to the right, as you followed it with the camera.
I don't know, man. I can't say for certain. I did look at it, and I tried to picture it in my head, but I was unsuccessful.
Well, you could basically do this in your own living room, man. Just look at your light in your living room and walk in a circle, but stay focused on the light.
thing that always gets me is the people who believe we live on a spinning watery, curvy, bendy ball have had generations, not just years or decades, have had generations to nail down, cross all their T's, dot all their I's about their globe. Everything. They've had a chance to explain law of perspective and vanishing point away. They've had a chance to explain Newton's third law of motion away. They've had a chance to nail down that they actually went to Apollo 11 in July of 1969. They've had a chance to nail everything down. And here comes a bunch of uneducated, feeble-minded, mentally ill flat earthers in their mind, and we debunk it all. We debunk it all. And then these globe people come back and go, well, what about Coriolis effect? What about gyroscopes? What about the lunar eclipse? In other words, they shouldn't be telling us conceding to us that we're right, flat earthers are right. They should be defending everything and have an answer to everything that flat earthers say. They have no answers whatsoever. Globe people have no answers when we come at them with empirical evidence and observations. They run back to their theoretical mathematical formulas, their CGIs, their fisheye lenses, their green screens, and their paintings, and they run back to their brainwashed education and entertainment, and they say, yes, flat earthers, you are wrong because we have this. You got nothing. Globers have nothing, and they should have everything if they were right. They have nothing, and they come back at us with gyroscopes and sextants and all this stuff that means nothing. Oh, look up in the sky. The moon and the sun is round, therefore the earth is round. Ha ha, we got you, flat earthers. No, you don't. You think you do because you have a feeble mind that thinks 2 inches deep if it thinks 2 inches deep. It might think 1 inch deep, and then again, it may not think at all. And that's what they got. It's just amazing. It's just totally amazing.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things where if you ask a globe earther or an anti-flat earther, like how to prove the Earth is a globe, they're going to show you like the sun, the moon, the stars, eclipses, everything, Aristosthenes, right? Everything but go measure the water, right? Go measure the Earth directly. And we say the water, Because if 70% of the Earth is covered in water, then it has to be bending along with the Earth. So there must be 8 inches per mile squared, or a horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And there's not either one of those things. So when they come back and they say, well, how do you explain the eclipse? Oh, yeah, exactly. How do you explain the eclipse? If the totality of the solar eclipse, the shadow cast by the moon is only 100 miles in diameter, then that means the moon is only 100 miles in diameter. I thought it's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. It's like, oh, well, refraction. Well, wait a minute. You just said with Eratosthenes like a few minutes ago, the light's coming in at like 90-degree parallel rays. It's like, oh, well, I still won because I'll get the last word. You'll see, Flat Earther. I'll get the last word.
How far did you guys move away from BG's what he was talking about the sun and the rotation?
Pretty far because I couldn't grasp it.
Well, isn't he saying that how we view how the instances that we do view the traverse the sky is nothing like what a light source would look like if we were just spinning? Was that his point? Or your point, BG?
From that location. Okay.
Even from any location, it's like,
Well,
okay, your orientation, because there's no Earth wobble in 24-hour period, right? It's not wobble as in it went this way and then came back, went that way. So
right.
wherever you're at in that rotational frame, from your reference point, looking at the light, I think you're right. It should go left to right.
Right. So you can do.
Like, well, that's very easy because I just
demonstrate that
imagine
very
turning
easily.
while looking at a light. Once you said left to right, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna turn until the light is out of view. I'm gonna attempt to, because if we were turning away from the sun, then as I'm turning, right, my head is also turning independently from the turn of my body, so I can continue to look at the sun like a camera would. It would focus on it, right? And then you would see it go left to right. But when we're seeing it go in and out, well, if we're talking about, like they say, oh, it's so far, the distance, like if I spun from west to east, that's like not a significant difference. But the only reason we do see perspective differences is because of the atmosphere. So they say. So it has nothing to do with distance and perspective. Therefore, what is it doing appearing to move outwards and inwards then, if we're just spinning? Like ever. I don't care where you're at.
So like I told Larry, when you get home tonight, just go in your living room, get a little distance away from your light in the middle of your living room. Stand on one side of the room, take your phone out, point it at the light. Now walk in a circle, keeping your camera on the light, and you'll notice that when you're on the left side of the room, the light appears to be on the right. As you walk in a circle going towards the back, it comes to the center of your view. When you get to the right side of the room, the light will be on your left. When you get forward a little bit, come back to center. As you walk in a circle, the light source is going to stay still, but it's going to appear that it's moving from the left to the right. It's not turning in a 360 degree around you. In that GIF he posted, the camera is physically turning in a 360 degree circle, showing you that it's the sun that's moving and not the earth.
Yeah, Elijah, you make a great point. I can't imagine any position that you could possibly take to where the sun would go in and out, in and out. If you were spinning, it would it would have to go away and then back to you from behind you. It couldn't just go forward and forward and get backward. It would have to go around the globe and come back around behind you. That GIF is impossible if it was on a globe, showing it going back and forth. Then what are we doing? What are we standing on? How's it moving? How's it going around in a circle, spinning? It couldn't be.
Now the 360 thing, I think. Okay, we're talking about a light source that's like in front of us. Well,
yeah.
Well, the sun is above us, and so okay, that's slightly different. Well, okay, if I were on the top of the ball, then I guess I would view the sun 360, but it would have to, I mean, I would have to be on the top of the ball though. Wait a minute. Let me think about this for a second. So it's above obviously the equator in my mind. You know, I'm on the top of the ball or somewhere above the equator, significantly above. Okay, I'm rotating away from the sun on the ball. But I'm continuing to look at it. Well, you could see a 360 at least.
If it was directly above you, but in that GIF, it's not directly above the viewer. It's off.
But let me look at the GIF, because I would argue, well, that's perspective. It's above you, but it's also so far. No, right. But it's not above you because, right? Remember that it's not perspective. We're spinning away from it, so it's going down because we're curving away from it on the rotational path of the sphere that we're on. That being said, maybe
it's just the sun looks different, like depending on the location of the Earth.
Well,
I just don't see how it could do that back and forth motion. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, me either. I don't even know.
Looks like somebody dribbling a basketball. That's what it looks like to me.
Let me think.
I mean, that's real. I mean, that's real. Like that actually happened. You know, like that. Like I've lived, dude. That actually happens. I mean,
no, we know it happens. That's why we have a video of it. We're just talking about the mechanics of we're just talking about what something looks like when we're spinning. So we're said to be spinning. So
it's very difficult to think about it. Yeah.
No, yeah, but you don't have to think about much. They say we're spinning, so all you have to do really is just spin around and create the same effect. I don't know how. I don't let me position a light to where I can turn while having the camera fixed and creating this effect. Then I'll be sold. But I need to see it happen.
Like I said, it doesn't even have to be a light source. It could be any object out, stationary object out the distance, and you make a circle, but keep focused on that object. As you spin, you're not turning your body, right? You're keeping your body focused on that the whole time, but you're just walking in a circle. Now, from your perspective, that object is just going to move from left to right, like parallax, right?
No, you can't go in a circle around light because that's 1 year.
No. I'm not saying go around the light.
Okay, yeah. I just making it clear.
A circle in place.
Yeah, a circle in place. Because if you were to circle around the globe, the light.
So let's say
That's
Let's say
1
the
year.
object that you're looking at is going to be 10 feet away from you. Now, you're not going to circle around the light. You're not. That's not what I'm saying. You're going to make, say, like you make a little 6-foot circle where you're at, but the object is still 10 foot away. Stay focused on that object, whatever the object is. That object is going to appear to go from left to right, left to right. It's never going to make a 360 around you.
Well, it is. Because the problem is when you turn, you need to have a separate frame that's able to rotate 360 degrees independent of your body. Because that would be the turning Earth's surface, and then us turning a 360, having the ability to turn 360 degrees on top of the Earth. We can effectively stare at the sun 360 degrees.
Well, you got to remember, you got to put this in perspective as what we're told, that the sun is 93 million miles away. So in one rotation, we're not going to make it all the way around the sun, right? We're just spinning. So that's why I'm saying you're not going to walk around the object. Okay.
Yeah, I know you're gonna turn in a circle, like on your axis.
But you're actually not going to spin. So in other words, when you're walking in a circle, you're not going to face the opposite direction. You're going to stay focused on that object, like they're doing in the gift right here.
But that's not what's happening.
Well, no, because the sun is the thing that's moving, and the camera has to follow the sun.
Right, the camera has to follow the sun. So if you're gonna try to, if they're claiming it's the light source that's not moving, then instead of the sun moving, you have to pretend that it's what they claim. So it would be you turning 360 degrees. But you also need to somehow, independent of your 360 degree turn, have the camera fixed on that source.
Exactly.
That's impossible.
It's not impossible. You can do it in your living room right now.
You could spin, but that doesn't mean you're going to give the perspective that you're standing on what's spinning. If you're standing on what's spinning, the camera is going to spin with it. It's going to.
Oh, I don't think you can. I think there's a mental problem here. Like you have to, like the camera has to spin because there's no appearance of the light moving.
Right.
So you wouldn't even be able to. Hell, that's crazy.
Well, as soon as you were facing away from the light, it would be dark.
No. I'm not saying face away from the light. You got to stay focused on it the whole time.
But
you're not understanding.
You're on a spinning ball. You're on the equator, bro, and you're going to spin around.
No. From this perspective, and again, look at the GIF where Larry's.
I've looked at it. I'll look at it again.
That's up north. That's up north during the 24-hour sun. That's nowhere near the equator. I'm not talking about near the equator. I'm talking about in this location. The camera is physically following the sun because the sun is the thing that's moving. You get what I'm saying? I see the disconnect right here. You think I'm talking about we're on the equator? No, I'm talking about.
Okay, even if you're standing on top, looking at the sun, when you spin around like you're standing on a ball, you're still going to be facing the other direction at some point.
Not if you constantly correct to face towards the object.
Well, why would the Earth doesn't do that?
Try to follow me, God Rafa. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm just saying that right here, this gift right here proves that it's the sun moving and not the Earth.
Okay? Yeah, I get that. Because if you were to spin, the sun would go out. You would be out of the view.
Now look at that drawing that I drew right below it. Okay. Now, at that big circle where the Earth and where the little dots on it, outside edges, as it rotates, if you stay focused on the light source, When you're on the left side, the sun would appear to be to your right. As you come down towards the bottom, it'll be centered. As you go off to the right, the sun would appear to be on the left. It would not appear to be doing a 360 degree around you. As you are turning, you stay focused on the light. It would appear that it's just moving left to right per your perspective. Now you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, but it still doesn't make any sense because the sun would be. If you focus on the light, then you're going to be looking like straight up north to see it.
No, but
you're going to have to be facing north, right?
Let's say you are up north where this gift is taking place. Okay, you're not on the equator. You're not.
Right, I get it. So you're up there. You're up there in the north, and you're looking at the sun.
If it was the Earth that's spinning, the light source would appear to be moving from left to right. But because the camera is following the sun in 360 degrees, it tells you that the light source itself is spinning and the ground is stationary.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm trying to say is if we're going to try and simulate the Earth spinning and the sun not moving, being stationary, there would be no way to keep it in the camera lens. You could not simulate that. It'd be impossible. That's my opinion. If you were to try and simulate what they say is going on, the Earth is spinning, and you spin below it, you're gonna. It's going to be night and day. Where you got to simulate the night and day. You can't. Well, maybe not. I guess if you're talking about this 24-hour sun, but you still got to simulate your spinning somehow. I just don't see how that would. I just don't see how it would work. I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. Let me think about it. This is a mind. This is a mind fuck. Is what this is.
Yeah. Especially for me, man. I get confused with nothing, dude. I'm like lost right now because I'm trying to like.
I want to help you guys out. So this is pretty easy actually to comprehend. Okay,
I'm ready.
So let's put you on a merry-go-round, but you're not in the center. You're kind of cockeyed a little bit near the edge, right? And we're not going to see the sun go up and down, right? Because we don't have the kind of perspective. Because the artificial sun, in this case, is going to be a child running around you, right? He's got a torch. So you're going to spin 360 degrees around in a circle because the merry-go-round is stationary, right? And as you spin 360 degrees as he runs around, then all of a sudden, let's say he stops. And let's say an adult spins the merry-go-round. Well, then you're going to have to start turning again, 360 degrees around in a circle to keep the kid with a torch in frame. So what I'm trying to say is this is classical relativity. All motion is relative. So you can't tell which one is which. If the only thing was empty, deep, dark space and the merry-go-round and the torch, which in this case, that's what you got. You got the earth and you got the sun and you don't have anything else. All you know is you have to spin to keep up with the relative motion, and you can't tell where the relative motion is coming from. Does that make sense?
To be honest with you, no. Sorry.
Only the globe makes sense.
I'm having a hard time with this whole scenario here still.
Yeah, my English is not even that good, man.
It doesn't seem like you can simulate what they say is going on. I don't think you can properly simulate that. Standing on the ground, the light source above you or the side of you or what, I just don't think you can. I can't imagine how you can simulate the sun moving back and forth like the GIF.
Because in order to do what the GIF is doing, actually what would have to happen is the light would have to be going around you, and then you would have to be turning around turning around, and then assuming that actually the reason that the kid running around with the light is moving is because the ground is actually moving and he's stationary.
I'm not
But
talking about
obviously
simulating what's
obviously
going on
that
in the
doesn't
GIF.
obviously that doesn't work. So what has to happen is that the light source would have to be still, and you would have to turn to recreate that. The problem is if you just kept the light, the camera fixed on the light, well, then it wouldn't appear to be moving. And if you turned, like you said, it would go from left to right. So God Rocket and I are saying, damn, there isn't even a way to recreate it being seeing something turn 360 degrees. But I think that's what you're saying too.
Right. I'm not talking about recreating what's going on in the GIF.
You're saying it's impossible.
It's impossible for the Earth to be spinning because of what is going on in the GIF.
I do get it.
Yeah, I do too. Now, I do get it. And you're right. That you couldn't be the only thing. The only thing that could be moving is the light source, the sun. There's no way you could move and simulate that. You couldn't move the camera. You would have to stay in one location facing the exact same spot the whole time and let the sun do its thing back and forth, in that little tight circle or whatever it's doing. You couldn't, there's no way to simulate that motion. You can't do it.
You could be on a roundabout. You could be on a merry-go-round. Okay, so let me think of it this way. Okay, you're in a merry-go-round. The merry-go-round is turning. Now you have to keep the camera trained on the light. So as you're keeping the camera trained on the light, you're gonna see the roundabout turning. I keep saying roundabout. You're gonna see the
either one. I know what you mean.
Whatever that you're gonna see that turning.
Yeah, you're on a spinning object.
It's not. It's not gonna do what it's doing in that GIF though.
Right. Exactly. Impossible to simulate that.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah.
You would have a totally different perspective if we were the ones spinning. They would appear to be moving left and right, not going in a 360 degree around us.
So you're telling me, just to be clear, that if you're on a merry-go-round and it's stationary and the kid was running around you, you'd have to turn 360 degrees to keep up with him. But if sorry, there's the other half to this. But if the merry-go-round is spinning and the child is stationary, you would not have to turn 360 degrees around to keep him in frame?
No, you're going to stay facing the same direction the whole time. Now, the merry-go-round will turn 360 degrees, but you're not because you're facing the same direction. You would have to constantly change your position to follow the sun if the merry-go-round is spinning and the light source is not.
The problem with this is you're on a moving platform. I would have to seem as though it's stationary. because that's what we experience, not a rotating platform where we're so when you say you're just standing in the same direction, well, but with that gift, if we were actually there, we wouldn't be standing in the same direction. We would have to be spinning 360.
Right, because you're
It just
following the sun.
mentally, none of this works. It's like, you, like, am I tripping or?
I may make a little video and simulate what I'm speaking of, and then I'll post it and show you that you can recreate what I'm talking about in your own living room, but it doesn't work in reality because that's not what's going on.
Talk about a fucking good exercise for the mind, huh?
Yeah.
Do you guys think you can track the sun? Like, for example, if we are all like in different locations on the Earth, we can.
They've done it actually. Well, with the moon, maybe you guys did it right. Legend, didn't you guys all team up one time and track the moon one time?
Tracked it? No, we just took pictures of it at the same time.
Oh, I see.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From all
on different in different parts of the ball that
different
would be.
land masses, all different land masses at the same time. Yeah, you had people in Australia and Europe, wherever. You had people located all over, right?
Yeah.
Have you still got that information? I'd like to see it.
It's in here somewhere.
Is it?
It's also around that time, summertime. We should just redo it.
I don't know that I've actually ever watched. I've heard you guys talk about it, but I don't think I've ever seen the results that you guys came up with. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Wow, Michi. Qué loco. Hola, no.
Anyway, thanks everybody, because this has really been quite enjoyable to kind of mull this over and have everybody, participating and putting their 2 cents worth in, and nobody's yelling and screaming and acting like an idiot, and it's cool. It's been a good conversation and enjoyable.
Yep. Yeah.
What did I miss?
Everything.
Everything. You missed the whole trick and the secret to the world. We figured it out. We finally got it nailed down. And if you believe that, I got some.
You have to catch me up. Catch me up to enough.
It took me an hour.
If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you at Lake Pontchartrain. Curved bridge, by the way.
What is the deal with selling bridges? Because can't you charge a toll if you own the bridge?
Can't you what?
Can't you charge a toll to people crossing if you own the bridge? So why is it an obvious scam?
I still don't understand what you're asking.
Hank said he wanted to sell me a bridge.
Okay.
Meaning that that's a scam to sell bridges. But why would that be a scam if you own the bridge, you can charge a toll to people who cross and get money?
Yeah.
Private property.
Why would I want to sell it? Is that what you're saying? Or what?
You're not following God, Reckon. It's okay.
Gee, thanks, bro.
Tell me why it's flat.
Tell me why what's flat? The
Why
earth?
the earth is flat.
Because it was designed and made that way. Pretty simple.
You mean just like it says in the Bible?
Just like it says in the Bible, just like it's observed, just like we experienced it, just like reality.
There's no verses in the Bible that talk about a spinning space globe. Are you sure?
I don't remember reading that, but maybe you can enlighten me.
How about Newtonian physics, Einstein, the warpy, bendy space-time? That's not happening in the Bible?
To the best of my knowledge, no. It's not. Why would you be looking for something?
How about meteors?
In the Bible that was written thousands of years or done thousands of years after.
Will the Earth get destroyed by meteors? Is that in the Bible? Do we have to worry about that?
I don't think so. I think it talks about a mountain falling into the ocean. Something.
Tectonic plates? How about tectonic plates? Is that in the Bible?
No, I don't think so.
Cavendish, pendulum, Foucault pendulum.
Not to my knowledge, no. The pendulum is one of the biggest hoaxes I could possibly imagine. It's just nothing but a hoax.
Now, CERN has got to be in the Bible. The smashing of atoms to make dark matter. That's got to be in the Bible.
Well, if it was, it would have to be in Revelation. And
the Bible isn't the only place you can find truth.
No, all you have to do is walk outside and open your eyes. It's right in front of you. Right?
Where else can you find truth?
Well, that's a pretty good source. I don't know that you would need much more than just having it be right in front of your face.
What about the back of a cereal box, and the cereal box is a box of Truthios?
Please put that into context somehow.
What about a Cracker Jack box would have a prize inside? Does that still they have that?
I don't know if they still. I don't think they do. I know when I was a kid, they did. You get a box of Cracker Jacks and you get a little prize. I don't know if they have that anymore. I couldn't tell you. I haven't had a box of Cracker Jacks for probably 40 years. I don't know. I don't even know if they still make them. Do they?
I haven't seen them for sale in a while, but I imagine they sell them somewhere.
Ryan's just looking for a grain of truth.
And the globers,
the
globers are looking for a grain of truth for the globe. Just one grain, that's all. Just one little bit, please. And that's what gets me is that, if it were a ball, if we were spinning in the vacuum of space, it would be so very self-evident, exactly like the flat Earth is,
when you walk out and stand on the beach and look out over the horizon, it's so self-evident that if we were spinning on a ball, it would also be very self-evident. And it's just not. It's not experienced. It's not seen. It's not in any part of reality. You cannot find it. So if that's not enough for someone to think, well, maybe it's not right, I don't know what's wrong with their brain. I really don't.
When we look out at the beach, at the ocean, what's farther out? The front back XY axis or the left right Y X axis? Which is more miles? You know? Which brings a question: would you see a curve left to right if
Well,
be a ball?
I would think you would have to if it were a ball. If the horizon was wide enough, I mean, if you were viewing between two like a sliver of ocean between a landmass on the right and a landmass on the left, and you only had a small section of water you were looking at, maybe not. But if you were looking out over the ocean and all you could see is horizon, as far as you can see to the left and as far as you can see to the right, it would. You would think. I mean, how many miles would that be if you could guess?
Yeah, like at the beach, there's nothing in your way. Just straight horizon, left to right, all the way down.
It would have
Let's
to
say
curve.
the shore is the shore is at your feet, and then just out is the ocean. It's not. It's no mountains.
Well, if you're looking straight out at
How many miles is that? How many miles can
many
we
miles
get
is
left to
that
right?
horizon from left to right? Yeah. What? I'd have to say
I don't know.
500, probably at least.
Well, the horizon will be about 3 miles ahead of you. Okay? At a 5 of the right. Actually, no. It's more like 6 miles ahead of you at a 5 of the right. But all the way to the left, all the way to the right, it's much farther, isn't it? Like,
Well, it's a huge distance, yeah.
because think of a square piece of paper. Put a line down the middle, and now you're going to look at that paper that line from one side. It's farther left to right than it is front to back, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I got to help you out.
in that way. Go ahead.
This has to do with perspective. So I'm a bass player. I've been playing the bass mostly off, not so much on, since I was like 16, 17 years old. And when you get a guitar and you're going to buy a guitar, one of the first things you do before you even play it is you pick it up and you see if everything's been tweaked, because you can manipulate certain things on the guitar to make it have a better playability. In other words, better action.
Yeah,
Or in other words, make it smooth like butter, right? So you look down the neck like a rifle, right?
Yep.
So the bridge of it is like your back sights, and the head is like the front sights. And you're looking down and you're trying to detect curvature. Now, if I just hand it to you, like a sword, right? One hand the head, one hand the other side, like you can't really see it. But when you look at it like a rifle, you can detect that curvature that's barely there. It's supposed to be barely bowed concave, just enough to where it doesn't make the frets rattle, right? So it has to be like butter. Okay, so if I lay it out on the couch and I say, "Hey, would you buy this guitar for $200?" You would go, well, I don't know. Like, just look at it, bro. Like, does it look like it's smooth as butter? It's like, I don't know. I can't tell. It's like, oh, okay, pick it up. It's like, oh yeah, I'll give you $200 for that. That's a pretty decent acoustic guitar, you know. So I think it's one of those things where I wouldn't expect to see the curve left to right. I would expect to see it on the z-axis, and that's why we use long distance photography, laser, and stuff like that, so that we can measure it more accurately. Thanks.
Yeah, but you're not seeing curvature, you're seeing drop, and so there's no curve. It's still flat, but it's a drop rate you're talking about.
Yeah, you'd be looking for the opposite of what I'm talking about. Instead
Yeah.
of it being concave, you would be looking for convexity.
The thing of it is, I don't see how you see any of that if you're actually looking at a ball. Any ball in your hand, a beach ball, baseball, whatever kind of a ball. You don't see that. You see the curve the way it's supposed to look. You hold it up and you look at it, look over the edge of it, hold it up like you're trying to look over the edge of it. It's curved right to left. It's dropping away from you. It's doing all the things it's supposed to do. I don't see how the Earth would be doing anything different. You're not changing anything. You're not changing the environment's not changing. You're still using your eyes, and no. It would be self-evident. You'd see curvature. You'd see the ball would be.
Hank, you're saying it's shorter left to right than back to front, and you wouldn't see a curve. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying left to right, you should see a massive curve because you're looking at 500 miles of water left to right, or maybe more. That's a massive amount of drop rate on each side. If you go from the center point, go right 250 miles and left 250 miles, what does the calculator say? Say how much drop should there be in 250 miles? It's like a mile or something shit. If you think you can look out over that horizon and look out over the water, see that much width of a horizon right to left, you're talking about massive amounts of curvature that should be there. Not just a little bit. Be like a mile.
I think it's funny when you bring up something like the Chicago skyline or the Mount Conahoe, the long distance photography, the former, world record, and they're like, you can't see the bottom of it. Like, why can't you see the bottom of it? Hello, we can see it. Period. We're not supposed to be able to see any of it, but you can't see the bottom. That's the curve. It's like, okay, so you're admitting the math is wrong, and I'm the first person to measure the new curvature rate, and we need to put new math in NASA and all the global educational system, right? Like television, schools, like everything else. But no, you're not right. Obviously, there's a fraction. Oh, okay. You add that into the mix now. Like, okay, that too, huh? Like, is there ever going to be a moment where someone goes, hey, you shouldn't be able to see that? Like, I know. Weird, right?
Yeah, why is this? What should be obvious never there? What should be obvious is never there. Why is that? Because it's obviously not right. They're wrong. It's pretty simple. That's what I mean by self-evident. You're looking out over the ball. You've got that much distance you're looking at out in front of you, right to left. You got all this massive distance that's going on here, and it's all flat. That's not what would happen. That's not. It's laughable. If it were a ball, you would see it as a ball, especially looking in that kind of a distance, either right to left or straight in front of you.
The only thing about the Chicago skyline thing that I just posted at 4 after the hour, wish I could take credit for the but I can't. It says 52 miles away should have over 1,800 feet of curvature height in the tallest building completely. The only thing it doesn't add in, it's taking that into account that it's at looking at it from the ground, and they don't take into account 6 feet observation height, which would make it just a little bit less than that. But otherwise, you'd have a little different than 1,800 feet. So that's one thing I notice once in a while. Somebody will use the Earth curve calculator and they won't throw in observation height, and that throws things off just a little bit.
But I think for me, the reasons are obvious why you don't see the beach or whatever, the bottom. I mean, for hell's sakes, there's waves. There's inconsistencies of the surface. That's what's hiding the bottom. Just the waves and the inconsistency of the water. Whatever the 5 foot waves, 3 foot waves, whatever they may be. I mean, that's what's blocking the bottom, period. I mean, that should be obvious to me. I mean, because if it was curvature, you wouldn't see even the tops of the buildings. Of course, you can't see the bottoms. For hell's sake, you're trying to look through 5 foot waves or whatever's out there. Going to block the bottom a little bit.
Yeah, if you plug in 6 feet observation height at 52 miles, you get a horizon distance of 3 miles, but you get hidden height of 1,601 or 1,600 feet. So that meme is good, but it doesn't take into account that it was probably looked at from 6 feet or 10 feet up, and not right from the ground level.
Cool. Hey guys.
Yep.
Aren't these observation numbers and everything that they tell us about globe Earth, aren't they pretty standard? We can try to apply them to what we observe. It's pretty simple, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Sure. Geometry is not difficult math. No.
Sure. And now, what is the argument against it? We know it. Is there anyone in here that is denying that now? I know you guys. Yeah, we talk about this on the daily basis. It's not a hard thing to figure out. I've just spent like 2 hours listening to comedians and shit. I just like listening to you guys listen to comedians and stuff like where they just bring out abstracts of humanity and like they'll take the most weirdest part of why people think this is standard and then just make jokes about it, right? No, I mean, a lot of people think we make fun of flat Earth, which we do because it's obviously not true, because we don't have any physical evidence for a globe. I mean, globe Earth. Yeah. We make fun of the globe on a constant basis because there's no physical evidence that it can possibly be true. So, and I think that's what you guys are talking about.
So Helio, you said you were listening to comedians for the last couple hours?
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, I'm a huge fan of comedy, and it's really kind of abstract ideas. Comedians are some of the most brilliant people, that go through everything that's going on through the news and media and everything, and they're really talented about just making fun of the standard knowledge and just exposing what people believe. You know what I mean?
Because when you came on and said comedians, I immediately thought of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, that you've been listening to them for a
they're
couple
both
hours.
comedians. I mean, they're actors. Yeah.
No, those are clowns, bro. You got to know the difference between clowns and comedians.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, but they're also hired by music video studios, and they have a program process that they have to run through. Yeah, I mean, sure, yeah, we can watch all their videos and critique them. It's fine. But like people that get to speak their mind, like us, and analyze what's happening on the news, all the comedians, which a lot of the comedians, it depends on who you're talking about. I mean, just kind of depends. And like, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a comedian, but I don't buy the bullshit. So I try to be funny sometimes, but I'm not a comedian. I just see what's going on, and I try to make it just like when you're talking about, well, the Earth has a physical shape. It doesn't. Nobody's ever proven that. No one's ever done that. I mean, is that related to what you guys were talking about? But, yeah, I was just wondering. I mean, it's just like, how long are you going to argue this? It's like, well, it has a shape. Well, it doesn't. No, it does. It does. It doesn't. Doesn't. Does. Do you have any physical proof that the Earth has a shape?
For anybody new listening, Helio, you should probably let them know that flat is a description, not a shape. Just for anyone new listening.
Sure. Yeah, of course. No, a flat is it's not a shape. It's what we all experience. Now the shape comes in to the belief part, which is being argued, that's not a big deal necessarily. I mean, it's a big deal for some, but not for us. Now, Earth is the only place. It's where we start from. See, in the heliocentric model, right? You start from the sun, right? And then you have the Big Bang theory, and then you have coalescence of balls of gases, conforming into solid objects and shit. Yeah, that's
completely defying the law of thermodynamics and gas laws. Yeah, defying all of that, like it's not true.
Well, anyone that comes into the argument with flat earthers should know this before they come in. But if they're brand new to the conversation, we'll have as much patience as is necessary.
Wait, can I say something, Julio?
Yeah, go ahead.
I came in here yesterday and I didn't believe in the flat Earth, but I think I'm convinced now that it's flat.
Well, you don't have to.
Are you bullshitting?
No.
You're doing it wrong. We don't like that.
Today,
No.
so just want to check.
Wait. I talked to. Is that you ever?
Yeah, we had a discussion yesterday.
How about you tell me how to pronounce it, and then I'll pronounce it.
Well, it's fine. Avaria, you got it.
I've already.
You give us 2 reasons why you think it's flat.
Anyway, I talked to you last night. Yeah,
Well,
sure, man. You've been listening. Now, nobody here is trying to convince anyone of flat Earth or globe. We're actually here trying to, give the contradictions to what they're telling us about the globe.
Yeah.
And why it cannot be possibly true. Now, I know.
Yeah,
I
was talking to you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he wants to tell us.
I remember talking to you last night. Yeah.
He wants to tell us. Let him tell us about it.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was, because every argument that I said was just like basically shut down, and then you gave me some good points. I just wanted to say it on like the stream.
Cool. I'm glad you're still hanging out here and learning more. It's cool.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, man.
I just want to say
take
something.
your time, man. Nobody. I wasn't convinced of flat Earth. It took me a long time to really, wrap my mind around it. So you ain't gonna figure it out in a day or 2 days. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It only took me 1 day, Helio.
No, I get that, but I mean, it's not that same way for everybody.
No, it's not. It might be for this gentleman.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's the same. How do I say your name, sir? God Rocket?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was the same for me.
cool.
Like every argument I said was like shut down. With like facts and logic and stuff.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's the way it was for me too. I just started looking at all the evidence I could find. I crammed it all in to like a 24-hour period. I just didn't leave the screen. I watched everything I could find, and it was like, oh my gosh, that's not right. It's flat.
And I was like at the beach today, so like looking out on the ocean, and like I don't see any curvature.
Right.
You shouldn't expect to. And the only reason you would think that you would see curvature, which what is curvature, is because they told you it was that curvature is the horizon. And I think I went over that a couple times with you last
I
night.
disagree with you on that a little bit.
You did.
I disagree.
And I tried to do the math, and I got the same result as all of you gotten.
I think you should see curvature right to left.
With the parabolic model. I was using that.
I'm just talking about what you see across Earth, right to left. Even that short base. If you're just standing on the beach, I don't necessarily think that it would be noticeable. But
It wasn't today, at least. It wasn't noticeable.
Oh, that's cool.
That was enough for me.
Either way of it, but as far as horizon, definition of horizon is not curvature of the Earth. It's you just see as far as you can see over
as far as you can see.
I mean, if you look left and you're facing that way, you can see that far.
Yeah, I did look left, but there was a building.
But I mean, your field of view is limited when you're looking in a certain direction, so you're not going to expect to see curvature in any direction when you're focusing on your just one point.
Yeah, you just see flat.
Dude, I think God Rocket. I think Everett's starting to figure this out, man.
Yeah,
he just came in last night, man.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool as hell. I mean, it's good to see somebody come along that can use their mind and do some critical thinking about this stuff, and actually, think about it. Look at what's presented, and look at it for what it is, instead of just scoffing at it like most of them do. It can't be right. It can't be right.
Yeah, and you might be fortunate. You live near. It sounds like you live near the ocean.
I live on the coast.
I live in Central America. I don't have the ocean next to me. But the concept still works. I mean, it can work on lakes. It works the same way.
Yeah. Or use a pond or something.
You can view it, like go to the Great Lakes and the same concept works the same way. And we've had some people that are involved in our flat Earth crew or whatever that have sailed across the Great Lakes and saw the Chicago skyline from one side to the other as they sailed across.
Yeah.
And I live by the Great Salt Lake, where they have those salt flats where they do the land speed record setting where they race.
Really?
And so they wouldn't be doing that on a curved surface or an uneven surface.
Yeah.
They do it there.
Yeah, if you go 600 miles an hour with a car, you're going to be flying off. You're going to be flying over the ground if the ground is curving away from you. You are going 600 miles an hour.
You'd have to stare downwards, or it wouldn't work.
No. That's why they do it. That's why they do it there, because it's safe. It's flat.
It's flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cars would have to have an own steering wheel for steering down. If not,
something. I don't know what they'd have to have, but if we were going that fast over a curved surface, it certainly would be dangerous. And it's already dangerous enough as it is.
100%.
It's on a flat surface, so anything other than that would be unacceptable, I think. You would have to be guaranteed and confident that the ground is utterly flat for you to want to go that fast over it, because otherwise you'd be like, no, I don't think I even want to try this.
Exactly. You'd have a lot more car accidents if the Earth was round.
Well, that's cool, man. It's been a while since we heard anybody come in and say they actually just in one day have seen enough evidence to think about it differently.
Sorry, God Rockin'. I was just thinking about how anyone who believes in the globe, they're under a spell, but I think like deep down they really know it's magic. What do you think?
That is magic.
I don't know, Jenny. I don't think
Gravity? I mean, that's magic.
I know, but they're under a spell. I don't think they realize it.
Yeah, but check this out, Jenny. If someone has a super powered car and they go to the salt flats there in Utah and they're like, here's my plan. I'm going to travel. How far do they travel? Like 10 miles?
Yeah.
And they're going to go like freaking 600 miles an hour. Now, they're going to make just like airplane pilots, they're just like, I'm flying over a flat Earth.
Well,
gravity knows what to do, right?
Over a salt flat, you could take a spirit level with you.
Take a what?
I don't think it would matter, though. I mean, I'm just like if somebody takes this power car from one point and they're going to travel
with the power car
hundreds of meters. Well, they do it all the time across the salt flats.
I know, but for someone who believes it's a ball, that would be something they could observe.
This is really interesting because most airplane pilots and these same guys that do the salt flat tests and try to go as fast as they. Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Finish your point. I'm sorry I interrupted.
You're good. I think we're trying to talk about two different things. So the reason why I mentioned what I did is because it's something a believer in scientism. It's a simple instrument. You can observe that there is no curve, a spirit level with a car across an expanse of flat surface.
But you were asking about if they would put a spirit level on their car. They're not going to do that. They don't have to because they're just going from point A to point B as fast as they can.
Yeah, but what's the reference point, though? Point A to point B. I mean, they'd have to make it.
Yeah, they call it a salt flat for a reason because it's.
Oh, yeah, but okay, so can we go home now?
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's just like so dumb. It's just like.
You know what's the coolest part? Here's the coolest part about them salt flats is when it's dry, it's a salt flat. But when it rains and it gets like 1 or 2 inches of water, that's all. And it turns into a 10-mile long mirror. The water is flat.
Snap.
And it's so flat that it only takes an inch of water to cover the whole thing.
We got a snap on the text chat. Miss Page says they, and I think we know who they is. Well, it could be like one of two groups or both, but they claim that level is curved. I think I've heard conversations about that, and it's not the mainstream scientism priests. It's within,
do they really think water can bend?
our circle of Discord chat. We'll just say that.
They do actually claim that, and
the water can bend.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
but if you're in a car going 600 miles an hour across the salt flats, are you traveling over a curve? Are you like driving over the curve?
No, it would be the same as taking a Hot Wheels car and a basketball and then pushing it forward.
It'd be like being in a video game, just completely flat, right? As far as the eye could see, it's just flat. How many miles is it, God Rockin', where you are, or near you, whatever?
I think the salt flats is, I think it's somewhere between 8 and 10 miles, depending on the water height of the lake.
Ooh, so.
But the lake is dry right now. The lake is dry.
Sorry, I was by a hospital. There's a helicopter. I didn't hear you. Sorry. Can you repeat that last thing?
The lake is dry right now. We're in the dry.
Oh.
Yeah, it's never happened.
It only takes a couple inches of water for it to become like the mirror kind of.
Yeah, the salt flats. Yeah. Yep. Only like an inch
It's
of water.
so amazing.
10-mile mirror of water.
I'm so happily jealous for you. Oh man.
And you can see the clouds in it and the mountains and the reflection.
Ah.
I mean, it's just like a real nice, perfect mirror.
Which
So cool.
Is it kind of like the Bolivian salt flats now when you go?
Probably not as big,
Kinda
but
well, it's not as big, of course, but
No, it's not quite like that, Helio. It's because this is right next to the lake, and it's like it's super flat, and it's all salt.
I mean, this is where they do these these speed tests. This is where they do it. That's where they do it.
reminds me of that corn video.
There's
you guys
almost
remember?
there's almost nowhere they can do this in America except for in that place.
Yeah.
In Utah, because there's nowhere as flat as that place.
Yep. That's
really? Utah
I mean,
takes the
well,
trophy on it?
Kansas claims to be as flat,
Okay.
but it's not sand. You know, kind of like Utah is different than that.
Can you
Kansas
imagine?
Kansas is flat, but it's not the same terrain.
Well, when this dries out, it gets hard like salt does, and
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but like
It's
the
all
sun
cracked
dries
and
it out.
everything?
It's like desert.
No, it doesn't get cracked, Jenny. It stays perfectly flat for some reason.
Yeah, it's desert hard. It's like freaking hard.
Yeah, it's not like
that's why
mud.
they do these tests there. That's why they do these speed tests there.
It's not like mud
Okay,
where it
so-
dries and cracks. It just dries.
Hold
Can I
on.
say something?
It stays
For
flat.
the conversation, Paige said something else. I don't know why she doesn't want to be on voice. Is she in voice?
Wait, I want to say something though. Can you
Okay.
imagine how fast the cars would go in the flatlands if the Earth was spinning, like even at extra speed?
Oh, bro, if you're traveling west,
Yeah, and you're
shit,
traveling.
You're going. I mean,
you're
you're
driving,
going 500 miles an hour. You're going.
and then you have the spin of supposedly 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh no, no,
It'd
no,
break
no!
the
The
sound barrier.
atmosphere moves with us.
Yeah, but he's on the ground in a car.
Yeah.
But what
And
do
the
you?
Earth.
Okay.
Imagine the Earth span with us and added another 1,000 miles per hour to the car.
Yeah, can you imagine
That wouldn't. Can you imagine that?
No, that would be severely dead.
That sounds really
It's-
scary.
Really
It
dangerous.
sounds ridiculous. Yeah.
All right, so Paige is in the voice chat, but I guess she's not available to speak or something. She says only anti-flat earthers say it. Ask anyone out. In reality, great point. If level is curved, and they'd laugh at you. That is, we should screenshot that. Okay, but kidding. Differential leveling proves we measure
Yeah.
elevation
Yeah.
from
I
a
never understood
horizontal baseline. Never have they measured the curve, and that's why they say level is curved, because
I know.
they can never show elevation and curve at the same time.
It's like
Oh,
the leveling tool.
Good point.
Like literally the leveling tool. There's no curvature in the water that's in the leveling tool.
You can't use a leveling tool to measure over 100 miles.
There's no bendy
exactly.
water.
Exactly.
no-
And there's no bending water in the leveling tool. There's no bubble or nothing.
Water unmanipulated is always level.
Yeah.
It's a really good point, Paige. Just to
Hell yeah.
Yeah, if you had a hose that was 10 miles long, and then you took each end of it and held it up 3 feet off the ground, and this end up 3 feet off the ground, and then filled it with water and let it settle, those two heights of the water would be exactly the same. They would
Yeah.
perfectly level to one another. No matter how long that was, how far away it was, wouldn't matter.
Yep.
And they used to use those to build buildings, actually, back in the
Okay, I
day.
got a question. Sorry, God, Rocket, please finish. I'm
I'm
sorry.
good. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So I was trying to figure out who else I was talking to. So, Avery, I don't know how to
Yeah.
say that.
Avire.
Okay. Avire. Okay, cool. All right. So I love your pick, right? Okay. So have you ever seen the meme with somebody putting Trump's face on the Queen? It's motherfucking hilarious. Let me see if I can find it.
Trump on the
If
Queen.
I can find it before you do.
Yeah, you can try and beat me. Go ahead, man. I'm gonna try and find it. I think I know
Wait,
where
what?
it is. I never
Wait,
get tired of it, man.
wait,
It's an
Godric,
endless
Godric.
laughter.
What's the meme that's in your profile picture?
Who, mine?
Yeah.
That's a picture of me, my friend.
Same here.
Oh.
Says it's a meme.
That's a real
Okay, I
picture
found it, but
of me.
my
About
phone
6
ain't
months ago, or a year ago, about a year ago.
My bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, I found it.
You found the Queen Mother with the Trump.
Oh man,
transposed over it.
So he's so
There it
cute
is.
as the queen. Isn't he cute as the queen? So adorable.
I think he's cute the way he looks already.
Good job to whoever created this meme. Bravo. I've laughed, cried at least 2-3 times over this.
Yeah, I stole it and I started to share. I think you stole it from me, Jenny.
I probably did. Oh my God. He's just so cute as the queen. Adorable.
Yeah, my profile picture is kind of like a message to the Globers.
I think he's better looking than the queen, to be honest with you. The queen's scary looking, like she's some sort of lizard.
What do you mean, message to the Globers? Elaborate.
If you look at my picture, my profile picture.
Yeah.
See the finger?
Well, you should have her holding the globe.
Oh, yeah, she should be holding a globe. I should Photoshop that.
Yeah. One hand with the globe and the other with the finger.
Is that the bird finger or what is it? I guess it is, huh?
Yeah, it's the bird finger.
Or you could take the bottom left picture of Trump as the queen and have her holding the globe. And then, what's her face next to her is cracking up. That'd be great. That's a perfect spot for a globe.
I should make Joe Biden sit on the finger.
So, Jenny, I just want to let you know that I
Who
had.
says it smells larpy in here?
Yeah, it's
I'll make
odorous.
I'll have a chatting bubble that says it smells larpy.
Jenny, I just taxed your meme for redistribution.
Okay.
Hey, put that shit on Twitter and everywhere because I stole that shit like 2 years ago. Throw it back out there.
I don't go on nowhere.
We got the goose. We got the goose, on the bottom right.
Goose.
People will love that shit, bro.
It's a goose. See? Endless amounts of laughter with this meme.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm still laughing at this Donald Trump queen meme.
I know, that's what we're laughing about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Share it everywhere.
All right, Paige brought up a meme. I don't know why. I mean, that can't happen on a curved surface.
Well, I don't think she's a Glober. Is she?
No, she's a flat earther.
Yeah.
I just can't help to get out of my head. This is horrible. But there is a Glober, and her name is Paige. I don't think I've seen her in here in a long, or who knows when. I don't know. But
this page has the right.
Our Paige is a flat earther.
Yeah, rolls and flat earth ladies.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I can't deal with insincere people. It's like, bye, Felicia.
Well, I think Avrai is. I don't know when he's going to get the flat Earth roll, but I think you should get it now. That's just me, but I'm not a moderator.
Dude,
Our new flat Earth guy.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh, he should get 3 points right now with everybody. It doesn't have to be anything
I
separate.
checked him in last night. Was it last night?
Oh, yeah.
I know he's new. But you know what? He sounds.
I think we have other tags to acknowledge that, we have seem sincere. It's just we don't do the flatter tag right off the bat, as far as I know. I mean, there's exceptions, but
Just a day or two, but he's is participating.
I'm sure it'll happen soon.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, man, just keep doing.
Well,
it.
I'm going to keep twisting your guys' arms. How's
That's
that?
cool. Yeah,
All right.
that's cool, dude. I don't think anybody should have a problem with that.
He's got every role he needs to, post links and shit.
Well, it's not the tag that you have; it's what you say in here and how you act.
Yeah.
People get to know you. It's all good.
Give him a Lincoln bed roll right now too, and the other rolls will fall off. If he gets better, then that will be.
I don't know how that's. I don't know what the protocol is on that right now.
What's the process on that?
All right. Well, let me tell you. If you're, if you're a trusted member, or if you want to post links, if you don't desire to post links or images, then you don't have to worry about it. But
when I first joined the new, I don't know how to say your name, Avery.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be defending the globe. So did you like change your mind?
Yeah, I did
Oh
change my mind.
snap!
I've been discussing it yesterday.
Oh, let's talk about that. Can we revisit that?
A day
I'm
or
glad
two
you brought
ago,
it
you
up.
came in
Man,
here and you were kind
it was
of.
like yesterday.
Yeah, I was discussing with Helio and a few other people.
Yeah.
And so you just switched like that, or I don't know. You seem pretty adamant.
Well, my arguments all got debunked with like facts and logic and stuff, and then I was just given new.
So
I
what
was
was
like
your
looking on the
epiphany
videos that was
moment?
being sent.
What was your
Yeah,
epiphany?
it was like my epiphany.
So, in other
what-
words,
what-
he's smarter than the average bear. Let's put
Well,
it
that's
that
great.
way.
I'm so happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. What was your epiphany moment where it went, and then it's like, oh
Well,
my god.
when I realized you can see further than you're supposed to, I did the
Awesome, dude.
calculation myself.
Love it. Love it. Great answer. Not a moment's hesitation. I like it so far. My vote. Thumbs
That's
up.
true, but as far as like inside the server, we want you to really kind of prove yourself before you can actually.
That's understandable, of course.
Yeah, so we want to hear you help us participate in defending. Well, not even that. Speaking on
just
the proofs of
participate.
the flat earth.
The more you talk, the more we get to know you, and then
Right.
we'll be able to actually add roles as according to your.
I love
conversation.
Discord.
It's really cool.
I mean, it's not like it's Facebook and everybody acts a fool and it's some kind of big deal and here there's more control features and you can be flung into the void of Discord,
Sure,
never to return.
Some of the roles that he has that I know people gave him some roles, I guess, last night. So, Avra, you see some of those roles that you were given yesterday.
Yeah, I did see that.
Those don't really mean anything. There's no permissions attached to those roles.
Right. It just tells
like
people to talk to you.
But the more you participate, we
Yeah, like the Bork one was a little bit offensive.
yeah.
So wait,
Don't be offended. Don't be offended. We have a lot of fun in here. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, we used to kind of on the regular.
Some of my roles, man. Holy shit.
We used to on the regular. We used to
I have
change.
a maple syrup roll. I've never been to Canada.
Okay.
I think we should make it by our mod.
Yeah. Remember back in the day when we used to change people's names just for fun?
A plus one Central 2.0.
We should do that more often, like name change Tuesday or some shit or something. Yeah, you just got.
Not sure. I mean, we don't want to make it easy for people to get. Say that again.
I don't like those roles that he's got. Use Glober salesman.
Hold on. I mean, hold on. Hey, we can pull some of them off. No, if he's really genuinely wants to kind of start over, because when I first talked to him,
it's going to be a while to work back.
But anyway, buddy, it sounds VC check-ins fine. I don't know what this Norwat Bork thing is.
That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, someone was marking me.
I mean,
So he must have said something that
I was
perked
just
up
trying to
someone's ears, and they were
argue
like,
for
"What?
the globe Earth yesterday. No, 2 days ago I think it was.
What weird thing did you say?"
I don't think I said anything weird. It just didn't like I was just using arguments I found on YouTube, and he didn't. Got heated, I guess.
So after
But he
that,
won
you
the
just
argument in the end. So
listening to what we were saying, and
well, yeah, I listen. I always listen to what the other side says.
cool.
Obviously,
Hey.
he listened. Like most of them do not. That's
Yeah,
the problem.
That's
You know,
cool.
generally.
All right. Well, I
took
know
some of
he's
these-
green and all, but maybe we can test him up against
I mean, we all hate to
Hey.
admit we're wrong, right?
All
Like,
right, I just took all of those other roles except for VC verified. You can start over right now.
Aw, so nice. An unofficial second chance. Congratulations. Your life has got way easier in here.
That's as good as getting the flat Earth roll to me. So
Yeah, no doubt, God Rock.
No,
It's
he's
good
not
point.
it's maybe not as good, but at least it's giving him a better.
Yeah, the
a better look.
VC verified rule gives you access to the microphone in the live stream and other voice rooms in here. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like you really kind
It's
of
like
listened for a while, and
it's like an Animal House. He's on super secret probation.
He's actually it sounds like he's actually taken some of the information that we've talked about. He might be listening, have been listening for the past couple of days, and he takes us seriously now instead of like just coming in.
And you know what? That to me, that's the appropriate time frame for someone to really absorb new information and then thus discern for themselves what really is the fuck is going on. Instead of glitching out and acting a fool and or like totally rejecting it and stepping away for who knows how long in the future. I'm always skeptical of people who say, "Oh, well, I've been looking into flat earth for a year." It's like, what? Okay, you're obviously not that interested. What you want?
You're ready for a brand new start. You have VC verified, just like you just jumped in the channel now. So have at it, bro.
We should give him a new name.
No,
I'm being goofy. Why not?
I would.
It's only a question. Say no.
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 Listen, Avra, how would you prefer we pronounce it? Avra?
No, I mean, like, he needs a flat earther name.
He's not a flat earther.
I mean, I do consider myself, but I understand if I don't get the role
No,
yet.
you're not a flat earther yet. I'm not going to give you flat
Well,
earther.
you didn't have
That's
to roll,
not
but
what
I
I
think
said.
I don't.
he's come to the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
have the
call him
role.
Samuel Robotham.
Hello.
Let's call him Parallax.
There you go.
Do it.
I'm
Do
going to
it.
let you guys talk to him, and if you determine if he's a flat earther or not. We'll see.
Well, he can wait a few days. There's no doubt. But I think what you did by taking away those
Well, I don't know if I'm ready to
ridiculous
hold
roles
a
that someone
long
gave
argument.
you yesterday.
Maybe he could. Okay.
I know that, Avra. That's why
So
I
are
said, hey,
we?
everybody, just chill for a second. I mean,
All right. I have a question. I have a valid question. Is there anything still left from the heliocentric theory that still gives you pause, and you're like, but wait?
What do you mean by that? Like, if there's anything I can't explain?
No.
No, something that still makes you say, well, maybe it's a ball still. Maybe it's
No,
still
not that it's a ball. No, not that it's a ball.
He wants to know why they lied.
So, what do you think
Yeah,
about?
boy, God,
Okay,
Jackson.
listen. What do you
Yeah.
think about gas pressure next to a near vacuum without a barrier?
I haven't looked into that yet. As I said, it's kind of fresh still.
Well, it's one of the 3 points of scientism, as well as no curvature, and then also no proof of axial rotation.
Oh, axial rotation.
So if you want to be green and grow, I'd go with those 3 things first.
Okay.
In fact, I got something for you if you want
I'm
it. I can send it to
appreciating the
you.
advice.
No, I got something handy for you. Hold on, let me get it. It'll just take a moment because I'm on a stupid phone.
Yeah, I'm appreciating the advice from a 50-year-old woman that still believes the Earth is flat in the 21st century.
Did I say I was 50?
I can tell by your voice. I just think it's hilarious. It's the 21st century and people still believe the Earth is flat. Like, what the
I've never
fuck is
heard
wrong with
anybody
you
tell me
people?
that, but this
How
is
do you believe the Earth is flat
right
in
on my calendar.
2022 when we figured out 2,000 years ago that it's not?
Did you
That's
find
hilarious.
Earth curve?
Okay, show us. Show us.
Have a good night. You believe in a fairy tale?
Don't run away like a
Yes.
little bitch, bro.
We're
Don't
gonna
be
have
a
to
little bitch.
reinstate. We're gonna have to
Stand up like a man and show your evidence.
I vote for reinstatement.
Oh my God.
I told
Did he
you. I
run?
told you. I saw him in here defending the globe. I told you.
Dude, I vote for reinstatement. Do we have
Did he
a
run?
Yeah, he run.
What a little fucking.
Oh, what a little
Dude, that's
bitch,
real
bro.
bad. That's real bad. I hate to be dramatic and everything, but
Oh, I'd like to strangle him to death right now.
oh God, Rocket, I'm so sorry. I know you were rooting for the dude. We need to reinstate the roles. Use
No.
Glober salesman. That's
No, what
probably
you need to do is permaban the punk.
Oh, well, let's not do that. Let's just reinstate. That way, if he tries to worm his way back, we know who he is.
There's someone
Well, he
new
wasn't-
here, Azaka. Just saying.
He wasn't wrong that he got destroyed in every argument. Just nothing to snap out of it.
Wow.
All right, Helio needs to reinstate because I don't have his thingy, his ID.
Yeah, if Helio stripped him, then Helio has to put him back. And that's why I was
All right.
trying to say you did it wrong. But
Dude,
everybody
yeah.
kept talking over me, so
I was kind of
I just
grimacing
like, okay,
there in the
y'all go ahead.
background. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, that guy was the epitome of shady.
Ooh.
Yeah, fuck. Pisses me off now. I'm gonna put everybody that's new on the gallows from now on with the rope around their neck, and if I hear one wrong word, I'm pulling the fucking lever.
Did that guy spaz out or what?
Yeah, essentially.
He lost his shit.
He's been doing that for days.
Was he fake? That's why he didn't give him the
Well, I
tag.
made a
He
note of
didn't earn
it. I made a note of it, so hopefully that'll be taken care of.
He taught me one hell of a good lesson. I'm just, like I said, I'm putting every single new person on the gallows.
So listen, so
if I
this
hear
is what
one
I'm
wrong word,
thinking. God rockin'. This is what I'm thinking. When I was I did phone work. It was an AT&T disconnect program, and so I had my regular. We had the computer verbiage, and it was kind of lame, but I came up with my own. And if I had a computer, I would do that for certain subjects on flat Earth. But this person, we don't know if he copy pasted shit and was going off those points and just trying to put us out for a fool. I mean, and then the Lincoln bedroll. I do believe the protocol is, we're just not handing that out like candy. I mean, unless higher ups assign it, that's fine.
no, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue with you about any of that, Jenny.
No. I'm just saying, just to say, not to anybody. All good for me. It's just like, it's funny AF that people slide in here like Tom Cruise and thinking they're the first ones doing what they're doing. It's like, okay, so they're talking about a topic and then all of a sudden, okay, I gotta go by. Like, sus.
I wouldn't be surprised if they think they're saving the world like Tom Cruise.
Oh no, I meant like from risky business sliding into the room. It's like being all slick, telling us what we want to hear. Like we're dumb and we can't figure out shit. It's like, come on, man. It was fun though, I guess. Hank came
I
in.
was thinking Mission Impossible.
Hank came in, like a bird dog, scaring away I don't know.
Well, I guess I'm just wishful thinking a lot of times because I took onto it so quick. It took me like one day, and I was convinced from that moment on. It's like
Right. It should not take you an extensive amount of time if you were honestly willing to accept new information.
well, I looked at all of it very critically. I mean, for a solid 24 hours, and that's all it took because I looked at everything I could find. I mean, this is back in the day when there was those 10 videos of Mark Sargent. There was the 200.
Oh yeah, you were before me.
Yeah, these were the 200 proofs of Eric Dubay. There was
I came in on ODD is what I did.
yeah, and there was of course ODD. There was
Well, actually, the first video I ever watched, and this is so sad to say considering what he has put out for himself, and that's Dave Murphy.
Yeah, Dave Murphy, when he came in about the same time I did, I think.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, he just went rogue and a little bit I mean, I don't mind people doing what they do, but some stuff you don't have to share.
Yeah, his whole personal life was not part of what we needed to know about.
Right. I mean, if you want to do some kooky thing, not everybody wants to know, dude. But
Right.
anyway, so it's kind of sad that he's the first person that I can remember. He was the most significant person that I came across.
I want to tell you,
and the thing that got me was the airplane flights. It's like, OMG.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. I
Mhm.
want to tell you something about I can't remember Val something started with a V, whatever his freaking name was. Doesn't necessarily matter. He came in here 2 days ago, I think, and then other people gave him those roles. I took them off. I said, "Now you get a fresh start."
Well, you missed.
Let's do this.
You left, and shit happened. So
No, I didn't leave. I was outspoken. He left. He left.
Right, he did like a bitch.
Because that's why I did that, to expose him. It's like, all right, cool. Now you have your VC verified role back. Because when I checked, I think I checked him in, or at least I was in the room when he first joined, and I was talking to him, and then other people gave him all those roles.
Okay,
and so I do this on purpose. You want them to talk to you more.
Right. So super
Then
secret.
you talk to them.
Super
you want them to expose themselves. That's the way I do it. You don't have to do it my way, but whatever.
Bravo. I like
That's just the way it works. I mean, you just let them talk more. You ask them simple questions. All right, it's cool. Cool. You've found out about Flat Earth. I mean, what do you think? And you just get them to talk as much as they possibly can until they expose themselves, and then they're just like, "Fuck this! I'm getting out of here." It's just kind of. I already knew he was a prick, but whatever.
I don't know if you remember this, Helio, but the day you checked me in, and it was about 3.
I probably gave you a lot of shit.
You gave me the Flat Earth roll the first day, as soon as you checked me in, because I told you.
It was different then.
Yeah, well, I just told you my story. I told you my story. I said, look, dude, I looked at all those videos I just told you guys about, and then I spent a year and a half at the Nathan Oakley show watching every single, every day, watch it live every day. I make a point to be there live and watching it.
That's what I'm saying.
Then,
you know a flat earther. You know a flat earther when you know a flat earther, right?
And well, right. But what I'm saying is if you spend a year and a half and watching the Nathan Oakley show, and QE was there, and then I was there when QE started his show, when they all talked him into starting the show, and he didn't want to, and this and that, and they all talked him into it. And I was on Nathan's show a couple times, and then when QE started his show, I went on his show and was on a couple of times. Was actually on the show for a couple of episodes. It was like his second or third or whatever episode. I was on for a short short time.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I'm saying is I ran that all down to you. And I say, look, I spent a year and a half before I even came here to this channel, to this server, watching every episode of Nathan Oakley and listening to QE and then his show, starting his show. I said, you spend that much time at Nathan Oakley and watching every show, you know the arguments. Period.
Sure. And there might have been a case where I just said, hey, let's do a private call and I want to talk to you for a little while. I do that with a lot of people. It's just like,
anyway,
new people join that are flat earthers that I give the flat earth roll to. If they come in and say, hey, give me the flat earth roll, nobody should ask for it, but sometimes they do. But I was just like, bro, if you want the flat earth roll, you might have to talk to me for like an hour. Like,
yeah, I did talk to you for about an hour, but when we were done, you said, I didn't ask for it. You just said, we're going to give you the role because we know you're a flat earther.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like you have just something you know.
Right. Like I said, I spent a year and a half watching Nathan Oakley and QE before I ever even came here. Yeah, and I got the link from that show.
But I also like to play with people like that dude that just can punked out.
Yeah.
I like to play with them a little for a few days and just like, and it's just like first time he comes in, he gets all those roles by other moderators that I didn't give him any of those roles. I just gave him VC verified, and then he got all these other roles, and I was like, I'm going to take all these roles off. Go ahead and prove yourself now. And he's like, I have changed my mind in the past couple of days. And then he starts getting hit, by you and Jenny, and then he just dips out and was like, yeah, see, that's what I thought.
I thought that was pretty, I don't know, pretty weird of him just to say to Jenny.
All right, anybody who does that.
Because he was about to blow right before he left, he said some bullshit, and then he jumped out because he'll probably never be back.
Anybody who does that, I say they should get a punk bitch tag onto them.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of the way it works. I mean, that's why you have to let them talk more than you talk, because you might get yourself, because they might have been watching a lot of flat earth videos and say, they'll say the right things. And it's like, there's something I'm thinking about and stuff.
Here we go.
Careful,
you were good not to give him the flat earth roll. Good call on that.
Yeah, way good call. I need to be fucking scolded. Like I said, from now on, everybody's going on the gallows, and one wrong word, and I'm hanging the fucker.
I'll give somebody a flat earth roll within 24 hours if I know they're a flat earther, and oftentimes I'll ask them to have a private call with me before I give them the flat earth roll. So that's just kind of the way it is for me. So. And I think that should be the way for everyone else. It's just like, man.
Our conversation.
I mean, you can pretty much almost tell when they're a flat earther or not, because
an hour. That's quite a long time to talk to somebody.
I don't know. I mean, if we talk for hours on end here.
Well, I know, but it's a good amount of time to figure out, like you said, if somebody's a flat earther.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When they won't actually jump into a call with you for an hour. But if they're actually a genuine flat earther, and they'll give you a backstory and shit, it's like, this is the first time I ever talked on Discord or to anybody on the internet. I've been a flat earther for this long, and I've been doing it. That's why you go through that with them. It's like, bro, yeah. I mean, I'm a real flat earther. I mean, you can find that out pretty quickly. Within that hour, they're not going to be able to fake being a flat earther. If you talk to them for an hour, in a private call.
I concur.
And after you talk to them for an hour, they'll message you back and it's like, just like Wrecked Gamer. I checked him in one night. You guys know who Wrecked Gamer is? I just want to give a shout out to Wrecked Gamer. I checked him in a couple months ago, maybe 2-3 months ago, and he found his way to Discord. Him and his wife are both flat earthers, and I had like a 2-hour chat with them both. They were in different rooms in their house, like talking to me the other night, and went in and give Rec Gamer silver roll because he's been here for a couple months, and he's really a really cool dude. Him and his wife are both flat earthers, man. Both really cool. So when you see Rec Gamer in here, I gave him the silver roll because he's him and his wife are both definitely flat earthers. I had a long conversation with them. Well, that was that night, but I've had a long conversation with Rick Gamber before that. So, I mean, it's just like, kind of pay attention if you're going to check people in and who's going to be here. And if you're going to distribute roles, just kind of pay attention. It's all good. And if you want to make sure they're a flat earther, you want them to talk more than you do. You don't just give out the flat earth role to somebody that's kind of like questioning. Oh, I'm just like kind of new and I'm like curious about the flat earth. No, you need to know they're a flat earther before you give that role. Just saying.
When do you let people talk more than you do, bro?
Helio never
When
lets
I'm
people
not
talk
when I'm
more than
not
him.
on when I'm not on here, that's when.
You have
Because
to
when
wait for
people
him to
talk
log
at the
off.
same time as you, you just get louder and louder and louder.
All right, cool. Hey, I'll mute my mic and you guys continue to
No,
talk.
no, you don't gotta mute your mic. That's not what I'm saying.
Hey, I have ideas, man. I mean, I don't know why you coming at me, Larry. I'm just messing with you, bro. No, sure. I mean, it's just. I mean, I listen to you guys talk. Holy shit! All right, who talks more on here? Let's go. Who talks more on here than anybody else? Who talks more on the live stream than anyone? I'm pretty sure it's not me. I'm pretty sure it's not me.
You're inviting them to talk?
But I don't care. I mean, I pretty much host. I host the channel. I hope people talk more than me because I'm kind of a dickhead. So I hope you guys, talk more than I do.
Some people like to hear themselves talk too, right?
I can't stand to hear myself talk. So
Like Crypto likes to hear himself talk. Elisha likes to hear himself talk.
If you need a new host that can like take over the show.
Oh, see, I'm just making a. Let's not name names. Even though I asked the question,
Take over the
let's
show
not do
if
it.
you
Let's
want.
not do
I'll
it.
give you the new host.
2,000 years. Have you
If you're
found that
inviting
Earth
like
curve
new
yet?
people to talk.
Did you find that Earth curve in that 2,000 years?
Yeah, I've been
2,000
alive for
years, like you
2,000
said.
years.
So where's it at?
I just came back. I'm watching the stream. I'm enjoying it. If you want a new host, let me know. Like I'm available for hire. I'm pretty cheap. That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
Have a good
sure,
rest
but
of your
you
day.
it would sure help your cause if you would find Earth curve for us.
He just came and said I'm for hire, and then he jumped
And he
back
did.
out again. Yeah, it's the
What
same
does he
guy.
say he's her fire for? What?
I don't know.
I think he meant picking up trash on the side of the road or something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
He said he wanted to be the host if you hired him.
You can be the janitor. Clean the toilets.
Put his ass in cog.
I think it'd be a really good host, to be honest.
Really? I think he deserves some cog disc for 7 days.
Is he back in here?
No,
He just jumped back in and then jumped back out. To say that.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's a cog disc thing. But I don't have
I smell tuna, man. I smell tuna.
I guess he needs another 2,000 years to find that Earth curve. Hasn't been enough time yet.
It would be really dangerous for someone to give me his address right now.
No physical threats. And this guy's obviously fascinated with our server. So
We have Azakar. Azakar is in the chat. Unverified. I don't know if they'd like to head up to VC check-in 1 and get verified so they can open their mic, or if one of you guys want to open his mic. I don't know.
It's already open.
Oh, cool.
This must be one of Avira's buddies.
Huh?
Yeah, we can do a check-in here.
Avira brought buddies with him. There was a bunch of them hanging out in the chill chat the other day. This person was supporting Avira just now, so I don't know. I think it might be one of them.
I'm going to be real clear about this. Fuck him then.
No, he's being a dick. Like I said, we already. It's like once you. It's kind of like fishing, right? You just like tease the fish with some bait, and then you get them to take a bite. Like, all right. So really, what do you want to talk? So do you know anything about flat Earth or globe Earth? And it turns out that they don't know shit about Earth at all.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Earth? Period.
Yeah, they're just here to play. It's like, we're not here to play. We're actually here to have a serious conversation about our reality. So we can play with you, just like we're throwing bait out there. That's why we have this live stream. You're going to find yourself in hot water with a hook in your mouth, and you're not going to have a lot of fun. Or in a frying pan, just like BG just posted. With a puppy,
So what do you think of the Earth, Azaka?
A puppy flipping the fish.
I love the Earth.
What do you think you're living on?
The Earth?
Yeah, what do you think it is?
I think it's a planet. It's a planet for sure.
It's a wandering star? How the
Yeah,
heck did you
pretty
get that out of the Earth?
It's just it's what it is.
How so?
It's just what it is. It's what I believe.
Sounds pretty circular.
So this guy just said the dirt that he stands on is a wandering star.
Yeah.
Why do you think that? What likens the dirt that you stand on to the wandering stars?
Well, sand in the desert is very red, and if you look at the sun, it's also very red.
Seems
The
like
sun
pretty
has
good
white
logic.
light. The sun puts off white light.
The Earth is 71% water, my friend.
Well, maybe the sun is too. We don't know. We've never been there.
That's the smartest thing you said so far.
That's
We
the
don't
only
know.
smart thing he said.
We've never been there. So have we been to space?
Maybe. Who knows, really? Not
Yeah.
me.
You went to space? Oh, so not you. So we haven't gone anywhere. We've been here on Earth this whole time.
Well,
And
we
the
don't
only
really
place
know
you can
that.
see really, you don't know that you haven't been to space?
Well, we don't really know if we have or not. I mean, have you been to space?
No. I thought we just went over that. Have you been to space?
Nope. But maybe somebody has. We don't know.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Well, maybe somebody was born from unicorn farts. Maybe, right? We don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's a fair
it's been
point.
to the Emerald City.
Hold on, check this out. We've as far as humanity knows, there have been hundreds of people that claim to have been to space. You're saying that maybe someone did, or do you believe?
Well, I mean, I could
all
claim
of
to
those
have been to
people?
space, but anyone could. Maybe some people actually did. Maybe some people actually didn't.
Wow, this is really interesting. So they might have been lying when they said they went to space.
For example, they could have lied to win the space race with the Soviets, but Maybe now
Oh,
they've actually
God.
been later on.
The race to
You know?
Narnia?
Who knows?
They're trying to win the race to Narnia?
I mean, if you're just going to be a retard and pretend that the space race didn't exist, you can go ahead and do that.
Well, it's not that
It
I'm
was a
pretending.
very real thing that
You
happened.
can pretend to be a retard and not understand the second law of thermodynamics either.
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's
has
you
to
who has
do
to pretend the
everything.
second law of thermodynamics doesn't exist in order to believe in space. So your belief in space is akin to believing in Narnia. So that's why I said that.
Azakwa, you were taught
Hello.
this in school. We were taught the same thing, that astronauts went to space, they went to the moon, space shuttles, and all that kind of thing, right? We were before we came across this information, we were all convinced of that. It's not like, all right, so we. I won't speak for everyone, but I kind of deny that because I've seen some information that of how they've convinced us. They actually faked the footage of how they did it. It's not. They didn't actually do it. It was fabricated. So, do you have any physical proof that what they said they did, going through to the moon or the space shuttle and everything, do you have any physical evidence?
You know how
for that?
NASA is in Texas? They have that station where they send the rockets off. I've actually seen a rocket take off from there. So where exactly does it go if it's not to space?
No,
Does it
I
just
didn't
disappear into the universe?
Stop. I asked you a question. Do you have any physical evidence?
Well, I'm
for
telling you,
them
I
going to
watched
the
it. I
moon
watched it go up. So where did it just disappear,
from
or
the
like where did it
ground?
go?
All right. Did you see it disappear?
I mean, yeah, it was on the ground. You know, the rockets come off. There's all the fire and everything, and then at some point it got high enough where it just disappeared. I
You
didn't
saw
see it
it,
anymore.
It went to Narnia?
you saw it going in a parabolic arc away from you over the ocean.
Parabolic arc. It goes straight up. There's no
Really?
arc at all.
You didn't look
Do you
too
have any?
closely,
Do you have
bro.
any footage of that?
I mean,
Going in a
you can just
straight
Google
up?
rocket taking
There's
off
never ever
on
been a
YouTube.
rocket go
You'll
straight
see
up.
it.
Never ever
I
has there
mean,
been a rocket go straight up.
That's true, but close enough to straight. You know,
No, they
you
arc
look at
over
it,
and
you would
down.
assume it's
Close
straight. I'm
enough.
sure it's
I
not
just want to
exactly straight.
respond to his Aka's claim. When the spaceship goes into space, it actually goes through the portal.
What portal?
When the spaceship flies up, it goes through a portal and then it disappears in the portal.
What portal?
Is that a funny name for your mom?
It goes to the end and then you fight the Ender Dragon.
Oh.
But the portal's on the ground, not in the sky.
You can build it in the sky. You can build up to Y255.
Is the portal like a nickname for your mom's bum?
Yeah, the rocket goes up my mom's ass.
TV, it melts your brain, not in your hand.
That's all I wanted to say. I'll be
Usually
back
how
when
this-
Helio
usually how
get a
this
paycheck.
goes, guys.
Paycheck ready for me. Let me know. I'll take over the show as I'm the main host right now.
Fuck you, Avire. Fuck you.
You're a fucking dick.
Dude, why do you get so angry, bro?
Because you're
a lying piece of
You get
shit.
so angry, bro.
You won't even take any part of this argument seriously.
Because it's not a
It's
serious
like,
argument.
Hey, you know what? It's
Yeah, I
like,
know. You're basically a Scientologist. It's not
flat Earth,
I
serious.
disagree. I think it's a very serious.
and so I can say whatever I
find
want.
No, you can. No, you can. You can say
Your
whatever you
beliefs are on par with Scientology. I agree. It's not a very serious discussion.
I mean, I just don't think this is a serious topic. Like, forgive me for not taking it serious. It's
Okay,
pretty funny.
well then get
It's
the
funny
fuck
to me.
out.
I don't think you
Why
take
don't
yourself
Why don't you
serious.
just ban yourself before I ban you? How
If you
about that?
give me a mod roll and I'll make it
I'm
happen.
gonna fucking ban your ass. How about that?
Bro, no, that's gonna be the end of my life.
Hey, Avir, I think you need to get your mother or your father in here. I need to have a talk with them about how they raised you.
Yeah, he's not gonna hear that unless he listens on the live stream. So anyway, he's gone. So, Azeba, are you a friend with that dickhead?
Nope.
Or Azakwa? You got a Q there, Azakwa. All right, so you don't know that guy.
Nope.
And you're not familiar with his mom, aka the portal?
Might have to look into that one, but no.
Okay, cool. All right, so here's the thing: when you saw the rocket launch, did it go up like a missile, like that, and it was like in the sky, or was it more like rumbling, real slow takeoff?
It wasn't really
It
like a
goes up,
missile, I would say it was a lot slower than that, There was a lot
right?
of
And then it went
rumbling,
up, and then
the
started
explosions
arcing
under
back
it
down.
first, and then eventually it took off and sped up, accelerated.
Sped up and
Right, 'cause I've seen time lapses, and they're identical to a plane launching. Identical, because they go up and then they
Well, a
arc
plane
down
is
towards the horizon.
a lot more horizontal. It was nothing like that.
Okay,
Because
so I'm gonna post it. Yeah.
see, here's what he's saying is that rockets go they go vertical. This is what that's what I heard you say, right?
Yeah.
All right. So
So if there is no space, where exactly did the rocket go?
no. Let's start from the basics, right?
I do have a question actually for him on
Launches,
that.
they go vertical, correct?
Hold on. I'm gonna
Go
destroy it all
straight
right
up
now. I'm gonna
into
destroy the whole
space.
thing right now.
All right,
I'm gonna
better
ask you
make
one
it
question.
quick. Better make it quick.
I know. Trust me, I know. Okay, so Azaka, right? That's you?
Mm-hmm.
Just because a rocket takes off, does that mean it goes into outer space?
Well, I mean, you watch it go up; it goes all the way up until you can't
Yes or
see
no
it anymore. I mean,
Listen, it's a very
that's what
easy
I'm
yes or
asking.
no
If it's not into outer space, where did it go?
No, it's an easy yes or no question, right? So this time it'll be that you say yes or no, okay? So just
I don't
because
appreciate
a
that,
rocket
to be
takes
honest.
off,
I
yeah, you'll
disagree
stop
with that
interrupting.
kind
It'll
of
be that you
questioning.
stop interrupting.
All
Please
right,
let me
sure,
ask one more time, and then after I ask the question, please answer it properly with either
Sure
a yes
thing,
or no
man.
question.
Sure thing, man. Yep.
Great, thanks. So, if a rocket takes off from the Earth, does that automatically mean it went into outer space?
Well, no. For example, it could explode. It could crash somewhere.
No,
Could
see,
go out to the ocean.
the
That's why
answer
Texas
is
and Florida
yes
and
or no.
California.
Make it clear no.
Hold on, Larry. Let Glatflow go
I
ahead. And,
Sorry, I didn't know
No,
this was a
you're good.
courtroom here. Didn't know that I
Not
was
a
being
courtroom.
interrogated
Listen,
in front of
the
a
reason I
judge.
the reason I asked that question like that and asked you to answer a certain way is because it obviates and obviates the bullshit that you believe in and debunks rockets doing anything but merely taking off from the ground. After that, you have no idea where the fuck it goes, do you?
Well, I've watched it. It went straight
No,
up.
it
So where
doesn't matter.
did
It
it
goes
go?
out
Or
of your
did it just
view.
disappear into some portal like the other guy was saying?
It go
Where
into
does
a
it go?
vacuum
So you
adjacent
don't know where
to
it
the air
goes.
that you're breathing.
Disappears.
So where
hold
did it
on,
go?
hold
Can you
on,
explain that?
everybody. Please, Glatflow, finish
No,
your
I'm good.
point on this.
I'm good. We're good.
So yeah, Azaka, falsification is
Jesus
independent of
Christ, I
replacement.
asked Glatflow to finish his point.
He just said he's
Helio, I'm done.
finished. Helio, can you
Yeah.
hear him?
All right, go ahead.
All
We're
right.
good.
So,
Yeah, I'm good, Helio.
Azaka, falsification is independent of replacement. So even though we know that the vacuum of space doesn't exist because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, that doesn't mean we know where the rockets go. So that's falsification. We know.
How does it violate the second law of thermodynamics exactly?
Because the second part of the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure moves to low pressure. If we had a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum trillions of miles across above our heads and consistent 14.7 psi at sea level, then hold on a second. If we had consistent gas pressure here on Earth,
that's not actually what the second law of thermodynamics says.
This is
the second law of thermodynamics says that the net chaos of the universe will always be increasing.
See, I knew it was going to.
Entropy being the same as chaos.
I'm answering your question. Can I answer his question, everyone? All right. So if we had a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum trillions of miles across above our heads, and we had consistent gas pressure down here without a solid barrier or physical barrier between there and here, that would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states that high pressure moves to low pressure. Now, what is your response?
Not the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
The second law of
Can you tell me
thermodynamics is
what
that
it
the
is?
net chaos of the universe will always be increasing.
Stop saying chaos.
This is
That's
why
retarded. What the hell is that
Entropy,
shit?
hold the
entropy
fucking
and
phone.
chaos are more or less synonyms. They're pretty much the same
Hold the
thing.
phone. Hold the phone.
That came
This
from
is
one
the
guy.
reason all right, go ahead, Larry. This is the reason
Yeah,
I
I'll just
wanted to keep it simple, stupid, and then you'll find out what you might or might not believe about what happens when you launch a rocket from Earth.
I just want to go back to the second law of thermodynamics. That whole thing about chaos, right, being synonymous with entropy, that's completely incorrect, because if you have two batteries, right, one's fully charged and the other one's completely empty, hook them up, the high charge is going to flow to the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. If
That
you
is
have a
correct, but
propane
that has
tank,
nothing to do with the second law
hold
of
on, let
thermodynamics.
me finish.
Hey,
Let me
let's
finish,
do this
bro.
without interruption. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Okay, so if you have propane, 250 psi, and you open the container, it's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium. If you got a hot cup of coffee, right, and you set it down and take a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, the heat is going to dissipate until it reaches equilibrium. So how is that chaotic? That's the same thing that happens every fucking time.
That has
no
nothing to
matter
do.
what.
This is what I'm saying. What you've said is all just correct. However, it has nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics. That is a completely different concept.
Oh, hold
So I don't
on,
know why he's
hold
bringing
on.
that up.
Oh, no, the reason he's bringing it up because you're the one that brought up rocket launches. So you
Which
explain it.
also has nothing to do with
And
the second law of thermodynamics.
hold on. You brought up rocket launches, so tell us how Hank is wrong about this.
How he's
Or
wrong about what?
Larry is wrong about this. Tell us how he's wrong about this.
About what? About if you open a gas
What he
container
just
with high
said.
pressure, how it will spread out to the environment?
Basically, his reason is nah. That's all he can say is nah.
What?
He's just correcting him on the chaos part. Entropy being synonymous.
Hey, your laughter is only
All
making
Larry
you
doing.
look like an idiot because you can't explain what we're talking about. But that's why I wanted to bring it back to the central point. Everybody's getting all
Everything you're
excited.
talking about has nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics. That was my only argument,
No,
which is
but-
correct.
You don't know what the
Hey,
second law of
you know what?
thermodynamics.
You know what? Hold on. At
The
the
second
end
law
of
of thermodynamics is that the net entropy of the universe will always be
Let me
increasing.
finish my point.
Right.
Nobody
Do you know what
brought
entropy
up
is?
An open
you're
system with
the
air pressure
only-
adjacent
you're
to a
the
vacuum
only-
with cartoon
Jesus
space.
Christ.
No.
Everybody shut up
That's-
for a second. He's the only one that brought up the second law. None of us did. He was
That's
talking about. He brought up the
completely
law.
incorrect.
Hold on!
I did not bring it up.
Shut up! I'm going to mute you. You're the only one that brought up the second law. You first brought up the rocket
I
launches.
did not. It was Central 2.0 who brought up the second law of thermodynamics. He tried to have some kind of 100% point that would disprove me, but he's just talking about things he doesn't know about.
Let me ask you something.
That's what you think
What do
because
you
you don't
think?
know what
What
it
do you
is.
think about the second law of thermodynamics versus rocket launches? I mean, is there something there that that should be involved because I mean it's part of natural physics. I mean, don't you think that should be considered when you're doing rocket launch?
Well, as the rocket launches, all of the exhaust that dispels, as you can see when it takes off, that is increasing the entropy of the universe, and it is not violating the second law of the thermodynamics.
The universe? What universe? What are you talking about?
Would you like to look into what the second law of thermodynamics is? I mean, it's a
That's what you
very
need to
simple
do.
concept.
Yeah, you keep trying to correct people on this thing that you haven't looked
Lewis.
into. That's what you need to do right now.
Because he said it increases the entropy of the universe.
High pressure goes to low pressure. That's simple. So why do you have a high pressure system adjacent to an infinitely expanding vacuum that you think rockets are going into in your fantasy cartoon model? Explain. Explain, please.
What you're saying is that the
This is
vacuum
why I
is too
want them to
strong
talk
for
more. They just
a
bring all
rocket to
this
enter it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that you can't have an extremely low pressure system adjacent to a high pressure system with no barrier to separate the two. So what's going on there? How are you shooting rockets
The
into that?
barrier is having a very strong metal with lots of
There's a strong
supporting,
metal up there separating us from outer space.
The
Okay, that's
rocket.
interesting. That's
The
news.
rocket is the very strong metal.
There's a strong metal up there. Okay. Yeah, elaborate. That's a new one.
He didn't even understand what you said. He's talking about between the vacuum of space and gas
What you're
pressure
trying
down
to
here.
say is that the
Physical
low pressure
barrier.
system, aka the space, cannot be next to a high pressure system, aka the
Yeah.
rocket. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yeah,
No,
high pressure goes to
no.
low.
Yeah,
Remember the
look at what I just
Well, the
thermodynamics
barrier
you
is
talked
the
about?
rocket itself. It has been built strong enough to withstand the pressure of the vacuum.
Oh, no, you missed the
He
part where I
still
explained
doesn't
that the
understand what
vacuum
we're
can't
saying.
exist.
What doesn't exist?
Can I get him to look at
if
the
we
text?
have a spaceship
Hello?
in space and we open up the door, all the air rushes out of it, right, Azaka?
Yep.
Right? Okay, so what's to stop that from happening with the whole Earth?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Can you demonstrate that so we can know that this claim has something behind it?
What?
Evidence. We're asking for evidence of gas pressure existing without a container. Do you have that? A demonstration of that?
Well, the rocket is a container, so.
No, demonstrate it like at your house
Due
with
to
a propane
gravity.
tank.
Can you hear what I'm saying? Can you comprehend what I'm saying? Gas pressure caused by gravity. They say that the gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity. So do you have a demonstration of gas pressure existing without a container due to gravity? Do you have a demonstration of that, or anyone else doing that?
Well, yes. When you're outside, do you feel gravity? Can you jump up and just go
that is
infinitely
not what I
high? Do you
asked
just
for.
not fall back down?
That's not answering my question.
Look,
So
we're
I'll
going
give you an
off into the
example. I'll give you an
weeds.
example.
The
36
fact that you
psi
are
around the
pushed
rim of a
back
car.
down. What?
So Azaka, you know what a car tire is, right? What a car tire is?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
so you know how there's about 36 pounds per square inch inside the car tire, typically, right?
That really depends on the tire, I guess, but sure.
Yeah, we're not splitting hairs. Let's just talk about a regular car, 36
Sure.
psi on the rim of the tire. So can you
Mine is 30,
demonstrate?
for example, but sure.
Okay, yours is 30. Let's go with 30. So can you demonstrate 30 psi around the rim of your car due to gravity without the tire? Can you demonstrate that?
You're saying, can I demonstrate 30 pounds of pressure without the tire being there?
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
You just
Because
claimed that.
if you could demonstrate that, if you could do that, then I would have a logical reason to believe that that could exist anywhere. And if I had a logical reason to believe that that could exist anywhere, then I have a logical reason to believe you when you tell me that gas is held to the Earth due to gravity. Gas pressure is caused by gravity here on the Earth. But until you do that,
Gravity is created by
no
an
reason to
excessive
believe
amount
it.
of weight. It is not created by anything else. So unless you can create something the size of, the Earth or the Moon, for example, you will not get gravity.
Oh, so you can't.
Okay, so you can't prove it then. So you can't prove it then. How would we prove that to be true then? Your claim that gas is held to the Earth due to gravity. How would we prove that to be true?
Here's my question for you. If gravity doesn't exist, then why do we fall back down when we jump, for example?
No. Answer my question. Can we do that? Can we prove that gas pressure here on Earth is caused by gravity? Is that possible to prove that, Azaka?
Well, yes, because gas pressure exists and gravity exists.
Begging the
Okay, so you're just consequence. Okay, I'm done. You guys talk to this clown.
Yeah.
I gotta say, he said, hold on.
What you're trying to say is gravity doesn't exist. So how do we fall back down if gravity does not exist?
Hold on. Relax, bro. I want you to go over something. You know you're about to get proven wrong. That's why you don't want to talk to me. So can you see the live stream voice text?
No, he's not verified.
I don't think so.
I sent it directly to you then. Can you see your own messages? My name is Larry.
Sure.
I sent you something from NASA.gov.
Let's
You
see.
see what I sent you? What does it say? Because you said that the whole thermodynamics has nothing to do with hot going to cold. Isn't that what you said?
Yep. Well, I guess it does technically mean that.
So you can't just hand wave dismiss something with your words without backing it up with a source, right?
What?
You're not a Jedi. You can't just go the droids you're looking for and we're going to turn around and go, that's right. He said it, so it has to be true. Kind of like the rocket
What are you
launches, so
talking
it has
about
to
right
go.
now?
I proved you wrong. Are you too ignorant to realize that?
You proved me wrong about what exactly?
You said thermodynamics has nothing to do with hot going to cold. You said I was correct,
because it
but
doesn't.
it has nothing to do with. Oh, so why is it when I pull up thermodynamics from NASA, this is what pulls up?
They're showing how It is not okay. The second law of thermodynamics is not violated by hot gas spreading to cold gas.
That wasn't the claim. Your claim was it has nothing to do with thermodynamics when we're talking about hot going to cold.
Well, technically speaking, everything in the universe has to do with the second law of thermodynamics. So I would never claim something like that.
So your
So
whole
when I
claim is
talk
out the
about
window. Okay.
so space-time has to do with thermodynamics.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me how does space-time have to do with thermodynamics?
Because the net entropy of the universe has to always be increasing.
Okay. So what is space-time doing? Is it increasing?
What?
Yeah, tell me, bro. How does space-time have anything to do with thermodynamics? Because you just claimed everything in the universe
Because
has to
time
do with
is a
thermodynamics.
measure. It's a measure used in
Not
the second
even
law of
not even
thermodynamics.
20 minutes ago, you said those three things that I mentioned: hot to cold, high charge to low charge, and high pressure to low pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with thermodynamics, and now all of a sudden, everything in the universe has to do with thermodynamics. Are both of those statements true?
Yes.
Okay, you're a goddamn liar then. You just exposed yourself for violating the law of non-contradiction. Yeah, they both can't be true. Go ahead, liar. Someone else can pick you apart next.
Yeah, it seems like the problem is you just didn't know what thermodynamics was. Well, at least you learned something. Hopefully.
Well, he's right. He couldn't demonstrate it. He can't demonstrate it. So, and he begged the question, saying, just pointing at the sky and saying, "See, it's happening."
Yeah, I can make up a story about why things fall down too. Does that mean it's proven correct when I drop something? Wasn't gravity supposed to form the Earth into a sphere?
Why haven't
Where's
I
that at?
been formed into a sphere yet? Doesn't gravity affect us?
Here, do me a favor and Google first law of thermodynamics and then read about what it exactly proves or claims, whatever you want to say.
Conservation of matter and energy. Why?
Yeah, read what that proves. That
What does
is
that
the
do?
reason
You're
that
talking
hot
about?
gas flows into cold gas, not the second law of thermodynamics, which is something completely different.
Second law says high pressure goes to low.
No, that is not what the second law says
Okay,
at
well,
all.
you're just
That is what the
broadcasting your
first law
atheism,
says.
so good job.
Yeah, look at what the first law of thermodynamics says.
Yeah,
Go look at it.
conservation of matter and energy is the first law. So you're
How
just
about
broadcasting
define
your
gas
idiocy
pressure
right
for
now, but go on.
How about
Therefore-
Azaka define gas pressure for us?
What?
Define gas pressure for us.
The pressure
What's the
caused
definition?
by gas in a container. Exerted on the container itself.
Wow. How about that? So
Where's the container for Earth in the globe model?
Gravity causes a container. The container is the
gravity causes
atmosphere.
the container? So how does it rain then? Because doesn't gravity affect the rainwater when it evaporates? How does it go up? How does the water go up? How do we have a rain cycle if gravity contains the water and the gas?
Because air.
When water
okay, the air-
evaporates.
yeah. Okay.
Ouch. Got super quiet.
Researching.
Let's CB soundboard.
Google that. Google that.
As usual, they're claiming that gas causes gas.
No.
So
The gas
the
particle.
reasoning. The gas is causing the
one
container
is
of the gas.
No, he's saying it's gravity. Gravity holds the gas down.
That's
so how
why
does
we
it
always
rain?
see gas cooling at the bottom of containers. And how does evaporation work?
Well, I thought gravity was supposed to form a sphere. Where's that at? I thought the Earth was supposed to be a sphere because of gravity.
It's definitely not a sphere. I haven't been able to detect any curvature over 10 miles.
Well, I guess either gravity didn't do its job or it doesn't exist. What do you think, Guy? I'm not looking at my screen. Can't remember what your name is.
Elvira or something.
Elvira's about right. That's that black witch woman.
It's a Zaka or a Zakwa.
Yeah, Zaka. Where's the spirit to show for your gravity?
So Azaka claims that containers contain gas and the gas pools at the bottom of these containers.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the air
What?
pressure.
Who claimed
He
against
said
the inside.
gravity is the. He said
That's what
gravity
he
is the
said.
container. Hold on. He said
He's saying
gravity is the
gravity
container.
is holding gas down.
Yeah. So I asked him, how does it rain then?
Where
if
do
gravity
we?
holds? Definitely doesn't work in the water cycle.
Gas pressure is defined when it collides against the walls of the container, not gravity.
And that also depends on the surface area of the container. So now you're measuring the surface area of gravity? Dude, you're doing some serious mental gymnastics.
No, you are, because it's got to be a container to contain gas, period. It has to. It's in the definition.
Then how do we breathe? If you're saying there's no container.
There's a container. No, you're saying there's no
We're
container.
saying there is a container.
We're saying there is a container. That's how we're breathing right now.
We're asking you, how are you breathing without a container?
So what's the container then? What's a container?
There has to be one. So if you understand the definition of gas pressure, the molecules
Container.
bounced against each
Because
other.
that's the law.
And then they bounced against the container, and then they bounced back against each other. It's like a natural law of gas pressure and how it works. You can't buy propane to cook for your mom for Mother's Day unless you buy the propane accessories. Facts.
The tank.
Oh, I thought you meant you buy gravity to contain the propane.
Which gravity?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what's gravity?
Do you fall down when you jump?
What is it?
That's not a definition.
Well, do you fall? I'm asking you, do you fall down when you jump? What would you explain? What would you call that?
Yeah,
other
that's
than gravity?
called density disequilibrium. Things that are more dense separate from things that are less dense.
So you're asserting that gravity is the cause for why things fall? Okay, what is that cause? What is it?
Yeah, how was
What
that
is
cause
what?
and effect relationship established?
What is gravity?
It is a force created by.
Incorrect.
No, it's not a
Well,
force.
gravity is a
Incorrect.
force. What?
Einstein, Scientific America.
Have you ever seen the equation F equals mg? Or
Azaka,
F
can I
equals
help you out
ma?
for a second
You
quickly?
know how it gets replaced? with
Gravity is a
g?
force, but it's not a force. Einstein said it's
Azaka,
not.
So mass times gravity equals force.
Yeah, that's,
As in
that's
heavier
great.
things
You
will
words
fall
on
faster.
paper, Azaka. So Azaka, you think that a rock falls down in the medium of air because of gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
You believe that, right? The rock fell down in the medium of air because of gravity. So, do you know of any experiment, a scientific experiment, where they manipulated gravity and then allowed the rock to not fall down, and then put gravity back in the situation, and then allowed the rock to fall down, to validate that claim that gravity made the rock fall down? Do you know of any experiment that would
Go to a
validate that
vacuum
claim?
chamber that can do that.
No, they haven't done that in a vacuum chamber.
Well, they
can
have
assure you.
actually done that.
Well,
Okay,
let
can
me
you
To
show me a
simulate
citation
space
for
with
that,
astronauts, they
Azaka?
can
Can
absolutely
you show
do
me a
that.
if you're going to make a really bold ass claim like that, we're going to have to ask you for evidence to support
You're
that.
saying
So
that in a
if
vacuum
somebody has a
chamber
rock floating,
that a rock will
so-
still
so-
fall down? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you if you have an example of the rock not falling down because someone removed gravity from the situation
Well,
and
in the
then
vacuum
put gravity
chamber,
back in the situation.
it is as if gravity was removed, and that is where the rock will not fall down. It will just hover in midair.
Oh, okay. This sounds like magic that you speak of. Do you have any evidence of this magic? A demonstration of it?
Go Google
Or a
vacuum chamber.
citation of it? Do you have like a citation for this or anything?
Just go Google vacuum chamber. That's all you have to do. You can see it.
Go
Hold on a
Google
second.
vacuum chamber. Oh, thank God for that.
That
a rock won't
Rock
fall in a
will
vacuum?
float in a vacuum
Hold
chamber.
on. Hold on. Time out, everybody.
What
What's this guy's name? We got to get him lazy earther tag because he's refusing to back up anything he claims. So if we could just, please get you to back up something, because I could just say unicorn nipples taste like chocolate milk, right?
Just look
and
it
you
up.
can't prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong. That's what you're doing, bro. You're just making wild, baseless assertions, and you're not providing any evidence whatsoever.
How is it baseless? You can literally make a vacuum chamber at home. Just go Google a YouTube video of someone making a vacuum chamber. Like,
Bro, you
it's as
told us
easy as
to
that.
Google the evidence to back up your claim. That's not how this works, bro. Have you ever been
Yeah,
to
well,
school
I didn't
above
start
8th
this
grade?
conversation with myself. You guys started with me. I
Have
don't
you
give a shit.
ever
I
been
don't
to
have my
school
evidence lined up.
above 8th grade?
What?
Well, you should if this is what you believe. What is your belief based on?
Well, not much, because he thinks rocks don't fall in vacuums.
Anything's gas falls down too.
Gas doesn't fall down.
Forget Brownian motion and Boyle's law and all that. Just gas falls down.
So you remove a medium and things fall down, but if you add a medium like mercury or something, do rocks go up all of a sudden? Is that possible?
What?
You're obviously above your pay grade in here, bro. Like it's really sad to hear you just make baseless assertions and not know what we're talking about when we rebut everything that you say. So when I
You
say,
haven't rebutted
if you
anything. You're asking if rocks can float upwards. Like, what the fuck are you trying to disprove here? You're not disproving anything. You're just asking questions that make no
No,
sense.
you
Nothing to do with the
interrupt.
topic as
Hold
well.
on.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
Exactly. You have no idea what you're talking about. Because if you take air out of a chamber, right? We're talking about vacuum chambers. A rock falls down. Well, it falls down in the air too. But what if we put a more dense medium inside that chamber? Let's say mercury. Will the rock still sink or will
Well,
it
a
float?
vacuum chamber.
Because we're talking
The point of a vacuum chamber is that there is no air in it. That's what a vacuum chamber is.
Duh,
So there's no gravity in there either. All of a sudden.
now he
So
gets
why
it.
are
Now
you?
he
So you
knows
say
that
I'm a
have to
dumbass,
have
but you
a
just said that there's
container.
air in a vacuum chamber, and you're asking that we replace air with mercury.
You're
So,
not
like,
listening. This is pathetic. You're not listening.
Wait. Hold on. I muted him. So he did just realize that you have to have a container to have a vacuum next to gas pressure. So he is finally understanding the second law of thermodynamics. So he is learning, right? So let's give him a little credit. Let's try to explain the whole gravity thing. So I'll go ahead and unmute him. Please, one at a time. The last gentleman that was talking beside myself.
Says who?
Says me. Go ahead.
Who's on first?
Oh, yeah.
So where do you find puddles of gas?
what?
You're saying gravity brings gas down from being sucked into space. So give me an example somewhere in nature where you can observe gas being brought down. Because the way I understand gas and through the ideal gas law, Boyle's law, and Brownian motion is that gas expands in all direction without bias to fill the container with which it's in.
Yeah, I don't think you want to use the word puddles though. That might only refer to liquid.
Yeah, but I get, it's making. I get the point.
But you're saying gas all of a sudden has a downward bias.
So why would there be a puddle of gas if all the air is the same density? Why would there be some air that's just in the puddle under all the other air?
It's not
Check
the
this
same
out. I
density.
mean, maybe he might.
You're
be
saying
thinking
air is
about-
not the same density as air?
We're talking about
Air is a combination of different gases.
I mean, if you're in the ocean,
And
is
it's
there
also
just
a pressure
some
gradient.
water that just is magically under other water? No, it's based on temperature. It's all the same density, but it's based on temperature. At the top, it'll be the hottest, and at the bottom, it'll be the coldest. So the coldest air is in the bottom, and the higher up you
That's
go,
not
the
what he's
hotter it'll
asking
be.
you, though.
He's asking if there'll be a puddle of air, but there won't be a puddle of air. be the coldest air
Why
that's on
would
the
it be a
bottom.
puddle?
He just said puddle and then gas after that. Can you do me a favor and
Right,
just forget he just said that, for God's sakes?
That I said that?
No,
No,
he
You wanna
said
say
that. I'm
why?
No, I
asking
said
you to forget that he
Look,
said
I
that.
said that because he's saying gravity is bringing gas down. Why is
Nobody
gas
said
not being
that.
sucked
should
out into
ask for
space
gas
because of
Gravity,
gravity?
gravity is keeping everything to the Earth, keeping
Okay,
it from not floating
Hold
out
on,
into
how
the
is it
hold
void.
on,
keeping gas
hold on
pressure
before,
the
Including
Earth?
before we move
gas.
forward.
One at a time.
No,
Is
that's why he asked
gravity
you.
is gravity a thing, and can it cause gases to cause puddles? Is this
Can
where
it
we're
cause
going?
gas pressure? Why do you guys keep saying this puddles word? What is with you guys?
Because it's
Well,
hilarious.
because
Well,
hold on,
if you had, for
because he
example,
said that.
a
He
heavier
said that.
gas, such as, or here's an example. If you have a helium balloon, the reason it floats up is because the force of gravity is less on it than it is on the air, because helium is a
All
lighter
right,
gas
now
than
he
oxygen.
understands
That's fake
specific
news.
gravity. Cool. Bro, do me a favor. Look up specific gravity and think about what you said. That's the real gravity. Look it up. It won't hurt you to look it up for yourself, right? Specific gravity. That's what you just claimed.
Here's the definition of specific gravity. The ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually water for a liquid or solid, and air for a gas.
Density disequilibrium.
So what that means is that if you have a ping pong ball or an apple, it's going to float on top of the water. If you shoot the pail the water is in, changing the relative density between the object and the water turning into gas, right? That's going to cause it to go down. Has nothing to do with mass attracting mass because all the mass stays the same in the object, right? That doesn't change. Doesn't have anything to do with the bending and warping of space-time because the only thing that you manipulated was the density of the medium, changing it from water to gas. So now you know what the real definition of gravity is. Now you got to ask yourself, why did your teacher teach you all that bullshit about mass attracting mass?
I have to admit, though, I mean, even with different gases, depending on the temperature, it can affect it. But in nature, for the most part, unless there's pressure pressure gradients, temperature gradients, or not gradients, but temperature involved. Just like in nature, water is water. When there's the water itself can be affected by temperature and pressure, depending on where it is. Just like when I was a young man, I went to Arizona, and I went high in the mountains, and I had a snowball fight, even though it was 70 degrees outside.
Well, that's because there's less air when you go high up, which is why in Mount Everest you actually need to bring like a breathing tank, because when you get to the top or near the top, there's not enough air for you to actually breathe. And since there's less air, there'll be less air particles bouncing around.
I could breathe.
Well, that just means
I went to
it wasn't quite that high.
Lemon
If
in
it was
Arizona, and there was
right, but there's certain
top of the
mountains. I'm not sure if there's even any other than Mount Everest. But if you get high enough, there simply won't be enough air. You need a breathing tank.
How thick
Mount
does
Everest might be the only one. I'm not actually sure.
No, it's not. It's not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like you really have to understand. It's like it's not as simple as you think it is, but sure, yeah, you can have like temperature and pressure differential gradients that can affect the way water reacts to atmosphere, right?
So you can
have
agree that if you're
snow.
at the top of the mountain, there's less air than if you're just walking at sea level.
There's not less air. I don't know what you mean by air. What do you mean by air?
I mean air.
He means
A
lower
mixture
gas
of
pressure,
oxygen,
right?
etc.
What is air?
Gas pressure, right? That's what you mean?
Sure,
Like
sure.
14.7 psi at sea level and a little less than that. up at the top of Mount Everest. So, Azaka, in algebraic terms, gas pressure is represented by X, and the gas pressure gradient inside a container is represented by delta X. Delta X can only come after X. You must have X before you have delta X. So you can point at the gas pressure gradient that we live inside of. You can point at the gradient that exists, but that's not evidence of gas pressure without a container. That's just delta X. We're asking for X gas pressure without a container due to gravity, which you haven't presented yet.
I'm just
There's
asking
no
a
evidence
separate
for.
question. Okay. So you would say that the pressure at sea level is higher than the pressure at, say, the top of Mount Everest. You can agree to that, right?
You're going back to the
Yes,
gradient
and do you
again. We
understand what a
already addressed
gradient is? Do you understand what I mean by gradient?
So explain why there would be higher pressure if gravity does
You're
not
going back to
exist.
the gradient thing that
Yes,
he
there's
already
pressure.
addressed.
Do you no? Answer my question. Do you understand what a gradient is? Yes or no? Do you even understand what that word means?
Yes, as in it's fading from high to low of anything really.
All right,
gradient is
so it's not
color,
the same.
gradient is
So
anything.
every container that we know of that has gas pressure and it has a gradient in it. The gradient's not the same in every container, but there is a gradient in every single container that contains a gas pressure. So we have a gradient here on Earth too. So gradient is the gradient, the gas pressure gradient is delta X. That comes after X. So yes, you're pointing out different parts of the gas pressure gradient. Now, what is your logical purpose of doing this?
So what would you say creates the gradient?
Yeah.
Pressure.
Hey, that's where I was about to
No,
go.
Gas pressure caused by the gas pressure
Hold on.
being contained.
Well, sure.
Hold on, I just want to explain something real fast. You can't eat a pork chop without a pig,
ahead,
right?
brother.
You can't eat a pork chop without a pig, right? So you can't eat a lemon pepper flavored pork chop without the pork chop, right?
Sure.
You're pointing at the lemon pepper and going, "Aha! You don't need a pig." No, you have to have the pig,
I'm
have the
not
chop,
doing anything
and you
like
have
that
to have
at
the
all.
lemon.
All right.
Yeah, you're pointing towards the gas pressure gradient as proof that you don't need a container. But in
Well, I'm
order to have
asking you
gas
what.
pressure,
That's
hold on,
not what
bro.
I'm
I'm
doing at
not
all.
finished speaking.
I'm on a
not
completely
finished.
different topic.
I'm
That's
not
why you need to pay
finished.
attention.
Right.
Well, I
Listen.
don't know. People are just randomly
We're
changing
talking
topics.
about.
I'm talking about
Not
gravity
random.
still.
It's
Now,
not
That's what
hold
I'm
on.
talking
If
about.
if you let Hank finish, and then I'll bring what I'm going to say. Go ahead, Hank, and then you'll
Right.
finally understand this. Go ahead.
So in order to have gas pressure gradient, right, where it's thin on mountains and thick at the sea, right, you have to have gas pressure first. In order to have gas pressure first, you have to have container. You're claiming that you need gravity to have gas pressure. Then you talking about the gas pressure gradient is proof of gravity. That's circular, sir.
That
It's
is
like
not what I'm
saying,
doing
listen,
at all. That's not what I'm
okay,
doing
go
at
ahead.
all.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead
well,
and rephrase.
let me say this, and then I'll shut up. Where do you think the gases that we experience on Earth come from? Do they come from outside Earth or from Earth itself?
Where do I think gas pressure comes from?
No, the gases.
As in, like the air we breathe.
Yeah, the atmosphere. Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess the same place that everything else came from. You know, the ground, the trees.
Wait. Hold on. There's only one of two. Either it
Yeah, well,
comes
you
from
can
the
either believe
outside
it came from,
or the
you know, the
inside.
Big
Which
Bang
one?
Theory, or
Which
you can
one?
believe it came
And
from
this
God.
is
I don't know.
definitely.
I'm not going to get into this.
You can learn something if you shut the fuck up. You can
No,
learn a
to
little
be
bit
honest, I
about
don't even
Earth.
know where you're trying to go with this, Helio. Like I don't even know where you're going with this.
Where do the gases that we experience on Earth come from? Do they come from the Earth or outer space?
What? Why would something come from outer space?
No shit.
What?
The vacuum.
It's a vacuum chamber. Why would something come from the vacuum chamber?
What, it is a vacuum chamber?
There's nothing
or
in the
it's
vacuum
not?
chamber.
Well, it's not a vacuum chamber. This
Space is a
guy's just
vacuum.
making up weird.
Space is a vacuum.
This is so dumb.
Why would the air that we
he
breathe come
can't
from
even
space, which is
possibly
a vacuum chamber?
No, it's
You're
not.
I mean,
from
I'm really
space?
not sure what you're saying right now.
Where's
Why
the
would the
chamber?
air that we breathe come from space?
Why would you?
Who would possibly believe that?
Why would you feign ignorance just to try to prove some flat earthers wrong?
That's what you claimed.
What?
That's what gravity is supposed to do. That's what you claim. You say that there's a big ball Earth that's using gravity to pull these gases to its surface. So that's what
It
you
doesn't
claim.
necessarily pull it to the surface.
Every
It
natural
keeps
gas,
it
everything comes from
tethered
Earth.
to the surface.
Doesn't come from outside. It doesn't come from outside.
Earth is not necessarily pulling things in. It's just keeping it here.
Yeah,
So it can't leave.
So same thing,
no
but just
gravity.
different words.
What?
Well, that's what you're trying to say.
What the fuck
I
is
have
gravity?
never tried to say that the air
That's
we
your
breathe
claim.
is
When
coming
you're
from outer
saying
space.
gravity,
Nobody
that is
claimed
what
that.
you're saying.
Like, what?
All the
You're just
materials
coming
and
up with
everything
things.
that the Earth was supposed to have been made out of came from space, and it was gravity that was supposed to have formed this. Do you not know
Nobody
your
claimed
claim?
that actually.
Okay, now you don't even know
okay,
your
okay.
own religion,
Yeah.
dummy.
You just don't know yourself.
Yeah.
And now he's coming
Okay,
from
okay.
MSU University, making shit up university.
Here's how. All right, gravity works by having a large
there is no
center of
gravity.
mass, a
Wait a
large
second.
mass of
Wait a
objects.
second.
It doesn't work.
Okay,
You
and it
said
is
it
heavy
works.
enough
Not
to attract
educating
other objects.
dummy.
Right?
Okay, that's a nice story.
No.
But wait, you just said gravity works. If it works, why didn't it turn the Earth into a ball? Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
What?
Yeah, we can measure the
All
Earth's
right, we're not going to
surface.
talk about that right now. Anyways,
We're not gonna
how
talk
would
about
how would
topic.
Earth be created by attracting things from outer space if it already has to be a large mass to attract things?
There is no outer space.
Okay, well,
All right. Well, regardless. All right. Hypothetically, if there was some outer space,
Yeah,
gravity works.
it's really strange
by-
that
you have to have a
would
large
say that.
center of
Hold
mass.
on.
He's
You've been
arguing with his own
talking-
claim now. Just let him
You've been
go.
talking to us for over an hour, and you still think that we think that Earth was created by some outer space weird shit?
Nobody's.
I really, I mean, you just really don't understand at all our point. So anyway,
What? You literally just made that point. That is what you just argued about 10 seconds
dude,
ago.
you have
no,
idea
it's just
what you have
telling
no
you
idea
that
what's going on.
all the nature of gases come from Earth. They don't come from outer space. I was trying to make
Nobody
that point.
claimed they came from outer space. You just imagined
you did.
that
Can we
somebody
go to
said.
the three points?
Nobody has ever
know your
claimed that it
religion,
came from
dummy.
outer space. Like,
You did. You just don't understand your claim. That's all.
all right,
Yo,
man.
hey,
Sure thing.
hey,
Sure
dummy.
thing. You got it. You
You
got
don't even
it.
understand your own religion. Stupid.
Sure
Everything's
thing,
supposed to
man.
come from a big bang.
Sure thing, man.
So, on the topic of your religion, Azaka, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that, defining the radius value, the curvature rate, an arc segment measurement of this globe Earth you speak of that you believe in? You know of anyone who's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth that you speak of?
Well, sorry, I'm not in close contact with NASA scientists, and so no.
They didn't do it either, so don't worry.
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be any particular individual, Azaka. I said anyone. Do you hear the anyone part? Anybody part?
Well, I don't actually know these people, so I'm going to go ahead and say no.
I'm not saying you need to know anyone, but you believe the Earth is a spherical object, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So how did anyone figure that out?
Well, you look out into the ocean, right?
No, they
At some
didn't.
point, you can't see anything anymore.
That's a really good idea. Let's
That's
look at the
dumb.
ocean and see if we can
So
measure
why-
it.
Everybody,
why at some
let
point
Orion
can you not see
do
anything
this,
anymore?
if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Because you can only see so far. Light attenuates only so far. Your eyes can only resolve things that are so far, and even with long
Well,
range
you can't actually
optics,
prove that.
Are you Superman?
You
All right,
you just
explain that.
said
Explain that.
things
All right, if you
disappear,
use
right?
long range optics, right? You use, let's say, a telescope, a high powered telescope. You look out into the
You
ocean.
are walking into a
If
giant
You can't see through
if-
buildings.
If the Earth was flat, if you used a very high powered
No,
telescope,
dude, no,
why can you
you
still
don't
not see
understand
any further?
flat Earth.
Then
You
we
can't
look at
see
it.
Because
it.
light
Can you guys shut the
what's
fuck
the
up and
question?
let him dig his own grave? Come on, man.
So we
Let
can
No,
very
I'm not
easily
gonna sit here and listen to some tell me what the
Azaka
flat Earth
has
should
a
and shouldn't
question
do.
on the table. Let's answer it because the viewing angle is too compressed. You can no longer resolve the object. It's like looking down a really long hallway where the ceiling
Thanks
appears
so
to ramp
much.
down into the ground. The ground appears to ramp up, and these two visual zones appear to compress into a horizon line. After a certain distance, you can no longer resolve what's beyond the horizon because the viewing angle is just too compressed. That's it. Over a flat plane, no hump of Earth curvature necessary.
But here's the
You're not
problem.
going to be able to use a telescope to see that far.
I
Anyway.
think that makes it a little too complicated for him. So let me give him a little more simplistic answer. light can only attenuate, can only travel so far through any medium, whether we're talking about a block of ice, the air, or water. Light can only travel so far through a medium. So the air we breathe, even though it appears to us to be transparent at short range, between me and my refrigerator, it's not actually entirely transparent. Light can only travel so far through a medium. So do you see how you can't see forever on a ball Earth or a flat Earth? Do you understand that?
The thing is, you looking through a telescope is not a light beam.
Actually, according to my
You're
calculations,
just looking.
Shouldn't we just tell
For
this guy that
example,
he's
if
way
we
too far?
we can see the moon, for example, that is significantly farther than say 10 miles on the ocean.
Far away it is. So
You
never
were
mind
you
that.
were told a claim about how far it is. You never actually validated any claim about how far it is or what it is. It's an unverified light in the sky.
Not to mention, telescopes are not designed to look across Earth. They're utilized to look in the sky.
But Helio, shouldn't we tell him that we do see way too far for it to be a globe, and that's the whole problem here?
Sure, but if you think you're going to be able to see Mount Everest from New York with a telescope, then you're a fucking idiot.
We don't have to see anywhere near that far, but we're already seeing way too far for his globe claim to be true, so that's off the table, Azaka. Look at that.
What? How are you seeing way too far for the globe claim to be true?
Well, do you know how far would be way too far? Have you thought about the metrics here?
It'd be really far.
Hey, I'm going to double
really
down.
far.
I'm
It's
going to
not
double
very
down. If the Earth were flat and you think you can use any type of telescope to see Mount Everest from New York, you're a fucking idiot.
Amen.
I agree, because to see that far, there would have to be no curvature.
Then why
in
did
the
you
Earth.
bring it up, goofball? If the Earth was flat, then I should be able to use a telescope to point across the Earth. And then you just agreed with what Helios.
I said if the Earth was flat, you should be able to. Yeah.
We can use it.
You don't
If the
even know
Earth
what
was
that
flat,
means.
you should be able to look straight across the ocean
No,
and see
you agreed
whatever's
with
on the other
Helios,
side.
which is the opposite of
So
that.
I guess you didn't just listen to what I just said, did you, Azaka? I just explained to you
I
why
did,
you
but
wouldn't
it
be
was
able to do that.
No, because you just went.
I mean, you
opposite of
brought up a very valid
You
point
can see
that
through a medium.
light can only travel a certain distance. However, a telescope has nothing to do with light. You looking through a telescope has nothing to do with light being able to travel that far.
Well, this guy is madly confused, isn't he?
Super confused. He just said he agreed with what Helios said, and then undid.
Yeah, I agree that you would be an idiot to think you could see from New York to Mount Everest.
So then why
because
did
for
you
that
ask?
to be-
Why did you ask? Well, if the Earth was flat, how come I can't do that?
But
When it's not
I never
possible,
said
it's
New York to
impossible.
Mount Everest.
So what kind of question is that?
What?
Okay, so if that's true that you can't use a telescope to point across the Earth to see to China, then why did you make a point to say, "Oh, well, if the Earth is flat, how come I can't point a telescope and see China?"
Well,
You
I
just
said
that's
it's not possible
you know what I mean?
because the Earth is curved. But if the Earth
No,
wasn't
no, it's
curved, then it would be possible.
But here's the
Hypothetically
thing.
speaking.
We need to take his curvature off the table. We need to show him that we're just
let's
seeing
take
too
his
far for
curvature.
it to be
You
effective.
don't have a geometric Earth edge. In other words, the horizon is not caused by Earth curvature. Did you know that?
What?
We're literally saying the same
what do you
thing.
mean?
and we
Horizon.
think
What do you
that's a
mean?
gotcha.
The horizon is not caused by Earth's curving. Did you know that?
Okay. Why would you
You
think
know what it's
that the
caused by?
horizon is caused by the Earth curving? Why would you think that?
That was your claim. Stupid. You don't even know
Are you
your
talking
own
about
religion.
when the sun? Or so if you're looking at the, you see the sun at the sunset.
horizon has
When you disappear. You're saying that has nothing to do with the curvature.
Hey, let's start there. Let's bring this back down. I mean, it's gotten pretty heated.
I
Let's
just want
have
to put it really
one-
simply to this guy.
All
The
right,
horizon
hold-
is
check
too
this-
far.
Check this out.
Yeah, let Central go. He's the one that started the conversation.
He doesn't even know what horizon means.
Let me ask. Can we have one flat earther talk to Aska about the horizon?
Central brought it up.
I'm just going to put it real simply to him. The horizon is way too far for it to be Earth curvature based on the metrics of the globe. Simple.
Well, why would you claim that the sun fading downwards
has nothing to do with the
out of your
sun.
vision?
What are
What?
you talking about?
Central is the only
Talking about like a
one
sunset,
that's
for
allowed to
example.
talk.
Is that not what you're
Anyone else,
talking about?
I'm gonna
The
fucking
sunset?
mute you.
Sunsets
sunset
don't have anything to do with Earth curve because the horizon they're setting over is way too far for it to be Earth curve.
Why would you claim that the sun setting has something to do with the Earth curve? Who has ever
Well, that's
claimed
your
that?
claim, isn't it? Or do you
That
not
is
know
not
your
my
claim
claim
again?
whatsoever.
Okay.
How did I
what's the
claim that?
problem here?
How did I claim that?
Well, you're claiming that the sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth, right? The horizon. That's what you say that the horizon
The
is,
sun
right?
just fades out of your vision because of the
Right.
curvature of the Earth. You can't see it anymore. Yep.
Okay, so that is your claim. Okay, well, the horizon is too far for it to be Earth curve, so that's not what's happening there.
You're trying to argue that you would not be able to see to the horizon? Is that what you're arguing?
No, we can see to the horizon, and we can see way too far to the horizon for it to be Earth curve.
Where are you getting these measurements that you can't see this far?
I'm getting them from your globe model, the one that you came in here defending, not knowing.
Whoa. It has nothing to do with the globe model. Where are you getting these measurements that you can only see a certain distance? Where are you getting these
I'm getting them
measurements?
from the globe model that you don't know.
No. It has nothing to do with the globe.
The horizon.
How are you trying to
distance has
say you can only see a certain distance?
The horizon. Well, it's dictated by the globe radius, the size of the globe that you say that you're on. There's going to be a certain rate of curvature on the surface, right? It's dropping off at a certain rate. There's going to be a certain distance based on that to the horizon. What I'm saying is we're seeing way, way further than that.
That's because it could be farther away. It will not be. How can I explain this? It will not be in the. It will be in space. It will not be. The horizon
What are
is.
you even saying right now?
The sun is very far away. It is very far away.
Do you understand the
That's all
geometric
I'm saying.
constraints of your claim? That the
Sure.
horizon has to be a certain distance away. The maximum edge of the sphere Earth that you think you're on can only be a certain distance from where you are.
Right,
Based
yep.
on. Okay, so the distance to the horizon that we're seeing is way, way further than that distance. So that rules out the Earth curve.
Well, so is the sun. The sun is way, way farther away than the horizon.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
why
well,
that
the
doesn't
horizon
mean
itself is the thing that everything disappears over, and it's too far to be Earth curve. Way too
Do you
far.
know what the horizon is?
Yeah, if someone else wants to go, go ahead.
Where are you getting this measurement? How are you trying to say it's
Do you
too
even
far?
know what the horizon is?
How are you measuring how far away the horizon
Okay,
is?
I'll do this. Yeah. Well, it's based on your claim. It's your model, the globe model that you came in here defending, apparently not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
So they say it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. From that, you get the horizon distance of 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. So that's a bit of a mouthful. I tried not to bog you down with all those numbers and stuff and to just put it simply. And then once maybe you understand that we're seeing too far, we can get into the details of just how much too far we're seeing. But did you absorb any of that, or?
No, he's not even paying attention.
Can I try to translate it for him?
Yeah, go for it.
So, dude, you ever seen a woman with a pregnant belly, like 9 months pregnant?
Sure.
Okay. So imagine her with triplets, right? She's 9 months pregnant, and she's got 3 babies inside of her stomach. If she's laying on her back at the doctor's office, and the doctor says, "What color are your toes?" What is she going to say?
She's gonna say, I don't know, skin color, I guess.
No, she's going to say, "I don't know. I haven't seen my toes in months. My husband has been painting them." Right? Because there's a huge belly in front of her. Right? And what is it doing?
Right.
It's
Yep.
obstructing her view of her feet, right?
Right. Yep.
So if you live on a ball, are you going to have obstruction due to Earth curvature?
Yes.
It rotates. The thing is that we've done the math.
Belly curvature.
Forget about it rotating. We're talking about the shape. This is geometry. Just stay with me for a second. We've measured too far with a given radius of 3959 miles. And what that means is that
Right, well,
if we can...
sorry. Could
Let
I
him
say something for a
finish.
second? All right.
No, let him
Hold on.
finish.
Central said
not
it was
done.
30.59 miles or something like that, right? Well, it says it's 3 point. I've googled how far away is the horizon, and it says 3.1 miles. So where are you getting your measurements, Central?
Jesus
2.0?
Christ! Just wait till he's done.
Right, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. He'll show you in just a minute. I was just trying to explain to you about how a ball works because you didn't get it a second ago. Do you get it now? That an army man in between her breasts can't see the army man at her knees, right?
Right. Yep. Yep.
Right, because there's curvature in the way, right?
Right. Yep. I already got that.
Okay, now go talk to Central Bank.
Okay. Is he still here or?
Okay, what you just Googled, what did it tell you? 3 miles to the horizon.
3.1 miles. Yep. 5
So
kilometers.
that's based off of what? A radius value.
Well, no, I don't think that's
3,959
what that's based off of.
miles.
Yeah.
What else would it be based off of? Where else would they get that number from? They're just making stuff up.
Perhaps they placed an object at sea and they kept moving it farther and farther away until they couldn't do it anymore. And they measured
So they
distance.
have no idea what size the Earth is.
Hold on, Zachwa. I mean,
I'm not saying that. He said, all right. He said that the
That's what I'm
horizon
asking you.
was 30 something miles away from where you're looking, but that's just not correct. So I'm wondering where he got his
Zach,
numbers.
Pay attention. Pay attention. What you
Yep,
just
yep.
Googled is based off of a radius value. That's what
Right,
we're
it's-
trying to get you to focus on.
yeah. Here's where it goes. You're standing on the beach. You're approximately 5 to 6 feet high. Your observation point, when you look at the horizon, that's where you get the 3 miles from. That's it. When you rise in elevation, that distance increases.
Right. Yep.
Anyway, go ahead.
So I'm wondering where he got his number, 30 something miles, which is just apparently
off
wildly
Earth
inaccurate, even
geometry.
according
Go
to
outside.
this, based off the Earth
Go outside
radius.
and do your own observations. You might see more than 30 miles. That's what we're trying to tell
I'll
you.
just clear it up. I'll just clear it up for Azaka, right? It is based off spherical claimed Earth geometry.
Yep.
The radius and observer height.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The radius that you don't have.
So
No one
where is he getting this measurement of 30 miles? Where is he getting it?
You just go outside. You just go do it
Well,
yourself.
I've been to the ocean. I mean, I can't say for sure that it's more than 3 miles. I don't think I would claim
3
that it
miles,
was
bro. You
30
can see
at all.
way past 3 miles. What are you talking
All right.
about?
Well, I just posted a link in Livestream voice text. Do you want to take a look at that? That's it. And it may be a little more complicated than you want to look at, but whatever. That's their claim of what Earth is, the size is. I mean, when you're standing on Earth, you're going to have to calculate the claims. I mean, there's some more. We can show this all day.
Listen, he keeps trying to ask, where do you get the 30 miles? We're asking you where they got the 3 miles from, right? Because that number is based off the radius.
Well, there's a lot of ways you can get it.
Okay,
You can get it by having someone go out on a boat,
the radius
and you can
value,
see
which
how
is
far
where
away they
we're
get
asking
until you
where
can't
you
see them
got
anymore.
that.
I got
listen,
one.
pay
I got
attention,
one.
goofball. We're asking where they got their radius from. 'Cause that's where that
Well,
number
I'm not
comes from.
them. I mean, go talk to them. I don't know.
Well,
the fuck?
you know what? Let's just be honest, man. We'll just rip the Band-Aid off. It's a question to send you on a wild goose chase because it's not there. There is no one that measured that. Why is that
Okay.
funny?
All right.
Well,
Sure.
if that's
Sure.
funny, then go prove me wrong.
Sure, man.
Why is that hilarious? Where's your confidence coming from? What are you leaning on? Like, oh, this guy's
You're just
definitely
saying they
wrong.
didn't measure it, but I mean,
Yeah,
who are you to say
clearly
they didn't
though, has
measure
your
it? How would they get the
listen,
measurement if they
we've
didn't
had
measure it?
25,000
say
numbers
that.
in your server. You're contestant number 25,000, okay? No one is gonna come in and bring in the measurements. They're not there.
Hmm.
If they were there, none of us would be here. I wouldn't be here.
I wouldn't either.
So you're not the first person we're asking. We're not asking because we don't know. We're asking because you don't know, and we're educating you that those numbers don't exist, bro. No one measured it.
Yep.
Oh, you could prove me wrong. You didn't even Google it yet? Slacking, dude. Slacking. It's false confidence.
It should be this simple, but they're it do what it do.
It's not, man.
But he hasn't even looked up the simple Earth curve calculator. We have to show it to him. Like, how do you know that you shouldn't be able to see something? Shouldn't be able to see Mount Everest from New York? Well, hey, I just posted the simple Earth curve calculator right there. You can see why you shouldn't be able to see. Even if it was
Well,
flat,
here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. Okay.
You wouldn't be able to see it because it's
Well,
just
hold on, hold on.
the angular size would just.
If the Earth is
Zach,
flat,
you're just gonna
right?
duck everything I just said.
If the
Move
Earth
on
is
to
flat,
something
right,
else real quick.
you
Pretend
should
like I didn't
theoretically be able to fall off the edge.
slam
Correct?
dunk on your head that you don't have a radius. We're just gonna pretend that didn't just happen. We're just gonna move on real quick. No, dude, you don't have a globe. That's it's over.
Sure, man, sure, man. So if the Earth was
So we're
flat,
just gonna move on real
theoretically
quick.
you could fall off the
Just gonna
edge, right?
quickly
Is
change
that
the
true or
subject.
not?
No, dude, you just got
No?
slam
Okay.
dunked on.
Obfuscating now. He's obfuscating now, right?
You
Here's
don't
another
have a
question.
globe. You don't have
So
anything
let's
to
say
lean
let's say you head in a straight line, right? Let's say on a
we don't
boat,
need
I
to
guess,
have
right?
your magician games.
Why
You don't have a
why do you
globe.
end up in the same place that you started eventually?
Have you done that?
That's not even a straight line, okay?
You're talking about going in
Hey,
a circle, by the way.
hey, a lot of people are probably listening. So, Esco, what do you mean that you can go in a straight line in a
Well,
ship?
straight from your perspective, but technically you're moving
straight.
around the curvature of the Earth.
Going one direction
on,
isn't going
hold
in a
on.
straight line.
But he's
From your
talking about
perspective, you're going
travel.
straight. I mean,
That's
All
not
right, you're
straight.
going. Hold on. Are you talking about traveling in a ship?
sure, yeah.
All right, cool. So you
Or a
leave
plane,
from
you know,
one.
whatever. If you're going a straight line, you'll end up in the same
Leaving
spot.
from one port in a ship, and you're traveling in a straight line across Earth,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're going to travel across Earth and then come back to the same place.
Right. Yep.
Who told you you can do that?
It just happens. You're denying that people that like it literally has happened 2,000 years ago. People have sailed around the world.
Let me do this. Let me do this. So somebody told you can travel
2,000
in
years
a
ago.
straight line. Hold on, Asqua. Somebody told you can travel in a ship in a straight line and then come back to the same point on a ship.
Well, pretty much, yeah. I mean, not necessarily a straight line. You might have to go around. For example, you run into.
I've never heard of.
For example, you run into. Say,
give me an example.
all right, let's say you're going from Brazil. Let's say you're going in a straight line. At some point, there'll be Africa, right? So you go around it. You return to the same, latitude, and you keep going. Eventually, you will get back to Brazil.
Instead of us pretending this could happen, how about since you're going from Brazil to South Africa, are you traveling in a straight line and across the South Atlantic?
He just said around.
What?
How do you go
He's
around?
not a straight
he
line.
doesn't know. I'm just taking the piss out of him.
All right, forget the ship. Let's just say on an airplane. Let's say on an airplane.
He wants to go to airplanes now, as if they do anything like it.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be argumentative about me saying the ship would have to go around Africa, since obviously a ship can't go over a landmass.
Ships don't do it. Airplanes
Doesn't
do
matter.
it.
Plane, train, car,
Yes.
walk doesn't matter. If you're on a globe, you're going in a
Well,
circle.
if you're on a ship,
It's
you
not
would
a
have to
straight
go
line.
around a landmass, since ships can
that's so
only
dumb.
go across water. So let's say an airplane, which can go over
Hello,
land.
did you just hear what I just said? Doesn't matter whether you're at a plane, train, car.
Right.
Doesn't matter. If you're on a globe, you're going in a
That's not the
circle.
way they travel, man.
From your perspective, you're going straight, but yes,
That's
it
not a
is going in a
straight
circle.
line, dummy. That's a circle.
From your perspective, you're going straight. If
You're
you're in
dumb,
the
dude.
plane.
It's not a straight line.
Airplanes and boats travel from one port to another. Would you ever get in an airplane if the pilot was like, "Well, we don't have an airport to land at, but we're going to travel in a straight line, and we'll see what happens."
Well, people have done it before, so
No, dude.
yeah.
Can I ask
You
you,
don't know
how
that.
you
You're just
determine,
speaking directly out of your asshole.
First round trip around the world.
How you gonna say it before you
Now he's
Google it?
Googling it because he's just talking out of his
Ridiculous, man.
Why are you
Don't make
Googling
it
something
First
you
flight
don't
around the
know?
world was on April 6th of 1924.
Yeah, you didn't
when
know
8
that until you
U.S.
just
Army
Googled it.
Air Service pilots and mechanics in 4 airplanes left Seattle, Washington, to carry it out.
That's
They
really
completed the
cool.
journey
Is that
175 days later after making 74 stops and covering
Do you understand?
28,000
like a
miles.
straight line.
Who here
You can
told you
fly
that you
around
can't
a
go in a
circle as
circle?
well.
Who
Can
here
you
told
fly
you you
around
can't go in a circle?
Can
What
I
are
Have
ask
you
you
him
ever
a
watched
question?
a
talking about?
NASCAR race?
He just doesn't
They come back
understand
to
that
the finish
it's not a
line in the
straight
start
line.
line.
It's
So,
a circle. Dummy.
all right, you guys are just making this argument over random things. All right, let's just call it a circle. Okay, you're going in a circle,
Well,
even
that's
though
what it
from
Yeah,
is.
it's
your
not a straight
perspective,
line, dude.
you're
That's
going
you're not
straight,
getting it. It has
but
nothing to do with
technically you're
perspective. It's just
going
talking
in a
about
circle.
reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Somebody
Okay.
went
Well,
around
when
in
you're
a
walking down
circle.
the street,
You know
are
what?
you going
Yeah,
in
address
a
the point,
circle?
but
Like
Somebody
you're
went
like
around in
making
a
from your
circle.
perspective, you're
you
going
don't.
straight, but the curve
Doesn't
is slight
matter.
enough.
No,
That it's
that's
straight
my
from your
point.
perspective.
Someone went around in a circle, and the horizon is still way too far for there to be any Earth
All right,
curve.
now you're
So
just
that
changing
has
topics
nothing
again.
to do
Just
with your
shut up.
story.
You clearly
You
haven't
are
been paying
looking right
attention
back
for the
now
last
That's
to
your
the
so
favorite
long.
thing to do.
baseline.
I
There
mean,
is
I
no
already
curve because
said
the
one thing
horizon
that
is
you
too
know
far
already, so
for
change
that
the
to
topic.
be a
So,
component or a factor.
All right, you guys
I
are all
mean,
just dodging the question. All right, how
Can
can
I
they
address
fly
it?
around the
telling you
world?
that they
How
went in
can
a
they fly
circle
around
and
the
that
world
nobody
if
when
it
did
was
you do
denied
flat?
that.
that?
Can
When
I
did you
address
do
If
this?
the
that?
Earth was flat, there
Please.
would be an end. Why
Can
is
I
there
try
no
to address
end?
this?
No,
Go look.
dummy.
No.
You don't
You got this all
understand.
wrong. If it
You
was a
don't
Look at
understand
ball,
what flat Earth
if
is.
it was
So
a
you
on a
tell
ball.
us
flat
what the flat Earth
and
really
you
shouldn't
watch
be.
how it would happen. The
Uh,
compass needle would point north, but you're going in a large circle. So it's not like a NASCAR race where you feel the tight turn. It's a large circle, so it's a very subtle turn. You don't realize you're adjusting the whole way.
all right. Let me explain it this way. Okay.
Bro,
Let's
you're not explaining
Explain a
anything.
circle
let's
again.
say you're in Texas. You get in an airplane. You go
Hold on.
directly east.
Before we
directly
continue,
east
That's a
hey,
the
circle.
entire time.
you want to
Yep.
start a
Idiot.
scenario? Cool. Hey, we've already done this. I was listening on the live stream, and it's ineligible. I mean, nobody can understand anything, and people are just talking over each other. Who do you want to talk to about this?
I'd like to
I mean,
address what
I
he
don't
is
really
saying
care.
directly.
Hold on,
Can I, please?
I'm asking the person.
I don't
As
really
a
care.
if
As
you
long as it's
guys
not
want to
Central
talk,
Listen,
2.0,
you're not
because
giving
that
him
guy
I mean, it's
might
just
have
like
brain
if
damage.
there's like 4 flat earthers just talking over this guy, it's nobody can listen to it and make sense out of it. So, who?
Yeah, well, I'm
I
actually
just heard
asking
Ron
if I
jump
can have a
in.
bit of voice time
Fine.
instead of just up.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, for the sake of the live stream, for people that are listening, can you guys pick one person to talk to this guy?
Just get your point in and get out.
Mine?
Anybody, everybody.
Right,
Well,
Azaka.
Panel.
he's obviously going to make some bullshit points. We've already called his ass out, but I'm just saying we've been freaking screaming at him for freaking an hour now, and it's kind of it's getting
Who's the next one? Go to the next person.
unlistenable.
All right. Anyways, okay.
Let's
say you're in Texas. You get in an airplane, and you go
now he's
directly east. All right, you go directly east.
Stop you right there. How do you
Why
determine
is it?
east? This only points north.
Let Ron talk to him for a little bit, guys.
How do you
Okay.
determine east? East is relative position
Directly
to north,
to
right?
the right on the compass. If you're looking at the compass is pointing north, you go directly to the right of north,
90
which is
degrees
east.
to north, right?
90 degrees. Yep.
Okay. So if you had a magnet in the center of a circle, like that GIF I dropped in the live stream voice text, if you had a magnet in the center of a large circle, the needle would always be pointing to the center of the circle. You're
Right,
going
yeah.
due east. You're going due east. The needle's pointing north, and that's all you're doing. You're just following magnetic north, and you're keeping a heading 90 degrees to magnetic north, and you're drawing a large circle. No different than if you put a string at a pivot point in the center and you took a pencil to make a circle. Same principle applies.
So what you're
Making a
arguing is that the North Pole is magnetic center.
Well, everyone knows it's a magnetic north. That's how a compass works. No one even argues that. Not even Globers. Globers admit there's a magnetic north, right? And that's just
So
the
what you're
center of
arguing is that it's not actually a sphere, it's a circle.
I'm not
It's a
arguing.
flat-
I'm
it's
just
a flat
presenting a
circle.
fact. I'm just presenting a fact.
So you're saying it's not a sphere or a globe or whatever. It's a flat circle.
Right.
No, that's just the
Bingo.
direction you're going in.
Bingo.
Circle.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
It's a
mean the Earth
circle.
is shaped like that. That's just the direction you're going in. When you say go east, you're going in a circular path, not a straight
Just
line.
like the sun
So
goes
if you were to stop following the compass and instead of going east, you just go in a straight line, Why would you not
going
fall
south.
off the Earth? Why would you not fall off the
No,
Earth?
there is no falling off.
No, well,
You're
there's
going
no
south.
edge, and as far as we
Or yeah,
know,
if you go directly south, yeah. Why would you not fall off the Earth?
Why would you?
because
How do you fall off the ground?
barrier. There's a
Well, you don't fall
barrier.
off a globe. That's the point.
No. I said, how do you fall off the ground? Why don't you take a
What?
video of you trying to fall off the ground and upload it for us so we can have a laugh? There's no falling off the ground. That's not
If you
even
want to look into
coherent.
it,
So what you're saying is there's an
Why are you
okay.
even laughing? That was your
If the
question.
Earth is flat, that means there's an end to the Earth.
on,
So
hold
do you fall off? Do you
there's
walk
not.
into a
No,
wall?
how
Like
do
what
you fall
happens?
off the ground?
What if there's a barrier? What
Well,
if there's
if there
a
was
barrier?
nothing there, it would be like in a video game.
No.
The map
Here's-
ends and you just fall off.
Where's
I mean,
that?
You
Some
want
flat
the
Earth
answer? When I
conceptions
talk.
have a firmament
Jesus,
dome
dude.
which covers the world and keeps you from going further. So you'd probably reach the firmament, the dome covering of our world, and go no further.
Oh, sure.
Has anyone ever
let
reached
me
this dome? I mean,
hold on.
how do you know the dome exists?
You're asking
It's
questions
gas
that
pressure.
you're asking questions about something that no one has ever done, and you're saying, "Hey,
Well,
flat earthers, why don't you do this?"
if
Hold
human
on.
history is
Can
this
you
long,
shut?
why is this?
Can you shut up for a second so I can explain it to you? What you're talking about is dead reckoning. So if you go in one straight direction, you're always going to reach south, right?
Yes.
Is that a yes or a no? I'm
If
asking.
you're saying if you go in east, you will eventually reach south. That's not correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
no.
you will.
That's not what he said.
East
Well,
is a circle around the
I
central
said
North
dead
Pole.
reckoning. Do you know what that is?
We already
Nope.
covered this though. He said this.
He doesn't
If you
know
took
what dead
if you took
reckoning
vice
is,
grip
obviously.
you're in an airplane and you took some vice grips and you lock the flight controls in a straight fashion, and you're just okay. I'm going east. I'm going to lock these in place. That would be like dead reckoning. You're not adjusting your flight at all.
Still, but
You're going in a
airplanes
straight
can't
line.
actually do that though.
What would happen is you would be eventually you'd be going south,
Oh.
and you'd hit a barrier because no one has ever flown over South Pole and come around the other
No
side.
one
It's
in
not-
their right mind would travel that way.
It's I'm drawing
Well,
a mental
obviously,
picture.
Helio.
It's a mental picture so he can conceptualize, because I don't have the benefit of a video to draw him a fucking picture.
Yeah, east-west is a circle around the central North Pole.
Yes.
South
So you're
is
saying if you
anywhere
headed
away from
south,
the
you would
pole.
just at some point die, or you would run into some
No,
barrier.
dude.
No,
When
but
did
you
anyone
don't head
say
south.
that? Come on,
Nobody
dude.
travels with dead reckoning. It's a concept, but it's nobody ever does it because
It would
you
be
won't get
you
anywhere.
disregard your compass. Your compass would be like, hey, my compass is pointing this way, and you'd have to ignore it.
And so you have to fucking use math the whole time, and just like so you're just traveling in a straight line. You have to adjust every single point, like of every like freaking 10, 20 miles or
only way
whatever.
you
You
can-
just
you know
try.
what?
You're trying your best to travel in a straight line, but you're gonna end up south.
You could
At
do it
every
single
latitude, at every latitude except the equator, you will be turning.
Yeah, well,
East-west is just a circle around the central North Pole. North-south is north is in the center. South is anywhere away from the center.
I mean, it's like people get these weird ideas in their mind. Oh, well, if you just traveled straight, well, that's not the way people navigate on Earth. They use
How
compasses.
do you know what straight is? You know what I mean? When someone gets
Yeah.
lost in the woods without a compass, they walk in a circle. They don't have a good way to dead reckon, and they just walk.
If you look back to before compasses existed,
Bruh.
you're saying nobody would have ever gone in a straight line and ended up at a barrier on the Earth.
Hell no.
Before
You're saying
compasses,
it would before navigation. You're saying it would never have happened.
Compasses not
Ever.
exist? When did compasses
All right,
not
let's see.
exist?
When was the compass?
No, now he's googling again.
2nd century BC. So let's say before then.
Before paper, if it's before paper, you don't have an accurate account of the record. Okay, just saying.
Well, it's not before
I'll
paper.
shut up again. I'm gonna go smoke. You guys fucking have at it. This guy is funny. But yeah,
Yeah, so anyway.
nobody travels dead reckoning. It's impossible, really, with an airplane or a ship.
Yeah. What do you
First
reckon?
use of papyrus paper, which was in Egypt, was in 4000 BC, and the compass was invented in 200 BC. So you have almost 4,000 years where paper existed and the compass did not. So why has nobody ever reach this barrier you guys are speaking
How are you
of?
gonna
How
do
do you
that,
know?
dude?
How do you
How
know
are
no
you
one
gonna
has?
do that?
What are you
Yeah,
claim?
people
Walk
explored everything.
through
I
how
mean,
you would go
you
about
have
doing that.
Christopher Columbus. You have all these explorers who were just going out, seeing what they would find.
Okay,
He
great.
found
So
a
how
different
would you go
continent
about
that
doing
nobody
that?
knew existed in Europe. So
Look
how
up
did
Adam
nobody ever reach this mysterious barrier that you guys
Yeah,
speak
so
of?
Oh,
tell us
maybe
how you
someone
would go
has and
about
they just
doing that.
didn't tell you. So what?
And
You
also
think you think they
Antarctica,
would
the
reach some mysterious barrier and just not
Yeah, it's
tell
not
anyone?
mysterious to me.
Antarctic
So
Yeah.
how would
Circle
you
is
go
really
about doing that?
cold. You
Well,
might
it's
freeze to
pretty
death and
mysterious
die
if you
before
guys
you reach
say it
it.
Nah,
exists, but
it's not
nobody's ever
mysterious.
been there. Nobody
Yeah,
knows
with
where
the,
it
Walk
well, we
is.
can
walk
infer
us
Nobody
it
knows how
pretty
through
far
how
heavily.
away
you
it
would
These
go
is.
massive
about
sun
discovering this.
dogs, parhelions, these look like the sun shining off of a solid surface. Elves, sprites, jets, these are electrical phenomena that look like something cascading off of a solid surface. You can't have gas pressure without some sort of container to press against. We're pretty comfortable inferring the necessary consequence of a dome of some sort.
Yeah, did you follow that? Did you catch that there, Zaka?
I
No,
think
would you
he
like to
put
repeat
two
that?
and
So
two
Would you like to repeat that, Mr.
yeah,
Creation Bear? Would you like to
pay
repeat what he said?
attention to what Lemon just
No,
said.
no. Why don't you repeat what he said? Since I'm sure
Yeah,
you caught
we
it all.
have a we're inside. Okay,
Why don't you
space is
repeat it?
fake. We're inside of a contained system. Doesn't matter if it's mysterious to you. Doesn't matter if no one's been there. Okay,
So you're
we are
saying a
inside of
barrier
a
exists at
contained
the edge of the
system.
world that nobody has
Okay,
ever been to?
why don't you walk us through how you would go about doing what you're asking us to do anyway?
What,
Okay, why
reaching
don't
the
you, if it's so
barrier?
easy,
Reaching
why don't
this
you tell us
mysterious
how you would
barrier?
do it? Go
Why don't
on.
you listen? If you ask a question, zip your mouth and listen to the answer. Right? If you want to learn something, or you just want to, if you want to machine gun questions and not learn anything, then just get out of here.
You've
We'll go
already
on to
shot
the
yourself in the foot multiple times asking goofy questions. So pay attention and choose
His
your
argument
words wisely.
at this point is nobody showed me or told me about an edge, therefore the Earth must be a curving, spinning sphere, even though we're measuring zero curvature on the surface. So he's just all screwed up.
or
You're talking
zero
about
spin.
falling off the
There's no
ground.
spinning. Can't measure any
Participation
motion.
trophy generation.
As we said, to have air pressure, you need something for the air to press against, aka a barrier of some sort, which would be like a firmament dome. We have sundogs, parhelions, which look like the sun cascading off of a solid surface. We're pretty comfortable inferring that there's a dome barrier of some sort.
Then why would
Okay,
nobody
so
have ever been there?
Because
so
it's
Yeah, and they
really
just
how
didn't
cold.
tell
you
you.
would go, how you
Antarctica's
would do that.
really, really cold. Probably people froze to death before they could come back and tell the tale. I don't know. The
I've heard
Antarctic
accounts
Circle
of
is pretty
people
cold.
going. I've heard accounts of people going to the dome, and they have something called sky ice, which is this is what I've heard. I can't confirm it, but they say it's like you know what dry ice is? It's frozen CO2. Well,
Yep,
this is actually frozen oxygen. It's similar, but pretty much it. So if you took a piece of it, just like you took dry ice, it wouldn't melt into liquid. It would evaporate. It just disappears.
Where did you
Sublimate.
hear about this?
It's from some flat Earth testimonies. There was someone who claimed. So I said I can't confirm it, but this is what I've heard, and I
Yeah,
can't
well,
confirm. It's true.
Azaka, pretend you're us. What would you do? How would you go and determine this container? What would you do? Walk
Well,
us through
what
this.
you're saying is there can't be a sphere because there must be a dome, but
No,
nobody
we're
can
not
prove that
saying
there's a
Because it
that.
dome.
must be a curve. Get that part
Why
right.
don't you just walk us through? Because you're asking us, well, why don't you guys just go find it? Well, so why don't you walk us
Somebody has
through
to
how
go
you would
in a
do it if you were
straight
us?
line south. Straight line south.
Yeah, so why don't
You
you
follow the
walk us
compass
through
and
that
you go
process?
south.
You can walk on water. You got a boat. You got a private jet. What's your
Sure,
process,
man. How
brother?
about you go to Brazil? You get a boat. It's probably pretty
No,
cheap in
why
Brazil.
don't you
You get a
walk us
boat
through
and you
it?
go south.
It sounds.
That's it.
That's a good question, but you know what? You can't go there because the Antarctica
Dummy,
Treaty.
dude.
Even if you had the means, if you had the financial means, you couldn't do it because you're not allowed to, because there's an international treaty that prevents you from traveling there. Look it up. Antarctica Treaty. And all these enemy nations are signatories. China, Russia, all of our perceived enemies have signed on to this document. So
And if
there
it's
are
militarily enforced, you may get killed or shot down if you get too close.
if they were enemies, why would they sign a document and abide by it? They wouldn't. That means they're all on the same team. They all have a common goal to keep us from going there and to keep us from learning that the Earth is flat. They all have fake space agencies, all of them. They all keep the lie going amongst their people.
Yeah,
And then
I don't
that
know where.
out of line. No one gets out of line and tells the truth.
The agreement is actually not that nobody can go there. It's that it
Yeah,
must
you don't have
remain
to tell
a
us about it. You just Googled it
demilitarized
5
zone.
seconds ago.
So
It's that you get
and
turned
you're not
away
going
at
to be
gunpoint.
educating anybody on something you just Googled
yeah,
5
well,
seconds.
I mean, obviously, I am educating you because you had the wrong
No,
idea of it.
you're
It
not
says that
educating
it is a
anything that you just
it
Googled
is
5 seconds ago, so
the
don't worry
treaty
about
is
that.
intended to keep it
Okay?
as a
I
demilitarized
don't.
zone. That doesn't
The
mean
point
nobody can go there.
is,
That means no military is.
the point
There can be no
is,
combat
I don't know
on
where you guys
Antarctica.
get this idea that you can just
I got a
roam
question,
freely
bro.
around this earth and do whatever you want.
Yeah, I
That's
got a
goofy as
question.
heck. Obviously, in the last 2 years, you've understood that you can't do that. So,
Yo, how
where are
come
you getting
everybody's
this
doing that
idea
the
that you can
same
just
Who
thing?
roam
told you
around
that
and do
you
anything you
can't
want?
just get on a boat and head south? Who has
No,
ever
you
told you
can't
that?
do
Who's
that.
gonna stop you? Who's gonna stop you?
Why don't you go and try it for us, buddy?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
I'm
got a
not the one
question,
trying to
guys.
prove that the Earth
Hey,
is
hey,
flat.
you know what?
That's
You
you
can't even
guys.
get
We
on the
already did.
highway and do that.
We don't need to
Weirdo.
go to
I got a
Antarctica
You
to
question,
just
do
bro.
that,
take
bro.
any boat, plane, train, and just go wherever you want.
Yo,
Hey guys,
Yeah, you can.
can I please ask
You
him a
actually
really
No,
quick
can.
you
question?
can't.
yo,
Can I ask
can I
You
him a
ask
can
a
quick
get on a
question,
boat
bro?
and go
You can't even
wherever
get
you
on the
want.
highway and just
Why?
drive with
You
Why?
nonstop.
you can get on a boat. All right. Let's say you're on the East Coast. You're in Florida. You can get on a boat and head east as far as
Hey,
you want
hey,
until you reach another
No,
nation, where then they will stop you. But
but
until
why?
then,
no.
nobody's gonna stop you from going across the ocean.
Even if
Yeah,
that were
try
true,
doing it
How do you
without
why?
a
know
What
this?
does that
The
transponder
matter?
first-hand
now.
information.
Try doing it without a transponder. You're going to be arrested for piracy because you're not allowed to get on the boat and go across the ocean without a transponder. You neglect one international law and you done fucked up. And the last people that went to Antarctica unannounced got arrested and people died.
Yeah, I got a question too.
Do you
Azaka,
have a
can
link
I?
to that? Where did that
Yeah.
happen? When did that happen? Who was that?
Hold
Do
on,
you have a
hold
link
on,
to that?
It was
Azaka.
Holland.
I,
I can't provide a link because I'm driving, but it was a guy from Holland who went to Antarctica and got arrested and people died, and they blamed it on him for going.
his name's Jarl Andhoy. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so listen, Azaka, I have a quick question for you. Real quick. Do you think this is the first time we've ever looked into this?
Yes, he
Yeah,
thinks that.
no.
Why does this guy sound like an AI? What the fuck?
Hold on. You
Just answer the
can't even travel from New York to
Yes, Helio. Of
somewhere on
course.
the eastern
But the main thing is
coast of
why?
Europe. I mean, you
Never
can't do
mind.
that with why?
Why are we traveling
You
there
have to
though?
have a license. I mean,
Why? Why do we need to
it's
travel
your
to
intent.
Antarctica? What's the point?
Hold
What
on,
point are you
hold on.
making, Azaka? Why do we need to go there?
Let's
Why do you need to go to this dome that you claim
We don't
exists?
need to go to Antarctica.
If you guys want to consider why he thinks, see, he's very confused. It seems
Clearly.
We don't need to go there to measure the surface of this
All right,
place. That's already done.
no,
So why are you bringing
Nobody's
this in, Azaka?
measuring anything. You're talking about something completely different
Hold on.
again.
No.
If he's very confused about
Your
this,
favorite thing to do.
why we should or should not be able to do this? To be honest, we can't. And dude, to be honest, I don't want to go to Antarctica. Have you
Hell
heard
no.
about what happens
I don't
there?
want to go. I wouldn't go if I could. I don't need to
hell
anyway
no.
to know what the
Very
surface of Earth
dangerous
is measuring
environment.
as.
It's a very dangerous environment. You could fly a plane down there and then take a ship to the shore of Antarctica.
He wouldn't go there either.
Continue to go south. Very dangerous. You're probably going to die.
Yeah, dude, way too soft.
So, hey, are you saying you flat earthers don't? That's fine. I mean, if you want to do it, have at it. I mean, I don't have the money to do it. But even, as far as like the flat earth concept, I mean, we're just saying, even with, airplanes flying across South Pacific, saying going from Brazil to South Africa. I mean, nobody flies that way. They don't go from Sao Paulo to freaking what's the major city in Africa? In South Africa. I can't think of the name right now. Come on,
Why would you want to
Johannesburg,
fly
South Africa.
over?
Johannesburg, yeah. Nobody flies that way. They fly.
Why would you want to fly over the coldest place on
Zaka,
Earth?
you're just completely missing your
That's even
point,
the
bird
South
brain.
Atlantic, but nobody even flies over the South Pacific. I mean, even if you're going from Johannesburg to freaking Perth, Holy shit, that's like, why would you risk that flight? It's a very risky flight to take.
Doesn't matter. The overall point is that you can't go wherever you want and do whatever you want. You can't even do that in a car. You can't just go and oh, you know what? I'm gonna get in my car. I'm gonna go wherever I want, and I'm not gonna let anyone stop me. That's good luck. Okay, good luck. You can't do that in a car. So what gives you this
That's because
idea
of
that you can
country
just take a
borders, but I
plane,
mean,
you can
okay.
just take a boat, train, and just
I mean,
I'm
if
gonna
you're
do
if
it.
you're on
No
the
one can
East Coast,
stop
you
me.
can drive all the way to
You're
the West Coast of the United
foolish.
States without
Yeah,
being
but have you heard
stopped
of a
by
toll?
anybody.
You ever heard of a
You aren't
toll?
gonna be.
Hey, dummy,
Maybe
you ever
some
heard of a
people,
toll?
not you.
What does tolls have to do with anything? They
Yeah,
still
but
aren't
if
gonna
you're like, you
stop
know what,
you.
I'm not gonna stop for this toll, then someone's gonna stop your ass. Okay, so no, you
Okay,
don't just
sure,
you
man.
can't just go wherever you want. Stupid, dude. Come
Well, you
on,
actually
man.
can't. I mean, you can actually avoid
No,
the
you
tolls as
can't. If
well.
there's a
It'll just
toll,
take
you
you
have to
twice as
stop.
long.
If
No,
there's a toll, what are
you
you gonna
can
do? Go
avoid
around?
tolls. Actually, you can avoid
Sure,
them.
I know that's possible, but what I'm saying is you're gonna have to stop, bro.
Well, that's
Stop
not really
signs,
true. Other
stop
than I guess
lights,
stop for gas.
police
All right,
checks,
dude.
stop checks.
Azaka,
All
it's
I'm
up to you
saying
to
is you
prove us wrong.
can't do what you're saying you want to do. You can't even do that in a vehicle, dummy.
Well,
So where are you
you
getting this
can.
idea that you can just go and do whatever you want? It's ridiculous.
Holy shit, dude! This guy sounds like such a loser. Where's this idea? You could just go and do whatever you want. Like, holy, bro, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's not that.
Shut up, bitch.
Can you unmute Kyle W? He has DM'd me that he wants to be unmuted.
Well, you should get verified, maybe. He can go through the proper channels,
Right.
read the rules like everyone else.
Yeah, because you can't just frolic around wherever you want to, right? There's places that you can and can't go, right? And even if you were to slip into one of the places that you can't go, well, there's rules. You can't just speak without permission, right? It's not like you can go to the queen's closet and check out her robes, right?
I mean, what you're arguing is that going into the royal palace in England is the same thing as heading south on the ocean. So
You think the queen
not really
doesn't
sure
have
about that
vessels?
You have
argument.
this
I'm
idea you
sorry.
could
Do you
just
think
go
the
anywhere you
queen doesn't
want.
have vessels in the water? Is that what you think?
What? You think you're gonna get stopped by like the Royal Navy as you're heading south from Brazil? Like, what is your argument
Yeah,
right now?
the answer is
I'm gonna
yes.
get in my car, I'm gonna go wherever I want, and who's gonna stop me?
Okay, man. All right.
You'd have the same chances of getting into the Queen's Gold Vault as you would stepping foot on Antarctica. If you were to go there independently and try and go to Antarctica, good luck.
You're making it seem like it's so
All right, man.
easy
All
anyway.
right.
Go ahead, why don't you try it then? It's so easy.
Like, you flat earthers just go do this and you can prove the flat earth.
First of all, it's illegal, right? You'll be international law, and all these countries are in on it. So you're going to have to deal with multiple countries, not just the United States. So if they lock you up, if you get caught by a Russian one or a Chinese, they'll lock your ass up and you disappear forever. You go to the American one, maybe they lock you up too.
And
here's another thing. If the Earth was flat, all right, and it was a
No,
circle,
you don't
right?
even know what that means. You don't know what that
No.
means.
All right. If the Earth was flat,
You don't
right,
know what that means.
and it was
though.
a circle,
What does that
if you
mean?
were to go to Antarctica,
Not a
do
circle.
you understand how large Antarctica would be?
Well, hold on.
You're trying to
Asquith,
say
It
what
would
the
be
flag-
incredibly large. It would be much larger than any country in the
we're
world,
not
any
gonna deal
continent
with-
in the world.
We're not going to deal with strawmen here. What do you mean
Hell no.
by if Earth is a circle? What do you mean by that?
If Earth was flat and a circle,
No,
like you said it
that's
was,
not
and it had a dome around it,
Based on what? Do you understand?
that's what you claimed earlier. You said it was
No,
flat,
dude,
it was a
no.
circle, and
Nobody
there was a
said
dome
that.
covering
Nobody
it.
said that. Nobody said that.
Well, people did say that. So
No one said that.
All right, so
they did.
if
one
someone
said
said that,
Exactly. That's
why
why
don't
you're not
you-
paying attention.
why don't you reclaim? Why don't you
all right.
go ahead and
So
show?
the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. What shape is it?
Yeah,
if
but
it's
no
not a
idea
circle,
what that means.
what shape is it?
That was
Should,
my
wait,
original
let me
point.
ask you this:
Helio.
Should Earth have a shape?
Well, everything has a shape. What?
Okay, what
kind of
shape
question
is
is
a
that?
lake? Azaka, what shape is a lake?
You know, it could follow a rough elliptical circle
So what
or
is the
elliptical
shape?
shape.
What's that?
Elliptical
Could be any
circle.
shape. You know, what is
Okay,
it? What is
so
it
what
closest to? What shape is the
Yeah.
Earth closest to?
Let me answer that real quick.
We asked you about a lake.
Oh my god. You
Hold on,
said everything has a
answer-
shape. What shape is a lake?
Let's say it was a circle.
Elliptical.
Right?
It's elliptical. A lake is elliptical.
That shit is
That's what he
funny, dude.
said. What the
If
fuck?
he's onto something, though, the perimeter would be much larger than they tell us. And it actually is, from what we can tell. Because when Captain Cook sailed around Antarctica, he traveled 60,000 miles. According to the official narrative, it's only 11,000 miles. So put that in your pipe.
Yeah, but these goofballs definitely don't know what flat Earth even means. So don't say, if the Earth is flat, then it should do these things that I made up in my head. No.
They just
If
get
the Earth is flat, then it's a circle.
That it would
No.
be larger in circumference, and it is larger in circumference.
Jeez.
Oftentimes,
Where did you get that number about 60,000 miles with Captain Cook? Where are you getting that number?
That's from him. He claimed to have circumnavigated Antarctica, and he traveled over 60,000 miles. They would use a rope with knots in it and count the amount of knots they travel, and they write it in a logbook. But it's an old account, and that's all we really have to go by. We don't have a modern measurement of it.
hey, on that point, if he really wants to know what about Captain Cook's voyage,
Right.
shit, look it up on Wikipedia, man. It's what he said.
Wait a minute, but though, like, here's my thing: is you're applying good skepticism. Oh, where'd you get that number from? Why don't you apply that same skepticism to maybe say the radius? They're claiming, hey, this is how big the globe is. Why don't you apply that same skepticism? Well, how do they know that? Where do they get that number from? That's what we're asking you, and you're just throwing it under the rug. We're trying to highlight that number is, where'd they get that from? You're applying the proper skepticism to questions we're asking here. The 60,000, where did that come from? That's what we're asking you. So you should apply that same skepticism to your own globe. So that's what we're doing. Where'd they get that radius from, dude?
Well, you can work it backwards. For example, if
No,
you
you
found the
can't build a house
circumference,
backwards.
if you found the circumference, you can find the radius from the circumference using
Okay, so
basic
how do you get the circumference?
equations.
So how do they measure the
If you got
circumference?
in a plane, you
Not
flew
if.
in a straight line, like
How
I
did
said
they?
earlier.
If I Google
Hypothetically, if
Earth
you
radius, there's a
straight
number
line,
there. Not if. How did they do it? Don't tell me how I could do it. They're already claiming they did it. So how was it done?
I'm not them. I don't know.
Okay, well, you're asking when we said, "Oh, this so and so did 60,000." Oh, where'd that number come from? That's what you asked us. That's good, great. So we're asking you the same thing. If I Google how big's the globe, there's a number there, and we want to know where they got that number from. And like, we're not gonna move on to something else. That's like the foundation. No, you don't build a house backwards. You build a house on a foundation. So, we're not going anywhere. No, we're not gonna just take off the flat earther badge until that
Alright,
radius
here's a
value
link
is
that includes
properly
the
demonstrated to be
derivation
measured.
of how they calculated the radius of the Earth.
All right,
Here you
so
go.
are you
It's too
just
hard for
remember,
you
just
to
before you begin, just remember that you're contestant number 25,602. You are not the first person to come in and Google this. We've been through this 100,000 times already. Okay, so
Great.
just keep that in mind as you go on.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, none of us have a way to independently measure these claims. None of us have a private aircraft that could fly that distance. So we're pretty much, these are only nation states that could do something like this. Like if you had a nation state, you could do an experiment like this, but we don't. We're just a ragtag bunch on the internet with cell phones and shit. We don't have the means to do, oh, why don't you go to Antarctica? Right. Do I got gas money to even drive across the fucking state? No.
Right. Oh man.
Well, then he's going to say, well, why are you
He already
something
said
is happening?
that we can calculate it, and that would be confirmation. The calculations will be confirmation. Now, he didn't specify which calculations,
But I sent the Wikipedia link, which very clearly states the derivation of how they calculated the radius. So.
Wikipedia link.
I
Jesus.
don't know. We're gonna go back to Aristotle.
What, you're saying that basic mathematical
don't
equations
know,
are just
fellas.
incorrect or something? Like,
You don't
What do
understand
you
how they
know?
got the radius. You don't want to read it. You're just in
Wait, since we
What?
brought up Aristophanes first, you
him tell
say,
us.
well, you just don't understand it, and that's why you don't believe it.
What?
What does it even say, dumb? You just Googled this 5 seconds ago. Do
Yeah,
you even know
you're
what it
intellectually
says?
lazy. You just copy
Scroll
and paste
down.
from the
Scroll
link.
down to where the
Yeah, what
No,
does
I
it
don't need to
say?
scroll. We already know what it says. Do you know
Prove
what it
for us
says?
that you have some modicum of critical thinking
Jesus,
and you
dude.
can understand your own viewpoint.
Scroll down. We already
this.
know we already know what it says. Oh, he left.
Did he rage quit? What a baby.
Soft.
Did he? Wah.
Oh, did he leave? Well, man, I think he was part of another group too, because I got a message from somebody.
Hey,
That,
Zach, I know you're listening. I'm revoking your participation trophy, okay? Being intercepted in the mail. You're not getting it.
it's like, bro, this is like, it's kind of. I won't say it's a waste of time. Of course not. I mean, it's it gives us some content
Dude.
here on our server. It's all good.
Man, we're fucked
Dude,
if those guys are.
they
Shows
can't
that
come in
they
here
have
without the
nothing to
Google.
back up their claims, and
No,
it
dude.
shows that they're completely ignorant about anything.
Yes,
they might.
dude. That's why I had to Google it every question we ask him. Oh, quick, let me Google this real quick.
He's like, oh yeah, well, hey, I don't mind people, googling their claims because we've
But don't
done
be
it
so
before.
confident then. Don't
No,
be so
that's cool.
confident if you have
Well,
to Google everything.
that actually gives me the heebie-jeebies when it's like, all right, oh, what did you just say? They're googling something I already looked up before. I'm like,
It's
hell
hilarious,
yeah.
dude. We're like,
And
we're so
it's like,
lazy.
actually, I feel something for him, and it's like, oh, cool. Now you're actually curious instead of just calling us flat earthers dumb because I looked this shit up. I've studied it. I've been doing this shit for fucking 5 years, 6 years.
Helio, I got a
8
question for
years.
you.
Yeah, what's up?
What the hell's a heebie-jeebie?
Oh, a heebie-jeebie.
Okay, boomer.
It just gives you a. It just gives
Well,
you.
I know what it is. I
It's
just
like one
wanted
of
to
them
see your
feelings.
fucking
It's
subject.
like you get a feeling. It's just like ooh. And it's just like
What I wanna know is-
and it's just like I'm curious. Dude. Hey, to be honest,
Listen. The
that
rest of my
dude was in
question-
here for almost 2 hours.
The rest
like
of my question is
arguing
this.
with all of us hardcore flat earthers. And I got the heebie-jeebies, It's just like, all right. And every time you
Okay,
ask him some
yeah.
hardcore questions, he's like, I'm gonna Google this. It's like, nigga, I already looked that shit up a long time ago. But anyway, I'll look it up with you.
I guess reading his own source was just too hard for him. That was what broke
Yeah.
the camel's back.
When you asked him, hey, what does it say? He's like, well, if you scroll down, bro,
Yeah.
we already know what it says. Do you know what it says?
Yeah, he couldn't confront his own ignorance. Like that was the crystallizing moment. He just realized he's an idiot.
No,
couldn't
he's not
handle
an
it.
idiot. He's
just mentally retarded. You're right.
No, he's religious. I mean, he
Yeah,
sounds
dude,
like a
he's
smart
retarded.
kid, but he's just religious, and he doesn't really think that flat Earth could be possible. The way that we're describing it. But
because he
kudos to
thinks it's a
him for
game.
hanging out with us for a couple hours.
We've
fuck
talked to
that.
actual smart kids here. That kid was not smart.
No, dude, no. He
No,
thought it was
I
a
mean, he's smart enough to actually kind of hang out. And, he didn't bring good arguments. I mean, we
Hell
consider
no.
people that smart bring good arguments, but at the same time,
There is no good arguments. There's just really, really bad arguments. Okay.
sure.
There's bad arguments and then really, really, really bad arguments.
Okay,
There's no
well,
good arguments.
we're gonna disagree about some of these things because even if they bring bad arguments, it helps us in every
Well,
vein.
yeah. It's hilarious, dude. It's just reps. Just
So
flat
it's all
smacking
good.
reps.
So that's why, like I was saying earlier, I think about 3-4 hours.
You get your reps in today, bruh.
Yeah, you get your reps.
Yeah,
hey,
bro.
The reps for the rolled people in here. You have to check people in and freaking let them talk more than you do. And that's where you get your reps in. Because you have to put up with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't freaking try to preach preach flat earth or anything. Just let them fucking say what they're gonna say when they come in, and freaking all right, cool. Oh, okay, so all right, cool. So, for the most part, when you check in here, what we're trying to do is get you on into the live stream room, and then you can ask questions. That's where the heat comes down, right? So that's why, and even when the heat comes down, you just kind of like let them talk as much more than you do. You don't have to freaking scream at them all day. And I'm victim as well. I do shout too much, and but I love to hear them freaking. They bring their own shovel when they come in, right? So let's just let them do it.
Oh, he dug the hole. He did all the work.
Yeah.
He dug the hole. He jumped in and he started filling in the dirt.
It's all good. Yeah, I often do have criticism with people different aspects, but everyone has their own style, so that's do what it do. It's cool. But my style is like I want them to talk more than I do, and it's the more they talk, I'm just like, oh really? So you think this is this and that? Get them to talk more, and it's like boom. And it's like, all right, so here's what I heard you say, and just kind of go back, from that point. Instead of you just saying, "Oh, here's what I saw about the flat Earth," and they don't say anything, and it's like that's just you preaching flat Earth, That's kind of the way I do it, but you don't have to do it that way. But that's the way I do it.
Well, on to the next one. Send in the next one.
I'm gonna make a suggestion real quick, and if you guys want to hear it, cool. If you don't give a shit. We need to work on not being sore winners. Okay, we have the upper hand. Clearly, we have the correct information, and they don't. But when we win and they rage quit or they just concede to a bunch of points, God forbid they ever do that. We can't sit around and go, ha, what a fucking moron. I say we just don't even fucking talk about them once they leave and just say, oh, okay, bye. Is there anybody else that wants to talk about the Earth?
I want to come back. Last thing I want to do is ban them. I just want them to look at the information, that we talked about. That's why I want them to talk more than I do.
Yeah, glad we're kind of just like we know they're still listening, so we're just rubbing in like the salt in their wounds. It's not a good habit. I agree. We should just move on.
It's not a good habit, but it can, if they're serious about the topic and they're very curious, they will come back. So anyway, if they don't want to and they're in some part of some other server and they're just like, oh, fuck those guys, but we've had a few people that joined today from another server and stuff, and they're just like, oh, and they're all listening to each other, and they're like, oh, well, he made it through this. It's like a fucking gauntlet or something. Anyway, I don't necessarily respect that, but I do respect that because a lot of times people will find our server from other servers, and they have their major guys like, oh, it's kind of like a gauntlet. It's like, well, this guy's like, if he's because he's he's like a leader in another server or whatever, and then he's going to talk to us, and I don't want to disrespect him because I want him and others to come back, and I want all of them to be involved. We're not trying to take the piss out of the whole conversation or whatever. It's like, hey, we're not. We actually want you to understand what we're saying ultimately, nobody here is trying to take the piss out of you. Say, "Oh, Earth is flat. I got you. Nobody's trying to do that. No.
Hang on.
Well, but anyway, yeah. So anyone that wants to join here, this isn't. This is a discussion. We do have some heated conversations, but we ultimately want to come to an ultimate conclusion once everyone understands the complete argument. You can leave here believing the Earth is a globe. We want you to actually understand our side of it too. So it's it's not like we're trying to get one over on you. Nobody here is trying to do that.
See, that's the thing. We've had kids. We had kids even younger than him come here, and they were Globers, and they were just as like religious and indoctrinated with the global religion. But they were intellectually honest, as in they could admit if they didn't know something, and they could admit if they didn't understand something as well as they thought they did, and they would sort of make they would make concessions, and then they would say that they would look into this later and do their own research. But I didn't sense anything from that kid, so that's why I thought.
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one. I mean, it sounded like him and another guy and a couple other people came from another server. They do kind of bombard us sometimes. They'll come from other servers. They'll be like, "Yeah, I know him." They'll admit, and it's like, "Oh yeah," and that's their leader or whatever. But that's okay. I mean, hey, we're patient with people, that come from other servers and bring other people in. We want you to do that.
But we want people here to serve. We want the people who are intellectually honest. If they're just going to come here and just sort of waste their time, just trying to like talk over us, it's really like a waste of everyone's time, including their own. So, people listening.
At the same time, though, it's a large server here, and there are other large servers where they just find the server and it's like, "Hey, let's go over there and see what these flat earthers got going on." And some of them will just hang back. I mean, I don't want to discourage other servers from just like, come over here, man. Bring 10 people. We're set up for that. So I would never say, don't ever do that. We want people to do that.
So speaking of which, I think we have a VC verified new person.
Hello.
In here. Oh, I thought it was TPP. Who is talking?
Me, I saw hello.
Oh, I see you. Hi, Goof. How's it going?
Up? Oh no, good.
So
I just said what's up.
Nothing much. I don't know if you were listening in to the last guy.
Nope.
All right, so you're new here. So what are your thoughts about the shape of the Earth?
I don't fucking know. Am I allowed to? I think I am, right?
Say it again.
Nothing.
You sort of like trailed off at the end. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I said never mind.
Oh, okay. So you don't have any distinct thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Well, just one.
This guy is probably part of the tag team that just came in, so he's kind of sus. Just saying.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I just said hi.
All right. No, we
That's
interviewed
just for that.
you. We just your basic attitude and the way how you're acting is very sus. But
That's cool.
we'll
saying
you're
hi is
welcome.
sus.
we'll let you. Everyone's allowed here until you mess up, right?
Wait,
So
can
we
you,
give
like-
everyone a chance.
I'm having a hard time understanding you. Like stuttering a lot. And,
I'm
like,
stuttering.
Yeah, can you like think of what you're gonna say and then like say it? That's like one sentence.
Are you casting stones from a glass house?
No, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just asking.
Yeah, you
I
are
didn't
an
know- I didn't
asshole.
stutter one time.
He's that guy started.
Dude, you sound like you have a speech impediment. I mean, I'm not joking.
Me?
Yeah.
No, he's doing it on purpose.
I know.
He's doing it purpose.
You don't
to
know
spoof
that.
us.
Not doing anything on
Damn.
purpose.
Wolfgang, you're so. I'm
Just hanging out. We're all hanging out.
Yeah. So
Why can't we all
Goof.
be friends?
Why can't we all be friends, Goof?
You know what he's doing? He's putting on that Goonies voice.
I'll be your friend till the end.
What Goonies
That
voice?
small-
What the hell is that?
He's trying to spoof us like we're all stupid motherfuckers, and that's
Hi,
how we
I'm
talk.
Chuck.
'Cause we're drooling. We're drooling on ourselves. We're just stupid fucking retards. That's how he's trying to.
We're begging for new members, even though
Yes.
we have almost 30,000.
You can call yourself that if you
in the
want. I didn't
server.
say that.
All right, Goof. Why are you here?
I don't know. I just joined.
Really?
I just wanna listen.
Wait. Did you
Nameless.
join because you're curious about why people are talking about flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious.
All right. So, what do you think so far?
No, it seems kind of stupid.
You do?
So,
What,
flat
the-
Earth
I agree.
seems stupid.
The disc that you made
Hey,
up in your head
I'll
is
tell you
stupid?
what, Goof, man. The first
Seems
time
like
I
everybody's
ever,
angry.
first time I ever heard about flat Earth, I thought it was the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
Yeah, you sound pretty stupid too. You talk pretty slow.
Okay, well, your mama sounds like.
Yeah, mom.
Wait, whoa. Let's not go there. We don't need to go into his mom.
You want to know what your mama
Really?
sounds like, Goof? Can't do it on the live stream.
I can say whatever
can't
the
do
fuck
that.
I want
Listen,
to.
Would somebody
Listen,
beat the
Goof,
wall?
the only thing that sounds stupid is the idea, the sloppy disc that you came up with in your brain. Okay, so we don't when we
floppy
talk about flat Earth, we're not talking about that disc that you came up with in your brain that sounds dumb. Okay, so just make sure you separate the two ideas. It's not the same thing.
What?
When we say flat Earth, it's not a disc, bro. Come on, man. The last goofball we were talking to thought you could fall off the ground. Okay, that's why most of you think it's stupid because you came up with your own idea.
Wait, you
Why don't you
can't?
ask us, hey, what
The
the hell are you
Earth
guys
is
talking
flat.
about? Yeah, why don't you ask us what that means? Don't bring your own ideas
Wait,
here.
you guys are all talking at the same time.
What that means? What
Really?
That was one.
'Cause
No, hold on.
That was
pretty sure
one
that was
guy
just
talking,
me.
buddy.
Hold
Yeah,
on, I gotta
Goof
go.
and Creation. CB.
Who?
Yeah, I'll
Keep
switch. I'll go
changing
back.
it.
I'll switch it
CB,
back.
do Goof right now.
Yeah, man, because I'm used to talking
Otherwise,
to these goofs anyway, so you know. But
Wait,
Goof,
guys.
why don't you just either one of two things? Why don't you tell me what you think flat Earth is, or you could just ask us and we'll tell you.
Okay, I got a question. So if it's flat, is it?
No, why don't you just respond to what I just said?
I got a question first. Like, what you? Now you
Answer his
silencing me,
question
man.
first, and then you can ask your question.
no.
Well, I
CB
don't know. I think
only.
it's.
CB only. Creation
All right,
Bear
sorry.
only.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Goof. What is
What's
what
that?
when you say flat Earth? What does that even mean?
I didn't say flat Earth.
Okay, well I'm asking you. That's what the topic is, buddy.
What else would flat mean? It means flat. What?
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean what half of you goofballs think it means. So why don't you tell us what it means?
What do you mean, you goofballs? I just what? What?
Yeah, well, you're new. When did you even hear about this? Most of you guys just heard about this 2 weeks ago and try to go to YouTube and
No,
debunk
I
it.
just clicked.
Okay,
I
just like the
clicked.
last guy, he thought
Okay,
you
like,
could
is this
fall
guy
off the
gonna let me
ground.
talk or no?
Well, yeah, tell us. Go on.
Like, what's it called? I said, I think it's. Wait. I feel
I
dumb
was
now.
confused.
No, I'm confused.
The giggling is just uncontrollable.
I mean, English is kind of hard, but you know.
Alright, bro, I'm
Especially
not
if
gonna
it's your
talk while
native
people are
language,
yelling at me.
right?
So, what does flat mean? What does flat Earth mean, Goof?
Bro, why is this sleepy Joe guy typing? Like, can you like talk or something?
Focus,
Creation Bear wants focus.
Don't
on
worry
creation.
about what other people are doing.
Yeah.
Talk to Creation Bear.
I mean, he's typing
Focus.
to me. Like, I'm gonna pay attention.
No, he's talking to you. Can you speak?
Take your
I mean, you're
focus meds.
Well,
or
every time I
whatever
try
you
to
need,
talk to this
buddy.
guy, he's like interrupting me in the middle of my sentence.
Try to have an adult conversation, buddy.
Nice. So what was the question?
Flat, or what do you think
does
about
flat
flat
Earth
Earth?
mean?
Yeah, you go.
What do I think about it? I
No,
don't
what
know,
does
I
it
just
mean?
joined.
Got
When
a
you say
short
the words,
attention
like,
span.
you need to know what you mean
It
when you
means
say the
flat,
words.
like a planes.
What?
Flat. You don't know what flat means? Like what?
What do you mean by that, though?
What else? What?
Defining your
fucking
terms, dummy. When someone says, "What do you mean by that?" You don't just repeat the word that we're asking you to define.
bro. Can you stop adding me, fan? Like holy shit.
Hey, pay attention, bro. This is a very simple question. That's what I
I
mean. This is
said
why we're
like a
asking, because
plane,
you
bro.
guys,
You know that you know
you're
what a plane
fumbling the
smile is, bro?
bag.
That shit is flat.
You're fumbling the bag already. It's like the most
You're
basic
embarrassing
question.
yourself.
level are
You're embarrassing
different.
yourself and your friends.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Goof, are you
What
curious
friends? I just
about?
joined.
Hey, check this out, Goof. Are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat?
I guess.
All right,
Tell
cool.
us.
So why don't you talk to Creation Bear and actually have an open, honest dialogue with him?
Dude, you can't even pay attention for 5 seconds to answer a question.
Bro, you keep talking over me like every time you speak.
I've only
so,
asked
like, it's
one
kinda hard.
question 5 times because you
Yeah,
can't
and you
answer.
fucking talked over me every time. Like, are you fucking dense or some shit?
Okay,
Holy
answer
shit.
the fucking question. What does flat Earth mean?
I already did answer. Are you fucking stupid?
Really?
Hold up.
You
I
did.
will listen. I'm going to play
Look,
devil's
look,
advocate for a
look,
second.
look what Tezu said. Look
I
at
just want to make a clarification. He did say like a plane. He said like planes. So he did answer your question.
All right, cool. So like planes.
Like planes. Okay, and I said, what? Okay, what do you mean by that? He's like flat. Like, duh. Okay, so, oh, dude, that's not answering the question, dummy.
Bro, why is this Sleepy Joe guy adding me every time? Like, do you have
Why
like,
are
fucking
you
Down
worried about
syndrome?
somebody else?
Holy shit! Shut your fucking mouth, dumbass.
Okay, now you have to go in quiet mode for a little while. Stupid.
We got a new member here, Kyle. If you want to ask your question.
Yeah, so I'm not really going to debate this time. I maybe like next week or something, but I kind of just want to gather like what you guys generally think, so I know how to frame a debate for maybe next week or the week after or something like that. That's okay.
Did you just hear that guy?
Which one?
The guy that just got muted. Golf.
It doesn't matter.
Wasn't really
It doesn't
listening
matter.
all the way, but
So yeah, you want to
You
know
want us
what
to
we
give you some
think,
pointers
right?
on what to argue with us about?
Get him, Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
Right. Okay. So there's 3 claims, right? The first claim is if the Earth's curved, right, there has to be curvature. The second claim is if it's spinning, then there has to be detectable spin. And if there's a vacuum of space, how can we verify that? Right? So those are the 3 major claims. Now there's a bunch of smaller topics that are going to pop up, obviously, like gravity. Okay, so there's Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, and specific gravity. You will do well to know all 3. The dark gravity doesn't pop up as much, but you get my point. So there's other side topics too, right? Like the Coriolis effect. That might come up under the second thing I said, where the spin has to be, then there has to be Coriolis effect. You'll do well to know about the separate reference frames, 2 reference frames that it requires to have the Coriolis effect. Okay, so the atmosphere can't be spinning with the Earth or there is no Coriolis effect. Do you have any other questions? Anyone else would like to fill in something maybe I forgot?
So what about sorry.
Go ahead, Kyle.
So what about specifically like dimensions of what the Earth would be, the shape, etc., like that? Maybe thickness.
Well, it's not a disc, so
Well, let me ask you this, Kyle. Are you saying that you have limited time now and you want to come ask some more questions later, or do you want to do it now?
Oh, I just want to ask questions so I can frame arguments for maybe next week or the week after, whenever I have time to actually, make a script that I would debate with.
So the first thing you need is you're going to come in and give us the person who measured the curve.
Hold on. See, you guys aren't following my format.
Helio, why can't he talk, bro? Why can't he say something?
Because I'm an asshole. That's why.
Yeah, I'll be.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Warden's never in here. Damn, he dipped.
Hello?
Yeah, you asked about thickness and stuff like that. I mean, just that word just triggered in my brain a disc. Okay, so just know that we're not talking about any disc. No one's gonna be able to tell you the thickness of the Earth. Okay, we've already dug. People have already dug into the Earth to try and get down as far as they can. So that's about as much of a claim as anyone's gonna say here. Hey, this is the farthest anyone's dug. Who who the hell's gonna come by and say, well, I know what's under that? Okay, so we don't know, dude. But we're not saying we're on a disc or anything. You know what I mean? So we're not a floating, moving. The Earth is the location.
Okay,
We're
then
debunking the globe claims.
what about core temperatures, or if those exist at all?
Well, he just
What
told you
core?
that we only have ever dug 8 miles, right? So nobody could ever have taken a direct measurement 3959 miles down.
Yeah, so what core basically is what Central just said.
Okay, so that's okay. So that's all I need to know. Okay, and let's see. What about earthquakes and measuring earthquakes?
Yeah, they say the P waves and F waves that they can detect beyond this physical what we've dug into the Earth. But that's, you can believe that. I don't. I definitely don't. But
The main thing here is that the surface of Earth is measuring flat, so it can't be what their model says it is.
yep, that's true. That's true. Have you done any observations or anything? What is it, Kyle?
Not specifically.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't either before I got into the topic, so don't, it's no problem. But you definitely should. Okay, and it's not that difficult. There are Earth curve calculators on the internet you should go play with. If you live near any bodies of water that are decent in size, maybe 5 to 10 miles or bigger, perhaps even the ocean if you're by the bay or whatever. Go see if you can, different days, go see if you can compare what you see in reality to what the Earth curve calculator says you should be able to see. And that's what a lot of people have done here. I've done it myself. Some videos. So that's what we're telling people. We're not trying to have people come in here and believe some belief system. We're saying, all right, stop, go outside, look for yourself, and then maybe we can talk about what you saw. So there you go.
Okay,
Use those Earth curve calculator.
And then how far in physics do you guys get into debates with? Like, do you guys
Pretty
debate
deep.
refractive indexes of light and atmospheric pressures and
Yes.
temperatures?
Yes. The models of refraction versus turbulence. Yes. We get into all that. You want to go. But here's
Yeah,
the thing. Whenever you're trying to prove a curve, your guys tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, measure some shadows. When we're saying how do we prove flatness, we're telling people to go outside, find a large body of water at rest, and to measure it with the Earth curve calculator with the numbers that you guys gave us for the size of your globe. And then we can see too far. Not even the anti-flat earthers disagree that we can see too far. They say, oh, well, we can see too far because of refraction. Really? Can you prove it?
And then what
Because
about
what would have to be happening is it would have to be getting colder and colder and colder because it's only one medium. So you're relying on the temperature with your refraction model, but guess what? It would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder towards the observer. If the observer had a flashlight and he sent it back to the other observer and the light was bending both ways, you can't do that because it would be getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and the light would bend up and up and up. So good luck proving that because we can see too far. That's the claim, right? Everybody agrees. You're saying, well, it's because of refraction. So you need to do what I said with the two spotlights facing each other and only one of you seeing it. So until we get that from you guys, we're not going to have a whole lot to talk about. Plus, the turbulence model is the one that works anyway. Chromatic aberration proves it. Whenever something is going through different layers of density and temperature, and it's refracting, what is the light going to do? It's going to break down into different colors. Well, guess what? The different colors of light at different frequencies refract at different indexes, don't they, sir? So bring your A game, bro.
All right, and then what about astral bodies, specifically like other planets? How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, you want to talk about galaxies? I'll go deep, bro. You want to talk about dark matter, dark energy? Make sure I'm here.
Yeah, Hank is saying bring all the smoke.
I'm asking what you guys think, so I know what to talk about and not to talk about.
Dark matter doesn't exist. It's a patch. It's like a pair of patch for your blue jeans because your overalls ripped. So 96% of your model just about is dark matter and dark energy. Shit you got to make up to make the model work.
I'm asking mainly about the shape and of other planets and stuff.
What does that have to do with the rights of China?
I'm just asking what you guys believe. If you guys actually believe other planets are
We don't
spherical.
have a belief system, dude. You look up in the sky and you see stuff. You haven't confirmed what you're seeing. Okay.
Well, you keep saying the word belief because you have the belief system. The globe is the belief system. You have a belief system about what the planets are, but what we observe them as are simply wandering stars. They're not other Earths or places like this that you can go to as far as we can verify.
Okay, so what I believe by belief is what you think. That's what I'm saying. So based on what you see, do you guys see the moon as a spherical object or not? That's all I need to know.
Does it look spherical to you?
Depends on perspective and depends on
Okay.
if you're using telescopes and depends on a bunch of other stuff.
Does the sun look spherical to you?
Depends on a bunch of stuff.
Well, I'll be honest. If I'm being very honest, the moon looks more spherical to me. The sun does not look spherical at all. Just being honest. But I have no idea what any of this stuff in the sky is, nor do I care, really. Because we've already confirmed that the surface of the ground here, it's not curving, dude. So who cares what the moon is? Even if it is a sphere, so what?
Yeah, the ground ain't measuring as spherical, so.
Yeah, I'm not here to debate right now. I'm just trying to ask questions specifically.
Yeah, no worries. Letting you know.
I'm just saying.
Well, I'm giving you our best stuff, so we're trying to help you out. If you want to talk about the physics of light, we love talking about that. You want to talk about quantum mechanics? I'll take you all the way through the double slit experiment to the quantum eraser, delayed choice. Either way you want to do it, whatever you want to talk about, bro. You want to get into mathematics? We got other dudes for that. There's lots of dudes here that are down with the maths. Not me, of course, but everybody has their own set of skills, right?
We got math dudes here.
Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else.
Some people like to come in here and just talk about one thing, like how do you get an angle to the stars with a sextant on a curved Earth? If that angle at the horizon has to be 90 degrees, it can only work on a flat Earth. So now you learn about sextants, how they work. You don't really need to know everything about the trilateralization part of it, but how you get the elevation height or elevation angle. Sorry.
And as far as mathematics and physics, you guys agree with pretty much all of it besides some. I guess
we agree with all experimental science. All experimental science. Now we may disagree on why or what's going on, right? But if you see an outcome, like let's use the double slit experiment, the outcome, the results from the experiment, so-called, is that every time there's a knower of the witch path information, it collapses the wave function. Nobody's going to argue that. Every time there's a knower, the wave function collapses. So all experimental science we agree with. It's the theoretical without the science that we disagree with. So, for example, if there's a theory like vitamin C deficiency will cause scurvy, right? Well, this is a scientific theory because it's been backed up by experiments, right? So we don't have a problem with scientific theories. It's when you just have a layman's theory, like the theory of gravity, with no science to back it up. That's what we have problems with.
Hey, Larry, do you know this guy?
No, but I'm answering his questions. He wants to come back and debate, so I'm trying to do.
He asked all that. I don't think he asked that. I've been listening, and I don't think he asked all that.
Well, hey man, this is Dancing with the Stars up in this joint. So we're gonna lead the dance. All right. So Hank, I think you do a great job, brother. Don't stop.
I think so too. I'm just wondering. I mean, let's take it step by step.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna teach him the steps. You know. It's
No.
Stars up in here. That's in one of my songs too.
All right, but hey,
shout out to me.
what brought you here, Kyle?
Aztec did.
He said he wanted to debate.
Oh, you want to debate about
Yeah,
what?
so he's gathering info on what he needs to study so he can come back and smash our asses.
Nah, well, I mean that's almost impossible. We've been doing this for however many years or whatever.
I smashed you plenty of times, Helio. Don't lie. Don't lie to the man. You got smashed before.
Oh, really? I've been smashed. Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Incarnate.
And then as far as scientific sources, though, if I use a journal article that's not available to the public, though, you want me to convert it to a PDF
That's
and
fine.
send to you guys?
Yeah, we'd love to read what you're showing us. Anything you want to show us.
What I'm asking is, do I need to get open source
Yeah, you might need
material
to
or
get
specifically
PDF stuff.
any journal?
Yeah, you need to convert something to a PDF. Anything you got, we'd love to see.
Okay. I'll try to stick to.
Hey, do you think that people here on the Flat Earth server are just like, we want to pretend the Earth is flat, even though it's a globe? Is this what you're coming with us? Just like we all were globies, so it's not like we're trying to pretend that the Earth is flat. And if we had actual physical evidence that the Earth is a globe, bring that shit on, bro. We've been waiting for that shit for a long time.
Yeah.
Not even, if it was there, we would have found it by now, in my opinion. But if you have some, bring that shit on, bro.
That's right, Helio. Bring it on. Why is it that when
we
we ask
recommend
you guys
you
to bring
bring
it
it on
on,
Friday.
we just get called dumb? Oh, you guys are just so dumb. Really? Because we're asking for evidence. Okay.
Yeah, bring it on Friday, about 5 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. It's ladies' night. You can practice run with them. Right? You get real good and comfortable in the seat for about 4 hours, and then when they end ladies' night, they unleash the dogs.
And I know you guys probably said this before, but I wasn't very clear. Or I mean, I guess I didn't decipher it enough, though. Do you have a specific model?
Hell no.
No, you don't. Okay. Right.
No.
What would a model
would you
do
want
for
one?
us when the
Well,
Earth is
it's-
obviously a level of stationary plane? What would a model do?
It describes of like what you, I guess, would think the Earth would look like. So I have a good idea of how to.
I don't have to think anything.
No,
I can
you don't
observe
need it.
Earth as a level stationary plane, so I don't need a model.
All right, so it's just a plane that with no thickness known and no radius known. That's all.
Whoa.
How does a plane have a radius?
Well, okay, then I can say.
See what I'm saying, guys? You guys handled it.
What do you mean by thickness, anyway?
Thickness, depth. I mean, you would agree that the Earth.
Okay,
is
See, you just got to get them to talk. You don't have to fucking.
Yeah,
You don't have
listen,
to fucking
listen,
preach at them. You just get them
Hold
to
on.
talk, and then they expose themselves.
I mean, if
Kyle,
you really want
I
to be,
appreciate you coming in here. No, man, I appreciate you coming in here, and I understand what you're trying to do, and I hope that you don't take our, attitude the wrong way. But I just want to prepare you for this. This is about preparation for you, right? If you're going to come in here and beg the question, we will call you out, right? If you're going to use circular reasoning, if you're not going to you're not coming in here trying to debunk flat Earth. The positive claim is with the globe, so you have to prove the globe. You understand? If you can't prove the globe, it's going to be a really bad day for you. So I'm just letting you know it's like we've been salivating for these debates. We love it when people come in here. We got PhDs, we got engineers, we got pilots, we got physicists, we got everybody coming in here, and they all lose, all of them every time. You're going to lose, I promise you.
that
Bad.
is fine if I lose. I'm not
Great.
saying I win, but what I'm asking
Okay.
is I'm just asking what you guys believe currently. That's all.
Right. No, and I understand what you mean by believe it. I'm just letting you know you're not going to be able to straw man us either. Okay, you have to prove the globe. So you can ask us what we believe, but we will just tell you we don't believe anything if it's not verifiable. We don't mess with it. We could speculate, but we're honest when we speculate. So if we can't prove it, we throw it out. It's like, who knows? Can't test it. So you have to bring your scientific evidence. Then that means you got to bring your experiments. If you're going to bring journal papers, if we don't see experiments somewhere in those papers that you bring us, or these articles, or whatever it is, peer reviewed, I don't care. If there's nothing that says experiment, independent, dependent, and control variables, right? Then we're going to throw it out because it's just a fairy tale. So I hope that you have some of this actual real physics, science, experimentation, the real stuff, not just we made it up because why not? We have no evidence. We can't test it. We can't prove it. We'll just make something up and it sounds good, right? That's not going to work for you. So anyways, I'm glad that you came in. This is kind of a taste of what the standards that we have here are really high, super high, right? So if you got cowbell, we'd love to hear it. But I'm willing to bet that most of what you bring is something that's already been torn to shreds.
Yeah. I just want to add too, I don't even mean to nitpick words. I just want you to have the right frame of mind.
Well, I mean,
if you ask me real quick, if you ask me how tall do you believe yourself to be? How tall do you believe you are? I would people would laugh. I know how tall I am because I have the measurements for it. So that is the way we approach this. We don't have beliefs. We're not even going to make a claim if there isn't something physical, empirical that we can lean on. So we don't believe. Okay, so just know that. Just like you don't believe how tall you are, you know.
And I guess the only thing I would leave off again, like I was asking before, there's no known perimeter of this object, correct?
We're not allowed to freely travel. You can't go to Antarctica. So how are we supposed to know what's down there anyway? And it's entirely irrelevant, pretty much, because we're not claiming that there's an edge to fall off of or a boundary in Antarctica. What we're saying is that, hey, you know that thing you said about boats going over the horizon? Yeah, we looked into that and completely dismantled it. What say you? Check. And if you want to stay in the game and you want to talk about, well, what about gravity? We got Cavendish experiment. Be ready to lay down the independent, dependent, and control variables. And if there is none, then it's pseudoscience. If you're just talking about, well, this is a theory, right? Space-time is bending and warping, and it's causing, heavenly bodies to circle around each other. How am I supposed to put space-time in a jar and manipulate it on and off, right? Or if you claim the moon, it's gravity, it's causing the tides. How do I stop the moon's gravity to see if the tides stop, and then turn it back on again to see if they start, and then turn it off again to see if they stop? If you can't manipulate the cause to see the effect, how do you know what the cause is? So you better understand, if you bring pseudoscience, we're not down to the pseudoscience. You're going to have to be extremely hyper-specific in dealing with the scientific method. So you can't use observational science, right? You probably heard of this before, observational science.
If you're talking about measuring with yourself and observing, then I guess so. But I'm not sure what you mean by specifically observational science.
Okay, well, that's what the anti-flat earthers like to say that they use, observational science, right? There's no such thing. Observe a natural phenomenon is the first step of the scientific method, right? Just like the alternator is the first thing that was built for my car. Do I drive my alternator to work? This is the division fallacy, right? A part is not the whole. The alternator is not my car. The first step of the scientific method is not the scientific method. Do you understand?
I guess, but anyway, I guess that's all the questions I have for now. I'm not sure. It'll probably be a week or two before I come back because I have to do a lot of other stuff first. But
it's cool, bro. Take your time. We look forward to seeing you, and we will definitely enjoy your friendly banter and debate. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Please prepare.
So, Kyle, you came and had some. It sounds like you have kind of like a format? Do you want to ask questions about the flutter, right? But there's
Oh,
also there's also a conversation though. So if you come in here, there could be a format where you can ask questions and you might get answers, right? But also it's a conversation, so people are gonna ask you questions. So you gotta be also in there for engaging in a conversation, which is back and forth, not just hey, tell me this and tell me that, and that's it. This is not just you come in my house and you start demanding questions just because, right?
Yeah. That's really funny you say that, Jimsy. I was thinking that, like, because before you leave, Kyle, too, I wanted to say that some people do take this route. They take the interviewer style. And I do have respect for the people that can sort of keep it there without jumping into defending a position. Some people get confused. They come in with the interview style and then they start trying to defend a position. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you were the interviewer. So like today, you did a job of being consistent. Now, but Jemsy is right. It is a dialogue as well. It is a bit of a back and forth. So just keep that in mind as well. We'll answer your questions, but it will require you to take a stance every now and again as well. So, yeah, but we do appreciate you.
Oh yeah, that's next week at the where I'll definitely have the conversation back and forth.
Anytime.
Today I just want to make sure I got what was going on in here before I make a fool of myself if I'm asking questions that are stupid. So
fair enough.
Or stating facts that aren't necessary.
Yeah, man. I just appreciate the consistency. Good job today. You know, like a lot of people will start asking questions and then just randomly start defending a position. It's like, hold on, I thought you were the interviewer. So, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, when you, I kind of forgot what I was going to say. Shit.
I was just saying you did a good job today. I mean, you know, asking questions. So it's a very wise position to take, I think, because a lot of people come in, they bring their own ideas of what flat Earth is, and genuinely, it doesn't even align with what we're saying here. So it's better to come in and ask questions. So I do give you, some respect for that. So props.
Yeah, when you come back, remember that we're going to try to stay focused on the curve, right? So you might try to deviate from it. We're going to, you know, kind of grab you by your ear a little bit and bring you back to the curve and make you sniff it. Like you told us to both go with the horizon for like 500 years, and we've debunked that. So, you know, be ready to go back and back and back and back to those three claims, especially if you're here longer than, you know, one day. Yeah, grab you by your ear, so to speak. You know, we don't want to harm anybody. Just a figure of speech.
Would probably benefit you over the next couple of weeks to be a fly on the wall in here and hear the arguments so that you're better prepared.
If you're honest,
Yeah,
though,
that would
you'll end
be-
up just debating Globers instead of us.
True.
So he wants to debate. Just maybe whatever that day comes, whoever is available can debate him. I mean, many people in here will be able to debate, but I'll debate. I would say early on, it could be good to have it with maybe one person, and then open the floor for other people if they want to like talk about different topics that you might bring up. Yeah, if he wants a debate, we can definitely set up a debate. We got Helio to set up that. Helio Skeptic is good at that. But Helio, just don't debate yourself. Get someone else will.
Yeah,
That's why I told him to come back on Friday night. Because Friday night is the most orderly that we ever get because it's ladies' night. And if he
Oh
wanted
yeah,
to
that would
do
be a good night.
101,
Yeah.
yeah, then he could practice with the ladies, and then 4 hours later, they let the dogs out.
Ooh, let the dogs out.
Just bring as many topics as you want. Come on. Make a good list of topics if you want to debate. Bring stuff up. Just ask these guys questions and be ready for some answers too.
Bro, that dude didn't even get a chance to. He didn't make a claim whatsoever, and all of you guys just came in with a bunch of claims.
He's still here.
Who are you talking about, Helio?
I thought it was bullshit, but whatever.
Yeah, it could be Helio, but what are we gonna do? Complain about it? Let's complain, Helio. I'll help you out. Come on, give me something.
I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm just like, he didn't even make a claim, and then Hank had a freaking 20-minute spiel.
No, come on. It wasn't 20 minutes. Come on, Helio.
He didn't want to make any claims. He was just trying to
No, I
gather.
know that, but I'm just saying, I just have a different approach. But that's okay.
We've seen
You
his
guys-
style
everyone
before,
has-
though.
Yeah, we've
Like that style
guys,
comes off like
I mean,
he's
how many of you guys are
frame the
celebrating Pride
argument.
Month this month?
Not just gonna let
I'm
some
ready.
goofball frame an argument. No.
Yeah, but Helio, I didn't repeat myself, and I was concise.
No,
I didn't
you
say
were.
the same thing. Hey, if you guys keep talking over each other, then like 5 minutes later, like, hey, if you guys keep talking over each other.
I know, but I mean, I just have a different approach. I want them to dig their own grave. I want them to talk as much as they can about their claims, and then we just come in smooth as butter. Boom.
But yeah, you don't always get everything you want, so things are not just how the way you want them. So
I
there's
know
different
that. I know
people
that.
that will
No, Jamesy,
join,
the world
and
revolves.
he brought a questionnaire in the run on the run, right? He's running, he's fast, he doesn't have time tonight, so
Right.
he has questions. He wants to know about maybe what he's gonna bring in the debate. So he needs a week to debate Flat Earther. So he's getting ready, guys.
Yeah,
be
sure.
ready.
Yeah, just let me know. Like
You
it's
said
like
on
you were
the
saying.
run.
Yeah. I can produce the debate. Whether
Yeah.
it's
He might be setting up his YouTube channel to record and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's
Drive-by interview.
I mean, I understand why you guys do what you do. I'm just like,
It's like, oh, you want to frame the argument? All right, let me just tell you, like
That's a good idea, though. Yeah, record the dismantlement of the globe for Globers. Do it.
For entertainment purposes in
yeah,
your
it's
channel.
just like I'm going to tell you. I'm going to use my own words how the globe cannot possibly be true, in my own words. I love that shit. That's why I like them to talk more than I do, but that's okay.
So guys, you don't even know what he's gonna say and what questions he's gonna bring, right? So the debate format, I guess, I will say, since he came running, let's see what happens in a week or whenever he comes back, and then have one person speak to him for a little bit, and then a few people, so some people can just jump, do something like that.
My friendly challenge would be, if he's still listening, is like, take stances, man. Take a stance. Don't be in this nebulous position every corner. Hey, what do you think about this? Oh, I don't know. No, take a stance, right? Take a stance. That's how we have a dialogue. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'll be glad to record it, and yeah, no problem. Good stuff.
Think Goof is back? Goof, you chilled out now? You cool?
If you want,
Welcome back, buddy. I think we left off with like, what does flat Earth mean? You said a plane.
yeah,
Okay, all right,
and
cool.
then you
That's a
use
good
the same
response.
explanation when you're answering to somebody else.
I like that. No, plain. Let's roll with that. Okay. Just wanted you to expand on what you meant by that, and you just said, "Well, flat." Duh. Like, okay, that's what I'm trying to get you to explain. But
Oh yeah, I got a question.
yeah, go ahead.
Like, do you think the world just goes on for like infinite or what?
No,
What's at the end?
where's that at?
I don't fucking know, so I'm asking you.
I don't know. I haven't even explored that. I haven't even left the country I'm in. So it's like, I don't
Okay,
know,
so you
dude.
just sit in your house all day.
No, I'm not in my house all day. I just don't go to freaking Zimbabwe all the
Anywhere?
time. Okay, jeez. How many continents have you been to?
The same one? I don't fucking know.
So like, I don't know.
Wait, is
Dude.
Mexico's still in the top North America?
People are always asking like, well, why don't you
Yeah.
explore the
No,
whole
that's the
world? It's
same. I
like,
don't fucking know.
I don't know,
I
dude.
don't
There's
know.
places
I've
I'm
been
not
to
even
Gen
down.
Z's home country and shit. You know what I'm saying?
So, no idea, man. I don't know where the end is, if there even is one. So,
That's crazy, fam.
but like, why do you ask that though?
Huh?
Because we
I was just wondering.
can already prove to you that one, that this place, well, obviously this place doesn't move. So the Earth isn't moving, nothing's spinning, rotating. Your house isn't moving. Okay, so that's already a huge death blow to the globe anyway, right there. You could just stop right there. Okay, but number two, the water doesn't curve. Okay, the water doesn't form into mounds or hills, so the water lays level. So if the Earth is 70% water, it's not a globe. So that's problem number two. But the thing that you're kind of asking is about point number three, which is what we would call our gas pressure argument. So we ask everybody that joins the server, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because I can give you a couple demonstrations of gas pressure with a container. For example, a can of Coke or soda, 2 liter of soda or something. That's a container with gas pressure on the inside. What happens if I remove the container, if I remove the lid, open the container, the gas pressure dissipates. High pressure to low pressure. Okay, so we're asking, can you demonstrate the gas pressure without the container?
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I'm
You
not even paying
can't.
attention to what you're saying.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
You're just like rambling on and on.
Yeah, well, basically, the point is, there is no space, dude. Space is fake. That'll get your attention.
Do pools have a container?
Can I try to translate it for him?
Yeah, they
If
do.
he didn't get it,
But go ahead,
is that
Hank.
okay? Yeah. So what he's saying is that if you got a fart and you don't have a butthole to hold it in, then your fart is going to come out until it reaches equilibrium, and there's going to be just as much pressure in your colon as outside of your colon.
He asked, is a pool, is
What about those people? Wait, what about those people that are like fucking like
I
missing
thought we
out
were
the
talking about gas pressure.
No, but I think he's not paying attention.
Well, at least we're on the same level. Sorry.
Yeah, what about amputees, bro? Those guys don't have a butthole.
Dude, pay attention, dude. Pay attention, bro.
What? I'm just asking.
What's funny is that matter in the liquid state also requires containment. So it's funny that you asked about a pool, because yes, the walls of the pool are containing the water. Can you mail me some water without a container? No, you can't. Okay, you need a container, just like you need a container with gas pressure as well. So
yeah, bro.
yeah,
Get your address.
Space is fake, dude. Go ahead, Hank.
This is just a joke, but mails you ice.
But that still would be in a container, though, my friend. Right? I mean, I guess you could slap a sticker on it, but we all know how that would work.
So yeah, you can't buy propane without the accessories. You have to have a propane tank, or else you can put it in your pocket. But by the time you get home and you try to cook for your grandmother and your mom on Mother's Day, they're going to be really let down, bro. They're going to be like, "I sent you with $100. What do you mean you didn't get a propane tank?" Well, I just thought it would be cheaper if we. Is that what I said?
Sorry. I was
Is
just
that what I said? Oh, you're just wondering. Okay, I'm wondering. Is your favorite color Dookie?
That's blue. No, I said blue.
It's not a bad color though, Hank. You gotta wonder why people have brown eyes.
You know, I get a little trolly sometimes.
No, I'm just trying to justify my brown eyes.
Hey, my wife has brown eyes. She's full of shit sometimes. She's awesome. I love brown eyed people. It's the hazel brown.
You're just saying that, Hank.
No, the hazel brown eye when they're mixed together. So my great grandmother, she had like the most amazing like hazel and brown eye mixture with like patterns. So I'm not joking.
Yeah, your grandma sounds hot.
Goof, do you think these
Okay.
buildings move?
What happened?
Do you think these buildings move, Goof?
What buildings?
You know, the one you're in right now.
No.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Why
know-
would the building move if the fucking...
If we're on a globe, then the buildings are moving.
That's stupid, though.
Yeah, I know that's stupid because they're not moving.
No, I mean, like, the way you're saying it is stupid.
No, dude, it's not stupid. It's
Like,
only
why
stupid
would I
because
have to be moving
obviously
if it's
ridiculous. It's obviously not happening. But think about it this way: think of a treadmill. If you put a Monopoly house on a treadmill, the house itself isn't getting up and going anywhere.
Do you live in a Monopoly house?
No, bro. But if we're on a globe and we're spinning, then my house is moving.
Well, you're
Even though
obviously not
even though
fucking
it's not
spinning at the
detaching
fucking
from the
speed
ground
of
and
a
getting up and
10
flying,
miles an hour, bro. Like, what?
it's still moving. Just like a Monopoly house on a treadmill. So no, these houses aren't moving.
Yo,
Clearly.
you don't feel speed, you only feel acceleration.
No, you don't feel anything because nothing's moving. That's not a good reason why it's moving, because you don't feel it. That's so dumb.
Yeah. It's a really good reason why you're not moving, that you
Yeah.
don't feel it.
Yeah,
So
Central. That's so funny you pipe up because you're the person I got that from. You're the one who always says that, and it's brilliant.
well, it's just so obvious.
So
I mean,
funny, dude.
Yeah, we're moving because here's my story about a time when you're moving and you don't feel any movement. Cool. Here's my story about a time when you're not moving and don't feel any movement. Now what?
Yeah, ridiculous, man. Anyway, so it doesn't even matter what shape this place is. If it's not moving, it's not a globe. We're not in outer space. Already right there, that's a huge problem.
Wait, so you think the Earth is just flat and still, like it doesn't move at all?
Hell no, it's not moving.
So it's flat and like still, like a fucking block in fucking Minecraft. Like shit doesn't move. It just
Yeah.
stands there.
What else would be happening?
Like what?
You think this place is going somewhere?
No.
Okay, then why your question you're asking like that's weird or something. So you mean it's flat and not moving? Hell no, it's not moving. Obviously it's not moving. The fuck?
I don't even know, bro.
See right there, it doesn't even matter what shape it is. We're not even saying what shape it is. No one in here is gonna pipe up and be like, no, it's actually an oval. Like, we don't know, dude. What the hell? I don't even know what shape like what shape is an ocean? A lake? Like, what if the earth is shaped like that? What shape is that? I don't know. We're just saying it's not a ball. It's not moving, dude. Who cares what shape it is? It's over. We're just doing victory laps at this point. Okay, it's 2022, man.
That's crazy.
Over. That's why nobody comes in here anymore. Because what argument
I
do you
don't know.
We're the
I
ones.
think people
we're the
don't
ones
come
that
in here because
understand the
like
globe the most. No one
you guys
knows the
seem
globe
pretty
that
like
well.
weird.
Huh? Nobody
So
knows the
you guys
globe
all
that well.
mostly all seem pretty weird. Like how much of you guys are like 40 years old or above, working like.
Hey, bro, your name is Goof.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, don't project your daddy
Your
issues
name
onto
is
us.
Old Hoss Radborn, bro. Like what?
Said daddy issues.
And your name is Goof. I have
Okay.
initials.
Because
You
I'm feeling
don't.
a bit goofy.
Yeah.
Well, add a Y.
Straight goofball. Or a ball, goofball.
No, I'm just feeling goofy.
Straight goof. Seems fitting.
No, you should change it to suck. Not goof.
I don't know. It's kind of weird too. Like I say something like 5 my bad. 5 people talk at once. Like
To make you
it's kind
feel
of like a
triggered.
hive mind, I guess. Like from all you.
It's an open panel, goofball. What are you talking about? Go ahead, Bree. Sorry.
Like that guy just comes out of nowhere. Like he hasn't spoken a word since.
This guy here, bro.
Internet on an open.
Sorry, Goof.
Yeah, I'd like your
It's gonna be all right, Goof.
Anyway,
It's okay. It's just a globe. You'll be okay.
That was so funny. Holy crap.
Finish your soy. You'll feel better.
You've done this before. Like you used to believe in Santa Claus, right? And you got over it.
No.
You can do this. You got this, bro.
Yeah, if you think we're bad, wait until you step outside your mom's house.
Very pretty funny. Bro, look how you type, Sleepy Joe. Like, I'm pretty sure you've never seen the fucking outside world. You're role playing to yourself in chat, bro.
Says the one who believes the world was a globe.
Is that the best
Why
you
is
got?
it?
You've
Who
been
the hell's
speaking all
speaking?
night.
You
The best you
have a
got.
filter on your face. Like, why are you speaking? Like,
Hey guys, he is a well-behaved guy, right? You're a
okay, this
well-behaved.
has a heavy
Now,
accent. Like,
how
stop
do you
talking for a bit, bro.
You get the ropes, right?
Go take fucking English therapy or some shit, bro.
You know that you've lost your argument when you start attacking people's characteristics.
Okay, bro, I really don't
And bringing
care.
up your therapy.
Shut up, woman. Beast fucking female trying to talk to me with the fucking Disney filter.
Oh, you got mommy issues too?
Yeah.
You got
Hopefully your
what?
mother can take care of me. Holy shit.
Yeah, it looks like you got some issues to
I'll
work
literally
out.
breastfeed off your mother, monkey. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
this
your
guy
mother and
can-
I are very worried about you.
Do you think this guy can even understand the globe model well enough to know why it's not true?
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't know either.
No, Central, is there fishes in the sky and shit?
Fishes?
Yeah.
What is
I don't think so.
There are flying
No, I thought
fish.
you believed it.
They're pretty low.
Bro, what?
What is this guy talking about?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What'd you think? What do you mean? That's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought you had no idea what anybody was talking about, especially you.
Yeah, you just said me, and then you said especially you. Like what?
Hey,
Yeah,
Goof,
I thought you had no idea what anybody was talking about, especially
you.
yourself.
What does that even fucking mean?
Well, it means that you don't know what you're talking about. I shouldn't have to break it down. It kind of
You
ruins
just sound like you have a list, and I'd rather just not hear
Hey,
you talk
Goof,
at all.
Goof, do you go to the library and criticize people's books that they take out of the library, like on the sidewalk, and slap books out of people's hands? What's
Man,
up,
it
buddy?
seems like nobody in here reads a book. I'm just gonna be honest.
Wow.
That's funny.
Besides, like flat Earth books, like if that's real.
What, like the Bible? What are you talking about?
Your fiction fucking books.
Such as
So, like books about like the solar system and stuff like that.
Exactly, dude. That's what I was thinking.
Wait, so you guys don't think stars are real and shit, or what?
Wait, who said that?
Man, it's just not the story that you attach to it.
You said you don't believe in space, so like.
Hell no.
Well, why does the sky have to be space?
Right.
What else is it gonna be, bro?
I don't know. I guess literally anything else is possible.
Fucking.
Why does it have to be that one thing that you claim it is? Why does it have to
What
be
does
an
that even
infinitely
mean?
expanding vacuum with giant gas balls and stuff spread throughout it? Why is that what the sky is? Why isn't it not just, I don't know, something else?
Let's
Have you
make
been there to confirm that it's
Okay,
a
why does the
vacuum?
fucking Earth have to be flat? Like what?
I don't
You're
know.
just
It
comparing
was like that
random
when I
shit
got
Why?
and
here.
like
No,
thinking
buddy.
you
I
sound
mean,
smart, bro.
that's a good
Like what?
question.
It was like that when I got here. I just read
True.
it and found that that's the way it was. I don't know why.
Wait, how is it like that when you got here when everybody else says, oh, it's not?
Well, I had no input into it. I just got here and it was like that.
Wait, what do you mean you got no input in it? If that's
Okay,
how
someone else
you
try
got
with this
here
guy.
and it was
Dude,
like
Central
that, like I don't
2.0
think
is not
anybody has
God.
ever else said fucking
Look,
Goof. Things are the way they are. You
old
don't have
possibility. Like
to be
I'm
mad
confused,
about it,
bro. Like just pipe down
bro.
for a little bit. I'm trying to speak to Central and you like keep talking, like just shut your mouth.
dude, what he
Yeah, I
means
had
is Earth presents itself as being flat, non-rotating, motionless. That's what he means.
and I had nothing to do with it. It was just like that when I got here, buddy.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's like that.
Okay, bro.
Just is.
When did you get here, bro?
Take it up with whoever put this place here. I have no clue.
For real, that's
I don't know. Maybe not 2,000 years. I don't know.
What? Bow, bow, bow.
There is no globe argument.
Yeah, it's just I can't imagine it being anything else. So it's a globe.
It's crazy.
Yeah, what else could it be? What else could the sky be but an infinitely expanding vacuum violating thermodynamics throughout? I don't know. Yeah, good question. It couldn't be anything but that.
Dude, it's over, man.
So Goof, do you have any evidence for the globular Earth?
How do I get to post images?
I haven't been in the server in a while. I think it's in voice text, live stream voice text.
Wait, what happened?
I think it's in live stream voice text. Are you able to post images? I don't remember what the rules are here.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you can DM it, bro. If you want to DM something, you know. We'll post.
Is this what it looks like?
What?
What is it?
You
Is
can
that
send
what you
it.
think it looks like?
Send it to me. Let
Awesome.
me see.
Wow. Really?
Who are you?
Job. Oh wait, don't send it to me.
He's tweaking. Don't even worry about it.
Is it like that or what?
Why would it look? Why would it look like this?
What do you mean?
That's a cube.
That's on, yeah, any shape, bro.
We don't know what the shape is.
What else
All we
is
know, that flat is not a shape. That's a description of a surface.
Okay, what kind of fucking? What are you gonna have? What trapezoid?
We don't know what the shape is. All we know is it has four corners.
Wait, how do we know that?
You have any proof of that? Four corners, Job?
There's a Bible passage that says it has four corners.
All right.
I don't know, bro. All I know is I'm finna claim one of those corners. Set up my base and shit.
What? What are you sitting on?
Hey, Job, Job.
Sorry, what was that?
You asked him if he had any proof for his globe. Do you have any proof for your four corners?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Well, I don't want Bible verse.
Well, that's all we know. You gotta.
Huh?
What was that?
I said, huh?
What?
What is it all we know?
Because that's what the Bible says.
Well, take it to Bible.
Hey, look, the Bible's right about the Earth being flat, so I'm gonna just give it leeway. It might also be right about how many corners it's got.
I mean, that's fact. But we also got like a child in the room, so we can't really just like whip out verses on the kid. You know what I mean? I do agree with you though, bro. But like, you know.
Hey, Job.
And also
Job, how you been, Job? Glad to
Alright,
hear
man.
you. It's Lindsay. Hey, Job. Is Goof your related family member?
No,
Dude,
not really.
honestly, I think I'm more related to you with that heavy ass accent.
Okay, my bad. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Thanks for the answer, bro. Glad to
Where
hear
you
you.
from, Gemsy?
I'm from America.
Which corner? Oh.
that was pretty good.
Or
That was pretty
East
good.
Corner.
Which America? Like New Mexico or old
We're
one?
paying attention, huh?
Oh, it's a big, big place, my friend.
Goof is still in here. Is he goofing on you guys?
Yeah.
He's trying.
We already dunked on it's over. We already dunked on him. It's nuts in the face. It's already
Yo,
over.
this
People just
this
messing
proves
around.
this proves it, bro.
We're
Ain't trying.
just goofing off at this
Oh,
point.
give it to me. Whoa. Do you have any
Can you break
beer?
that? Can you break that formula down for us?
What, the dunk?
It's not spam.
360 windmill
Is
dunk.
mass. W is
That's what the
with.
form.
You guys know? The
What?
formula proves it, bro.
What are you talking about? What formula?
Yo,
Check
that's
the
not
live stream
spam.
voice.
Why'd you delete it? That just
Oh,
proves my point.
Oh, my mouse is dead. Hold on.
No, he's spamming shit, dude. Quit
That's
doing
not
it.
spam. What? I just said that's my proof.
Hold on, I got no mouse juice. I need to charge her up.
No, you're spamming.
Don't worry. Yeah, Goof is just
Spam,
coping,
man. That
Joe.
was only
Don't,
two
don't worry about it.
messages. What?
You're spamming the same bullshit text wall, dude. Don't fucking do that.
It's not text
More.
wall. It's
Stop
not the
fucking.
same bullshit.
Don't fucking spam, dude.
You can calculate it. What?
Yeah, calculate it. You can't calculate like 2 plus 2, dude. You're coming in here acting like a fucking.
Why is this fucking obese Discord mod speaking to me like that? Don't ever call me a retard, bitch.
Come on,
Give me a
man.
place.
You gotta. What's wrong with you, man?
You're telling us an awful lot about yourself, Keith. You're just projecting all your issues.
Who's playing AEW?
Or that.
Hey, let's chill. Let's chill, guys.
How's
Come
that
on.
my fault? What?
Take it easy.
You called me a retard
Obese.
first.
He's got
man.
daddy
How's that my
issues,
problem?
mommy issues. He goes to therapy. He's weird.
He's got
all this
globe
crap.
issues though, mostly.
I wouldn't say mostly.
I mean, he came here.
He came here to vent, basically, and or he's masochistic also.
Damn. Just gonna let him talk to you like that?
So what are you gonna do about those globe issues, Goof?
Hey, Wobb's here with no rolls.
It's not a globe. It's a square.
Hello, Wob. You
Dude,
feel
it's
me?
a globe.
Straight tweaking.
Wob,
Yeah, what's up?
welcome to the Discord server.
Hey man, I'm just being in the background, man. I'm just listening.
Sounds good. I'll give you VC verified. You'll be able to open your mic, so whenever you're not speaking, you can mute yourself. Check the welcome page in the server, and
Oh,
whenever you have,
I've been here before actually.
yeah, but I'm letting you know. I'm giving you VC verified, so you're gonna be able to open your mic whenever you want. Because before, you didn't have that, so you're good.
All right, thanks, man. Checking out the rules.
What is there now?
Man, I miss Matthew.
Hell no!
No, I'm just kidding. I like Matthew too. I like Matthew.
Hey, compared to this.
If I'm being honest. Not that I like him that much. It's just better than the other ones.
Yeah, I mean that's what I meant. I mean,
It's not so banal. I mean,
I've
it is,
learned-
but like not like this.
I've learned to appreciate what we're given. You know, like we shouldn't question the hand we're dealt.
Right.
Well, Wob, got any better globe proofsies than Goof over here at least?
I do not. I'm just chilling, boys.
Yeah, I hear you. No worries.
What's your profile? What are you doing in your profile pic, Wob? Just
I,
curious.
I'm this is a music festival I went to. I'm drinking alcohol while chugging coffee at once. So it's kind of it's like
Yeah. I hate that.
counteracting, but it's kind of just it was just in the moment, kind of funny.
It feels like being pulled in two directions at once. I hate it.
Yeah, right. It's
Are you like
I
trying
could-
to trigger your liver or something?
I went to a music festival, so yeah, basically, yeah. This was a camping one, so it was like a 3-day one. So
What guys here? I was playing Valorant. Oh, I don't got perms, bro. What? No, can I get perms to post? Thanks.
Hell no!
Holy shit, this old fart
I
with
was
the
gonna say in a more
soundboard.
polite manner, but I like that. Hey, Goo. The perms. How long you been here? Like for a day or something?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you need like more time.
Holy
Time,
shit. How long you people
space.
been in here?
Oh, a long time, my friend.
Yeah, that's sad.
So it's like a you
Shit's
just
like a
gotta be
cult.
patient.
What the fuck?
What is that?
What, a cult?
Like
It
you're in a
seems
cult?
like. No, it seems like that's what this is.
Goof, are you projecting right now?
No, I never project.
You've been projecting for a minute.
A minute?
Yeah, the last like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It's different than a minute.
Yeah, 45. 45
Yeah,
of
it's
those.
worse. It's
It's an
worse.
it's an
His
expression.
entire life.
No. I know Express, don't worry about it.
Bro, didn't you used to be here with that SpongeBob PFP? You have that same voice as that other dude.
That was SpongeBob. Well, I know what
His
SpongeBob
name
is,
started
but
with a
I
C,
don't know.
like Cliff or something, right?
Yeah, yep. I don't
No,
remember
I don't know who that
exactly
is.
what it was. It was like Cliff. We had the SpongeBob PFP. I already you sound just like that, dude.
No, I got a little black kid playing games.
Yeah, I see. You changed it, probably.
No, this is my first time joining.
Well, not sure if I buy that.
Alright.
Just like I don't buy The Earth is Tilted. Yeah, if you believe the Earth is tilted, you'll believe anything. Just saying.
Real.
Now is the Earth tilted? He's tilted.
How is the earth tilted? He's tilted. Kid sounds like fucking Kermit the Frog. Holy.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the Earth not being tilted?
Huh? What'd you say?
I am a frog.
I said what I said.
Yeah, like I can hear you. That's why I asked you. What'd you say?
Well, what does his voice have to do with the Earth not being tilted?
I don't know, I just don't like that guy's weird.
Okay. Well,
He
that's so
literally repeats himself in chat.
Yes,
Stop
we've
my
established that you
phone,
find us
fuck.
all very weird. Hey, there's someone here with a Darwin head on a monkey as their PFP.
Yeah, that guy's been here for a while.
I think he's pretty based. We've talked to him before.
Okay, I was just checking out his icon. Anything to get away from goo.
Holy, this guy sounds like such an old fuck. Is there anybody here that's like not fucking 30 plus?
No, dude. Jesus, dude. Where are you even getting that
No,
idea
bro.
from?
I'm just wondering.
They just, I
You guys
mean,
all
I
sound
have
old.
the check, but that's it. I mean, people are asking me all the time, hey,
I mean, I've been here for a long time, I guess.
No, I was just
But
checking out your PFP. It's quite the image.
yeah, that was the breaking point right there, like back in 2017. But yeah, I mean, I just have the VC, the check, but people are asking me every time, like, "Hey, this guy just joined." But I mean, I've been here for maybe, I don't
No,
know,
I didn't ask if you. I've seen your name before. I was just
Stumbled
checking out
upon
your
some roles. Seem sincere.
PFP.
Yeah, but yeah, flat earther 100%. So don't even ask,
Nice.
please.
Nice. 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 Nice.
Yeah, but you know, these people, they don't really sound like they really want to learn anything. They're just, you know,
No, Goof does not.
no, just, you know, kidding. Just, you know, he thinks this is not really, this is not important for him. I mean, we can definitely know when someone is really looking for, you know, good information, and at least he's, you know, being honest and asking some good questions. But yeah, just staying there and insulting people, you know, makes no sense. That's not really, not really cool at all.
Yeah,
Makes
that's why
no
we're
sense,
doing
man.
circles around him, and we're calling it victory laps.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people just come here to just need an ego boost. They think they can get an easy ego boost coming here. Good.
But then they shoot themselves in the leg, and then we laugh, dude. It's so funny, dude. They come in on a high horse and then fall off. Dummies.
It's like funny and then sad and then really funny.
My feet are permanently up. I'm continual state of laughter at these ballers.
But Goof has no idea what's going on. Like, that's the only unsatisfying part, is like they don't even know how bad they got wrecked.
I'm still not convinced Goof can read what's in chat. Like, I think
Actually,
some of
sounds
it.
like Kermit.
Yeah, dude, I'm a frog. I'm Kermit's cousin. Can you read what's in chat?
Sound like you're doing it on purpose. Yeah.
Can you read what's in chat? I'm
I
just.
said, yeah. You deaf?
All right.
Listen.
I have tiny frog ears, dude. You're gonna have to speak up and speak more clearly, and speak English.
Say that again.
Do you speak any English?
Yeah, say that
See.
last part again.
See.
Why is this? Oh, ew, who's this disgusting pig messaging me?
All right. Whenever you speak
Don't
into
talk
yourself
about your
like
mother
that,
like that.
mute
Wait, here,
your.
I'll send you a picture. I don't know who it is.
Hey, whenever you're talking in the background, you're not like engaging in the conversation. Just mute yourself or something.
Well, I don't know. She's from this Discord. She messaged me.
Goof, goof, goof. When are you gonna realize the Earth ain't a ball?
He already knows. He already
Just
knows
goofing around.
at this point. In denial.
I mean, he can listen. It's all good.
Good boy.
Whatever helps him
Good
sleep.
dog.
Yeah, so is it usually just like a bunch of people on here quiet?
Yeah, every moment of silence is just a moment of silence for the globe, dude. It's over.
But how can you mourn something that never existed? Well, I guess if you thought it existed, you can.
I barely think about the globe anymore, ever. Just
Hell no.
just when people bring it up, that's it. I don't bring it up anymore much.
I don't even think about the shape. I just look at my house and I'm like, yeah, it's not moving. And then that's it. It's simple. We're not on a globe, man.
Well, no, it's moving because this time when you're moving, but you don't feel any movement. So yeah, it's like that.
What about my square theory? I like that better. Or
Yeah,
cube,
but
I mean.
you're just LARPing, coping at this point.
What's wrong with that? I like squares. Cubes.
Sad, man. Sad.
Have you ever been to the corner?
No.
No, go put your nose in it.
No, Goof, you sound all right. You just have to realize whatever you say, you're not going to be able to insult us. So,
Well, obviously it worked.
no,
The
it's
people
an
got mad.
impossibility to insult.
Well, it's not really impossible because half the people got mad.
Well, they weren't
Yeah, but
I
you
don't
got
think
mad.
anyone got mad at you yet, Goof.
I'm not really angry. But
Just because I raised my voice doesn't mean that I'm mad. I raised my voice because my mic sucks.
Yeah,
And a
Larry, I
lot
wasn't
of other
talking to
people
you.
raise their voice because they want to be heard. So if you're thinking that like
Don't
volume
worry,
and rap
Larry, bro.
speech,
I won't make fun of you, Larry. I already know you're 40-year-old. Don't
fine,
work
dude.
at
He's
it.
just
Get a reaction.
Dude.
You're not gonna talk while I'm talking. So I muted you so I can get a word out. So yeah, here's the thing, dude. Just because we're talking fast and we're putting a bunch of words together really fast, it's okay if you don't understand. You can just ask questions. But what you can't do is you can't like over talk us a whole bunch and then stuff like that, right? Because this isn't your house, bro. You didn't build this house. This house was built for us, not for you, bro. So anybody else would like to continue or unmute the group, means pleasure. And so what if I'm mad? What if I'm furious right now? I mean, I have every right to be. Can't just come in somebody's server and like over talk everybody and not listen to what they say and just do whatever it is that you want to do. Like this ain't your mama's house.
I'll whoop your ass, boy. Just kidding.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. That's it.
Yeah, we're sorry your parents don't talk to you or pay attention to you, and but we're not here to like replace them. We're here to actually discuss the globe. So hopefully you have something substantive to say, not just some stupid inanities like you've been saying the whole night. You're unmuted, Goof. Oh, so he can't read.
No, what gave you the impression that this dude can read? Are you kidding me?
I don't know. I see the best in people.
Totally
I
messing.
try to.
I'm just messing, dude.
Not to change the subject, but honestly, Goofy is less goofy than the argument made during the modern day debates last week. Now that I think about it, I mean, he's goofy, but not that goofy.
That was a hard cope.
That was wild.
Whose debates?
It was Whitsitt and Kai were on modern day debates last, I don't know, 4 nights ago, last week.
Oh, I missed it, but I'm sure there was a lot of coping.
It was a new level of coping.
Oh, so they've reached the next level.
If it wasn't for that lady Jennifer, I think was her name, who was debating against Kai and Whitsitt, like it would not have been a show. She like saved the show. So hats off to her.
Yeah, she's as Whitsitt complimented her, she's actually able to form her own thoughts and speak them. I don't know if her handlers like that, but the debate overall was just, I've never seen anything like it.
Well, they just think that the globe is so solid, and then when they're pressed on it, like they just have nothing. They find.
Yeah, it seemed the new tactic is, what do you mean we have to give proof for it? It's self-evident, don't you see? It was wild.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's so solid in their heads that they go into it thinking that there's no way that they're going to blow this. And then, like, they're just pressed on it a little bit and they're, like, just baffled.
What's strange is both of them have. That's not the first. They've been in several of these debates, and they're getting vaguer and vaguer and vaguer. It's very something to behold.
Yeah, I guess that person's been in a few of them. They're probably a little bit further into the spiral at this point. But like one of the girls, Jan, like she wasn't even really trying to defend it. She just kept saying like, yeah, it's all philosophical and yeah, we do have to make these assumptions and yeah, we just don't really know and like it seems like a good explanation though. Like that was basically it from her.
Yeah, my favorite part was I already mentioned it in chat the other day, but when they threw up the "Do you believe in aliens?" poll, once the globe argument started derailing, that's the poll that they went to.
Oh, does this mean aliens aren't true? Can't have my alien invasion.
What do you guys
Extraterrestrial.
think about that? Actually, why do you think they're putting this in the news all of a sudden? Huh?
It's blue beam, obviously.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what
they could-
they gotta have their story ready, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, why do you keep banning me?
Shut up.
Yeah, and there seem to be
'Cause you
less and less
suck.
movies about aliens. So, I mean, 10 years ago, every other movie was about an alien. So maybe they're trying to, I don't know.
Well, it definitely is a good excuse to reinforce the space concept in people's heads.
Yes, it seems as if they're going to make a made-for-TV War of the Worlds type presentation here pretty soon. I'll take my tin hat off now, tin foil hat.
Well, that's in the cards, perhaps. Who knows what they might try? Just have to wait and see.
Goof, get out of my DMs, you weasel.
I just find it so funny when they come here to troll and they just leave so butthurt. Like, well, that didn't work.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, we have to go back to our meaningless lives and we couldn't even get one over those flat earthers. Grr.
It's got to build up as like a grudge in them too. They got to think like, okay, this time I'm gonna get them. I'll get those stupid flat earthers.
Oh yeah, it's like whenever they close their eyes at night, to try to sleep, they just think about, getting humiliated in here for the rest of their lives. I mean, in some sense, this is the most meaningful conversation they'll probably ever have. I mean, this is their chance, but yeah, it's sad. The world's a sad place.
Well, just
How
like
do we help these kids? Sorry, go on.
they don't have to put themselves through all this for the globe. Like, come on, just let it go.
They do. This is their purpose.
Like, why does the globe matter?
They're in a cult, dude. This is like Professor Dave's like Jonestown cult. This is like how they get to like Glober Heaven or whatever.
I just don't get the need to hold on to it like this. Like when it was shown to me that it couldn't be, I was like, okay, I guess it's not. And I wanted to like look into it more just to make sure that like what I was, looking into wasn't a lie or whatever. But once the stuff was confirmed, I was like, yeah, okay, that's it. Moving on.
Yeah, it was crazily easy to let go. I was just like, yeah, wow, they lied to me about that too. Those mother. That's it. It's like I didn't have any of this baggage.
Yeah, me neither. If the reality doesn't match the claim, then fuck the claim.
Yeah. I mean, I'm ready. It's like if I learn the color blue doesn't exist tomorrow, I'll be like, oh shoot, like that was a psyop too. Like, Yeah, I mean, it's a sign of emotional insecurity. It's like basically they put their self worth into the worldview, and if the worldview crumbles or is challenged, it's really they feel themselves being challenged, being destroyed from the inside, and they just lash out. That's really what it is.
Maybe that's the difference. Is I actually kind of love that. I love it when my worldview crumbles.
You know what?
It's
I like it.
interesting.
I like it too. Yeah, I sort of like discussing and then like having my viewpoints challenged and sort of reconstructing my beliefs. That I find that sort of the most compelling part of the process, not just like reaffirming beliefs.
Yeah, I actually kind of enjoy finding out it doesn't work the way that I thought it did all that time.
Because it's like you're opening up a whole kind of new perspective, right? It's like
And if you have a chance to shed an illusion, like take it.
Yeah, I mean, shit, I'm ready. Like let's get on to the next level of the Matrix or whatever. Like
You're presented with reality and you'd rather just go on with the illusion? Like, really?
But what else would it be, Central?
Yeah. What else can it possibly be? I can't fathom anything that reality would be but this bullshit they told me, so it's got to be that.
yeah, dude, the cool kids just listen to authority and do what they're told.
Simps. Bunch of simps.
What are we simps? It's like a whole generation of cucks and simps. They just like, let's watch more React videos. Let's like worship whatever. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Does he have an OnlyFans? Like, I don't know.
No, dude, just go tune into Nat Geo. He's on the Cosmos. Just watch that.
So he does have an OnlyFans.
Basically.
Call Netflix.
Not gonna lie, I totally watched that. Back in the day.
I used to like back in like with Discovery History Channel, they had this like universe documentary. I was like so into that. With the Okaku, like the Japanese dude. He was on it.
Wrong.
I think Neil Grabass Tyson was on it too. Neil Grabass Tyson versus Mike Tyson chess boxing. Who wins?
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All the time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
I'm guessing Flatties win again.
Dude, like Mike might be into it, like a flat Earth debate versus Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson would have to accept it, right? It's like it's too big of a star power to like turn down. Like Eric Dubé, he ducked. But.
Oh, for some reason I thought you said like in a fist fight. Yeah, I have no idea like how well Mike Tyson would represent it in a debate.
I originally said in chess boxing, but then I decided that's different. Because Mike Tyson would beat him in chess like real easily.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just an explainer away.
I'd like to see Mike Tyson debate Neil deGrasse Tyson on flat Earth.
You pay to see that, right? I would.
Yeah.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Dude, keep stopping with that shit. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson, this is where you play cricket. This is all he ever says. Cricket.
You know what he would say after Tyson said that?
What?
That stuff is flat.
Yeah.
No one trying to get punched by Tyson.
Yeah, I would disagree with Mike Tyson if I was in the same room as him.
So if you go with what? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
I think I'd pretty much go with whatever he had to say till I got out of the room with Mike. And then
Yeah.
I'd be like,
Yeah,
that
just
was
be like,
that was bullshit. That was
like
bullshit.
whatever you want, buddy.
I wouldn't disagree with him in the same way.
Mike Tyson seems very smart. Like, you know, I mean, even not just like among boxers, but like when he speaks, I can sense he's insightful. Like, and I guess he makes an effort to use big words and stuff. But like, I actually think he has a naturally high sort of perceptiveness.
He eats shrooms every day.
Okay.
On planet, huh? We have
Hey,
no
Seb.
fucking evidence to believe that we're around planet. Only
Pretty
I saw him.
galaxy. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw him in some video, like eating shrooms in an interview, and he's like, "Yeah, every day, just eat them every day."
Even when he was like, he was boxing, like his interviews were always very insightful. He was like very self-aware. Like he would have much more insight than like the commentators. I don't know. I think he was a great boxer, but he could have probably been, in some kind of intellectual field if he had the opportunity. That's just my opinion.
imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But
Yeah, there you go.
Base.
So the simulations, some of them show that you would see like at least some sort of a slight kind of curve at 128,000 feet. So do you think that when he said that stuff is flat, that it was just pure damage control?
Yeah, it was. It's because of the Baumgartner thing, right? It was right around
Yeah.
there.
So he's just saying, no, you wouldn't see it at all. But like, I mean, I've seen some of the modeling where it looked, you can sort of see a bit of a curve.
Yeah, I have like a meme where like 100,000 or so feet, you definitely see perceptible curvature. I mean, I believe the mathematics of that.
Damn, dude, they're gonna clip that out. No, I'm just kidding.
Watch
Well,
that.
how
I'm
we
just
got
kidding.
videos from Earth where we're not seeing any, and Neil saying that stuff is flat, and then simulations showing that you should see like some. So
No, it was pure
maybe the
damage.
sim's wrong. I don't know.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the janitor for NASA. Anytime somebody fucks up and they say the wrong shit, like Joe Rogan stepped out of line, he got schooled and corrected and re-educated in person by you know who. And then what was it, Katy Perry? She was on like one of her social media apps and she was like reading the comments and she read out loud that Earth is flat. So like the next day, like she has an intellectual conversation for the next couple of days, with Neil deGrasse Tyson, your boy, and you could tell like she had been like really working hard to get ready for this conversation that she wasn't ready to have, but you could tell that she stayed up all night practicing and she's, kind of at the bitter end.
They
Anyways,
floored.
I watched it.
They floored to Guantanamo overnight. Like worked her over.
Well, what's funny? Sorry. Excuse me. What's funny is that Neil will come out and say that, but the trench level dummies will still come in here and argue the exact opposite. It's like, don't come in here with the confidence, guys. You don't even understand the globe you're arguing.
Like seriously, it's like narcissism. It's like they think their feelings are the reality. They think they basically decide the reality.
I know.
And it's very interesting how there's sort of this mass kind of psychosis / narcissistic psychosis that's been inculcated in this generation. By which I mean the Zoomers.
Yeah, it's mass formation psychosis, like the witch hunts back in the day. Like everybody believed that, if she floated, then she was a witch, and if she drowned, then she was a witch. right? It's like, okay, really? Like that's kind of like railroading you, right?
Dude, don't give them
So it's
ideas.
like,
For real.
oh, right. I know, right? Yeah.
Basically, they
But
already
for
took
real,
that idea. They said if it floats, it's gravity. If it goes down, it's gravity. So they already got that idea. So we're not really giving them anything for
damn,
that one.
son, clip that out.
But sorry to interrupt, Hank.
For real. No, for real though, right? You nailed it, bro. They say that it's gravity if it goes down. Then we mentioned helium, and they're like buoyancy and density. It's like, what causes density? Gravity. So you're absolutely right,
They
dude.
already did
You're
that.
absolutely. Yeah, I like Matthew in here, but I like to mix it up, get some other people in here. If Goof would quit goofing around and actually come in with an argument, I'd love to have an argument with him, but this ain't Goof's new playground.
Yeah, this isn't his Call of Duty team chat or whatever. These crazy kids are playing Minecraft group therapy or whatever.
He literally messaged me and said, "What's your Steam, bro?" Lol.
That's the creepiest thing. That's so creepy. What's your Steam?
I just don't. How are these kids gonna get dates and stuff? Like, gonna message the girl, "What's your Steam? What's your? You
Oh
want to
my
go out in Minecraft? Like,
What's your Twitch? Oh my god, dude.
what's your Twitch stream?" That's probably what they do. They're just
Yeah.
like,
Out of all the men in the past, only 40% were your ancestors. The other 60% didn't breed.
it's that high. It's 40%. I thought it was like 20.
Yeah, I thought it was 40. So you're related to all the females except for the ones that couldn't have children. And you're related to less than half of the males.
It's kind of sad, but it's also like kind of super based at the same time. But whatever.
Yeah, don't you want like the bravest and strongest and best genetics to go into the future?
I mean, I don't want these nuts reproducing for sure. So
I mean, what do women like to hear? Like they like what? He has to have a sense of humor. Well, you got to be smart to have a sense of humor. So she's looking for intelligence, right? And she's looking for what? Like a six pack? So no health problems. What? Broad shoulders, carry lots of food and fish and water back
meat
to the
shield.
hut. Right. So she's looking for the like the man, right? Like she's looking
Yeah.
for the alpha. So when we look at females, right? That's how they sense source, right? Dogs, but we see like, how's her hips look? Oh, she's got okay. It's like ample. Okay, she's worthy, right? And then next thing you know, you start planting seeds, children pop out. But men won't do anything. That's why they're dogs, and the women only choose through sexual selection, which is why I brought all this up because all they ever talk about is like natural selection, but that's not how humans roll. It's sexual selection by the female.
Hank, that makes an insane amount of sense.
So now you know why I'm against war, because it's like
Kills all the alphas.
when we have war, we send our bravest and best genetics to go fight and die overseas, right?
Yeah,
So
explains.
what does that leave?
It
Sorry,
leaves modern.
go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No, you want to say something? Go ahead, bro.
It leaves modern day Germans. That's what it does. That's what world wars do. We're left with the modern day Germans and other people.
Right, right. I got you. So yeah, what I was trying to say is like China did this like one female child recently, right? So I don't know if they did this on purpose, but the theory is that it raised like China's IQ by like a standard deviation, because after it's all said and done and all these children grow up, who are they going to choose from? Well, if they limited the female population, jeez, that's a hell of a road. Shit. Anyway, if you limit the female population, she's going to choose from like the 1% or a little lower, right? Like instead of choosing out of that 40%, there's less females now. So these dudes are going to have to compete even harder and harder and harder. And she's going to pick the smartest, nice lookingest Chinaman that she can find, right? So that's going to like increase their intelligence and their genetics. It's a theory, right? But it kind of does make sense that she's going to pick the best of the best, because the competition is going to be so high for the males. Anyway, it's just a theory.
I heard there's an extremely high percentage of Chinese males of a certain generation that are single now as a result, though. Like I want to say 40% of the young.
Yeah, those are the beta bees.
Yeah.
Larry,
Yeah, bro.
hey, I just sang a love song to Karen B, bro.
Cool. Was
Hold on.
I
I
want to know
posted
more,
it
bro.
right now. I just posted it.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. Karen B,
Yeah,
huh?
I thought you'd
So,
like that.
so the last thing I wanted to say is that our eggs are our most valuable commodity, right? The females and the eggs that are in their bodies, and they're so precious that some states like Israel have outlawed like wireless communication around schools, so that they can't have anything that's wireless. Everything has to be wired in, and there's like absolutely no 5G type antennas around the schools. So I would say if it's if it's good enough for Israel scientists, right? Maybe they know something we don't know about the carcinogenic effects of wireless communication and damaging the genetics of eggs. I don't know, but seems like a good idea to protect our eggs. Okay, I'm gonna listen to that B song now.
up? How's it going? Sheesh, it's quiet in here.
My soundboard died. I need to charge it up.
Dude, this guy's typing you with the fucking Y, like gaming. He's like, gosh, you're weird. You think you're funny or some shit? No. You're a Sleepy Joe. How old are you?
Bro, we don't care about that.
No, I'm just wondering
Thus,
because it seems like he's
thus
like fucking
question.
above 20, like with no job, fucking just sitting here typing his life
Dude,
away.
we no more projection from you, okay?
I'm not 20, bro.
You already
So it
know.
doesn't matter to me. Why would I be rejecting?
That's a weird flex, but alright.
I'm not flex. I'm not flexing anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you don't have anything to flex.
Yeah, you don't have anything to flex. Why do you sound like that?
Bro, dude, that's not a good response. It's not a good comeback. Just like
Especially with your
repeating
voice.
someone else's
Dude, you literally
words
sound like
in a
fucking
weird ass
Kermit.
voice.
Like, I don't know why you're
Dude, you
speaking
sound like you have
that.
Down syndrome, man.
Yeah, that's facts, huh?
What you do? I'm sorry.
You literally suffer from a fucking mental deficiency. I don't know why you're speaking to me. Look how you type. You literally sit in
Well,
this
how
Discord
old?
all day. You're antisocial freak speaking
Nobody
to me.
cares, Goof. You're just trying to get reactions from people on the internet, dude.
Well, how old are
Go
you,
somewhere.
Goof? How old are you, Goof?
What?
He's wiping off his tears. Give him a second.
No, wiping off my. I was muted. What? Are you like stupid? Holy shit! You laugh like a
You
retard
actually are.
too.
Yeah, that was
Holy
pretty
shit.
funny though. That was pretty funny.
You actually suffer from a fucking mental deficiency, retard.
We know you
So,
do.
Goof, so
Yeah,
Goof,
now
That's
how
we
old are
do.
you,
inherent.
mate?
Bro,
You didn't
like
have
say
to
something
spell
else,
it
bro.
out.
Like you're just fucking reflecting shit. Like yeah, she's stupid.
Yeah, you're projecting.
I'm not projecting shit. You literally heard one person say that, and now you're just repeating them over and over
Well,
again.
dude, then you said
That's what you're
reflect,
doing.
dummy. You said
What? I
ref-
literally not said projecting once. You're saying
Yeah, I know. You said
continuing.
reflecting. You don't even know what
Dude,
you're
have you
talking.
ever?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's
Yeah.
reflecting everything I'm saying and just taking it back on me like he's
Yeah.
stupid.
You better
No.
learn
You don't know
English,
what
buddy.
reflecting means? Like,
No, you're just projecting. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Can somebody get Dobby a fucking
no
sock?
wonder you
'Cause he,
believe fucking the earth is flat, you fucking
Get
retard.
the splooge out of your ears,
Bro,
dude.
Larry,
dummy.
you're fucking 40 years old working at a pizza.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, we're not here to watch you, bro.
Who
Don't
is
burn
this
the
guy? It's
house.
so funny today.
I got a job offer today to be security in a warehouse and walking around in circles with nobody in it. I don't want to do that shit. That doesn't sound like fun.
Hank, you don't have to justify yourself to anybody, brother.
Oh, I know. I was just saying that security in a bar would be more fun.
I don't know why asking like, "Hey, do you have a slave job?" Like, why is that? Like, you guys have a slave mentality asking dumb questions like that anyway. Somebody's in the chat like, "Do you have a college degree?" Like, you guys love being slaves
Just
so much.
they sense their own future, so they just project because I mean they don't have much to look forward to.
Tell you what I do enjoy. I enjoy riding around, getting some fresh air. You know, I don't drink and drive, but I can't say that I'm, perfectly innocent on everything else. I have had a lot of good memories driving around. Woo!
How can a guy like that ask someone if they've got a job when he sounds like he's 12 years old and he's got no life experience?
Yeah, I created a human being. Have you ever done that? I've seen it. like firsthand. Wasn't even a few weeks later, she got all pukey. 9 months later, next thing you know, ah,
Yeah, I've got 3 of them.
yeah. You saw your wife shoot out 3 babies out of her loins. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like magic.
Yeah. Look, we created a human, or a man child.
Larry,
Yeah, children are awesome. If you haven't got a chance to do that yet, I would say that you should probably give it a try. If your dad doesn't get any. Isn't that like hate speech nowadays? Like, you should have babies and multiply. Like, no, save them for the furnaces. What about rights? What about rights? So, did you guys hear that video that came out a while back of like the Planned Parenthood lady who was basically saying, in not so many words, 5, 10, 15, 25, 25, go ahead, 25, 30, 30, 30, 35 over here. Like, you heard about that, right? That's some crazy shit, right? What?
Yeah, I'm
Birds?
sorry. Yeah, Hank, sorry. It was kind of difficult to make up what you're saying.
Oh, I was talking about a car auction.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't want to say the exact words. Planned Parenthood, talking about the auctions. Anyway, lots of fucked up shit in this world. Why would you want parts when you can have the whole thing?
Rest in peace, Goof, and Goof's future. Oh wait, never existed. Just like the book.
He's literally the most unselfish person I think I've ever met.
Damn, I wish my soundboard was charged up.
Oh yeah, dude, we clipped that, and that's like future generations when they like study incels, like that will be what they study. I feel like a surprising number of incels are like militant globies. Very strange. Like I've noticed a lot of globies come in here. They have like issues with women. They have daddy issues. They have all sorts of like typical incel issues. Interesting phenomenon. It's like maybe they think they find purpose if they like adamantly defend the globe or something like that. Like, they feel like they're on the winning team for once.
All I gotta say is it's very hard, at least in my opinion, to see men that are globers that act like that as on the same level as men that are flat earthers and actually intelligent.
I mean, I feel like a normal guy, like even if he believes in the globe, he would not like react this strongly. It's like we were talking with Central earlier. It's like, you know, it's like if you brought this up, I just feel like a normal, like secure adult would just be like, oh, like okay, so it's you have an interesting viewpoint. Like, why is that? And have a conversation. Instead, these people are just like militantly defending it, like religious zealots. It's like trying to feel like they're part of something. They're like globe jihadists or something. Not to offend anyone. I did not mean to offend anyone, but you know what I mean. But yeah, they're kind of just like trying to find purpose through defending something that, you know, really they derive no benefit from. They're just trying to be part of what they think of the winning team.
Facts. That's facts.
So a global jihadist means like a global holy warrior. So really, I don't think that would be offensive if I understand it correctly, unless there's like some sort of slang that I'm not aware of.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
just
a global jihadist would be a good description for us.
they are jihadi. I mean, they're really unholy, but they think of themselves as holy. But yeah, we have some Muslim, flat earthers here, so I didn't want them to get like the wrong connotation or something. But yeah, it is accurate.
Well, it's just weird because like most of us used to be ball earthers, so I never hit a stage where I was like defending it with my life, like arguing stupid things that I don't even believe and Googling as I go, that type of stupid stuff we never hit that stage, right? We were presented with some evidence and we had to digest that. I never was like defending the globe. That's what they do. It's so sad, man. They don't first of all, they don't even understand the globe. They don't know anything about it. They hear about flat earth, they run to YouTube, they try to debunk it. They make up their own version of flat earth. It's the same thing repeat every time. But they are like jihadists, like you said. They're just like defending it with their life. They don't even know about it. It's just stupid, dude. It's over.
Yeah, they're terrorizing truth. Like they hate the truth because the truth says that they're losers. That's why they hate the truth.
Like, I don't even care if you don't want to be a flat earther or whatever, but at least know what the globe is saying, man. Like, before you come in here defending it with your life, like, at least know what the globe says. How big is it? You don't know. How far away is the sun? You don't know that.
That's the thing, CB. Is like they're just using the globe as a mask. They just need an excuse to like boost their ego. So they think it's like an easy way to feel like a winner. It's like to come in here and make fun of flat earthers.
Yep.
So they don't know anything about the globe. They know the bare minimum. I hope they know what like a globe is. I mean, questionable.
Well, they barely know what curvature means, so it's like they barely do. You know, they barely even know what what a globe means.
It's just like,
oh my god.
Every conversation with a glober, it's like you just ask them to define radius. They will shut down. It's just like you can see the cogs just seizing up, everything collapsing.
It's funny, man. We're just doing victory laps. Like I said, we're running circles around these goofballs. We're just gonna call them victory laps. That's it. It's over. Let me go charge up my soundboard for the next goofball that rolls in here.
Yeah, I think he would like probably get his friends, round up his friends, come back here, but I don't think he has any friends. I mean, real ones, then, anyways.
You know you're winning, Sleepy, when they're like complaining about what your voice sounds like. Oh, you have a weird voice. Like, oh, okay, so that means it's a globe.
I just find it funny coming from that dude. It's like he He should like record himself and then listen to it. Just, I know you're still listening. Whatever his name was, Goofy Goof. Because yeah, that's really an instance of casting stones from glass houses.
He actually left the server. Oh yeah.
I'm sure he did. But he's still listening on YouTube because, he's our bitch, so.
Got him.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Man, that's like the YouTube chat used to be a refuge of all the scum and villainy that would be rejected from here. Or who were too scared. But now they just have to go there and listen to us. Kind of like the rest of their lives.
The YouTube chat geeks me out the most. It's like the people that spend the most time hovering around the flat earth topic and the conversation. It's not flat earthers. It's them, dude.
Wait, is the YouTube chat back?
Well, I don't know. I haven't even been over there. I don't really like even pay attention. Is it gone now? Did Helio turn it off?
I think it was shut down for just being like overall shit.
I don't blame them, but you saw a lot because you saw who was in there. It wasn't like we weren't hanging in there. It was them, dude.
No, dude, Glatt and I were like holding it down. It's like,
Well, yeah, a couple OGs holding it down. I'd go in there.
I
And
wasn't an OG, but
get
yeah.
added like 100 times. So there's a couple of those, but in general, it's like it was like 7 of them just hovering every day, racking up. You know how when you play like video games, Call of Duty back in the day, you can check and see who is like leaderboards, who has the most time played and stuff like that. Guarantee you, most time in Flat Earth, 100%, it's these globe heads. It's not us. They love it.
I hope they're getting paid. I mean, seriously, you guys are like, oh, we shouldn't call them shills, but to me, it's just like, if they weren't shills, they weren't getting paid. That's really sad to me.
That's
makes me really sad.
That's what I was gonna say. The sad thing is they're doing it for free, bro.
Oh,
happily doing it for free.
Oh man, pathetic.
So sad.
There's a lot of leftists on the street, doing stuff for free that's counterintuitive to our well-being.
True. Well, basically, yeah, they're just sort of anti-life, these kinds of people. They just want to make everyone else's lives a living hell because their lives are living hells. And that's really the crab bucket mentality. I don't know. I don't know how...
I think it's better just to call it brainwashing. I mean, you can't really paint with such a broad brush and say that they're all sinister on the inside. I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge that. But one way or another, they're brainwashing and thinking global climate change is going to kill us, or if you eat meat, you're destroying the environment, and all this stupid nonsense.
I agree. They don't really have agency at some point. They've kind of sacrificed their individuality just to be part of this like collective where they think they're the winners, like they're the winning team. And in some sense, they're not entirely responsible for their actions because they're just acting on groupthink. But yeah, you say you don't know if they're evil on the inside. I don't know if they even have an inside anymore. I mean, I think really like these people, really, it's like they sacrifice part of their soul just to be part of this group.
Well, you have to do that if you're gonna tell lies. There's no way you can just look at your room, your house, and be like, "Yeah, it's moving," without like a chunk of your soul just like, come on, man, you're not being honest at that point. There's no way you can have a soul that's intact if you're just lying. No way.
But really, I think that's why they hate truth and honesty and reality so much. It's because for them, reality really sucks. So they really will just want to attack in any way they can. Instead of, improving themselves or, improving their knowledge or trying to see further or trying to get further. They just want to change reality to fit their emotions, their feelings. Some good water. Where's the guy that yells at us for not drinking rainwater? I don't want to summon him. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy's very interesting.
I just realized that the where's the edge thing is even stupider than I thought. Because basically what they're saying is the Earth can't be flat as it measurably is, because if it were, the people who are lying to me about it being a globe, they would have told me where the edge is. What the
I also
fuck?
think it's dumb too. I also think it's dumb for the same reason. Like if they applied that own logic to their space, for example, they would not have
Right.
an answer. So
Yeah, you've been out to space? Like, why do you claim that?
right.
And for that matter, you haven't even been to the edge of what humans can explore. Like you haven't been to Antarctica and you're not going, so you're just taking it on faith. You know, the word of people who have been there, who have explored it, to tell you whatever they're going to tell you.
He hasn't even been to the edge of his neighborhood. I mean,
That's what.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Central. Like, or I think that was Sleepy who said that, but that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, half these people haven't even left their town, their city. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're not going to check it out for themselves, so they're just once again relying on the people who told them they're on a spinning ball to tell them things about where they live. And if they didn't tell it to them, then yeah, no, it can't be.
Just go in a straight line. Okay, why don't you try that in a 5-mile radius? Okay, good luck. Right? You got 5 miles. Go ahead. Take whatever vehicle you want. Train, plane. I don't care. You want to walk? Go for it, dude. My God.
It's bad.
These guys ask these dumb questions like they've done this stuff before. But if you go to a straight line, okay, can you do that? Can you walk in a straight line, dummy? Down the street?
It's all imaginary.
Really?
It's just imaginary stuff.
Yeah. Well, if I go, the sidewalk doesn't go straight, bro. You're gonna go straight and walking through a house. Like, come on, dude.
Well, that guy was really crazy because he ended up saying like, "Hey, well, go straight," and then we're like, "Well, you're just going in a circle." He's like, "Okay, it's a circle, but in your perspective, it's straight." It's like, okay, then in reality, it's not straight. So what did you prove?
God, it's just cog this, man. Cog this.
Like, okay, you're not really going straight, but it seems like you are. Okay, and
the same thing too was like with the telescope thing. He goes, "Well, if it's flat, then why don't you just whip out a telescope and look down the street?" And then Hank tells him, "Yeah, well, why would you do that? That's not possible in any reality." He goes, "Well, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Wait a
so
minute.
why did you use that as a point?
Then he went back to it. He's like, "No, so that's why it's not flat." I'm like, "Oh my,
To hear,
God.
To hear you guys talk about this, it something just. I don't think this whole model was ever supposed to hold up under scrutiny. I don't think they ever thought it would come under scrutiny, and it didn't for the people who created it. So I mean, I don't think the thing had a chance if it ever was scrutinized. It's like Santa Claus, like Eddie Bravo said the other day. Yeah, I'm starting to believe in Santa Claus again.
No.
Well, once you realize Santa Claus, you know what I'm saying? That cracked me up. It doesn't happen. You don't believe in Santa Claus again. I've never even heard, people do all kinds of crazy things now. I've never heard of someone who still believes in Santa Claus who's choosing to believe.
Speak for yourself.
So, I don't know.
Be like
Just
Men
hearing
in
you
Black,
guys talk
mind
about
erased,
that.
or memory erased, or something to believe in it again.
Yeah, so I just don't think the whole model was ever supposed to be scrutinized. Well, they just said, hey, don't let me scrutinize it.
I don't think that was ever the purpose. I mean, the purpose is to brainwash people, and it does a good job at that, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you're brainwashed, as long as you believe Santa Claus is coming down the chimney, why? Who the hell else would bring the presents?
How else do the presents get there?
So, and then
Yeah,
when he
what-
brought up the telescope
Wait
thing,
a
that's where I really wanted to jump in because it was like, well, that's just it. When we're able to look as far as possible, using cameras or telescopes or whatever, we definitely see way too far for the Earth to be curving. That's
But
the point.
his
Like,
rebuttal was, but you don't see forever. Like, that's not a gotcha, dummy.
yeah, but it's like we're already blowing way past the constraints of the globe, so that's it.
Yeah, he definitely did not want to acknowledge that, Central. He did not want to acknowledge that.
This is the guy who ran away crying, right? The rage quitter.
Yeah,
Oh man.
he was crying for a while in the chat too, saying all kinds of really stupid stuff. He said the oil rig on the Black Swan is really tall, so therefore Earth curve. I don't know. It didn't make sense, and he insisted the horizon was in front of the rig too. So I don't think he knows what a horizon actually is.
Yeah, I saw that convo. Yeah, he almost typed an English sentence once.
He
Yeah,
typed
it was
away
bad.
crying.
Dude, this guy on fire tonight. Yeah, there was another guy in here who was like, you start talking about the horizon and they bring up the sunset and stuff. You're like, okay, you don't know what you're talking about, man.
Why can't you see China?
Oh yeah, the sun sets. It's got to be a globe. Okay, if you check the distance that the horizon is at, the horizon that the sun sets over, no. Do you know what it would be on your globe? No. But Earth globe has to be globe. Sunset.
Yeah, every time. That's their logic, like every time.
Wasn't that just the darnest thing like a month or two ago when a bunch of like weird people came in here and they kept asking Indio and a few other people like, how can there be a horizon if the Earth is flat? And it's like, what kind of a question is that? Like, are you suggesting that there should be just sky and no Earth, or just Earth and no sky? Because the horizon's where this is the apparent place where the sky meets the ground. Like, what? There would be a horizon on a flat Earth or a curved horizon called a horizon on a globe Earth. But it's not like there wouldn't be any horizon or any horizon-like thing at all. It's like, how do they come up with that? It's like, how do you get to that point where you're asking that nonsensical question? It really is beyond me.
Some globehead who was just triggered and mad and made an article, how to debunk the flat Earth, and then they come up with some crazy flat Earth. Well, if it was flat, then you should be able to point a telescope and see infinitely. So that's where they come up with this stupid stuff. They just make up some silly flat Earth to debunk. It's crazy.
Some reification, even though their model is already completely wrecked by the observations that we do have.
But
and there would be a horizon, like an optical limit inside of a building with a flat floor. Like, it has nothing to do with curvature.
Good point. Yeah, good point. I just really enjoy watching the mental gymnastics, how they've shifted the goalposts and moved their argument around over the years. When I first got into this, they were saying the horizon was a physical location. You can go plant a flag, smack right here. Here's where it's at. Physical curve right here. And then they did a double backflip. They started flipping around, doing some tricks. And now the horizon's not what they said it was a few years ago. So I enjoy that aspect as well. It's absolutely hilarious. But
physical and apparent, but the physical horizon is never apparent. Okay.
I have to admit, I'm a little impressed by myself that I was able to believe once upon a time that I was seeing a star that was 40 billion years ago that may have imploded 10 billion years ago. I actually believe that. I mean, that is some mental gymnastics.
Me too.
Yeah, me too,
it's
bro.
weird. It's weird. I definitely used to look at the sun and imagine the vast distance between me and it. I don't see that now. Obviously, and I have eyes to see. I look at the sun. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's like right there. It obviously doesn't even look spherical. But I was right there with you, bro. I definitely used to look up and be like, damn, man, everything's so big. I'm so little. Like all that stuff. I used to believe it with my heart. So it's crazy.
I used to kind
I
of
used
think
to imagine falling
microevolution was
backwards.
possible.
While
go
the
ahead.
sun is setting, falling backwards. I used to believe that. Sorry, Hank.
You have to force it in your brain to believe it.
You have to, you know. It's not what you're looking at. You're just imagining it. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I was confessing that I used to think that microevolution was possible. And then after I did like a short study on epigenetics or genetic expression, it's like, oh, no, it's not. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, it's funny how we all were like, a lot of us were on a similar path. Seems like, you know, we believed in a lot of the similar stuff. We all ended up here. You should be grateful that we were like given the eyes to see this.
Hey, flat smacked a 82-year-old today.
Please tell me that's on film.
I wish I had it, man, but no.
Was he in a wheelchair before you did that?
No, man, he's in pretty good shape, man. He was bitching and complaining about. He just stopped. I said, "How you doing?" He goes, "Hey, you got a minute?" Yeah. He goes, "Dude, man, I think this world's kind of messed up." You know, he's like, I don't know. He's going on about the homeless, and it's like getting so bad, and you know, and he's like, inflation. He's bitching about that, and I was hitting him with the Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. Kind of rolling through it, man. He goes, "Man, you're sure awake, man." I go, "Dude, you don't know the half of it." He goes, "Please tell me." And it was like, game on, bro. Game on.
Here we go.
He knew his heliocentric. He knew his space. He knew the sun. He knew how far it was, the moon. He knew some shit, man. But he had no idea about horizon and how that it should be curving somewhere. And he's like, "You're right. It should be curving left to right at the ocean. It should be curving in every direction."
Wow,
Anyway,
and he just went for it. Like he got it.
yeah,
Right?
he's like, "Oh shit, that makes sense. I got to think about that." And I just go, "Dude, just look up this thing called 200 proofs you're not on a spinning ball. Check that out. Get back to me." Anyway, it was
Great.
kind of fun. But he was open to it, yeah. Anyway, that was my exciting flat Earth day.
So Flat Earth Buddha. So Flat Earth Buddha gave us the talking points from the Globers. Is that what I see on here?
Flat Earth Buddha is just a bot. Let's see. Yeah, it was just a meme bot. It's just a meme that Roger posted, basically.
It's pretty cool. I mean, we have their playbook now, don't we? Of course, we already knew their playbook, but now we have it in writing.
Yeah, it's
the same script over and over. Where's the edge?
They're just
People have
NPC.
told me it's a globe would have showed me the edge if it was flat. Yeah, okay.
Kind of like going into halftime of the opponent's locker room and seeing what they're going to plan for us in the second half.
Can't see China.
That's
The
my
thing
question
is-
for them. Where's the edge?
China.
The globe is supposed to have an edge. Where's that?
Where's that edge? That roundy, bendy edge. You got one of those laying around? Anybody? No.
You know what's
Can't
funny?
find it anywhere.
Whoever said it.
Why would you fall off of it? If the globe Earth has an edge, wouldn't you fall off?
Yeah,
You just
if it was a globe.
slide right off, dude. We'd all be, sliding off. Yep.
Yeah, everybody lives at like Ecuador and south of that. Just skadoosh.
There you go. See ya. Yeah, that's funny. That's a great playbook right there, man. That's their shit playbook, and
It's not even complete, right?
right.
So what's underneath Earth?
Who's on it?
Underneath Earth.
Why do we have earthquakes, man? It can only happen on a globe, bro. Come on.
Start digging,
Yes.
bitch.
Surface has got to be curving. We got earthquakes here. Yeah, it's a ball.
I love that one, man. That was one of my funniest. I'm like, really? Yeah, it's like tectonic plates, man. To rub together. Okay.
Tectonic plates, huh? Are you sure they're not bowls?
Plates are flat, dude. That's my answer to that one.
Tectonic plates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was arguing that the other day. It's like, what evidence do you have for tectonic plates? Mountains. Bro, that's just a story that they attached.
Yeah, that's what they say. The plates
grow.
crashing into each other. And that's how you make mountains. The mountains grow at the same time that they erode. So It cross cancels out. That's how you know.
That is the same guy that said that mountains grow.
Yeah. They also erode, so they cross cancel out. So they're growing, you just can't tell they're growing.
My brother used to say, "Yeah, he lives in Texas." I go, "Dude, you got no mountains." He goes, "Yeah, mountains, you get earthquakes." Yeah, I was like, "Oh shit." Huh? Back then, I kind of bought into that whole tectonic plate pushing the earth up from the center of the earth.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's funny, man, but people will say, but it makes sense. It's like, yeah, but when you watch Harry Potter, that makes sense too. It's a story.
Yeah.
Of course it's
Right.
gonna check out.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's real.
And you start scrutinizing it, and it makes absolutely no sense. So what about that?
We like that because no sense
Perfectly. That's
makes no
so
sense. It's
well
perfect
said.
sense. Makes no sense. You go bullshit, and then that makes perfect sense because it's bullshit, right?
But if
You
you
guys
don't think about it at all, it just makes sense. Just don't think about it. It makes perfect sense.
Right.
It seems like they try to use the word refraction like the way they try to use spells in Harry Potter. Just say it.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
Expelliarmus.
You say it 3 times.
Gravity, gravity, gravity.
And click
Like
your
you-
heels
Might
together.
come true.
Click your heels together now when you say it. Come on.
If you say gravity 3 times, do you get the gravity Beetlejuice? And
You have to say it in the mirror 3
ah,
times.
shit.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
get the candy gravity. The gravity man.
the gravity man.
Can we do
Oh,
that?
like the candy man. I get it.
Yeah.
Someone make the meme right now.
Well, I know you're listening, you bastard. Do it. You're not really bastard. Where
We
are you?
need the meme cock fucking knock shit out. Who's the meme cock around here, man? Who takes care of the memes?
I only do the on memes, okay? So someone else has got to do the
Jim's pretty good. I get Jim
box off,
77, man. He's been
listing
cranking out a
box
few
office.
lately. Jim's been pounding a few out. Appreciate it, Jim. Was there a discussion about whether Jim should be a flat earther or not? Was it as a label? Did I miss something?
He's a flat earther.
I found
valued flat earther. Or was somebody else that was cheerleading for somebody to become a flat earth label?
I found
can't-
a. Go ahead.
Anyway, somebody else. Never mind. Come on, Jim. Go ahead.
I found a flat. Excuse me. I found a meme generator. That I could.
Oh, okay.
All different color backgrounds. So I adopted that about 6 months ago. So.
Oh, cool.
So if I hear somebody on here say something, I can type it out, or if I come up with something, I can type it out.
You hit me with a couple already, man. I was like, damn, right on.
Yeah.
I used to get some really bad memes made about me a few years ago. It got pretty wicked.
Yeah, I've had some of those.
Yeah.
Me on a horse, just galloping.
I got doxxed. I was in space. I was in the movie, what was it? Contact. I'm standing there like, damn, you guys are good, man. Yeah, I should
So
post.
one of my favorite memes, there was this guy who made a meme of Texas as Hitler.
There you go. I take it all in fun, man. I mean, I never was pissed at anybody making a meme, even if I was like doing something weird to a donkey or something. They were like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Damn, you took some time to make that, didn't you?" Damn.
Yeah, that's more. It speaks more about that.
Right.
Hey, flat Earth dude, have you found any more Indian tribes other than the Creek and the Cherokee Indians that were flat earthers?
The Blackfoot, definitely flat earthers.
So we got so far we have documentation on what you call them, Bigfooters? No.
Blackfooters,
Blackfooters, Creek, and Cherokee. Thanks. Okay, good.
Definitely all flat earthers, man. Guaranteed. what do you think about that, Globies? The Cherokee and the Crete and the Blackfoot are all flat earthers, man.
Yeah.
That's so funny. If anyone remembers that old Dave Chappelle joke, that's so funny, man. He's like rolling up weed with this Indian guy, and Dave gets really high, and he starts freaking out, and the chief is like, "Calm down, blackface," and like splashes him with some water. And he's like, "With the black feet, nigga, damn."
Dude, I don't know. Out of all the television shows that ever came out, man, Chappelle was fucking. I probably cried more than I laughed at that show. It was so funny, man. It pushed the envelope. It pushed it so hard. Damn.
So I've
Anyway,
heard two reasons why he went to Africa. So the first one I heard was that, the big boss people, they offered him like what was it, $50 million contract or whatever. And they were like, hey, we want you to change the show, right? It's like, you got to stop picking on like black folk or black men.
right.
Like, we want you to like make your jokes against white men. And then later I heard the same story told by the same guy, but it was
It was
and I
backwards.
can't remember yeah. It was like they wanted me to
Flip-flop, yeah.
like do something. Yeah. So I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's
Hold
the
on.
whole fishy thing, man. Certainly, conspiracy theories people can look into that. I've seen where Dave's been replaced. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't know. His old shit was funny, and that show was funny, and that's about all I got to say about Mr. Chappelle, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the start of that
Hilarious.
joke was pretty funny too. He like rolls up on the Native American guy in a grocery store and he's like, "Oh, what's your name, dog?" He's like, "Please, dog is my cousin. I'm Helen Coyote." He's like, "Well, I felt a
See,
little
that's
weird telling him
funny,
my
man.
name was-" Yeah, he's like, "I felt a little weird telling him my name was
Hilarious.
Dave, so I told him my name was Blackfeet." But I didn't even know that was a real tribe. That's hilarious.
It's so funny, man. It is a real tribe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Blackfoot.
I'm 10% Blackfoot, man. Yeah. Check it out.
Please, dog is my
So
cousin.
Please, dog is
Please.
my cousin. Dude, what a cool meme of Neil deGrasse Tyson on the moon checking his
Sorry,
watch.
Hank. I think I interrupted you, Hank. So sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all good.
That's the camera guy they left. Oh, okay.
Anybody can interrupt me. It's Creation Bear. This dude sits on the hours and hours just waiting for a spot to get a word in or a sound bite in. So yeah.
Well, I
You
like
know-
what you have to say, Hank. So I appreciate that.
No doubt about it. I like all what you guys have to say.
We all add something. We all add
Last night,
something.
dude, last night was funky, man. I don't know what was up with last night, man. It got deep into the fucking weeds, man. Woo!
I was going to say the same thing. I couldn't follow it.
Yeah, it was heavy, man. It was heavy gravity going on there, man.
Oh, gravity?
No, it wasn't about gravity. It was about basically the Big Bang and how
Oh
everything
boy!
started. It
Oh,
was
my
it
gosh.
was like, if you don't know that the material's here and then you're there and it doesn't do this and it reacts different when you're over there looking at the star and it
Oh,
could
hell
be fuck. It was just like, okay, really? I mean, let's just break out the speculation fucking bus and let's get on it. None of us can prove where the fuck did this dirt I'm standing on come from, man. Was it here? Has it always been here? It didn't come from nothing. Fuck off with that. I'm not buying that one. You can't make something from nothing. So it came from something, but what the fuck did it come from? I don't know. None of you motherfuckers know either. So y'all smoke that one.
I give credit to people who at least understand the implications of being a glober, right? It does come attached to the Big Bang, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I give people respect for at least understanding that. That guy, if he's defending it like a religion, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But also, it's annoying when people don't understand that is attached to it.
Yeah.
I shake my damn head at those people.
Well, we shake our heads, Creation Bear. And then we find out where the word came from. I don't know. Big Bang. Where did that word come from, man? How did Big Bang? Is that
Zohar.
one?
Man.
Is it one word or is it two?
Two.
Is it two?
Yeah, someone's idea.
I'll bet you money it's in the Zohar. It's like for some
Crazy.
Hebrew.
I keeps unmuting. I can't hear him. I don't know if he's wanting to talk or just waiting for that right moment to talk. I get it.
Oh, CB, did I interrupt you? Sorry.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, there he goes again. I can't hear him. Dude. What the fuck happened? Is he muted?
No, he talked. I think maybe it just got lost.
Anyway, it happens, man.
He said not at all, not at all.
Big Bang. The Big Bang. Anyway, that was kind of last night's weeds. And it was deep, man. They were using big words. And it was not fun. It was not fun. And I'm here for the fun.
Let's see. Big Bang. Where did it come
from? Right? You can learn and have fun at the same time, man. It doesn't have to be a fucking deep philosophical Plato going down the rabbit hole. You know, we can do that too, but just do it the fun way, man. Just have fun with it, because Plato is just as full of shit as anybody else, I imagine, right?
Well, in all fairness, about 4 hours after you stopped by, Flat Earth Dude, Elijah did tell a story about saving a caterpillar. So that was kind of...
well, there you go.
it was early morning.
So
there were some deep conversations going on throughout the evening. It was academia evening.
Yeah, it was like being at school almost. I kept trying to. I didn't have a whole evening to dedicate, but I was trying to bring a levity to it. I go, do you think Plato would like Discord? Thought that was pretty funny, man. I made myself laugh. Yeah, of course he would have liked it, man. Any of those cucks would have loved this Discord shit, man.
Could they even have? I guess they could have. It would have made sense to them, I guess. You know. Would you be able to describe a smartphone to Plato? Yeah, you would be able to, Flat Earth Dude. But
I'll figure it out. Yeah. But
how long would it take you?
I don't know. A couple beers. Get through it.
Yeah.
When you measure time by beers, you might need a beer. All right, shit. You guys can mute me. Fuck. Please.
No.
All right, Flat Earthers.
There's got to be a couple more details from your flat smack today, any or
there's more. I'll get to them. There's a couple.
Okay.
Flat Earthers have the Blackfeet Creek and Cherokee Indians on their side. That's hilarious. That's fun. Yes. Am I too loud? Did you?
Am I the only one who hears like Snoopy when the parents are talking?
You mean from Flat Earth, Dude? Or just in general?
Well, you know, because Snoopy, man. I grew up watching Snoopy.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not the only one who hears that in my head all the time.
It's a defense mechanism for men.
It's like whenever a Glober talks, I just hear wah, 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 wah. Refreshing. Wah, 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 wah. Crappy. Refraction, quantum tunneling, dark matter, black hole.
Virtual particles.
Virtual
dark matter.
Simulation.
My favorite one is the the astrobiologist.
What the
Nuffstead.
What?
Look it up, bro. Look it up. Astrobiologist. Look it up.
I can't believe. Is this the woman who
I'm
says
not.
she's a? Is this the woman who says she's a rock?
I don't know. Just astrobiologist is a real thing.
What the?
So if you haven't discovered aliens yet, what are you studying? Oh, we study climate change and how it's going to affect, the other creatures that come here, even though we don't know anything about them. And we study what the humans have done to the Earth and how they need to die. We need to be invaded by like some sort of reptilian race that'll wipe us out.
Yeah, we wouldn't want the alien invasion to be impeded by climate change, right? We gotta make it hospitable for the aliens who are invading. So these are the people who will welcome our alien overlord.
What have you been studying?
Oh, dude, there's a YouTube video. How do I become an astrobiologist? Part 1. Oh, I gotta watch this. Oh yeah, this guy's definitely.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Bit of an interruption.
That's all right. We were talking about astrobiologists, Kenny.
Astrobiologist. So that's the study of flying space fish. What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine, bro.
Flying space fish. Yeah, they breathe. What is it? The vacuum of space. The flying fish can breathe in the vacuum of space, and they fly really fast, man. They travel like thousands of miles an hour. It's amazing.
So I've heard in the storybooks.
They have they're not a gill.
Hell
It's
water in it.
gill, but it works as a vacuumer. It holds the air in the pocket because of the pressure of the. Yeah. That's it. Astrobiology. Well, they always thought they were going to bring back aliens. Hey, I heard NASA's definitely in on the finding out about alien stuff. Finally, dude, took them a minute. Woo. Damn. That was last week's news, but anyway, I still find it funny. There's always funny
We need
things.
alien voters. I mean, we're looking for aliens.
Yeah.
What do you think they're doing that for?
Oh, they're
I asked this.
preparing.
Sorry.
Oh, the NASA thing? Just to keep pushing on. Finally, just to kind of grab all the last little bit of UFO globers, UFO glober, alien outer space guys, try to give them a little bit of hope so that they can roll into okay, NASA's finally coming with us, man. They know there's aliens. They know they got Area 51 aliens, man. They're finally going.
I would agree that aliens does push the space agenda, but if you're a thinking person, you have to understand that claiming there's aliens comes with implications.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are they more advanced? What are they here to do? These are these deep type of questions. It's not about just the space agenda. So, it is interesting that they're revealing, hey, aliens, which we don't buy what they're saying. The story, outer space, people
Yeah.
from different civilizations. We're not buying that. But that's what they're saying, isn't it?
That's what they're saying. That's it, man. That's what they're saying.
I wonder what I mean. What do we think? What do we think is really going on? Don't we think is something going to happen? Or are they just trying to cover up an event with a story?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I hate politics, but I'll just use the Q-tard as an example. But they just had this whole Q thing, like, oh man, they're going to take over the government, and Trump's going to be in it. You know, it's the same fucking thing. It's like, yeah, we got aliens out there. They're gonna invade us, and you know, there's.
Yeah, but what the media was saying that Q was like bad and like not real, but they're actually the news is actually saying, hey, by the way, you know how we said UFOs was like conspiracy? Well, it's actually they're saying it's real. Like they're coming out and trying to say
They're coming out. It's mainstream at this point.
But we obviously know that that's
NASA's joining the party finally.
we know that's not true, but there has to be a reason why they're doing
UFO party. We're gonna go out to the desert, catch UFOs, Larry. Come on.
I think they just need a story to put up for people to go with when something does happen. But the question is, what's going to happen, and what do you guys think here on the
I
panel?
don't know, man. I knew something was gonna happen, and you know.
Yeah, I feel like
2019. I felt something was gonna, like, oh, something's coming down.
That's so weird you say that because I felt the
Like,
same.
wait a
thing.
minute, man. Something's
Right about
coming. Oh yeah.
End of 2019, early 2020, I felt the exact same thing. I felt the exact same thing. Something big is coming. 100%.
Yep.
I think
Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
I think what's going to happen. This is my personal opinion. At 44 after the hour, I posted what's coming for you. What's coming for humanity next?
And then L shape all the way back.
The video. I'll check it out.
Sorry.
That's what's coming. That's what's coming down the pike for us.
You talking about the black beam technology?
The blue beamy.
No, it's black beam, man. I saw. I renamed it. Fuck their blue beam. Call it black.
Hey, you have come up with Indians that are flat earthers, and you've renamed blue beam. Okay,
Fuck yeah, I'm renaming.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
I'll tell you what. I can. Well, if I can show you my picture, but I got a picture of black beams during the day, which is really wicked.
But see, the thing about blue beam is like what we know. Isn't that also a cover up for something else?
Might be.
You know what I mean?
Might be.
Lights in the sky, ISS projections.
Dude, they don't even have to do it in the sky, man. They just do it on the TV. And fucking people go, oh, okay, aliens are invading New York. Wow. They fucking
I think there'll be real destruction on the ground if they fake an alien invasion.
But yeah, the sky thing, man. I don't know. I haven't never seen any UFOs, dude. I've been looking for them for fucking 40 years. Ain't seen shit. Got nothing, man. I try. I go out in the desert. I camp. I'm in the mountains. I go to the beach. You know, like UFO. Where? I want to see a metal craft hover that makes no sound and lands. And I would be like, in my engineer head would say, fuck yeah, it's possible. Okay, let's do it. I know it's possible, man. That would be so
I can
magnetic.
make you a Zeppelin.
There you go. Zeppelin. Nailed it.
Yeah.
All right. I've been debunked.
Put some fog and some light shows on it.
Yeah.
It is just really strange because I remember like you know, when I was listening to like Joe Rogan and stuff when I was a little bit younger, first getting into stuff, I remember coming across UFO type of videos, and they were really, very fringe. They weren't really, it wasn't cool. It wasn't popular. It wasn't on the news. Now it's on the news, dude. What the hell? What's going on? What are they trying to say? Why are they saying there's UFOs on the news when I think most people know that's BS, right? It's not real. So why are they saying it? I feel like that has a lot of implications that people aren't really discussing.
Did you see that?
They want everything you believe to be fake.
Did you see that Congress is going to open up hearings on UFOs?
Yeah, they have already had like a couple. They've already had one that I know of.
And that's
So it's
something.
like, yeah. It's really interesting that they're
NASA's joined the party, bro. And that's the that's
But I
the
don't think
nail
it's
in the
just a
coffin.
space agenda, though. I don't think it's just a space agenda because it has to be more than that because aliens and stuff.
Gotta be, we've all
They
talked
already got
about
people
aliens the fake alien invasion.
With the space thing.
We've all talked about
Aliens
this.
is a whole other beast, I feel like. Just really interesting, fellas. That's all.
We're talking about it, and it's interesting. Period. Because, space, aliens, water. Interesting stuff, man. Water's pretty cool. Damn. I love water. You guys. I'm a big water fan.
Bring water.
Mm-hmm.
Water is pretty cool until you boil it.
Is 42 trying to say something?
No, it's just how he usually talks.
No. 42 is
I was just gonna say UFOs have been around forever.
right.
Whoa, dude.
Well, not forever.
Figuring this out.
1947.
Wasn't saying it on the news. This is my point.
In the news, it hit in 47 Roswell. There might have been something.
Even the news is, geez, they're not so hot, especially these days.
No, obviously not. But that's just
But
the
to have
range.
have aliens in the news now and NASA getting on board and Congress.
No, not aliens, UFOs. We're just talking about unidentified flying objects. We're not talking about aliens.
It does come with implications, though.
You don't have to take that crazy leap.
Are you about to get all ancient aliens on us?
No, fuck that show.
No,
That show
42.
sucks, man.
No, of course not.
Well, what implications would you say come with UFOs 42?
The fact that we can't identify what's flying through the air.
Okay, yes. Is it if we're going into speculation, is it man-made or outside?
No, I don't know. All I'm saying is to make the leap from I don't know what that is to air
Well,
it must be aliens is a pretty big leap.
Yeah, it's a big brush, man. I went a little fucking over the edge in the bushes there.
You don't have to plunge.
I'll pull that back.
It's not like Congress is going, oh my God, we got to check out what the alien
Yeah,
thing's all
yeah,
about.
yeah.
No, they're just like, oh, maybe we ought to recognize that people recognize that there's shit out there that we can't identify. Ooh, what a concept.
Ooh, exciting, man.
Or like, there's already ambassadors. If there is
And then the media
extraterrestrials,
is like, ooh, maybe we should like talk about this too.
Well, what do you
I'll try it again. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So there's already ambassadors in like the UN and other governments around the world that if aliens did come down, we already got people set up to communicate with those fuckers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the movie Contact. They brought in the
Yeah, with Jodie Foster. I remember that one.
Maybe they aren't making that big of a leap. But anyway, I'm just curious what you think.
She's such a cutie.
She was cute in that, yeah.
Sure, dude.
I remember.
I have to ask 42 because it's been about a week since I've talked to him. Is what's the radius of the Earth that the fake globe people say?
Let's get to
39.49.
Oh, that is so close. Thank you.
That was there, man.
That was there.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Fuck.
I was off by 10 kilometers.
You're
Damn
off
it.
10 miles.
You're out. See how easy it is to get off 42. Welcome back.
Doesn't 42 sound like EXO a little bit?
I heard 42, man. Last time I talked to you, man, you left. I left, and you got a little wild, man. What happened?
Sometimes I get wild.
Okay.
Just part of my personality.
Hey, I dig it, man. Me too.
I'm a human being. Yeah.
Has your wife 42?
You're not an alien.
42 has your wife opened up a Discord account yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you're that
she
guy.
She was good. She was nice.
She was fun, man.
You're the guy with the awesome wife. I remember this.
She was cool. Yeah.
We talked about. Yeah, she was cool. I listened. I did not talk to her personally. I was listening.
All right, good call.
Yeah.
Anyway, you need to bring her on,
dude. I thought you.
Anyway, let's get to the money.
I just handed the headset. She was in the room. I handed the headset off to her, and
she like got back from work and she heard you like, getting your getting your ass handed to you.
She didn't get back from work.
Could I address Creation Bear? I keep seeing him light up. He's unmuted. I can't hear him. Is there?
I'll drop and rejoin.
Is there an issue?
I can drop and rejoin.
No.
I can hear Creation Bear. It's fine.
I can hear Creation Bear as well.
Hey, 42. 42.
Cool.
Mute him or something?
No, he's good. Never mind. I'm good now. Carry on.
Hey, 42, does your wife know what the radius of the Earth is?
No, I don't think so. I've never.
Oh, okay. You have to fill her in before she comes back on. Because we're gonna because we're gonna ask her. We're gonna ask.
Take it easy there, fellas.
Yeah, don't cross that line, Jim. Back.
What the radius of the Earth is?
No,
Come on.
That was just too easy. That was too easy.
Just ignore it.
That was pretty funny.
I think I missed that one.
Sorry.
Fill her in. Get it.
You can't catch her.
Get your mind out of you know what. Come on.
That's my 15-year-old mind at work. So.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad I did not hear that. I'm glad I was talking. I'm so happy. Carry on.
Yeah, let's get to the money.
Let's get to some money. Hey, did you guys see how much gas prices are?
No, not.
No way. I didn't see that.
I did
Let's get to the bottom of this debate, son. That's what I mean. Let's get to the money.
Right. We can get. The money is coming out of our pockets for gas right now, so I want to talk about that.
What do gas prices have to do with whether or not the Earth is flat or not?
Well,
zero.
Nothing, man. It's just it's a side.
I'll talk about it, but when I was
it's a limited resource, we're running out. It's slowly equalizing. With
7 days ago, when I entered the server, they made a big hullabaloo about, hey, stick to the topic and not don't talk about vaccines. Don't talk about gas prices.
We just want to get to the money.
Yeah, actually, don't talk about those though.
Yeah,
gas prices.
Definitely don't.
I'm trying to get shit done.
I'll talk about anything. This is
not enough dinosaurs die. We need more dinosaurs to die.
Maybe I can say it in a language you understand. All right, let's get to the core root of the situation. Okay.
All right, man. Radius is the key here, and
who's got the key?
Who came up with it? Where can we see it? How far is it? What's the distance?
39.59.
And if we
ding ding ding
that, then what? Okay, so we know the number. Where did they get that number from?
That's a simple one, right?
Imagination.
Sticks and shadows and calculations.
Yeah.
Presumably, we're using geometry, like basic geometry.
Okay, so how do we go and confirm our math, our calculations? How did they calculate?
Oh, dude, I'm not a geometrist.
I know. Well, you don't have to be. That's not a requirement. That's not what we're asking.
For all the sticks and shadows are worth, they might as well have just skipped that part and just done the calculations.
Right, 42. If I want to say how tall I am and make a claim, I have to support that with measurements. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. We already know the answer, right? Well, we can just rip the Band-Aid off. We know that nobody.
So you bust out a tape measure, and then you go like let's suppose you're 6 feet tall.
Right.
So you bust out a tape measure, and you're like,
bam.
So
either you're 6 foot or you're not. Yeah. Once you have the measurements, there's nobody's gonna come along and debunk you, call you conspiracy theorist.
Right.
None of this stuff. You've got the measurements.
Of course, nobody can expect any to bust out a tape measure that's 3,959 miles.
So then that's the question: is who measured the globe? Then we're not saying you have to whip out a tape measure. We just want to know if you're going to tell me, hey, here's the number. Here's how big it is.
I know a guy.
Where?
I didn't even know what the radius was until the flat earthers told me.
Me too. Same. I didn't know what it was until I looked into.
It's like they're obsessed. It's like they're obsessed with this measurement.
Because you want to be able to prove it. I want to be able to rip my flat earther badge off with confidence and get back on this ball. But I can't do that if I don't have a foundation to stand on.
Saints, help me out, bro.
Okay.
Back me
Man,
up.
I've been trying to be a Glober for so long now, bro.
I would do it. I don't have any problem. I'd be a proud baller.
Dude, we want to go back. We want to go back, man. That's 3 of us right here just begging. Dude, bring me some fucking radius and shut me up. Thank you.
We just need a foundation to stand on, and that's it right there. But no one has that. And I'm not just gonna believe sticks and shot. No. Okay, that's ridiculous, dude. Come on now. No. So
no,
we don't have measurements. Then my next question would be like, if there isn't measurements, then what?
Well, there are measurements.
Okay, then go get them and bring them to
clearly
the
not.
table. Let us talk
Okay, there are
about it.
measurements.
Measurements
Okay, there are measurements,
exist.
but of measurements of what?
Imagination. That's it. That's it.
No, all I meant to say
Sorry,
was that measurements do
imagination.
exist.
Hey, 2, say imagination with me. Imagination.
Just imagine
Okay.
all the people.
Imagine all the radius.
Bro, there's
It's
definitely no
easy if you
measurement.
try.
If you try, just imagine all the radius.
Radiuses?
Living in a world
Is it
that's
radius
flat.
or is it radii?
For today,
Radius.
I always think it was like cactus.
So
and
much
cacti.
radius.
I like radii better, but
Me too. I think it sounds better.
I vote for radii, but
Same.
that's just me. I like it.
Okay, so
I'm gonna
you
change my
did
name to
say
Radius Trigger Glovers.
you did say with confidence that there were measurements. So where are they at?
Where's the measurements, bro?
What?
Hook me up. Hook me up with some measurements, man. You got any measurements?
give me a 20 of measurements, please. I'm hurting.
Dude, I need
I
a,
need-
like I need a
Come on, let me hold some
kilometer, man.
measurements, bro.
You got a spare kilometer, bro? I need one fast.
Dude, my
Just
tape
1
is
kilometer of
only
Earth
a
curve,
couple-
bro.
Back on the first. I'll get you back on the
12 feet
first.
long.
Come on,
We need
let's
20 cc's of measurement stat.
double or nothing.
1
Double or
kilometer
nothing.
of radius, please, bro.
Come on, bro.
Come
I'm
on,
itching.
man. Hook me up,
I'm
man.
hurt.
We're itching. Come on. I need a 40 of measurement, bro. Come on.
I'm going through curvature
40
withdrawal.
of measurement.
I'm going through curvature.
Dude, you're reaching, dude. You're reaching.
We're going through curvature withdrawals, bro. I need some help, man.
All right,
Help.
wait, what's the delay? Because he did say with some like no hesitation, he's like, "Well, there's definitely measurements." So what's happening?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but measurements of what? What are you talking about?
That is a good point, Central. Of what?
Wait. The measurements are in the Smithsonian, so we just need to go there.
Because I don't disagree with them. There are measurements. Of course there are
There with the
measurements. But of what?
It's how we measure stuff.
That's
Of
your
what?
next meme, Jim.
That's hella funny. Of
Measurements
what?
of the curvature in the Smithsonian.
Dinosaur skeletons.
Where can you find the measurements of the Earth? Well, there's this dinosaur museum down the street. I can find it there.
Dude, I can't take a tape measure and go to like the center of the planet, obviously.
But then no.
So
Listen,
somebody did though, man.
That's
Who
exactly exactly. No,
I know.
42,
We're
listen.
looking for her, man.
They've
Somebody
already
knows
made
this
the
guy.
claim that it is this size.
We got
So
a
they're
guy.
saying they already measured it. As you said that it's already measured. So why are you asking us how you would go about measuring it? Someone already did it.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask.
Well, you
I know-
said why? You said you
I
asked
know a
about
guy.
changing
I know a
the
guy.
measurement.
I know a guy.
I don't know the guy. I've never met
I
him.
was always
I know
You
a
said there
guy.
was measurements. Where are they at?
Measurements.
Well,
are
I
all
got like
around us,
measurements
dude.
for my pants. My pants have been measured before. But what about Earth curve? What about Earth radius? Where's that at?
Why did you say that so confidently? If you don't have
Hilarious, man.
Hey, 42, when you go to a dinosaur museum, those aren't actually the dinosaur bones that you
I have
see.
never been to a dinosaur or
They have those dinosaur bones back in a private room where only special people can see them because they break so easily. So we have to put plaster pairs together and show it to everybody, to the masses. But
Hey.
we have them. We know where they are.
Hey, man, I heard there's a new
I gotta go to
Jurassic.
a dinosaur museum and check
Dude.
this shit out.
There's a new Jurassic Park movie coming out, man.
Jurassic.
June 10th. You want to hear about it? Because when I went to see Top Gun on Sunday, they showed
Doesn't
the
surprise me.
trailer for it, so I can tell you all about it.
How did it look on the big screen there, man? Tell me.
Oh, I tell you what. Having watched the very first
was
one and
good.
every one after that, the computer graphics on this new one is just unbelievable. And I want to tell you something. I'm going to throw a little curveball at you. They brought a dinosaur, a T-Rex, back to San Diego one time, and it got loose. Remember that one?
Yeah.
And this one, the dinosaurs actually invade a city by themselves. You're gonna love it.
Dun, dun.
Gonna love it.
Starts June 10th.
Does it have Jeff Goldblum in it?
Yes, it has everybody in it. Everybody's in it. Everybody.
Well,
You think he would have bailed out by now?
Apartments.com.
Pretty old-
I rent
pretty old
space
fancy.
all the time. Apartments.com.
I thought
Everybody is in this one. You wouldn't believe it.
Even Jeff Goldblum?
Yes, he's in it too.
Yeah, he's got to be in it. Man.
All right, so notice how we're just waffling away. I mean, are we just gonna put a bow on this? There's no measurements, right?
Yeah, we put a bow on that about 5 minutes ago, I think.
I mean, I believe 40 that there are measurements, just not of Earth curve or radius.
Of the radius of the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can only infer the radius of the Earth. We can't actually measure it because nobody has a tape measure that long.
Cool, man.
But why are you?
Welcome
why is
to
that
Flat
the only
Earth, dude.
requirement? Why is a
welcome
tape
to-
measure the only way to do it?
Welcome. I want to welcome 40.
Is that really the only way you could come? The only thing you could think of?
Yeah,
Hey, I got measurements from Dallas downtown to Fort Worth downtown. You want them?
Well, you don't really have a tape measure that long, do you?
But again, 42. Why is a tape measure? Are we stuck? Is this? We're 2022. So is a tape measure the best we can do, or what?
It's just an example of a form of measurement.
Right. What about
Yeah,
lasers?
but you're stuck on that though.
Yeah, but you can't shine a laser down to the middle of the Earth either. So
No,
that
you're
doesn't
not
work.
going to get no.
You know the reason you can't sign
unless it's like a fucking neutrino laser, which
you know the reason you can't put a laser into the middle of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but 40, you can shine a laser 10 miles. Don't you agree?
Agreed.
What about 100 miles? Think you do 100 miles with a laser? Yeah.
I
mean, that.
provided that nothing's in the way.
Okay, that's more than enough distance to tell.
If you tried to shine a laser straight down and you were trying to measure 100 miles down, well, then obviously that's not going to work.
Right.
Okay, well,
and we're
40,
literally
10 miles.
talking about the radius
of
this
40,
alleged
okay,
globe,
yeah.
right?
Like you said, you can infer that from curvature measurements, right? So 10 miles, 100 miles, that's more than enough distance to measure some curvature to get a radius from. So we can easily do that.
If that's
There's
what
plenty
you're
of
trying to
observations
infer.
where people have tried, and they don't get any curvature at all in any of them. So that's why we're here.
I hear bendy light gets in the way of the laser.
Dude, that's our number one thing, 42. And just get that in your head. This is 100%. This is the rock we are standing on. Is radius and how we got it and how we can check it out for ourselves. Period. That's it, man. It's not complicated.
By not measuring the radius, but by measuring the flatness.
The surface of this thing we live on, bro. This thing we stand on, the dirt we dig in, the parents we bury in. This thing we're on.
Damn, son, that's cool.
How can we?
No, dude, I totally get what you're saying. What you're
How do
saying,
we check it out?
and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is that you can infer the radius is incorrect by what you can measure.
No, they just never measured anything. There is no
spheroid
My bad, I
radius.
misunderstood.
40.
Yeah, that's kind of the rock we're standing on. Is like there is no radius. We checked it out. Prove us wrong. Show us where we can.
Ergo, there's no radius.
What radius?
There is no radius according to measurements. Period.
Ergo,
40
it's not a ball, right?
42 just for you. 42 just for you. I put a laser experiment from FE Core, which is 25 miles, and then the Utah one from 2021, which is 18.8 miles, and I posted them just for you.
Well, probably not just for me.
I did. Because everybody else knows
there's like
about
fucking 30 people in here. It's
Literally
not
just for you, dude.
Yes, for you.
But I think the other 29 have seen it, and you haven't. So it's just for you.
Well, you can think whatever you want to think, but
I think he's
let's
seen
be
the
fair
fucking. I think that 42 has seen this.
3 out of 10, come back.
FE Core thing, man. I'm pretty
You think
sure
he has? You think he has?
I do. I'm pretty sure he has.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a version of it.
Okay.
Maybe not the specific video, but
okay.
There's lots of people shooting lasers over like 15 or 20.
Exactly. There's probably like what 500-600 videos of laser shot.
Maybe even 1,000.
Maybe even 1,000. Yeah.
Which is way overkill.
There's 1,000 videos.
videos.
1,000 videos in the world shooting lasers over water. That's it. You know, it's like it seems
just to prove
man.
that the 3959 radius is not true.
There'd be a real noticeable drop in even just a few miles at that radius. So yeah, it would be
Where did
easy
that number
to
even
measure
come
some curve
from?
to go with that.
Well, that's why we're here, to find out where that number came from, how they got to it, with by measuring it. But they just come up with calculations of shadows.
What do you guys think about how does GPS work?
Ground position. It's ground positioning. It's not global. It's
Are you
ground.
familiar with triangulation? They've been using it since
it's
like the
it's like
fucking
geometry and stuff.
Yeah, if you have 3 points,
It's like how you infer the radius.
Bounce a signal off of 3 different things. Boom, you got your GPS, baby.
There you go.
They've been doing it since the 40s. I think they.
I know. Ever since they launched, ever since they launched these alleged satellites.
Well, they did it way before that, man. Like decades before. Yeah, they
satellites was
They had
19.
GPS way before satellites, bro.
Was it Sputnik like
I'm
6?
listening.
So Sputnik was like in the 50s, 57, 58. NASA was born. Yeah, NASA was born in 58 or 59.
58.
Something like that.
58.
Yeah, 50. Okay. So yeah, the thing about it is, satellites were invented first by Arthur C. Clarke, right? Not even a decade before that. In
The
his literature.
science fiction novelist.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you're unaware with the connection between Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley. Then
You are
of
correct.
Walt Disney.
Your assumption is correct. I don't get the connection.
Well, there's some hella rabbit holes for you to go down once you find out that L. Ron Hubbard, right, was all connected with Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL.
Is he the Dianetics?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Didn't he create a religion or something?
Yes.
Scientology.
Welcome to the globe Earth religion. Welcome.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
science fiction, like the globe.
Science fiction, bro. They tricked everybody, man. You're all Scientologists.
No, it's scientism. So it's pseudoscience.
Whatever you are.
The religion of the globes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you think about it. They're not Scientologists.
Dude, I'm
although
old
they're
enough,
not that different.
I'm old enough where I can remember those commercials in the 1980s.
Yes. The L. Ron Hubbard.
Dianetics. And these big explosions. Read this book. This will change your life.
This will change your life.
And then fast forward like 20 years. I was like, oh shit, it was like a cult or something.
Yep.
Don't you think 42 has a good TV voice? I think he could do really well on that.
I think he's
live streaming this.
That's what it is.
He's probably restreaming it, but that's cool, man.
No, dude, no, I don't do that shit. Dude, that's what you guys do. You guys stream shit. I just talk.
No, just saying
I've streamed thousands of hours.
Dude,
thousands
I
of days.
I promise you guys, you can search the internet far and wide. You will never find a live stream with my voice.
Cool, man.
He's hiding it.
Pretty genuine.
You're total 33.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
42.
Use your own measurements. Do whatever you got to do.
That's
You're live streaming this to your computer right now, aren't you, 40?
42, man. We're standing on a rock with it. The radius has been given to us, and we're just like, hey, man, I'm gonna kick this little can down the road and see what little radius I can find, man.
Is the rock flat or is it a sphere?
It's totally flat right now. It's totally flat. 100% flat. And
is it a ball?
I have no evidence of ball. That's the problem. That's why we're here.
It's more like the ground that you're standing on when you kick that rock is flat.
Yeah.
The rock itself isn't flat.
Sure.
Hey, 42, I just posted something at 13 after the hour. I want you to read that and if you could give us your opinion about it.
Well, in order for me to give you guys an opinion,
hold on, man.
Everybody needs to read it, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna read it. I already read it, dude. It took me like 5 seconds, so we'll give you a minute or so.
Somebody want to read it out loud? Anybody?
Yeah. That makes my life easier.
I hear Jim's voice when I'm reading it, so he should just read it out loud.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, sorry, folks. You don't live
I'm down
on
for a minute monologue. I'm down.
You don't live on a spinning watery ball. Curvy, bendy ball spinning 1,039 miles.
Roger, isn't the guy just in the video? Isn't he just grabbing his harness because he's gonna fall?
Who's that?
That's correct. That is correct. He's grabbing the harness so he doesn't float away in the wrong direction. Yes,
Well, that was an abrupt change of topic.
it was. It was. That
Who
was like
who
out of
was that?
left,
Who was that?
out of left field. Somebody opened mic or something.
Yeah,
Oh.
so
No,
it was Ivy
it's me.
Cores, and I'm gonna post the GIF. 1 second.
Holy crap! My role
we were in the
changed from
last
last night.
Hey,
Now,
where'd you
now,
do?
now I'm a Globey. I'm VC verified, and I'm a link image embed role. Interesting.
There you go.
Yesterday I was Cogdis VIP and cheesy guy.
So 42 is a
That's
Globey, and 42 is a Globe, and he believes he's spinning in an traveling in an ever expanding universe at
Dude, I didn't
1.3
create
million miles
these
per
roles.
hour.
Somebody else is doing it for me.
He said, I was just wondering, if you're a Globey, you should be real proud that you can be traveling with these speeds and not know it.
Dude, man.
That's just nothing to you, isn't it, 40?
I'm not particularly
Swirling
proud
around,
of it.
multiple vectors, millions of miles per hour.
Why would I be proud of that?
All right.
I didn't have any fucking thing to do with it.
Oh, okay.
We know.
I don't think he was just gonna like probably tip over, maybe.
What?
Yeah, so she's talking about the GIF I've just posted in the live stream where one dude is grabbing the other dude's wire.
Oh yeah. What the
Grabbing
heck?
the other dude's wire. That's what bad. Okay, I get it. Oh man,
Jim.
Yeah, what if he just because there
Jim,
were
you've
obviously
seen it.
stairs
You've
there,
seen it.
right?
Jim,
What if he
you've
wanted to prevent him from like
Yes,
going
I've seen
face flat on
he
TV?
doesn't want him to float out of frame with his harness. Okay.
Sure. That makes
He's
sense.
keeping him in frame. All right.
Hey,
If you know anything about the
going that fast right now? Is that going that fast?
Hold on there, Smurf. Hold on, Smurf.
that's hilarious.
It is
And
hilarious.
the
Jim,
bottom one's really funny too.
Jim, you've never seen this?
Yeah, I've seen both of them, but
okay.
but the bottom one, the guys have a lens in their eyes, and they're working off the lens what they think they see.
Yeah, or they're working off.
Don't we all have lens in our eyes?
There's a computer monitor, man, that they're looking at down below. I mean,
I'm not a biologist. I mean, do I have
Or an
lens in my
astrobiologist?
Jim, I got that one. I got that joke. I'm not a biologist.
Roger, or whatever. I don't believe that what you said with like green screens is completely true because I might just be retarded, right? But how do you float?
Well, have you seen
Cables,
the movie?
harnesses?
I've never floated.
Have you seen the movie Gravity or
No.
the making of? Well,
You've
there
never
are
seen the movie Gravity. All right.
yeah, there are intriguing.
Go watch
There are
Gravity and come
Will
back.
you let him talk? Like
No,
let
I'm
him
not
talk?
trying.
Yeah.
Nope.
Thank you.
Let
Who
Roger
talk?
talk.
Incoming
Let
so
spiral.
there are devices which they use. They use cranes with wires and a harness that's around the waist, which can make you move freely in space, right? In earthly space, not the space, outer space, right? Just
Earthly space?
yeah, you know.
No.
It's
What's
like
that?
it's like you are being a gyroscope. You have a ring around
you mean
your
like inside
waist.
the atmosphere?
Hmm?
Okay.
It's it's really not that hard. Let me look up.
Typically, when people say space, I think they mean like, outer space, not earthly space. But that's just,
Roger, it'd be too hard to fake floating. They would have to actually just float. It's the only way they can make those movies.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Central Ivy. You should start from the baseline that, like, everything's normal on Earth, okay? Don't start with the idea that, like, floating is normal. That's not normal. Okay?
What?
Who said that?
They haven't proven. Well, I don't know what side of the fence you're on, but you're like, well, how do they float? Like, they're not floating. Don't start
I'm
with
not
that
saying
as like a
anything.
default.
So I've just
It'd be too hard
posted.
to fake floating.
Yeah, I just
There you
posted
go. Gravity.
like this is a making of the movie, right? And here you see the techniques they use: wires, harnesses.
Where did you post it?
cranes in the live stream voice
to
text.
create the illusion of floating.
Yep.
In the movie, in the
Okay.
production of the movie.
And that'd be even harder than creating the illusion of going to the moon. They'd have to just actually do it.
I've
No, I'm just
got
being
a
sarcastic.
lot to say about this.
Or even Mars. Yeah.
I got a whole lot to say about this.
Although now you don't need fucking cranes and wires.
Hold on,
you just
Smurf.
fucking use Unity 5.
I'm holding on to the last threads that I got.
Smurf, you sound a little bit inebriated, bro.
Right, affirmative. I'm ready, standing by, reporting to duty. I've got a lot to say about this, but I'm standing by, and go ahead, proceed, carry on.
I am
All right,
with
thank
Smurf.
you.
I'm a little bit inebriated myself.
This conversation's got Smurfs. Go ahead. Let's go.
Okay. In the beginning, nothing happened, and it came into a bunch of something, and then all that something revolved into a whole bunch of nothing that's moving near the speed of light away from the Big Bang into now we've come.
Wait, what? The beginning of what?
No! Please, no!
I'm just trying to, okay. I'll stop right there if I got to get ahead of myself.
Are you
He's just trying
sober?
to highlight the ridiculousness of your creation story, 40.
What?
Yeah.
My creation story?
Keep going. I've never heard this before. It sounds like it's gonna be pretty funny.
Dude, I don't have a creation story.
I'm sorry. You got the globe earther tag. I got confused. Sorry.
I'm just trying to get back to okay, so then nothing happened, and then a whole lot of nothing happened, and now here we are.
That's what we were talking about last night, sir.
Whoa.
Now I could elaborate, man, if but I don't want to, you're all in the, I don't want to disrupt that. You're in a healthy conversation right now, and
Dude, you're fine. Elaborate. Go for it.
Oh yeah, so then a whole bunch of nothing happened, and then now so then it revolved around a whole bunch of balls and gay stuff, Uranus and methane, and the composition of Uranus is methane.
Why did they name that? Why did they name a planet Uranus? Jesus.
So
because they're trolling us.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
I thought it was like a god or something.
So I could proceed, but if you all insist, I'll stop right here.
No,
but
go
I have a
ahead.
lot more to
No,
say.
you're good.
Go ahead. It's awesome.
This is great.
Okay,
No,
well, in that case, I'll tell you.
Stop. You're great. You could stop. You're great. You're doing great. Maybe stop.
Okay, so that moon landing is the biggest thing.
I love this.
That moon landing was the biggest thing ever. Now, okay, so what happened was we look at the moon and it's really big. But when you go to the moon, the Earth is really small. It's tiny.
Because you're
this all happened because Uranus is full of methane, and a long time ago, nothing happened. It all happened when nothing happened, and then something just came out of nothing into a whole lot of nothing. We've been now traveling near the speed of light away from nothing, the galactic core, and now we revolve around it 500,000 miles an hour.
Core. Wow.
Just 455,000 miles an hour around, the galactic. That you know what? I'm just gonna pause right here because I may have upset a few people. And what do y'all think about that?
I'm not upset. Dude, keep going, man. This is a great rant.
If you insist, then monkeys happened.
I know.
And then monkeys, and now your father's father, they claim, and if you open a book, they're saying that your father's father was a monkey. Yeah, I guess that's we don't have any proof of this, by the way. It's a theory.
Do you believe that we come from two humans on Earth, or do you believe we come from insects and parasites?
I don't believe anything because you have to lie. You have to be the lie after the television tells lies to your vision. And you know what? I can only trust my senses that God has given
Your
me.
sense. Mhm.
Okay.
I'm setting the
Well, here's the
timer
thing.
right now.
Does it require belief? Yeah, then nah.
You
Dude,
just said lie. You believe in lie, man. You just said lie, man. You just said lie.
Have
Well,
you
nobody wants
ever?
to believe in lies. That would be a stupid thing to believe in.
Don't be the lie that you believe.
Are you sober?
absolutely,
He's a little bit inebriated.
absolutely not. Absolutely.
But I tell you what, I'm ready. I'm ready to duke it out, man.
All right. He's voicing his opinion.
Ready to duke it out. No,
give me the
we don't
keys.
have to duke, man.
Give me
No
the keys,
duking
bro.
tonight, man. No duking.
True.
No
It doesn't have to be a
duking.
fight. It doesn't have to be a fight.
Yeah.
You sound
No
like someone
duking.
that's from Texas.
Hey, 42. Do you believe you're a outer space monkey?
I don't know what that means.
You were created from monkeys from outer space, man. Come on.
I've never heard
Yeah,
this
straight out
theory
of monkey dust.
I mean, you're a descendant of monkeys who spin around at insane speeds through outer space. What do you think of that?
I've never been told that that's what I've believed before.
No,
I'm
I'm kind of confused.
we're asking you.
I didn't say you were
you
one. I
believe.
said,
Yeah, yeah.
I said, what's your opinion about that?
I don't
Darwinism, man. I'm talking
Wait,
Darwin.
Yes,
haven't you?
yes.
Why haven't you stopped to consider that yet?
Because I've never even been told that that's what I believe before. And
You haven't stopped to consider your own beliefs.
but that's not my belief. I don't believe that I'm an outer space
Oh
monkey,
wait, you know what's really sad?
or that I came from outer space monkeys.
There we go, man. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Thank you.
What?
You just said you don't
Yeah, you've been here the whole time.
You just been here the whole time, just jerking our gherkin.
jerking our gherkin.
I'm even more confused
That's
now.
hilarious.
That's a new meme.
Yeah.
Dude, jerking our gherkin? You guys have
Yeah.
never. Oh, fuck. That's old school,
It sounds
bro.
like you don't know what you believe.
That's 80s, bro. That's
But
80s.
bring it back.
Okay.
We're bringing back the
Yeah.
80s.
I'm completely lost at this point.
So
You
wait,
should be, man. If
how
you're
do
not
how
lost
does
at
it
this
go
point,
that
man,
you're not-
if you're not lost at this point, man, you're in outer space. Bro.
He's lost in outer space. Lost in space.
You're lost in space, baby.
I'll join you. I will join you.
Well,
Hey, 42. Somebody just put a GIF of our ancestors on there. What do you
Okay,
think?
I don't care. I don't care. Here's my question: what's the difference
Dude,
between
the only thing,
space and
the
outer
only thing,
space?
the only thing missing from that gift, man, is some face masks. Right? That's the only thing that's missing.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat my question. What's the difference between space and outer space?
You already know. You already said it. You already understand it.
Space is in the stars.
It's the space
and
between me and
outer
you.
space.
Space is like the relationship between your mother and yourself.
No,
That doesn't make sense.
Maybe you guys can take turns.
Far
and answer
out,
one at a
it's
time.
wide, it's far out. There's nothing. That's it.
First of all,
I'm getting the strong feeling that
Hold
you
up,
guys
Smurf.
don't agree on these.
Is your wife a flat earther? Do you know my question?
My wife is.
Yeah, but she doesn't even care.
Not you. The guy with the ball. On his vehicle.
If I ask you what the difference between space and outer space is, will you tell me if your husband is a flat earther? Like,
You're asking me if I have a husband?
That's a hell of a good. That's a hell of a good.
Never mind.
I think he just assumed it. Yeah, it was just a loaded question
I
where he
got
assumed it.
That was pretty good.
Okay.
classic
Okay.
baller move. Just assume
Okay, 42. The difference between outer space and space is outer space doesn't exist, but space between Wilbur's ears, that's what space is.
Well, at least you were actually honestly answering the question. Okay.
Yes.
How dare us honestly answer?
Well, you know what? I already said that. And
Rather
you
than
already
deflecting.
understood it when you
We're
said
talking
it
about
earlier.
someone's wife.
You know that dog that has ascended in
I think the
space?
stars are some sort of apparent phenomenon because the closer you get to that stuff, the more it seems to just go dark. But I haven't been up there. Just going off of cool videos and stuff. We'll see.
Man, I haven't been up there
39.59
either.
in the
But you
house.
can try zooming in with a Nikon camera. That stuff will trip you out.
You're just using inference. I get it.
I've
Can
never
you
seen
follow
my
that
I've
radius?
never seen my ancestors before. Thanks for that gift. I appreciate that.
Goofy ass.
Well, if
Beef
you've never
takes care of it.
seen your ancestors before, doesn't it logically follow that you can't measure them? How do you even know they existed?
Well, I see them right there in front of me. I have
Not
I have empirical
ancestors.
evidence.
No, these are
I'm being silly. I'm being silly.
If you believe in evolution, on that theory, they're divergent. That's not you're not.
On
not
what theory?
No, not your ancestors. That's impossible.
On what theory?
On the theory of evolution,
If I believe in
that,
evolution based on the theory that I believe in,
dude,
What are
I'm
you
just
that
saying
sounds
that.
recursive.
Listen, Sab.
No. I said if. I said if. They're
Well,
what
that's a
they
big
are
if.
is they're divergent. They're not a direct lineal descent. It's like accusing. They've accused be
Damn, I
divergent.
was just gonna say 40 was less coherent than Smurf, but you just proved me wrong there, buddy.
Smurf, you won.
I've been drinking,
Smurf
but I
is
tell
great.
you,
Smurf is great.
you are not the son of a monkey.
I called this shit like a
I
half
like
hour.
Smurf.
Yeah, you
He's
called in like
passionate.
5 seconds. Yeah.
I was like,
Wait. Oh, okay.
I'm here to have another drink, and y'all.
Dude, I'm friending Smurf. I like this.
All right, trend
Yeah,
Smurf.
I know, 'cause
Trend,
life was strict.
hashtag Smurf, everybody.
Oh, geez.
Hashtag Smurf. All right, moving on.
Of course he gets server muted.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, of course. The more the place,
I'm not a mod, man.
Dude, I can't even friend him. He like denied. It's like I'm not even allowed to friend him. Jesus, this guy's
He denied you.
Yeah,
pretty
man needs a platform.
It says Smurf at 94866 is
That's not
not
how it works.
accepting friend requests.
You're
Dude, what's he
pending,
doing
and
here?
then he has to accept it. And if he doesn't, then it will still be pending. It doesn't really show
I
you if you've
know.
been declined.
No, it does. It does. Like all you have to
It
do.
does.
Yeah, like for me, I just right click on Smurf,
All right.
and then I click add friend, and then it says friend request failed.
Oh,
Smurf
he blocked you.
9486 is not accepting friend requests.
Oh no, never mind.
It's funny how you know that.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's funny how you know the intricacies of the friending process. And
That
the
guy's
rejection
fucking half
Me?
lit and
No,
not
42.
accepting. Oh, I've been
42.
on Discord for a while.
Yeah, so you've been.
Yeah, he's
You've
been
been
around.
blocked. You've been
Hey,
blocked.
damn.
I own a Lego cult, but that's something.
Hey, 42, man, I got one for you, bro. You're gonna dig this, bro. So Smurf was going off. You go, hey man, nice. Go on your rant. No. That's called a piff, man. Short for an epiphany.
Okay.
And you just call it a piff. Go off on your piff, man. Piff out.
Oh, like no cap. I get
You
it.
just
I get
piff. Fuck, go ahead. Piff
Yo,
off.
Piff no cap, man.
Guys,
Piff.
focus.
You got it?
Seriously,
I got it.
you
I
guys
got
are
it,
just
man.
goofing off.
I'm
here.
down with the lingo. I'm
If
down.
anybody's got a piff, man, hit it. Check.
No cap. Got it.
Circus hour. Guys, focus, please.
Wait.
Okay.
Dude, I'm down with new lingo. I like to learn.
What's up, Ivy?
What?
Hey, 42, there goes your globe, in a million pieces right there.
How so?
You see the latest GIF? It's going bye-bye. Bye-bye globe.
I'm in front of my computer screen right now.
Bye-bye globe.
Am I supposed to be staring at my computer screen while I'm talking to you guys? Is that the idea?
No, I don't do that.
I mean,
either, so don't
it's
worry.
as valid as any globe proof. So I mean,
Same thing, yes.
Wait, what do I? Okay, never mind.
Isn't a GIF just like a
Kind
bunch
of weird.
of like
He's from
pictures in a
Florida.
row?
Okay.
Hold on. Ivy,
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
Give me something good.
Um.
What do you got?
So, You know that dog that was sent in space and died?
Yes, Laika, Russian dog.
Laika.
Yes,
I feel kind of sad for that dog.
no doubt, right?
Russian
I
dog.
felt so bad for that dog too.
Why do you believe that?
They should send like a horse to space.
There
A
is no
horse.
space.
A
Well,
horse.
horses are like really big.
Yeah, they're
There's
abusing
no
the wrong animal.
space.
They should send a horse.
Send a frog. Send a frog.
Creation bear.
Oh, you know what they should send? Probably like
A
fuck,
cockroach.
wait, let me think. There's
Man,
one animal that I
Cockroaches are
know
like
of
supposed
that
to be
doesn't
like
feel
really
as much
good
pain.
at surviving.
Wait,
Cockroach.
not
Send a
cockroach. Cockroach, you can't see anything with a cockroach if you send it to space.
If you strapped a camera to his head, you could.
Yeah, but that
They,
he would die.
they should
of
try
the
and send
camera.
humans.
Just send the Glober up there.
That's what I was going to say. It's very possible that no human has ever been in any of those rockets. They just sent the rockets up and sent them out to the Atlantic Ocean and went and got them.
What if you sent like Oh yeah, they also sent a cat. I'm pretty sure.
A cat.
I didn't
Yeah.
hear about the cat, man.
Was
I
the
haven't
cat
heard-
Russian by any chance?
Don't know, but
There's a
Like
Russian
dog.
blue.
I don't know. They
what
sent
if you send?
monkeys. I know
No.
they sent America sent monkeys to space.
Were they
I got
Russian
I got a
monkeys?
picture of it.
Oh, you
Yeah, I
mean
got
Neil Armstrong? Yeah, I saw that.
Were they
Yeah.
Russian monkeys?
They sent monkeys.
Yeah, I got a
Russian
picture.
monkeys?
I'm going to
Yeah,
post a picture.
Buzz Aldrin, right? Yeah.
Wow. How
Get
about
it.
yeah, Michael Collins?
Oh, just
Yeah,
send
yeah.
a giraffe to space.
Do animals have a nationality?
Yeah, they do. Because like Cardigan Wells corgis are from Wills,
I
and
think they would probably need like birth certificates.
Well, nobody
Right.
wants to send a whale to space.
Do they speak the
That'd be
language? Man?
ridiculous.
Do they speak the
Yeah.
language?
You'd have to send them up in
Can't
a
be a
bunch
national
of
if you
water.
don't speak the
and
language.
They're big and heavy.
animals adapt to their owner's language. So,
Cool.
Is this like
Take
a
it.
pet thing? Like people
Hmm?
sending their pets to space?
Yeah.
How does a dog say? How does a dog say "live long and prosper" in dog?
I don't know. What the fox say? I don't know.
Oh,
this person DMs me. No, I can't say that in VC. Never mind.
Sure you can.
No, I can't. I can't.
Neither can
can't.
Smurf.
Dude, if
If I say it, then it's gonna be bad.
Depends what
I
it is.
just.
You don't
Depends
want
what
to
it
end
is.
up like Smurf, obviously. I get it.
This person DMs me. Can I pay you 200 USD to see your feet?
no.
Wow.
Fuck off. Fuck off. No.
That's a
200
to see the
USD
guy's
to see your
Yeah.
feet. My goodness gracious!
All right. Tell that creep to fuck off.
Who's DMing you that kind of shit?
That's some weird shit.
He's not from the server, but
Okay.
he just DM'd me.
Not
He
from
also
the server,
let
man.
me eat your dead
Better
skin,
not.
apparently, which is great.
There's no cucks in here like that, man. I'm
Is that
sorry.
Goof? Is it Goof?
Maybe he's got an alt or something.
He does. He was in under lots of different names. I think his name before was Cliff. That's what I recognized him as.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
All right. Cliff's a cock and piss off.
Well, no, just his alt account is a cuck. Cliff might be
Well,
really cool.
I'm going to give up on that curve for today. See you guys
Yeah.
later.
Take care,
I
man.
guess it's not today. Maybe tomorrow.
Central, man. I got high hopes tomorrow, man. Tomorrow is the 1st of June, man. Getting close to
Yeah, feeling good about tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, summer solstice month coming up. I
Summer
think this might just be it. We're getting
What
close.
the fuck is a solstice in
close.
the flat Earth?
All right, get some rest, brother.
Same thing it is that you thought it was on the other Earth. The sun reaches its northernmost latitude. But yeah, good night, brothers.
Good night, brother.
Night.
Hey,
Did he just say
you know,
latitude?
yeah, he did say latitude, the northernmost latitude.
Latitude's fine. It's just not hemisphere.
Sab, I swear to God,
That's
I keep
correct.
getting called a
If
fucking
you
80s housewife. I'm actually gonna cry.
if you ever sailed a boat, you
You
know,
don't sound like you're gonna cry.
Ivy's like, I got shoes older than Ivy. I guarantee it, bro.
I don't doubt you.
So,
Okay,
Ivy,
Slay King. Okay.
I'm just saying, man, sit down, learn something, listen. Be super clever when you interject.
My
Okay.
college teaches me enough, but I'm fine.
Are you're in college? You're in college?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to PhD level class, Flat Earth. Okay.
Yes.
Serious shit around here. We do not fuck around. If you
Why
want,
did Smurf just DM me?
you want,
I don't want to open that DM.
well, tonight we fuck around. But you come back here tomorrow morning, man. Class is
He
over.
called me? What did he call me?
You come back here in the morning, and there'll be some PhD level teachers in here telling you all about radius, light fixtures, electricity. It doesn't matter, but they're here.
What's our young lady's Discord name? Our college lady's Discord name?
Ivy.
Ivy, what's the radius of the imaginary fake Earth?
2,000.
Okay, we got to work on that a little bit.
Yeah, I said you're at the PhD class, and you might have stepped in the wrong classroom today, but it's
I mean, at least 42 said 3,000. At least 42 said 3,050 the first time. That was pretty close.
He went 3,058. I think he was.
Oh, is that what he did? Okay.
Yeah, fucking.
Wait, the radius is 0.
See,
well,
Ivy's gonna gonna trigger me here in a second, man.
Well, don't get triggered, man.
I won't. I'm just pulling the reins and the horses here a little bit, man. Just ooh. So radius, man, the rock that this server stands on.
The rock. The server stands on the rock.
Well, have you ever been outside? Have you ever gone hiking or boating?
No, the rock. Have you seen the rock? Kind of cool guy, not gonna lie.
You ever go up a mountain or been to the desert?
I have.
There's a lot of rocks, so
yeah,
rocks equal rocks. And guess where we live, man? We live amongst rocks. So the rock that we stand on here on Flat Earth Discord 24/7 live is the rock of radius, baby. And
what are you talking
rock
about?
of radius?
The rock of
radius. Not bad. I've been here for years, Smurf says.
And the rock of radius doesn't exist.
Where I'm standing on something that doesn't exist?
Exactly.
That is a bold statement.
The radius does not exist, and that's the rock we stand on.
Wait. Bear, can you wait? I'm just gonna DM you this because
I'm glad I'm sitting down.
Sit down, 42.
I'm already sitting. Heaven forbid I stand up on something that doesn't exist.
No.
How are you guys joking about this?
Oh shit!
I'm just fucking with you.
Hope you guys are having fun, man. I'm having fun. I'm out of here in about
I'm
12,
having a great time.
12, 15 minutes, maybe. I got a Scooty Doo.
Central time or Pacific time?
Pacific, baby.
Gotcha.
On the coast.
What's up with time zones? Like, what is a flat?
Why does time zones work on the Earth? It's amazing.
Guess what? Same way.
China doesn't have time zones. Does that mean China's flat?
China doesn't have time zones. That's the problem.
China's fault. Blame China. Poor Chinese.
So China's flat and the rest of the globe isn't?
No. That's true. The whole of China is.
Wait, you know what he's saying now? He's going, this is why I don't visit often. No, I totally got banned. I have nothing but goodwill. I'm tired of being persecuted. I've been here for years. I'm tired. This is bullshit.
We don't do politics here, man. We do science here, man. We don't do politics. Fuck off.
What the hell are you talking about?
Radius, please. Back to the fucking radius.
Who is Ivy talking about?
I have no idea.
He's DMing me.
All right, well then take that.
Smurf just tried to call me.
Take that shit downstairs, man.
Yeah, you can be Smurfette.
You can go Smurfette out downstairs, man. Right now we're doing radius. You know,
Where's downstairs?
down like in one other fucking
in Cogdis, VC.
Cogdis, whatever. Fucking Bible.
I remember that place. I've been
Learning
downstairs.
curve.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you've been there.
Fucking A. Pick one, man. I don't care. Down in the basement, man. Go down there. All right. Take that shit down there. Up here, man, we're doing radius and measurements and fucking.
I kind of want to go back downstairs right now.
We're doing monkey stuff up here.
Check out
monkey
Cogdis.
stuff.
Hey, did you see the first astronaut at 44 after the hour? That's literally the first astronaut right there.
The monkey, the monkey. Yep, first astronaut. There you go.
So can I go to Cogdis, VC?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Please
keep going, and you'll get there.
Yeah, send me. Dude, I've been there all week. Send me back.
I'll be here all week, man. Make sure to tip your waitresses.
Or not. Just whatever.
Yeah, we'll be here all week, man. Looking for some radius. Come on down. If you got a little
shit,
little chunk of radius, man, just a little bit. We're open to figuring it out, man. Dude, we lost 42, man. Sorry, I blew him out.
That's sad.
He was a weasel anyway.
Hey, I heard that 42, man, sounds.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. 42's back. He's back.
But I can go back to Cogdis. Check it out. Hang on.
Oh, you went to Cogdis. All right, he's in Cogdis. Got it. Dude, anyway, spinning, rotating, gyrating, spinny ball thing. Anybody got any evidence for spinny ball, bendy water? What about robot? I think robot had some evidence for. I don't know.
Jump off the earth? What happened?
Samuel Rowbotham.
Samuel Rowbotham.
What about interferometer? You guys know about the interferometer?
No, what is that?
Oh, it was an experiment to try to determine whether the Earth was turning, spinning. Einstein said there's not a single fucking experiment you could do with anything.
He did say that.
To prove that you're on a spinning ball. And that's like, fuck.
Wait, so the interferometer? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you have to look it up, man. Look it up.
Is that the Michelson-Morley thing or no? It's something else.
I think it might be something else. Michelson-Morley, interferometer. It's been a minute, man.
Interferometer. Oh, I see.
Interferometer. And Samuel Rowbotham. Yeah, that could have been.
I've heard about him.
Could have been a little measurement of flatness. Yeah. Could be.
A Globey sent me evidence of a curve. It's at 47 after the hour. A Globey sent me evidence of their curve, and it looks like the water's kind of like fake. But anyway, that was their evidence of curve.
I don't see it, man. Oh, that thing. The Chicago skyline thing.
I don't think that's Chicago. I forget. I can't read that well, but I don't know what city that is.
Philadelphia.
Ooh.
All right.
So, but that was evidence. That was evidence that we live on a curvy, spinning, watery ball.
That's not water. That's like forest or something. Like what?
Yeah, it does look like land.
What is this supposed to prove? I don't get it. It's just
some Globey on Facebook. We were having a discussion. I said, "Show me the curve," so he sent me this.
They're getting dumber and dumber.
The water looks so fake. My goodness.
I don't know. It's the water, dude. It looks like trees and stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like a scope where you're gonna shoot your gun.
I guess
right. You're like, where do I gonna shoot this thing? Over here. Okay. Dude, is that land or is that water? What's
Yeah, yeah. He sent it to me. And it's like, okay, there's your curve, and it's like, no, 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 no. And then I blocked him. It's like,
Tell us
get away from me.
highest stationary platform just beneath the ranger's hut. Okay. So this is taken in
2016, I think. So what I read?
It was taken in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
It's in Burlington County, New Jersey. New Jersey.
Jersey.
Distance to the tower
32.4.
Fuck. 32.4 miles. All right.
Which is like 685 feet.
Right.
What the fuck? But what's the elevation of the observer? Like, this is all like meaningless.
Yeah, he didn't give. He said it was taken at the ranger's hut on top of the fire watch tower. The fire on top of the fire watch tower located in New Jersey there.
Yeah, but it's on a hill. It's on a tower on a hill, so it's very high up already. So of course it's going to drop down.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not water. That's land. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Never mind. I was
land.
wrong. I was wrong.
It's land. And the elevation, it's to Philadelphia, 1,010 feet. Level crosshair elevation, 256 feet.
Oh, crosshair 256.
Dude, man, this is gonna take. Where's Matthew Learns? Anybody?
Hey, when we see him next, I'll make sure we put this on here so you can explain it to us.
This is yeah, it's not gonna work out well.
Beyond Matthew's pay grade.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway,
does it make? I think he's saying the horizontal line is 256 off the land below.
Right.
But then that land is itself elevated above the level of Philadelphia. So I don't understand how this is demonstrating any curvature.
Yeah, it's a bit. If you get the guy on the phone, Jim,
just get him to come here.
Send him over here and have him explain exactly what's happening.
Okay, I can do that. I
invite him. Invite him over.
Is that through a theodolite?
I believe
theodolite, right?
Yes.
Says surveyor. So the crosshair is where the horizon should be, apparently. So everything's below that crosshair, so that's what they're probably trying to say. Plus the obstruction of view. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, get the guy on the horn, and we'll figure it out, man.
They're trying to say there's vertical drop there. That's what I reckon.
He sent me an MC Tune website, and he sent me to a Professor Dave website.
Oh God!
And then he sent me this.
Fuck. There might not be any hope, but keep trying. Don't give up.
Not Professor Dave. Yep.
Professor Rave.
Send him QEs. Send him to QEs. Yeah. That'd be good. Professor QE, man. How about that? No, I've been following QE for a long time, man. Before QE, I was checking out John, man. John was rocking some flat earth shit, man, back in 2016, man. Crazy good. Yeah. Good stuff. He was
it does kind of look like there's just a hill between where the photo was taken, the camera, and the city. There's just a hill right there, so that's not fair. Of course, globies aren't fair, so we're not going to go there.
No. Hey, if any of you fucking Mongos out there, man, that know how to get a hold of Professor Dave, then I got $500, man. He can come here for 3 hours and take on the panel.
Is it in Southern California?
I don't know where Dave is, man, but I got $500 PayPal, Cash App, whatever the fuck you want, Venmo or fuck off or what cash. I'll bring you $100 bills to take on this fucking panel, Mr. Professor Dave. If you want to make a quick 500, man, I got the cash.
Yeah, I think it was California where he dropped out of school twice. You know, when he was going to get his master's, he dropped out twice.
There you go. Yeah. So bring it, Mr. Dave.
And if he comes on, we can only call him Dave. We can't call him Professor because that would be wrong.
Right, man. Keep it to Dave. But he's welcome here, man. And make himself a quick 5 if you need some cash, bro.
South California University of Health Sciences.
Oh shit! Fucking somebody else put up another 500. Oh fuck! Timbo.
Here we go. We got $1,000 we got $1,000
for Professor Dave, non-Professor Dave, to come in here.
My Australian 500's not worth as much as yours, but it's in.
All right, dude. There's $1,000 there, Professor Dave. So any of you Mongos out there that know him or can email him or let him know, there's $1,000 he can make in 3 hours. All you gotta do is spend 3 hours in here. Everybody gets a fucking shot at Dave. All right, everybody gets a shot, dude, for $1,000.
Now, doesn't Matthew have his master's in? Is it math?
His master's is in math. His whatever. He's got also a computer science guy.
So he's actually can be called professor because he has his master's degree. Is that right?
No, I don't think so.
I think he has a PhD in computer science.
Oh, really? So he is a professor.
Yeah. No, he's a doctor. No,
he's a doctor.
Yeah,
you got his doctorate in computer science. Master's.
You don't automatically become a professor if you get a PhD. You're just a doctor,
right?
Oh,
you have to get like a special position.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start calling him Dr. Matthew then.
Yeah, he's really doctor. If he has a PhD, then he's doctor. Yes.
I'm going to ask Dr. Matthew what he thinks about Professor Dave being called a professor.
Yeah, I think Dave Farina. I think he is at the South California University of Health Sciences. So you can just knock at his door. Let's see.
So how much is 500 Uganda dollars worth? That's what I want to know.
I'm over here laughing my ass off reading that. And I'm like, oh shit. It's probably like 27 cents, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Way to go, Flatty, bro. Kicking in.
So we're gonna give non-Professor Dave $1,000.27.
It's like 27 cents. Thanks, bro. Yeah.
But when you get hold of him, tell him we got $1,000.27. Wait for him.
You guys think I'm fucking kidding, man. I've gone up against fucking PhD physicists from fucking Caltech.
Oh.
Said, hey, man, I did 6 hours against this motherfucker. And, you know, all he could come up with is just imagine and molecules don't exist. You know, this chair doesn't exist because it's just a bunch of fucking space in between the fucking molecules. And I'm like, I'm going to pick that chair up and throw it over your fucking head. And let me know if those molecules aren't connecting. Let me know. So Professor Dave is fucking chump change to me, bro. $500 Fuck no problem, man. Bring it, fucking Mongo. You'll get fucking destroyed in here. You will get destroyed. And he won't come.
He's a coward.
We'd have to get it up to like $10,000 for
$10,000.
This cock the fuck. He won't come.
Excuse me. 10,027 cents.
27 cents. It's 500 Ugandan dollars. Okay. Equals 27 cents.
Yeah, 27 cents.
He's laughing. Flatty's laughing his ass off. Hey, if you don't make fun of this shit at this point, Isa Mikulski told me, man, you're doing it wrong. He ran Flat Earth Court for about, I don't know, a couple of years. And it was the same thing, man. Had Discord live stream going. And yeah, it was fun, man. A lot of characters coming in, bringing in a lot of refraction, man. A lot of refraction. Got refraction going left, right, up, down, you name it. We got refraction coming out of our asses. Yeah. Thanks.
That refraction is such a cop out. That's just ridiculous. Such a cop out.
It's an easy cop out, man. Gravity's an easy cop. So,
yeah, I love it when they come on here and they go, well, when I jump up and go back down, isn't that gravity pulling me back down? I love it. I love it when they say that.
Yep. Back when I was flat smacking on the street in Hollywood, man, I was like, hey, man, put this lighter down here on the ground, man. Is there anything like pulling it to the ground? And then now it's got zero energy happening right there, right now, right? Yep. Zero energy is happening because the lighter's laying on the ground. Now I pick it up. I pick up that lighter, man. Did I add any energy to that lighter? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you sure did. Now, if I let it go, I'm just releasing that energy, right? That's it. It's not complicated, man. It's like, yeah, it's just I'm adding energy when I picked it up. That's it. And they always forget to leave out that part of the energy transfer. Is that I picked it up. And I brought it up here and I dropped it. Okay. There you go. Density. Oh my goodness. It's an incredible phenomenon. Enjoy. Have a great day, everybody. Have a great day.
You have a good Wednesday. Hey, it's Wednesday in California right now. All right.
Just now. Well, 3 minutes ago. Yeah. Wednesday morning here, man.
Everybody have a good one. I'm going to sign off here. It's 2:00 in Texas.
All right, man. Cheers.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, Jim.
You have a good Wednesday, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yep. All right, man. Thanks. Things fall down, go boom, therefore globe. Okay? Come on. Anybody got any questions? Nobody has any questions. Things fall down, go boom. Gravity. Check it. These are the same shit we were going through in 2015, 16, 17, 18. Yeah. Same shit. Different arguments. The sextants come in, but dude, we were talking about the sextant back in 2016, man. There was some online hangout groups definitely talking about the sextant. Isa Mikulski was talking about it at least 2016. It was a good argument. It's like, dude, man, you can't use the thing if you don't have a straight line to your horizontal. Dude, you're not, yeah, come on. Don't kid yourself. And those cucks have to admit it. They have to. They don't have a choice. They have to own it, man. They have to own that shit. That's why the sextant's popular. Pinning them down to that, dude, you ain't got shit unless you got that first line. You ain't got nothing. Because that first line's flat, bitches. It's flat, level. Get around that one, man. Okay, yeah. Let me see you work around that one. Yeah. If the guitar I build doesn't have flat level, it's not gonna work out, man. I gotta have a bass line. Draw that bad boy off of. Needs to be level. Oh, that's a trouble. Trouble with the curve, man. Trouble with the curve. The curvature. Trouble with the curvature. Damn. Don't be curved, man. Don't do it. Don't fall for that trick. Damn, trick. Things fall down and go boom. Why? Gravity. There. They fall down and go boom. Well, don't do it. Don't do it, BG. Don't you do it. Anyway, it's fun on Flat Earth. I hope you Globers can have some fun occasionally. But real fun, real laughter, man, is knowing the truth. And the truth is like so funny, man. It's beyond funny. And if you can just laugh at the truth, I think you're winning, man. I think you got an edge to beating this bad boy system, man. Because this system's it's cocky, man. It's definitely cocky. But to have a little laughter and a couple of smiles, man, along the way, it's not going to hurt. And whether it's about gravity or, time space continuums or, big bangs or NASA or, anything that has to do with the globe, it's so humorous, dude, that once you realize these cucks came up with this fucking stupid, ridiculous explanation of what's going on in our daily lives. And they created this fucked up, stupid outer space shit. L. Ron Hubbard and, thanks. L. Ron Hubbard was like right at the forefront of the fucking space industry, man. Are you kidding me? L. Ron Hubbard, Scientologist. He's one of the four founders of space and NASA. Oh, that's not weird at all, man. It's not weird. It's not weird. It's just not weird, man, that cock is hanging out with, Aleister Crowley and Jay Parsons. Yeah. In Pasadena, California. And, all those three guys are hanging out. Nah, nothing's fishy about that. Just keep moving along with your lives, man. It's just some guys hanging out that just want to, just do weird stuff, like seances, and who the fuck knows what they were doing. But the stories I've heard don't sound too cool, man. Sounds kind of weird. Sounds kind of weird. And that's the beginning of your space program. Yeah. NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, L. Ron Hubbard, and Aleister Crowley. Oh, yeah, that sounds like a cool program. Let's go with that. Okay. You guys want to go to outer space, man? Let's do it. We got Hollywood right here. Good. Let's get that cat Disney involved in some of this shit, man. Disney's good. He knows how to, make stuff look cool. Rockets and stuff. Yeah. Disney. We'll get Disney. That's a good idea. Disney was involved in a lot of this space programming? Really? I did not know that. Yeah. Disney and NASA. Oh, boy. Those guys hanging out together. Can you imagine? Disney and NASA together. Disney and NASA together. Wow. What a combination of resources. Damn. Pretty cool. Good stuff. NASA and Disney together to create your mind in the right direction. Outer space. That's where your mind needs to be, is outer space. Star Wars, we got Star Trek. We got the Space Odyssey. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh. 2001. Space Odyssey 2001. What happened in 2001? I don't know. Something weird happened in the world. Could be. I could be wrong. Anyway. 2001. Yeah. What mind-altering space trip happened in 2001? And socially engineering event could have happened in 2001. Socialized engineering? Mind manipulation engineering? I don't know. Could be something. The mind manipulation engineering it's heavy, man. It's heavy. TV, radio, sports. Yeah. It's out there, man. The mind manipulation of MK Ultra, I think is the term. It's been used here and there. Apparently it works. It works really well, man. We got to see that in the last couple of years, man. Everybody sporting some new casual attire around their face. And that was an eye-opener for me, myself, man. I was like, wow, most people are totally buying into this shit, man. And they're just buying into the space, and they buying into the fucking put something over your face at the same time you're buying the outer space. And that's it, man. Simple, man. Don't complicate it. They got railroaded into this through many operations of different levels, from music to books to yeah. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, man. You guys do a better job than I do around here, man. Spilling out some obvious truths of measurements and non-measurements. Experiments, observations, it does become a bit comical at times. So enjoy the comedy, laugh. Laughter's one of the best medicines, man. Guaranteed. So, you know, be a little goofy and have some fun. It's all right. It won't hurt you. I promise. It won't hurt you. It's not going to hurt you. I guarantee it. All right, Mongos. I got a Scooby Doo, man. Anybody else going to drop in? If out, it seems like the floor is open because I got to go to bed. Roger.
We have a good one.
Later, Kenny. Later.
All right, you guys. Carry on.
Thanks, man. Sure.
Cheers.
Do not claw that.